Mingren felt that he was incredibly unlucky. In his past life, he was an ordinary corporate slave working overtime all night, while watching Naruto only to close his eyes and open them to find himself as the yellow-haired brat of Konoha village whose parents were dead and the whole village despised. Uzumaki Naruto. The key point was that he was a grown man inside, wrapped in diapers, every day stared at by a group of umbu, as if he were a monster and forced to pretend to cry. This life was simply unbearable. Ever since he gained consciousness, he had been screaming inside his mind system. System daddy. System grandpa. Cheat code grandma. Show up already. Anything is fine. A check-in system. A mission system. Even a complaint system. Just give me a response. The only response was the emptiness in his stomach and the villagers' disgusted whispers as they passed by Demon Fox. Mingren now Mingren was crying inside. Others get a system as standard equipment when they transmigrate, but what about him? He got standard white eyes and cold abuse right. He muddled through until he was 6 years old, staggering to the street hungry every day only to find that the shopkeepers wouldn't sell him anything. He felt like he was going crazy from holding it in. Every day, he held a system summoning conference in his mind, begging from the Jade Emperor to Merlin the Wizard, but it was all useless. One day he was so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. With his pitifully small allowance, he wanted to buy an expired bread to fill his stomach. As he staggered near a small alley, he heard the arrogant voices of children inside. Look, it's the white-eyed monster. Monster, your eyes are so disgusting. Mingren poked his head out to look and saw a few bratty kids shoving and pushing a little girl in a kimono with a bobbed haircut. The little girl hung her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, tears welling up in her eyes. Her white eyes were pure and helpless. It was Chutian when she was little. That spark of justice belonging to Mingren, and perhaps his natural protective instinct toward cute little girls, instantly sprang up in Mingren's heart. Although his little body couldn't do much, at least he could shout a few times right. Hey, you bunch. Bullying a girl is no skill. Mingren put his hands on his hips, trying to look fierce, and jumped out. The bratty kids turned around, saw it was Mingren, and were startled at first, but then became even more arrogant. It's the Demon Fox. Two monsters together. Beat them up. The leading chubby boy directly picked up a small stone and threw it at Chutian. Without thinking, Mingren instinctively pounced forward, trying to shield Chutian with his thin body. But he tripped over his feet, and with a splat he fell flat on his face in a classic stumble. Ugh. Mingren saw stars, cursing in his heart. Mingren, you useless piece. Can't even save a damsel in distress. Just as his face was on the ground, while he was mentally ranting at himself, and again habitually wailing system, if you don't come now I'm going to be beaten to death. A sound rang out. Ding. Detected strong protective will, and target binding error. Coordinate deviation. A soft, cute electronic voice like that of a little girl sounded in Mingren's mind. At the same time, in the mind of Chutian, who was protected behind, and had closed her eyes in fear, a completely different, majestic, low male voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host is in crisis, meeting the basic conditions for hero saving the beauty male. The Overlord of All Realms system is forcibly binding. Binding successful. Host Rishiang Chutian. The two voices sounded almost simultaneously, then both fell into an eerie silence. Mingren lay on the ground stunned. Chutian also forgot her fear, blinking her pure white eyes, looking around blankly. The female voice in Mingren's mind seemed to be in an urgent communication. Wait. Boss. It's a mistake. That fallen kid is the target. How did you bind to that little girl? The male voice in Kyushin's mind carried a faint trace of embarrassment. Energy wave interference. This little girl has strange chakra inside her which attracted it. Let's make the best of the mistake. It's fine. The female voice. Then he'll make the best of the mistake too. Mine is the cute girl becoming stronger system prepared for that little girl. Now it's bound to this fallen kid. The male voice. Run separately, no interference. The next second the female voice in Mingren's mind resumed a sweet-toned ding-dong. The hug to get stronger system. Dear host, congratulations on embarking on the path to strength. This system aims to help you gain power through intimate contact, mainly hugs with others. Please try your best to hug the ninjas around you. Mingren. Hug to get stronger. What the hell? A female-oriented system. Am I a guy? In Mingren's heart, 10,000 alpacas were galloping by. Meanwhile, the majestic male voice sounded in Kyushin's mind. Rishiang Chutian, from today onward you are the master of the Overlord of All Realms system. Those who bully you, insult you, harm you, and those you pause for a moment care about must all pay the price. Now issuing the first mission, drive away the current provocateurs. Reward slight increase in total chakra insight into basic taijutsu. Gentle fist. Kyushin's small mouth opened slightly, looking at Mingren still lying on the ground, then at the bratty kids still shouting. A courage she had never felt before, and a strange domineering aura emerged from her small body. She stepped forward and said in a voice that was tearful but unusually firm, "Don't you dare bully him." The leading chubby boy sneered, white-eyed monster still trying to protect the demon fox. He reached out to push Chutian away, but Kyushin's eyes focused, and the basic stance of the gentle fist automatically appeared in her mind. Her small body moved instinctively. She sidestepped the push, and her small hand seemingly weakly slapped the chubby boy's arm. Ow! The chubby boy felt his entire arm go numb as if pricked by needles, and he screamed in pain. Monster hit someone. The other children, seeing this, scattered in fear. Chutian looked at her own hand, also somewhat stunned. Ding. Mission complete. Rewards issued. The domineering system was concise. At that moment, still lying on the ground, Mingren also heard a prompt in his mind. Ding. detected that the host successfully indirectly triggered a being protected event meeting the eating soft rice with a hard face potential. Reward newbie gift pack slight increase in total chakra mastery of the 3 basic techniques: clone technique, transformation technique, substitution technique. Please continue to work hard host and find reliable hugging targets. Mingren. What the hell? I can level up while lying down. And what the hell is this eating soft rice with a hard face evaluation? Mingren felt his spirit of complaint burning fiercely. He struggled to get up from the ground looking at the little Chutian, who seemed to be glowing, his feelings complicated. Chutian saw Mingren get up, her little face turned red, and the domineering aura from before instantly vanished. She twisted her fingers and said softly, Are you okay? Thank you for protecting me. Mingren looked at this future wife. Now savior. He touched his still painful nose, then felt the warm current chakra that had indeed increased in his body and the knowledge of the 3 basic techniques that had appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath and revealed his first genuine smile since coming to this world, though it was a bit nasally. I'm fine. You're amazing. By the way, I'm Xuanwa Mingren. And you? Ari Xiang Chutian. Sunlight spilled over the 2 little kids who had been bound to the wrong systems. The scene seemed a bit warm, yet a bit off. Mingren's inner monologue: so my cheat code is hugging people's thighs. No hugging people. I can get strong. Isn't this style a bit off? Hyūshin's inner monologue system. What is a boss? But the feeling of protecting Mingren seems not bad. Ding. Daily quest refreshed. Please successfully hug a ninja genin or above within 24 hours, lasting no less than 3 seconds. Quest reward: a slight increase in chakra. Failure penalty: none. Early the next morning, Naruto was still drooling in his sleep, dreaming of eating Ichiraku ramen, when he was awakened by that soft, cute, alert sound in his mind. He rubbed his eyes and sat up, looking at the dim sky outside the window, then at the hug quest in his mind sinking into deep. Hug a ninja, genin, or above. He was just a 6-year-old kid. Which genin did he know? The only ones he might have interacted with were the parents of those brats he and Hinata had beaten up yesterday. They probably wanted to punch him now. As for Hinata, she had just saved him yesterday. If he hugged her today, would he be seen as— although the system said ninja, 6-year-old Hinata definitely didn't count. Maybe the guard at the Hyūga gate. Naruto shook his head, dismissing the dangerous thought. Hug the Hyūga gate guard. Head probably be beaten to a pulp by gentle fist. Size system: isn't this quest a bit too hard for a 6-year-old? Naruto tried to communicate internally. Dear host, difficulty is the stairway to strength. Besides, there's no penalty for failure. Give it a try, a hug won't hurt, the system replied in a sickly sweet voice. Naruto, you have a point, I have no words. He pocketed his meager allowance and left the house with a worried face. His goal was to fill his stomach and maybe find some careless or kind-hearted genin to complete his first hug. People on the street pointed at him and gave him a wide berth as usual. Naruto was used to it, his heart was calm, and he even felt like laughing. The soul of Uncle Mingren sneered coldly, "Hinf, a bunch of NPCs. Wait until I hug all the Leaf Village experts and become the #1 cheater in the ninja world, see if you dare." Growl. His stomach growled. Alright, first solve the hunger problem. He strolled familiarly toward Ichiraku ramen. Old man Tucci, though he didn't talk much to him, at least didn't chase him away, and sometimes gave him extra broth. As he neared the entrance of Ichiraku, Naruto's eyes lit up. He saw a small familiar figure standing in front of the stall, looking up at the sign, seemingly hesitating. It was Hinata. Next to her stood a plainclothes Hyūga guardian, expressionless like a wooden post. Hinata. Naruto called out happily and ran over. Hinata heard the voice, turned around, saw it was Naruto, and her face instantly turned red. She lowered her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes. And Naruto-kun, you came for ramen too. Naruto smiled like a genuine 6-year-old inner adult. Acting cute is so tiring. I want. Hinata's voice was as thin as a mosquito's. She had actually sneaked out, hoping to run into Naruto again. The Overlord of All Realms system had issued a new quest last night: preliminary investment. Please invite the target Uzumaki Naruto to breakfast and successfully pay the bill. Reward: slight increase in chakra, basic ninja tool, throwing proficiency. The logic of the CEO system was simple: invest in promising people. Providing meals and lodging was the basic operation. Let me treat you to ramen. Hinata gathered her courage, raised her head, and though her face was still red like an apple, her tone carried an undeniable bossiness. Naruto. The Hyūga guard beside him seemed to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Ding. Detected being fed, behavior conforms to the eating soft rice with dignity principle, earned being treated points 1. The female-oriented system's prompt chimed in at the right moment. Naruto was dumbfounded. What was this? She saved me yesterday, and now she wants to treat me to a meal. Miss Hinata, have you picked up the wrong script? Oh, this isn't good, right? Naruto scratched his head. Hinata waved her small hand with some authority. I have money. Saying that, she took out a few coins from her delicate purse, stood on tiptoe, and tried to hand them to Tucci. Uncle, 2 bowls of ramen. Tucci looked at Hinata, then at Naruto, who had a "who am I, where am I" expression, and at the sharp-eyed Hyūga guard. He silently nodded and started cooking. Thus, at the Ichiraku ramen stall in the early morning of Konoha, a strange scene unfolded. The young lady of the Hyūga clan and the boy known as the demon fox Naruto Uzumaki sat side by side on stools, swinging their short legs while eating ramen. A guard exuding a low-pressure aura stood beside them. Ramen was so delicious. Naruto slurped noisily, almost moved to tears. This was the most satisfying meal he had had since arriving in this world. Hinata nibbled at her ramen, sneaking glances at the ravenous Naruto, beside her heart feeling sweet. The system prompted that the quest was complete, and a warm current and techniques for shuriken and kunai throwing flooded into her mind. Investment successful, target satisfaction high. Reward delivered. The CEO system's voice remained cold. After eating, Hinata insisted on paying despite the guard's disapproving look. Naruto patted his round belly, burped, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Hinata. The ramen was super delicious." Hinata blushed and smiled. Naruto looked at her sweet smile, then at the guard beside her, who stood like a utility pole, Jinin or Chunin. And suddenly a light bulb went off. Daily quest. Hug. Wasn't there a ready-made ninja right in front of him? Though he looked cold with Hinata here, he probably wouldn't hit him directly right. Naruto took a deep breath, put on an innocent, angelic smile, and opened his arms toward the Hyūga guard. "Uncle, thank you for accompanying Hinata to treat me to ramen." Hug. Hyūga guard. Hinata. The air froze instantly. The guard's face darkened. He was ordered to protect the young lady of the main house. He already felt that eating at the same table with the demon fox boy was a disgrace to the clan. Now this brat wanted to hug him. His eyes sharpened, his body instinctively entering a defensive stance. Naruto's hands froze midair. He could feel the keep-away cold aura emanating from the other. Ding. Hug target's resistance is too strong. Hug failed. Please find a more suitable target. Host. The system prompt carried a hint of regret. Naruto withdrew his hand, sheepishly wailing internally, "I knew it wouldn't be that easy." Hinata watched this scene, seeming to understand something. She tugged at the guard's sleeve and whispered, "Naruto-kun. Doesn't mean any harm." The guard's expression softened slightly, but he still kept a straight face. Naruto sighed. The hug quest had a long way to go. After parting with Hinata, he wandered around the village again, trying to find other hug targets. He saw a green tights river otter Might guy running around the village on his hands, passionately shouting about youth. He didn't dare. He saw a white-haired, shady, middle-aged man, Kakashi, leaning against a tree reading a little yellow book with a lazy gaze. He felt he'd be rejected if he got close. He saw the Uchiha clan, all with noses in the air, even more hopeless. After wandering around, there wasn't a single target he could approach. Naruto walked back, dejectedly complaining internally, "Is this broken system trying to make me the #1 pervert in Konoha?" Just then he passed by the Ninja Academy and saw a teacher Chunin level organizing equipment inside. Maybe a school teacher would be more approachable. Naruto gathered his courage again, sneaked into the school, and ran toward a kind-looking female teacher. Teacher. Hug. Naruto used his ultimate move, cute baby eyes, self-proclaimed. The female teacher turned around, saw it was Naruto, and her smile instantly vanished, replaced by fear and disgust. She backed away repeatedly. "Didimon Fox. Stay away from me." Naruto's smile froze on his face. Ding. Hug target's fear is too strong. Hug failed. While this quest wasn't going to be completed today, Naruto hung his head like an abandoned puppy, slowly trudging toward his small shabby house. It seemed that to complete this damn hug quest he needed to think long-term. At least he needed to find someone who wasn't afraid of him, who didn't hate him. In his mind, Hinata's blushing face involuntarily surfaced. Maybe the breakthrough still lies with his future wife and current sugar mommy. In the following days, Naruto was troubled every day by the hug task. Meanwhile, Hinata, guided by her CEO system, embarked on a grand journey of investing in and protecting Naruto. The system tasks were varied tasks. Ensure the target character Naruto consumes enough nutrition today. Reward slight increase in Byakugan observational ability. Thus Hinata would find ways to sneak out every day, either bringing exquisite Hyūga family bento for Naruto, though he often complained about the bland taste, or dragging him to Ichiraku ramen for extra meals. Naruto's inner Uncle Mingren was in tears. The soft rice he never got to eat in his past life, he was eating at just 6 years old in this life. Though the taste was a bit bland. Task: eliminate malicious entities around the target character Naruto within a 50-meter radius. Reward: basic taijutsu experience. This task was even more thrilling. One day Naruto was trying to use chakra to walk on water by the river in a relatively less populated area with Hinata. Mainly Naruto was floundering, while Hinata watched nervously from the side. A few slightly older kids passed by, and upon seeing Naruto they instinctively began to mock him. "Demon Fox, stay away from the river, or you'll fall in and drown. The Byakugan monster is here too." Truly birds of a feather flock together. Hinata, who had been shyly lowering her head, suddenly raised it, and a glint of sharpness flashed in her pure white eyes, the aura from the system bolstering her. She stepped forward, her small body blocking Naruto, and although her voice trembled slightly, her tone was exceptionally firm. "Apologize to Naruto-kun." "Why should we? We won't apologize to a monster." Hinata stopped wasting words. In her mind, the CEO system coldly notified malicious entity, confirmed executing elimination protocol. She pushed off the ground, adopting the initial stance of a soft fist, and charged forward. Crackle. After a series of painful thuds and the wails of the children, those brats ran away bruised and battered, shouting as they fled. "The Byakugan monster hit us. The eldest daughter of the Hyūga clan hit us." Naruto stared dumbfounded at Hinata, who had come to a halt, the sunlight pouring over her, as if gilded with a layer of golden edges. Inappropriately, a BGM played in his mind. "In the storm I roam, while all gaze upon me." Ding. Indirectly triggered the being forcefully protected event. Soft rice, hard, eat. Points 5. Chakra slightly increased. The female frequency system's notification sound remained soft and cute. Naruto, alright, being protected can also level up when used to it. Hinata watched the brats run away, letting out a sigh of relief, but then looked at Naruto with some unease. "Naruto-kun, am I?" "No. Hinata, you were super cool. Naruto gave a thumbs up, genuinely complimenting her. Inside he thought, is this what it feels like to be under the protection of a CEO? Awesome. However, coolness lasts only 3 seconds. That evening at the Hyūga residence, Hyūga Hayashi, Hinata's father, sat in the main seat, with a serious expression. Standing below was Hinata, her head lowered, nervously twisting her fingers. Beside her were the parents of one of the children who had been beaten, angrily lodging a complaint. Lord Hayashi, your daughter was too heavy-handed. My child's arm is bruised. It's all because of that demon fox kid. What kind of talk is that? Hyūga Hayashi's forehead twitched slightly. How many times had this happened this month? The third? Or the fourth? Every time it was because Hinata got into a conflict with others for that Uzumaki Naruto and ended up beating them up. The ones she beat were common children or people from other small families, and he, the dignified leader of the Hyūga clan, had to lower himself to apologize. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke in a calm tone. It is my failure in teaching my daughter, causing trouble. Medical expenses and compensation will be covered by the Hyūga family. After much negotiation, the complaining parents were sent away, and Hayashi looked at his usually timid daughter, who had recently undergone a significant change, with mixed feelings. Hinata, he said in a low voice. Yes, father. Hinata responded quietly. Why do you repeatedly resort to violence for that Uzumaki Naruto? Because they bully Naruto-kun. Bullying Naruto-kun is wrong. Hinata lifted her head, and though afraid her eyes were, Hyūga Hayashi looked at the light in his daughter's eyes that he had never seen before. He thought it was a firm friendship, but it was actually the radiance of the CEO system. Momentarily at a loss for words, he waved his hand. You may go. Remember, you are the eldest daughter of the Hyūga family, and your actions must be measured. Yes. Hinata obediently stepped back. Looking at his daughter's departing figure, Hyūga Hayashi rubbed his brow. The sour feeling in his heart resurfaced. What was so great about that yellow-haired kid? What made his daughter defend him so? And he even asked her to buy him ramen every day. He hadn't eaten much of the ramen his daughter bought. The key point. On the other side, Naruto finally found the breakthrough to complete the hug task. Hinata's bodyguard. After several encounters, Naruto discovered that this bodyguard, though cold, would reluctantly cooperate as long as Hinata was there, and requested him to be friendly. One day Hinata came to bring Naruto fruit system task, feed fresh vitamins. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto said to Hinata, can I hug your bodyguard uncle? He works hard to protect you, and I want to thank him. Although Hinata thought this request was a bit strange, she would support whatever Naruto-kun wanted to do. She immediately looked at the bodyguard with hopeful eyes. Bodyguard. Under the onslaught of the young lad is pleased, the bodyguard's face twitched, and he ultimately stiffly nodded. Naruto was overjoyed, immediately stepping forward, opening his arms, and gave the bodyguard a standard bear hug. At his 6-year-old height, he could only reach his legs. Thank you, uncle. The bodyguard was as stiff as a wooden plank, feeling the demon fox pendant hanging from his leg internally crumbling. This job was unbearable. Ding. Successfully hugged the ninja. Hyūga bodyguard. Chunin duration 3 seconds. Task completed. Reward chakra slightly increased. The system notification sounded like a heavenly melody. Naruto happily released his arms, feeling a slight increase in chakra within him. I did it. I finally hugged someone. The bodyguard, as if given a reprieve, immediately took 3 steps back, distancing himself, still expressionless, but his eyes were filled with stay away from me. Hinata watched Naruto's happy expression and smiled sweetly herself. Although she didn't understand why Naruto-kun suddenly wanted to hug the bodyguard, as long as he was happy, that was enough. Ding. Target character is in a good mood. Investment return rate increases. Reward chakra slightly increased. The CEO system calculated in a timely manner. Everyone was happy, except for Hayashi, who felt a pang in his heart, and the bodyguard, who wanted to resign. Naruto looked at his small hands, feeling the slowly growing chakra within him, along with the increasing knowledge of various basic ninjutsu in his mind, all rewards from the system, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Although the system was troublesome and hugging was difficult, it seemed I really could become stronger. Moreover, with Hinata, the CEO, shielding me walking around Konoha, it didn't seem impossible. Uncle Mingren's soul began to stir. The script of playing the pig to eat the tiger seemed quite appealing. After successfully getting a hug from the Hinata's bodyguard, though it was thanks to Hinata's influence, Naruto seemed to have opened the door to a new world. It turns out that to complete the hugging task, it isn't necessary to seek out intimidating strangers. One can start with familiar faces. Thus Naruto began his curved hug plan. Daily task: hug a ninja genin or above for no less than 3 seconds. Today's target is Konohamaru's grandfather, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, going directly to the Hokage building to cling to him is out of the question. He would probably be treated as an assassin by the Umbu and pinned to the ground. Naruto chose a more prudent approach, acting cute as he believed, and encountering him by chance. He knew that the old man occasionally used a crystal ball to spy on. To care about the villagers' lives, and would sometimes personally check on how his jinchuriki was faring. That day Naruto deliberately posed on the swing, near his little shabby house, adopting the most melancholic, loneliest, and most in need of affection angle, while gazing skyward. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the third Hokage, dressed in his Hokage robe, and puffing on a pipe, to shuffle over leisurely. Naruto playing here alone. The third Hokage showed a kind, though in Minato's eyes, hypocritical smile. Grandpa. Naruto immediately switched to his innocent mode, jumping off the swing, and darting towards the third Hokage like a little cannonball. Grandpa, you haven't come to see me in so long. The third Hokage instinctively crouched down to catch the rushing Naruto. Now is the moment. Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart, tightly wrapping his arms around the third Hokage's neck, his little head rubbing against his shoulder, as he said in a sweet syrupy voice, "Grandpa, I miss you so much." The third Hokage was taken aback by this sudden enthusiasm, but his heart softened. Sigh, this child after all lacks affection. He patted Naruto's back. Alright, Grandpa is here now. Ding. Hugging Ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen, cage level successful, duration, 5 seconds. Exceeded expectations. Reward slight chakra boost, mastery in shuriken throwing skills. The system's notification chimed cheerfully. Naruto felt extremely speechless. Cage level. A hug from him is worth 1,000 hugs from Jinins. And this is the reward. It seems the old man's sincerity is limited. He feigned satisfaction as he released his grip, while the third Hokage began his routine inquiries about Naruto's living conditions and any difficulties he might be facing. As Naruto answered perfunctorily, he pondered who should he hug next. Teacher Kakashi. He didn't know him yet. Might Guy. It feels like hugging him would lead to a burning youth together, which sounds tiring. Iruka Sensei. This can be included in the plan, but only after he becomes his teacher. Task: expand influence. Please establish preliminary friendly relations with at least 3 potential Konoha seedlings, non-Hyūga family members. The reward: slight increase in Byakugan's insight range. The domineering system's tasks began to involve now. Hinata looked at the task list feeling a bit troubled. Her introverted personality meant that aside from Naruto, she hardly spoke with anyone else. Who should she establish friendly relations with? She first thought of Shikamaru and Choji, who often played with Naruto, mainly being dragged into Naruto's mischief. That day she saw Shikamaru playing shogi and Choji munching on chips in the street. Hinata took a deep breath, walked over, and placed 2 boxes of exquisite Hyūga sweets in front of them, saying in the calmest, but still slightly trembling voice, "Please have some." Shikamaru, a troublesome girl. Choji, delicious. Shikamaru looked at the Hyūga lady, whose face was as red as a tomato, then glanced at Naruto, who wore a "this has nothing to do with me" expression, and sighed. "Ah, thanks. But why?" Hinata, following the system's prompt of domineering quotes, simplified version, tried to maintain a serious expression. "I see great potential in you both. This is an early investment." Shikamaru's lips twitched. What a hassle. Choji had already happily opened the box and started eating. "Thank you, Hinata. It's super delicious." Ding. Established preliminary friendly relations with Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Task completion, just one more to go. Hinata scanned her surroundings and spotted Sasuke sitting on a bench nearby reading a book. She gathered her courage again, walked over, and placed a box of sweets next to Sasuke. Sasuke, with his usual aloofness, lifted his head, slightly glanced at her with a calculating look, then lowered his head to continue reading, coldly muttering 2 words, "Take it away." Hinata. Naruto, seeing this, became displeased and jumped out. "Hey, Hinata kindly offered you something. What's with—" Sasuke didn't even bother looking up. "Blonde idiot, shut up." As the situation seemed poised to escalate, Hinata quickly pulled Naruto back. "No, it's fine, Naruto-kun." She looked at Sasuke's distant demeanor and decided to give up. The domineering system didn't insist, either, indicating that the task was barely completed and rewards would be issued. Hinata sighed in relief, feeling that socializing was more exhausting than fighting. On the other side, Minato observed Sasuke's haughty demeanor and suddenly had a bold idea. Sasuke is also a ninja, future one, and he's quite good looking. If he hugs him, will the rewards be better? Like a Sharingan experience card or something. Once this thought took root, it couldn't be shaken off. Thus, one day on the road, Naruto seized the opportunity and, taking Sasuke by surprise, leaped from behind. "Hey, hug time." Sasuke reacted extremely quickly. Sensing the wind, he instinctively dodged to the side and countered with an elbow strike. Bang. Naruto was hit on the shoulder by the elbow and fell to the ground with a yelp. "Idiot." Sasuke threw down those 2 words and walked away coolly. Ding. Hug target showed strong resistance and launched an attack. Hug failed. Naruto rubbed his sore shoulder on the verge of tears. As expected, the aloof little prince isn't easy to hug. It seems the path to hugging must involve those with better temperaments or weaknesses, like being afraid of Hinata. Ding. The system has detected that the host has completed the hugging task 5 times, successfully unlocking the attached function warm nest system space. One evening, Naruto was practicing how to smile more innocently in front of the mirror to better fulfill his hugging tasks when a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. System space. Naruto was taken aback, then filled with overwhelming joy. Finally here. A standard feature for Transmigrator storage, cultivation, and refuge. He concentrated, following the system's guidance, and looked at the light spot in his mind. In the next moment, he felt his consciousness being drawn into a peculiar place. Then he fell silent. This so-called warm nest was about 10 square meters, empty and desolate, with walls of soft pinkish lavender and a fluffy cartoon cloud carpet on the floor, along with a lamp resembling a glowing mushroom in the corner. A faint sweet fragrance lingered in the air. The ambience did not match the rugged soul of this man at all. "Dear, do you like it? This cozy nest is specially crafted for you. You can rest here and store non-living items. As the host's hugging level rises, the space will expand and be decorated," the system said in a tone of pride. Naruto's lips twitched. "Can we change the style? Like an Iron Man theme? Or a Hokage rock theme?" "Sorry dear, this system is exclusively for hugging, makes you stronger, and the style is locked to a warm and cute theme, which cannot be changed." Naruto. While having something is better than nothing. He tried to put a box of unfinished takoyaki that Hinata had given him. Yes, even snacks were covered by the benefactor into the space. With a thought, the box in his hand vanished and appeared on the cloud carpet in the space. Cool. Naruto's eyes lit up. This function was practical. It would be convenient for hiding. I mean storing food in the future. He exited the space happily, thinking about whether he could put his ninja tools in there next time. Meanwhile, at the Hyūga household in Hinata's bedroom. Ding. The host successfully completed the power expansion and multiple protection tasks, elevating permissions and unlocking the attached function Dominator's hall system space. Hinata's consciousness was also drawn into a space. Unlike Naruto's pink nest, Hinata's system space was vast and solemn, resembling a grand palace built of obsidian. In the center was a throne surrounded by eternally burning azure flames. A sense of awe-inspiring majesty permeated the air. This is your domain where you can store supplies and sharpen your spirit. The voice of the Dominator system echoed in the air. Hinata looked at the tall throne, feeling a bit scared, and softly asked, Can I sit on it? Of course, you are the master here. Hinata cautiously climbed onto the cold throne, sitting up straight. It felt a bit strange, but her perspective seemed to have broadened significantly. She also tried to put some of her little trinkets like a cute rabbit plush toy into the space. The rabbit plush sat alone at the foot of the massive throne, creating an odd visual. The next day, Naruto excitedly shared with Hinata that he also had a secret base, of course omitting the specific details of the system, while Hinata quietly mentioned that she had a big house. The two children felt closer, as if they shared a common secret. Meanwhile, Hinata's ramen diplomacy was in full swing. She almost invited Naruto to Ichiraku ramen every other day, and the hand-pulling uncle had gotten used to it. Sometimes she would even add a few extra slices of chashu for Naruto. The uncle of the underworld within Naruto was touched to tears. This is what life is about. Having soft food, a secret space, and a little lowly. A future wife by his side. Still, the hugging task was he tried to hug a jonin who looked exhausted after returning from a task, but the person instinctively glared at him with killing intent. Fortunately, he managed to close his eyes and dodge at the critical moment otherwise. He also tried approaching a seemingly amiable ninja ant on the street, but the moment she saw him rushing over, she panicked and instantly used the body flicker technique to escape. Naruto sighed towards the heavens. Why is it so hard to be a hugging enthusiast in Konoha? It seems he has to dig deeper into familiar routes. His gaze once again fell on the unfortunate guard of the Hyūga household, as well as that third Hokage who occasionally came to see him and looked quite huggable. The third Hokage recently felt that Naruto had become increasingly clingy, wanting to hug him every time he visited. Although it felt a bit strange, he couldn't bear to refuse when he saw the child's dependent gaze. He could only blame it on the child lacking love. He had no idea that with each hug, a notification of Chakra 111 rang in Naruto's mind. Meanwhile, the Hyūga guard began praying daily that the young lady wouldn't bring Naruto around anymore, as he truly didn't want to be that hugging tool anymore. Every time he was hugged, he felt the strange gazes of other clan members upon him. Hyūga Hizashi looked at the increasing compensation expenses in the family ledger due to Hinata's guard for Naruto, frowning tighter. At this rate, the Hyūga family would probably end up being a money-wasting liability in Konoha. He decided it was time to have a good talk with his daughter. In the Hokage office, the atmosphere was tense. Hizashi hand over the Nine-Tails jinchuriki to the root. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, his single eye fixed sharply on the third Hokage. Only under the rigorous training of the root can he become a truly useful weapon, not like now. Playing house with Hyūga Hinata. Naruto is a part of Konoha, not a weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze obscuring the wrinkles on his face, but his gaze was exceptionally sharp. His growth should be nurtured in the sunlight. Sunlight, Danzo scoffed. Your weakness and indulgence will only ruin him. Just look at what he has become. Hanging out with that little girl from the Hyūga clan, engaging in silly pranks. This is wasting the power within him. I have my own considerations. Hiruzen's voice deepened. In the future, he will have companions and teachers who will guide him on the right path. The right path. Danzo stepped closer, his cane striking heavily on the ground. The so-called right path you speak of is to make him a naive fool. Hizashi, you will regret this. When disaster strikes again, you will pay for today's decision. Hiruzen slowly stood up, his gaze fierce, stating each word clearly. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hinata Hyūga sat upright in the main seat of the dojo, her expression as serious as a stone. Hinata knelt opposite him, her small hands nervously resting on her knees, her head lowered. Naruto-kun, he is not a bad person. He is the host of the Nine Tails. Hinata's father emphasized he is a weapon of the village and an unstable factor. As the heir of the Hyūga clan, how can you spend all your time with him and repeatedly clash with the villagers because of him? What kind of behavior is that? Hinata raised her head, tears brimming in her pure white eyes, but her gaze was exceptionally stubborn. It seemed as if the domineering system sensed its host's emotions and emitted an invisible aura, giving her the courage to retort, but bullying others is wrong. Naruto-kun did nothing wrong. Why does everyone bully him? What is wrong with me protecting him? Hinata's father was stunned by his daughter's sudden rebuttal and that inexplicable aura. The Hinata he knew would never dare to speak back or even raise her voice. What kind of potion did Naruto Uzumaki give her? He suppressed his astonishment and a hint of unnoticeable bitterness, coldly saying, protect. Is your so-called protection about using the Hyūga family's power to beat those ordinary children? Is it about inviting him to eat that cheap ramen every day? Hinata, your identity does not permit you to do such things. Ramen is delicious. Hinata insisted this was her rare persistence, and it was not using family power. It was me who couldn't stand it. Ding. The host successfully retorted. Successfully engaged in an equal dialogue with the family authority upholding her own beliefs. Reward initial comprehension of the gentle fist bagua palm. Minor increase in chakra. The domineering system timely affirmed her. Feeling the surge of power within her body and the newfound understanding of the palm technique, Hinata straightened her back. Hinata's father watched the increasingly bright light in his daughter's eyes, which he mistakenly interpreted as a resolute, while momentarily unsure of how to continue the reprimand. He realized that his usually timid daughter was exceptionally stubborn and opinionated when it came to Naruto Uzumaki. Is this change good or bad? He fell silent for a moment and waved his hand. You may go. Remember, you are the heir of the Hyūga clan. I think more about the family's reputation before acting. Yes, father. Hinata bowed and exited. Although she was reprimanded, she felt victorious, because her intention to protect Naruto-kun remained steadfast. Hinata's father watched his daughter's departing figure and rubbed his temples. It seemed that mere lecturing was ineffective. Perhaps the problem should be addressed at its source. After pondering for a moment, he instructed someone outside, go invite Naruto Uzumaki here. Soon after, Naruto, looking bewildered, was brought to the Hyūga family's mansion. Wow. Is this the renowned Hyūga clan of Konoha? This gate, this corridor, this sense of oppression. Uncle Mice's spirit quivered. Have I met the parents? So soon. I'm not ready yet. He was led to a tea room, where Hinata's father sat expressionless drinking tea. Sit. Hinata's father pointed to the seat opposite him. Naruto obediently sat down, his heart racing. What does this handsome old guy want? To warn me to stay away from his daughter? Or does he want to give me a check to stay away from Hinata? Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata's father put down his teacup, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on him. You have been getting close to Hinata lately. Ah yes. Naruto scratched his head, revealing the innocent smile. He had practiced. Hinata is my best friend. She often treats me to ramen and protects me. Best friend. Hinata's father's eyelids twitched slightly. He looked into Naruto's blue eyes, clear and straightforward, without a hint of impurity or the ferocity rumored about him. This made the warning words he had prepared momentarily stuck in his throat. He changed his approach. Hinata is the heir of the Hyūga clan. Her future path has long been predetermined. Do you understand? Naruto's heart sank. Here it comes, the classic scene. Am I not good enough for your daughter's subtle? He took a deep breath, the spirit of Uncle May within him starting to surface. Uncle Hisashi, I know Hinata is amazing and her status is high. But between friends, do we really need to differentiate status? Hinata treats me well, and I treat her well. Isn't that enough? His words were delivered with conviction, and combined with his youthful face, it left Hinata's father momentarily speechless. Hinata's father stared at him for a while, before slowly saying, Hinata has clashed with others multiple times, because of you, which is not the behavior of a lady. That's because others bullied me first. Naruto immediately retorted. Hinata was acting justly. She is a righteous partner. Uncle Hisashi, don't you think Hinata is cool like this? Cool. Hinata's father recalled the clean and decisive moves his daughter made, while fighting a stark contrast to her usual timid demeanor. Perhaps just a little bit. No. This is going off track. Hinata's father felt a slight headache. This kid looking foolish speaks quite smoothly. He waved his hand. Forget it. I called you here today just to remind you that when interacting with Hinata, you need to be measured and not bring her trouble. Oh. Naruto obediently nodded, but in his heart, he felt unconvinced. Trouble. Clearly it's your daughter's system that's actively looking for trouble. Leaving the Hyūga household, Naruto sighed with relief. It seems that this future father-in-law isn't as unapproachable as he imagined. Just a bit proud of his reputation. What he didn't know was after he left, Hinata's father sat alone in the tea room pondering for a long time. Best friend. He murmured to himself, Naruto Uzumaki. What kind of child are you? Then he secretly glanced at the corner of the ceiling where a trace of chakra energy lingered. My inner thoughts are numerous. Before you protected little Pepper. Now it's my daughter protecting your son. Are you guys doing well there? The first clash between father-in-law and son-in-law came to a temporary close in a strange act. Hinata's system showed no response, seemingly considering this minor scene unworthy of mention. On the way back, Naruto was still savoring the conversation he had just had. He felt he had performed well, clearly stating his position without provoking Hinata's father. However, he also knew that this was just the beginning. To truly gain recognition, he still needed to rely on his strength. As time gradually passed, Naruto and Hinata both reached the age of 7, nearing the official entry into the Ninja Academy. Naruto's hugging system level had slightly improved, and the daily task reward of chakra had increased from a negligible amount to a modest sum. The system space expanded to 15 square meters, featuring a very soft-looking lazy sofa. The system claimed it was for hugging and resting. Hinata's multiverse overlord system began issuing more tasks related to cultivating power and enhancing her own strength as her gentle fist technique grew increasingly refined and her Byakugan's insight steadily improved. Next to the throne in the system space, there was even a weapons rack which manifested several basic kunai and shuriken. Naruto continued to work hard for his hugging ambition. The third Hokage had nearly become desensitized to his relentless schemes, and the Hyūga guards had also grown accustomed to it, numb to it. Naruto began to set his sights on the broader sky. One day he practiced his kunai, throwing proficiency rewarded by the system in a small grove on the edge of the village. Indeed, the proficiency granted by the system was impressive, although his chakra amount could not match that of a Chunin. His aim with the kunai was exceptionally precise, hitting almost exactly where he intended, deliberately pretending to miss the roots of a tree. Just as he triumphantly aimed at a swirling falling leaf, a lazy voice sounded from above his head. Oh, not bad with the shuriken technique. Naruto was startled, almost losing his grip on the kunai. Looking up, he saw a man with a mask covering most of his face and a head of spiky silver hair, hanging upside down from a branch, holding a small book with an orange cover. The exposed eye curved into a crescent shape. Kakashi Hitaki, the future instructor. Naruto's heart raced. This was a big fish. An elite jonin. How many rewards would he get for a hug? He immediately displayed an innocent smile. Uncle, you're so amazing. How did you do that? Teach me. Kakashi closed Ika Paradise, jumped down from the tree and ruffled Naruto's messy golden hair. Well, this is just basic chakra application. But you kid managed to practice this well without anyone teaching you. You have quite the talent. He had already noticed this little fox boy, and the third Hokage had privately advised him to pay more attention. Today, seeing Naruto's kunai technique really surprised him. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am going to become Hokage. Naruto seized the opportunity to increase his rapport while stealthily inching closer, calculating the angle and timing to pounce for a hug. Hokage. An impressive dream. Kakashi smiled, a hint of scrutiny and a trace of subtle complexity in his exposed. I am the only one left to survive. Luckily, even if it means giving my life, I must protect him. It's now or never. Seeing Kakashi seemingly lost in thought, perhaps reminiscing, Naruto suddenly spread his arms wide and lunged. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Hug time. Who is Kakashi? An elite jonin with battle experience. Even when distracted, his Boda's instinctive reaction was astonishingly quick. Naruto found himself empty-handed, almost colliding with a tree due to his forward momentum. Meanwhile, Kakashi had already appeared several meters behind him, flipping open Ika Paradise, as if nothing had happened. Oh dear little friend, don't just pounce on strangers, it's dangerous. Kakashi spoke lazily, yet his gaze held a hint of this kid. That last move was not slow. Moreover, a hug. What a strange quirk. Ding. Hug targets evasion skill, too high. Hug failed. System prompt. Naruto internally wailed. I knew it. None of these jonin are easy targets. Unwilling to accept defeat, he turned around, forcing a smile. Uncle, your reflexes are amazing. Let me hug you just once. Kakashi looked at Naruto's persistent demeanor and found it somewhat amusing. He squatted down, making eye contact with Naruto. Naruto, right. Let me share one of a ninja's rules with you. Never easily expose your back and your front to unfamiliar people. But uncle, you're not a bad person. Naruto continued to play innocent. Bad people don't have their intentions written on their faces. Kakashi tapped his forehead lightly. Alright, I have tasks to attend to. I must leave now. If I see you randomly pouncing on people again, I might just tell Lord Hokage. With that, a loud bang followed by a puff of white smoke, and Kakashi vanished. Damn it. The jonin's body flicker technique is impressive. Naruto jumped in frustration. The duck he was about to catch had flown away. He trudged back, feeling dejected, internally complaining, these elite ninjas have their guard up way too high. Do I really have to wait until we are familiar before I can hug? Meanwhile, Kakashi appeared in the Hokage's office, reporting his mission to the third Hokage. Also, I encountered that Nine-Tails kid, Uzumaki. Naruto, Kakashi said. Oh, what happened with Naruto? The third Hokage looked up. He has some talent with shuriken techniques. Kakashi paused, then added, but his behavior is a bit strange. He seemed hugging. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face flushed red, and he coughed twice at him. Well, he's still just a child lacking affection. I understand. Kakashi squinted, finding the third Hokage's reaction somewhat suspicious. However, he didn't dwell on it, and left after. Naruto's failed attempt to hug Kakashi somehow reached Hinata. Perhaps her Overlord system detected Naruto's emotion. The next day, Hinata found Naruto, her small face serious, as she said, Naruto-kun, that masked ninja with white hair is very dangerous. You shouldn't get close to him. Naruto, how did you know I wanted to hug Kakashi? Her system is truly different. So scary. In Hinata's mind, the Overlord system coldly prompted detected potential high-risk unit Kakashi Hitaki attempting to approach the target of investment marked. Advise host to strengthen vigilance. Hinata nodded vigorously. Yes. I will protect Naruto-kun. Naruto looked at Hinata's serious little face, feeling a warm sensation in his heart, yet also a bit amused. Well, now, even the future teacher has been classified as a dangerous character by the financial backer system. His path to hugs is truly long and arduous. However, Naruto is not one to give up easily. Kakashi, just you wait. Once I join Team 7 and spend every day with you, I'll find the opportunity to hug you. Naruto clenched his small fist, his eyes burning with determination toward hugs. Meanwhile, far away in a training ground, Kakashi, watching Ika Paradise, suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill on his back. Tomorrow marks the day when the Ninja Academy opens its doors. Naruto lay on his rickety bed, tossing and turning like a fish frying in a pan. On one hand, he felt excitement. He was finally about to officially step into the world of ninjas. He would learn ninjutsu systematically and meet more classmates, potential hugging targets. On the other hand, he felt anxious. His hugging ambitions were progressing slowly. He couldn't hug any advanced ninjas, and among his peers, apart from Hinata, he hadn't hugged anyone else. Moreover, Hinata wasn't even officially a ninja yet. System, the school starts tomorrow. Is there any starter pack or limited time mission available? Naruto called out, inwardly resembling a student cramming last minute before an exam. Ding detected that the host is about to embark on a new journey, issuing a limited-time challenge mission. Schoolyard first hug. Mission requirements: successfully hug 3 different classmates on the first day of school, only for new students at the Ninja Academy. Mission rewards: moderate increase in chakra, slight increase in illusion resistance, and expansion of system space by 5 square meters. Failure penalty: none. However, the host will miss a golden opportunity to become stronger. Naruto shot up like a carp, jumping out of the water, his eyes wide open. 3 classmates. Moderate increase in chakra. Space expansion. Let's do this. He immediately began to formulate a battle plan. First, he made a list in his mind. Hinata, that definitely counts as 1. That's a sure thing. But I wonder if she would shy away and faint. Choji looks a bit naive. Maybe I could tempt him with some food, and it might work. Choji, how about I give you some chips if you let me hug you? Shikamaru, that guy finds it troublesome. I need to think of a way. Shikamaru, just stand still, and let me hug you, and I promise I won't bother you again. Kiba and Akamaru. Hugging Kiba comes with a Bionegatone free deal for dogs. Wait a minute, the system says to hug classmates, but Akamaru is a dog, so he doesn't count as a classmate, right? What a pity. Sasuke, never mind, that prideful one is too difficult. I'll save him for the ultimate challenge target. Would it be inappropriate to hug a girl? But the system didn't specify a gender. Can I hug you? No, that sounds too much like a creep. Naruto scratched his head, feeling that the plan needed to be more meticulous. He jumped off the bed and practiced the hugging posture in front of the air. First smile, then open your arms, be quick, and look natural. Dear host, it is advisable not to show too deliberate a smile, as it might scare the little kids. The system reminded him in a timely manner. Mind your own business. Naruto muttered to the air, I'm working hard to become stronger. Meanwhile, at the Hyūga household, Hinata also received main storyline mission issued: Academy Domination early stage. Mission requirements: ensure that the investment target Uzumaki Naruto is not bullied during his time at the Ninja Academy, maintain his academic performance at a satisfactory level, and initially establish a small group centered around him. Stage 1 rewards based on completion. Level rewards include a slight increase in Byakugan purity insights into Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms, and 1 random ninjutsu scroll. Failure penalty: none. However, the path to domination will be fraught with thorns. Hinata looked at the mission list, clenched her small fist, her eyes filled with determination, as if she was preparing for battle. Protecting Naruto-kun was something she had decided long ago. If anyone dared to bully Naruto-kun, she would. She would teach them a lesson with her newly learned 8 trigrams palm, maintaining above-average academic performance. Naruto-kun is so smart, Hinata am. He will definitely be fine. If he falls behind, then I will. Let him borrow my notes to look at. Establishing a small group. Does that mean making friends with more people? It's a bit difficult, but for Naruto-kun she will try her best. She thought for a moment, and took some more money from her little savings, planning to bring more snacks tomorrow. Shikamaru-kun likes shogi, Choji-kun likes snacks, Kiba-kun likes dogs. Hinata muttered softly, carefully noting each person's preferences. It is recommended that the host maintain a cool image and conquer them with strength and resources. The domineering system coldly suggested. But, Hinata twisted her fingers. Would giving them snacks be too obvious? Strong individuals do not need to explain. Hinata. She felt that the system had a point, yet something felt off. Meanwhile, other clans in Konoha had their own thoughts. In the Nara household, Shikamaru was reminded by his father Shikaku at school. Observe more especially that Uzumaki Naruto and Hyūga Hinata, they seem a bit special. Shikamaru let out a yawn. This is such a drag. Can't we skip school? No, you can't. Shikaku calmly flipped a page of his book and added, I also heard that the young lady of the Hyūga clan is recently collecting the preferences of various clan heirs. Shikamaru immediately became alert. She wouldn't be thinking of, would she? This is troublesome, so troublesome. In the Akimichi household, Choji's father patted his son's shoulder. At school, eat as much as you want. Oh, by the way, if that girl from the Hyūga household gives you food again, remember to say thank you. Choji nodded vigorously with chips stuffed in his mouth. Oh, the snacks Hinata gives are all delicious. In Izuka household, Kiba excitedly said to Akamaru, tomorrow we can make many new friends. I must make sure everyone remembers how awesome we are. Woof woof. Akamaru happily wagged his tail. Uchiha household, Sasuke was polishing the shuriken gifted by his brother, only thinking about the practice his brother promised him. School. It's just a necessary step. He didn't want to bother with those boring classmates at all. At Haruno household, Sakura and Ino were arguing about what to wear tomorrow. Sasuke-kun will definitely like this skirt of mine. Sakura twirled in front of the mirror. No way. My hair accessory is obviously cuter. Ino retorted. The two girls glared at each other, completely oblivious to the exasperated look on Haruno Sakura's face nearby. In the teacher's office, Iruka was organizing the lesson plans for tomorrow. I hope this batch of students will be easier to manage. He silently prayed, his mind involuntarily drifting to that golden-haired child Naruto. I wonder if he is ready to embrace school life. At that moment, Naruto had once again returned to his bed, but he was so excited that he couldn't sleep at all. He checked his system space one last time. Inside were some snacks that Hinata had given him, a few practice shuriken, and that pink lazy sofa. Ninja Academy. Hehe. Naruto grinned widely, revealing a row of small white teeth. Just wait, Uzumaki Naruto Hinata is coming. Not only will I become Hokage, but I will also be the greatest hugging master in Konoha. He could already envision a beautiful future where he was surrounded by hugs literally, and his chakra surged dramatically. With his left arm around Choji, his right arm hugging Kiba, and Hinata on his back. Wait a minute, something seems off about. Filled with anticipation for tomorrow and a mischievous urge, Naruto finally fell into a deep sleep, a suspicious smile lingering on his lips. What he didn't know was that the female system in his mind and the male system in Hinata's mind had a brief exchange in the quiet. Female voice, starting tomorrow the host will enter the main storyline. I'm a bit excited. Male voice, protect him well. Female voice, got it. By the way, is your host preparing so many snacks to open a convenience store? Male voice, strategic keep an eye on your host too, don't just pounce on anyone. Female voice, mind your own business. We are a serious power-up system. The communication was cut off. Under the night sky, Konoha was tranquil and peaceful. On the day of the school opening, the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy was bustling with voices. Parents were earnestly giving their instructions while the children were excited and jubilant, making the scene quite lively. Naruto, dressed in a faded old outfit, stood with his hands on his hips, observing the little ones with a sense of superiority reminiscent of Uncle Ming ran in his heart. A bunch of little kids, let this uncle show you how to complete the hugging mission at school. His gaze scanned the crowd like a radar, locking onto potential targets. The first to catch his eye was Hinata, quietly standing in the corner, occasionally stealing glances at him. Target number 1. Next was Choji, being dragged into school by Shikamaru, looking reluctant while holding a bag of chips. Target number 2, can be tempted with food. Then there was Sasuke, surrounded by a group of little girls looking cool. This one, high difficulty, temporarily pass. And there was Kiba happily playing with Akamaru, looking full of energy. Target number 3. Or should I count Akamaru as well? Buy one get one free. Naruto rubbed his hands together, feeling the mission was close to completion. The enrollment ceremony was quite simple. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rambled on for an hour about the will of fire. Teacher Irika then spoke for another half hour before the class division. As expected, the main characters were all placed in the same class: Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Kibashino. Sitting in the classroom, Naruto didn't listen to what Teacher Irika was saying about the will of fire. His mind was occupied with planning how to naturally complete the first school hug. As soon as the bell rang for recess, the opportunity arose. Naruto was the first to leap from his seat, his target clear, a Kimichi Choji. Choji was sitting in his seat, happily opening another bag of chips. Choji. Naruto flashed what he considered his friendliest smile and approached. Your chips look really delicious. Choji, feeling cautious, hugged the chips tightly. This is the last bag. I won't snatch yours. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, continuing to move closer. I just think you look so happy eating them. I want to share in that happiness. Come on, let's hug. As he said this, he opened his arms to hug. Although Choji loved food, he wasn't slow to react, especially when it came to protecting his snacks. His chubby body quickly shrank back, dodging Naruto's attack, while muttering, "No. You smell weird." Naruto. I just took a shower yesterday. Okay, maybe it's the musty smell from my room. Ding. Hug target, a Kimichi. Choji resisted for unknown reasons. Hug failed. An inauspicious start. Naruto was undeterred, turning his gaze toward Kiba, who was whispering with Akamaru. Kiba. Naruto approached with a "we're good buddies" expression. Your dog is so cute. Can I pet him? And while I'm at it, can I hug you too? Kiba looked pleased. Hihi, Akamaru is the best. But, he twitched his nose, frowning. You smell like a fox, right? Akamaru doesn't seem to like it. Woof woof. Akamaru barked in agreement, shrinking back behind Kiba. Naruto's outstretched hand froze in mid. Fox smell? You can smell that. Does the jinchuriki buff have this side effect? Ding. Hug target, Inuzuka. Kiba and his ninja dog rejected due to odor. Hug failed. 2 consecutive failures. Naruto was getting anxious and looked at Shikamaru, who was yawning on his desk. Shikamaru. As soon as he opened his mouth, Shikamaru lazily lifted his eyelids. No, that's too troublesome. Naruto. I haven't even said what I wanted to do yet. Whatever it is, it's definitely troublesome. Shikamaru turned to lie down again, like hugging or something. Just forget it. Naruto. Can this guy read minds? Ding. Hug target, Nara. Shikamaru predicted your action and declined. It's over. All 3 targets have been eliminated. Naruto felt like crying. Why were these classmates so hard to deal with? Whatever happened to those innocent little kids? At that moment, a girl with pink hair, Sakura Haruno, and her friend Ino Yamanaka were quietly arguing over who could sit next to Sasuke. Sakura. Ino. Naruto rushed over, as if he had seen a lifeline. The 2 girls turned around simultaneously, and upon seeing Naruto, both made faces of disgust. Go away, Naruto. Don't bother us. Yeah, Blondie, stay away. Naruto shamelessly replied, it looks like you need help. I can help you decide who sits where, and in return, how about a hug? Pervert. Creep. The 2 girls shouted in unison, simultaneously raising their fists, although they were just the fists of ordinary little girls, scaring Naruto into a panic. Ding. Hug target, Sakura Haruno. Ino Yamanaka rejected due to subjective dislike. Hug failed. Despair. Despair over this world, full of discriminatory little kids. Naruto returned to his seat, feeling utterly despondent. Hinata, who had been secretly watching him, saw Naruto repeatedly facing setbacks, her small face filled with worry. She didn't understand why Naruto-kun suddenly wanted to hug others, but she knew he was very unhappy right now. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a beautifully packaged box of dango she had just bought from her backpack. Walking over to Naruto's seat, her face slightly flushed, her voice soft yet clear. Naruto-kun, this is for you. Don't be sad. Looking at the dango Hinata had handed over and her concerned expression, Naruto was so touched he nearly cried. Hinata, you're such an angel. He took the dango and instinctively opened his arms to hug Hinata. Thank you. Hinata, you're the best. Soft and fragrant, the hug was a success. Ding. Hugging classmate Hyūga Hinata succeeded. Task completion rate, 13. Reward partially released chakra slightly increased. Hearing the notification sound, Naruto felt a bit better. At least he had completed one. Meanwhile, Hinata, who had been suddenly hugged, froze, her entire body becoming stiff as her face turned beet red, steam seeming to rise from her head. Her mind went blank, with only the cold and emotionless prompt from the system ringing in her ears. Detected intimate contact with investment target, relationship level raised. Reward chakra slightly increased. Nearby classmates all looked over. Sasuke glanced at them, snorted, and said, "Idiot." Sakura and Ino were dumbfounded. Hinata and Naruto. Kiba whistled, "Wow." Choji was still eating chips. Shikamaru sighed, "This is indeed troublesome." Teacher Iruka watched this scene with a slight headache, but also a hint. The headache was because Naruto was indeed restless, but the relief came from. It seemed that there were some classmates who didn't Naruto released Hinata, looking at her nearly fainting expression, awkwardly scratching his head and smiling. Regardless of everything, 1/3 of the mission was complete. There is still hope. He looked at the remaining classmates in the classroom, his gaze finally landing on the low-profile Shino Aburame. Naruto placed his last hope on Shino Aburame. This classmate, wearing sunglasses and a high-collared coat, stayed quiet all day, barely speaking, with an extremely low presence. He seemed easier to talk to. Naruto took a deep breath, put on his friendly smile again, and approached Shino, who was sitting alone in a corner reading. Shino. Naruto ventured cautiously. Shino looked up, his sunglasses reflecting the light, his expression unreadable. "Can I help you, Naruto Uzumaki?" His voice was steady without a ripple. "I just thought. You look really cool." Naruto began, awkwardly flattering. "Let's be friends. Come on, a hug to seal our friendship." With that, he spread his arms again. Shino didn't move, only said calmly, "I'm not used to physical contact." "Just one. Quick." Naruto leaned in. The instant Naruto was about to touch Shino, several black parasitic insects suddenly crawled out from Shino's collar and sleeves, forming a faint barrier around his body. Naruto's movements froze instantly. Bugs. So many bugs. The soul of Uncle Mingren feared nothing in heaven or earth, but this dense mass of tiny insects made him a bit uneasy. If he hugged him, wouldn't he be covered in them? "Sorry. I'm out." Naruto backed off, immediately retreating repeatedly. Ding. Hug target Shino Aburame activated insect wall defense. Hug failed. The system prompt sounded with a hint of helplessness. Naruto was completely deflated. The last target had failed too. That Shino guy actually used bugs as defense. That was cheating. The timed mission first hug at school ended with a dismal score of only 13. The reward flew away, and Naruto's heart bled. He slumped back to his seat, dejected. Not even the dumplings from Hinata could lift his spirits. Hinata watched Naruto's downcast look with great sympathy. She thought for a moment, then walked over to the seats near Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Taking several boxes of premium pastries provided by the social funds of the CEO system from her bag, she placed them on their desks. "Please have some," Hinata said softly, trying to make her tone sound natural. I hope everyone can get along well with Naruto." Shikamaru looked at the pastries on the desk, then at the dejected Naruto and the expectant Hinata, and sighed, "Ah." Choji was delighted. "Thank you, Hinata. These pastries look delicious." Kiba scratched his head. "Since you put it that way. As long as he doesn't suddenly pounce on me or upset Akamaru, I guess I can Shino adjusted his sunglasses. "I have no objection. After all, he had bugs for protection." Hinata's efforts barely opened a small door for Naruto, though they were still far from forming a clique. In the afternoon, there were simple physical fitness tests and chakra sensing tests. Naruto performed moderately in the physical test, deliberately holding back to avoid drawing too much attention. Mingren, play the pig to eat the tiger, start young. The chakra sensing test was to check if one could sense and extract chakra. This was no challenge for Naruto. He actually had a fair amount of chakra. The system had secretly rewarded him quite a bit, but he controlled himself to only show a barely passing level. Sasuke, unsurprisingly, was the genius of this class, excelling in physical fitness, shuriken, and chakra sensing, drawing screams of admiration from Sakura and Ino. Hinata's performance surprised Iruka and Mizuki. Her physical fitness, especially her flexibility and the rudimentary form of a certain palm technique, gentle fist, were outstanding, and her chakra reserves far exceeded her peers, but her personality was too introverted and shy. The day's lessons finally ended. On the way home, Naruto was still listless. The failure of the hug mission had hit him hard. Shikamaru ambled over to him and yawned. "Hey, Naruto." "What?" Naruto replied grumpily. "Why are you so desperate to hug people?" Shikamaru squinted. "It can't really be because you're starved for affection, right? Doesn't the third Hokage care about you?" Naruto's heart skipped a beat. This guy Shikamaru's observation was too sharp. He stammered, "None of your business. Can't I just like expressing friendship?" Shikamaru glanced at him, didn't press further, and simply said, "There are many ways to express friendship. Your method of suddenly pouncing on people is too direct and will scare them. Especially." He glanced at Sasuke, walking ahead, "some guys with huge egos." Naruto fell into thought. Shikamaru continued, "Besides, you picked the wrong targets. Choji is protective of his food. Kiba trusts Akamaru's nose. Shino has bugs. Sakura and Ino only have eyes for Sasuke. You were walking right into a trap. Then what should I do?" Naruto asked humbly. The Nara family's intelligence was too good to waste. Shikamaru yawned again, troublesome. The simplest way is to start with the easiest. For example, he glanced at Kiba, who was playing with Akamaru. Win over Akamaru first. Dogs are easier to please than humans. Naruto's eyes lit up. That made sense. If he couldn't hug Kiba, he could hug Akamaru. The system didn't say it had to be a human. Shikamaru, you're a genius. Naruto excitedly slapped Shikamaru's shoulder. Shikamaru dodged in disgust. Don't touch me, troublesome. I've told you the method to figure it out yourself. With that, he shoved his hands in his pockets and walked away lazily. Naruto watched Shikamaru's retreating figure, then looked at Akamaru playing with Kiba, and his fighting spirit reignited. Right? He needed to broaden his thinking. The hug targets didn't have to be limited to humans. He already began fantasizing about hugging fluffy Akamaru, watching his chakra skyrocket. Meanwhile, Hinata, walking ahead, overheard Naruto and Shikamaru's conversation, and secretly noted Naruto-kun likes to express friendship through hugs, but his method needs improvement. Also, she needed to maintain good relations with Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, which would help Naruto-kun integrate into the group. The CEO system silently recorded acquired critical intelligence targets, behavior patterns, and social strategies. Analyzing. Suggesting host continue providing resource support and appropriately guide the target toward milder social methods. Hinata nodded firmly. For Naruto-kun, she would work hard. Sasuke walked at the front, listening to the chatter of the noisy bunch behind him, especially the topic of hugs, and curled his lip. A bunch of idiots. He didn't need such boring friendship. He only needed his brother's company. What was his brother so busy? Under the evening sky of Konoha, the new generation of seedlings, each harboring their own thoughts, headed in different directions. Naruto's hug campaign, after a setback, seemed to have found a new breakthrough. With Lumaris' guidance, Naruto reorganized his spirit and devised a detailed Komaru conquest plan. The first step to win Kimura's favor. The next day, Naruto used the pocket money that Hinata gave him. Life is good to buy the highest quality dog food and chew toys. During the break, he found Komaru playing with Kiba. Instead of rushing in like yesterday, he maintained a certain distance, shaking the bag of dog food in his hand and showing a friendly smile. Komaru looked delicious food. Kimura's nose twitched, and its ears perked up, clearly attracted by the aroma of high-quality dog food. However, it was still a bit wary, hiding behind Kiba's legs and peeking out. Kiba crossed his arms and said, "Hey Naruto, what do you want to do again?" "Nothing much." Naruto replied innocently, "I just think Komaru is cute and want to be friends." "Come on, Komaru, give." He carefully poured some dog food onto the clean ground. Komaru looked at Kiba, then glanced at the dog food. Ultimately, the temptation of food overcame its wariness as it cautiously approached, sniffed, and then happily began to eat. "Hee, tasty, right?" Naruto slowly moved closer, tentatively reaching out to pat Kimura's head. This time Komaru did not shy away, instead rubbing against his palm comfortably. Success! Naruto felt ecstatic inside. Kiba watched as Komaru was won over, feeling a bit dissatisfied, but did not stop him. After all, Naruto seemed harmless, and Komaru appeared to enjoy the dog food. In the following days, Naruto continuously bribed Komaru with snacks, quickly becoming familiar with him. Whenever Komaru saw him, it would wag its tail and actively come over to rub against him. The time was ripe. One day, Naruto once again brought dog food to find Komaru. Just as Komaru was happily eating, he seized the opportunity and scooped Komaru up. Woof woof. Komaru was startled and barked a couple of times, but upon smelling the familiar scent and feeling comfortable in Naruto's arms, Naruto had secretly practiced the technique of holding a pillow. It quickly calmed down, even licking Naruto's face. Ding. Successfully embraced the ninja dog Komaru. Validity confirmed. Task completion rate 23. Reward partially released, minor increase in chakra. The system prompt sounded. Naruto was so excited that he almost jumped up. He succeeded. Although he was hugging a dog, the system recognized it. Kiba, watching from the side, was dumbfounded. "Hey, Naruto, why are you hugging my Komaru? Komaru and I are good friends. What's wrong with a hug?" Naruto justified himself, holding onto the fluffy Komaru tightly. Not to mention it felt great. Plus his chakra really increased. Kiba was speechless, but seeing that Komaru didn't seem to mind, he had to let it go. Having won over Komaru, Naruto's confidence soared. There was only one last target left. He turned his gaze back to Akimichi Choji. This time he changed his strategy. He no longer directly asked for a hug, but began to tactically win over Choji with food. Today he shared some high-grade candy that Hinata gave him, and tomorrow he invited him to eat a skewer of dango. Choji's attitude towards Naruto noticeably improved, shifting from initial wariness to a person who gives me food. Feeling that the timing was right, after inviting Choji to finish a large bag of barbecue-flavored chips, Naruto casually said, "Choji, aren't we good friends?" Choji, with his mouth full of chips, nodded vigorously. "Yeah, you're the best, Naruto. Then shouldn't we celebrate our friendship as good?" Naruto guided him. "How do we celebrate?" Choji asked in confusion. "For example, a hug." Naruto revealed his intentions. Choji hesitated for a moment, looking at the empty chip bag in his hand, then at Naruto's sincere gaze, and finally nodded. "Alright, just once." Naruto was overjoyed, immediately stepping forward and giving Choji a strong hug, almost not managing to lift him. Ding. Successfully embraced the classmate Akimichi Choji. Task completion rate 33. Time-limited challenge task, first hug in school completed. Rewards released, moderate increase in chakra. Minor increase in illusion resistance. The system space expanded by 5 square meters. A powerful warm current surged into Naruto's body, and he could clearly feel a significant increase in his total chakra. His mind also seemed clearer. Illusion resistance. The system space instantly became 20 square meters, adding an area where flowers and plants could be grown, although Naruto had no interest in that. Awesome. So awesome. Naruto felt his body brimming with strength, eager to find a place to test his surging chakra. Choji was bewildered by the unexpected hug, muttering, such a strange way to celebrate. But given the new chips, he let it go. Thus Naruto finally completed the challenging first day hug task at school. Although the process was winding, the outcome was on Hinata's side. Her ramen diplomacy and snack offensive also began to show results. She often invited Naruto to eat ramen, and sometimes Shikamaru and Choji would be dragged along by Naruto. More people, more fun. Kiba, seeing the food, frequently brought Kamaru along. Shino would occasionally appear, silently sitting in a corner. Thus in front of the Ichiraku ramen stand a scene often unfolded: the eldest daughter of the Hyūga family treating, while Uzumaki, Naruto, Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji, Inuzuka, Kiba, Kamaru, and Yamanaka Ino, a group of distinctly styled kids, sat in a row slurping ramen. The hand-pulled noodle uncle looked at this strange combination with a smile, occasionally giving them extra servings. Although Shikamaru complained about the trouble, he couldn't resist the free ramen. Choji raised both hands in agreement. Kiba found the lively atmosphere fun. As for Shino, his presence. Hinata watched the small group gathered around Naruto. Although there weren't many people, it was finally a start, making her very happy. The boss system also gave its approval. Initial team cohesion has begun to take shape, investment showing results. Reward: minor increase in Byakugan insight. Only Sasuke remained forever aloof, looking down on Naruto's noisy group. Sakura and Ino watched from a distance, both envious of Hinata's ability to approach Naruto so naturally and indirectly get closer to Sasuke. Naruto didn't care what others thought. He was living the good life now, with ramen to eat, chakra rising, and friendship. Oh no, it was friendship. Plus there was fluffy Kamaru to cuddle. The first step in pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Integrating into the group, though in a bizarre way, could barely be considered a success. The Ninja Academy courses gradually settled into a routine: academic classes, physical training, shuriken, throwing. Naruto still performed mediocrely in academic classes, concealed his true ability in physical training, and only barely achieved a passing grade in shuriken class, though in truth, he could hit the target with his eyes closed, purposely missing a few times. He kept firmly to the principle of playing the fool to catch the wise, determined not to reveal himself too early. But there was one class he could hardly conceal his true ability: the practical combat class. That day Iruka Sensei announced a simple taijutsu sparring exercise in pairs. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke was the center of everyone's attention. His movements were swift and precise, effortlessly taking down several opponents, drawing cheers from the girls. Naruto was paired with an ordinary boy. He controlled his strength and speed, exchanging blows with his opponent in a seemingly back-and-forth battle, finally, narrowly, winning and appearing, gasping for breath. Iruka watched Naruto's performance and nodded, thinking that although the boy seemed average in talent, he was very hardworking. However, there was always an unexpected event. One pair was Hinata against a usually mischievous boy who liked to bully the weak, Kimura Maru. Kimura Maru knew that Hinata was the young lady of the Hyūga clan, so he was a bit hesitant to go all out, but he also wanted to show off in front of his classmates. So he used some cheap tricks like pulling her clothes, shoving, and muttering dirty words. Hee, young lady with such delicate skin, don't cry if you get hurt. Hinata by nature just passively defended, at first retreating step by step. Naruto watched from the side, frowning. This kid asking for a beating, wasn't he? He prepared that if that kid went too far, he would find an opportunity to accidentally use the newly learned invisibility technique, a low-level application rewarded by the system, to set him up. But someone acted faster than him. Or rather, the system within Hinata reacted more fiercely. Warning. Detected hostile unit, provoking investment, target potential associate with words and actions. Triggering emergency protection mission, overwhelm the provocateur with absolute power, establish authority. The CEO system's voice was cold and authoritative. Hinata, who had been retreating with timid eyes, suddenly stopped. She raised her head, and a sharp glint flashed in her pure white eyes, as if an invisible aura radiated from her entire body. Kimura Maru was startled by Hinata's sudden change, his movements faltering. Hinata's footwork changed. It was no longer the starting stance of the Hyūga-style gentle fist, but a more direct and ferocious charge. Her small body instantly closed in on Kimura Maru, and before he could react, one hand precisely grabbed his pushing wrist, while the other hand formed a knife hand strike, imbued with a faint but sharp chakra, directly thrusting toward his chest. Thump. A dull sound. Kimura Maru felt his chest go numb, as if hit hard by something. He staggered back 7 or 8 steps, fell on his bottom, and couldn't catch his breath for a long time, tears streaming out. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Hinata, who maintained the knife hand pose, her eyes cold and sharp, accentuated by the system. Is this the same Hinata Hyūga who was shy even to speak? That move just now was fast and fierce, completely unlike her usual style. Iruka was also stunned, quickly stepping forward to check on Kimura Maru. He found that chakra had temporarily blocked his breath, but nothing serious, though he was clearly terrified. Hinata, that was too rough, Iruka said sternly. The coldness in Hinata's eyes quickly faded, and she turned back into the timid little girl. She lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Sorry, Iruka Sensei. Too didn't mean it. She really didn't mean it. It was as if the system had suddenly taken control of her body. Naruto was also dumbfounded. Holy crap. That move by Hinata was awesome. This CEO system, it's really something. Sasuke looked at Hinata, his eyes narrowing slightly. The Hyūga clan's gentle fist. It seemed a bit different. Sakura and Ino were even more wide-mouthed, unable to believe their eyes. Shikamaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully looking at Hinata and Naruto, who was wearing an expression of amazement beside her. Trouble. It seemed to be getting more and more troublesome. Ding. Protection mission completed. Overwhelmed the provocateur with absolute superiority, effectively deterring potential threats. Reward preliminary insight into gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Chakra slightly increased. The CEO system settled the rewards. Hinata felt the changes in her body, her feelings complex. She didn't like fighting, but the feeling of protecting herself in matters related to Naruto-kun didn't seem so bad. After school as expected, Hyūga was summoned to the school again. Looking at the tearful parents of Kimura Maru and his daughter, who bowed her head in apology, but with no regret in her eyes, Hyūga felt his blood pressure rise again. He took a deep breath, put on his formulaic smile again, apologized, paid for medical expenses and compensation. After seeing off the parents, Hyūga looked at Hinata and said in a deep voice, again for that Uzumaki Naruto. Hinata defended in a small voice. He said some very nasty things. So you struck him that hard? Hyūga frowned. I couldn't control my strength. Hinata told the truth. It was the system that couldn't control itself. Hyūga looked at his daughter and suddenly realized that she really seemed different from before. Although she still blushed and apologized, there was a new sharpness and assertiveness deep in her eyes that hadn't been there before. This change made him as a father feel very conflicted. He finally just sighed. Go on. Remember, power is meant to protect, not to bully. Yes, father. Hinata withdrew. Hyūga rubbed his temples, feeling that the family's money-losing asset, or his daughter, was becoming harder to manage. And why did it seem like the frequency of compensation payments was increasing? Meanwhile, Naruto was excitedly discussing with Hinata about her cool strike today. Hinata, you were amazing just that Kimura Maru, he deserved it. Hinata blushed. It's not that amazing. But Naruto changed his tone, lowering his voice. Next time go a little easier, or Iruka Sensei will call your father again. Hinata thought of her father's apologetic demeanor and nodded guiltily. I understand. But the CEO system in her mind disapproved provocateurs must pay the price. Compensation is a necessary investment. Naruto looked at Hinata feeling pleased. Having a CEO companion who could both treat him to meals and protect him. This soft rice. No, this friendship was just wonderful. He began to look forward to the rest of school life. Perhaps on the path of playing the fool, it might be fun to occasionally watch Hinata protect her man with such authority. As for Sasuke, on his way home for the first time, he felt a genuine curiosity toward that dead last, Naruto, and the strange Hinata Hyūga by his side. As soon as the school bell rang, Naruto rushed out with his backpack. Today was a good day. He not only completed the daily mooch ramen from Hinata quest, earning soft rice points, but also managed to hug Choji after he finished the Senbei. Naruto gave him chakra 1. His heart was brimming with joy. Humming a horribly off-key rendition of the Naruto theme song Ming Ren's version, he took a shortcut through Training Ground 3 on his way home. As soon as he stepped into the field, he heard a thunderous roar and the heavy thudding of feet against the ground. Oh, this is Youth. Lee. Today's goal is 500 laps around the Leaf Village on our hands. If we don't finish well, do 2,000 push-ups. Yes, Sensei. Burn Youth. Naruto's mouth twitched as he looked up. A thick-browed man in a green jumpsuit, his eyebrows as bushy as caterpillars, and a boy with a bowl cut in an identical green jumpsuit were both running on their hands in the sunset, leaving sparkling arcs of sweat behind them. Might Guy and Rock Lee. Ming Ren's memories instantly surged. These were the infamous hug-obsessed master and disciple from the original story. Especially Guy, the king of youth. His enthusiastic hugs could crack ribs. A brilliant idea lit up in Naruto's mind like a light bulb. System, quick, issue a quest. Hug that green jumpsuit thick-browed guy. Naruto screamed internally. He's a cage-level powerhouse. A legend in the world of embraces. One hug from him would be a massive boost. Ding. Detected the host's strong will. Triggered special challenge quest, the embrace of youth. Quest requirements: successfully hug the proud blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy Jonin, for no less than 5 seconds. Quest rewards: significant improvement in taijutsu talent, key to the 8 gates, gate of opening fragment, 110 moderate increase in chakra. Failure penalty none. But the host will miss the chance to experience true youth. 8 gates. Taijutsu talent. Naruto's eyes turned red. The rewards were too generous. He had to get that hug. He quickly straightened his clothes, though they were still ragged, rubbed his face, and adjusted his expression to the brightest, most youthful grin he could muster. Then he charged toward the 2 green figures still running on their hands. Sensei. Naruto shouted, waving his arms as he ran, his voice brimming with feigned admiration. Guy and Lee simultaneously executed a graceful backflip and landed steadily. Guy raised a bushy eyebrow at the yellow-haired boy running toward him. Oh, young man, you know me. Of course. Naruto stopped in front of him, looking up with sparkling eyes. You are the blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy Sensei. I've heard your passion for youth, your dedication to taijutsu. They've deeply inspired me. This flattery made Guy's heart bloom. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Well said, young man. You have great taste. That's right, this is youth. Beside him, little Lee was moved to tears. This student truly understands us. Naruto struck while the iron was hot, opening his arms wide and speaking with the most sincere self-proclaimed tone. Sensei, please give me a hug full of youth. Let me feel the power of youth. Based on Ming Ren's knowledge of Guy, such an enthusiastic request would normally be accepted without hesitation, and Guy would even give a lethal hug with deep emotion. However, Guy looked at Naruto's open arms, his bright smile freezing for a moment. He instinctively stepped back half a step, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and assumed a defensive posture. Young man, I feel your passion. But, Guy's expression turned awkward. A hug. Let's skip it. Naruto. Little Lee was also stunned. Sensei. Guy cleared his throat twice and pointed at Naruto. Well, young man, are you, by any chance, the one everyone calls Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto's heart skipped a beat. Yes, that's me. Guy made a conflicted face. Well, I heard you've been kind of into hugging people at school lately. Naruto. Holy crap. Word spreads that fast. Even Guy knows. Guy scratched his watermelon-like hair, looking uncharacteristically embarrassed. Though youth needs passionate expression, but, between boys, overly intimate contact still requires a sense of propriety. And, he lowered his voice, I heard that after you hug someone you make a really weird smile. Naruto. That was my reaction to the system notification. It was the joy of getting stronger. Who started that rumor? Ding. The hug target has concerns due to hearing the host's bad reputation. Hug failed. Naruto was dumbfounded. This wasn't the script. Where was the hug-obsessed maniac? Why did he shrink back when it was his turn? He refused to give up and tried again. Sensei. Just one hug. One is enough. I promise I won't laugh. No. Guy waved his hands repeatedly, his expression stern. Youth's sweat must be exchanged with sweat, and effort not hugs. Young man, if you truly yearn for youth, run on your hands with me. Start with 100 laps to warm up. Without further ado, he grabbed Naruto's ankles and lifted him upside down. Wah! Let me go? Naruto screamed in fright. Come on, young man. Feel youth from an upside-down perspective. Guy shouted enthusiastically, then began running on his hands while dragging Naruto along. Naruto was jostled, dizzy, tears streaming in his heart. He didn't get a hug, but instead got conscripted. This wasn't what Little Lee jogged alongside, cheering for Naruto. Hang in there, classmate. Perseverance is youth. Naruto. In the end, thanks to his system-worded, resilient constitution, Naruto barely managed to endure 20 laps of being dragged upside down. When Guy finally set him down, he felt like his brain had been shaken into a smoothie. Young man, you've got potential. Guy patted his shoulder this time, without refusing physical contact. Same time tomorrow. Watching Guy and Lee disappear into the distance, their flames of youth still blazing, Naruto collapsed on the ground like a dead dog. His first attempt had failed miserably. Even Guy's path was cut off. Was his hugging journey really coming to an end? He absolutely couldn't give up. Ming Ren's soul screamed inside him, there's still Kurama. Yes, that big fox. He remembered that in the original story Naruto eventually got along with Kurama through talk ninjutsu and chakra sensing. But he couldn't wait that long. He was going to pluck fox fur. No, hug the fox's nose. An even more suicidal plan began to take shape in Naruto's mind. That night Naruto lay on the bed of his shabby little house, tossing and turning, his mind entirely consumed with how to embrace the Nine Tails. Should he just go in directly? But how? In the original story, Naruto only seemed to enter when he was emotionally agitated or in life-threatening danger. System, is there any way to actively access that sewer-like space where the Nine Tails is sealed? Naruto, desperate, grasped at any straw. Dear host has insufficient permissions to actively open the seal space channel. It is recommended that the host try deep sleep, relax your mind, and perhaps rely on your own chakra connection with the Nine Tails to enter subconsciously. The system's sweet voice offered an unreliable suggestion. Deep sleep, relax your mind. Might as well treat a dead horse as if it's still alive. Naruto began to struggle to empty his mind, counting sheep. By the time he reached the 1000th one, he finally drifted off into a daze. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his feet give way beneath him, and his surroundings instantly changed. Damp, dark, with water underfoot, and in the distance a massive iron grill stamped with the character seal. He made it. He had actually entered the seal space. Naruto's heart was wild with joy, and the soul of Uncle Ming Ren instantly took over showtime. He looked at the grill. In the darkness, a pair of immense scarlet eyes slowly opened like two blood moons. Then a colossal orange-eared body gradually became clear in the shadows. Its massive fang-filled mouth opened slightly, emitting a low, malevolent roar. Umph, brat, it's you. The Nine Tails' voice rumbled like thunder, echoing through the empty space. An overwhelming pressure spread out enough to shatter the spirit of any ordinary person. But inside Naruto was Ming Ren, a modern office worker's soul who had read the script and knew full well that this fox would later become its Tsundere. Instead of being afraid, Naruto rubbed his chin, tilted his head, and put on a thoughtful expression, sizing up the Nine Tails from head to toe. The Nine Tails was somewhat baffled by this unusual behavior, and its pressure involuntarily receded a bit. Then it heard the blonde brat point at it, and say in a tone of sudden enlightenment, "You are that fierce and powerful fox demon everyone in the village talks about." The Nine Tails snorted coldly, "Glad you know. Scared? Then get out." Naruto shook his head, a sorrowful expression on his little face. He lowered his head, kicking at the puddles, his voice tinged with loneliness. "But they say I'm an orphan, that I have no parents." The Nine Tails? Isn't this topic shift a bit abrupt? Naruto raised his head, his azure eyes, now seeming incredibly pure and innocent, staring straight at the Nine Tails' colossal fox face. His tone carried a hint of cautious expectation and a touch of twisted logic. "You've lived inside me for so long, and the villagers call me a fox demon. So doesn't that make you my fox dad?" The Nine Tails, the massive fox, had instantly froze. Its scarlet eyes widened in shock, and even the Magatama within seemed to halt. Fox Dad. Had this human brat been hit on the head? Or had he gone mad from its chakra? Taking advantage of its stunned state, its CPU overloaded, and utterly unresponsive. This was the moment. Naruto moved. He kicked off the ground with all his might, splashing water, and charged toward the iron grill like a little. As he neared the grill, he strained to thrust his arm through the gap, aiming directly for the Ninetales' furry, damp nose. Fox Dad. With a cry so sincere it would have won an Oscar, Ming-Rin thought. Naruto successfully hugged the tip of the Ninetale. He even pressed his little face tightly against it, rubbing vigorously. Fox Dad, I finally found you. The Ninetales. Feeling the faint but distinct touch on its nose and the warmth of the boy's cheek, the Ninetales was completely petrified. In its 1,000 years of life, it had been controlled by Madara Uchiha, beaten by Hashirama Senju, feared and hated by countless humans. But being hugged by a human brat who called it Fox Dad was an unprecedented first. This feeling, it was too bizarre, too terrifying, too indescribable. It even forgot to be angry, forgot to roar, just stood there frozen, allowing that little pendant to rub against its nose. Ding. Detected ultra-high energy life form Gyolama in a state of shock and confusion. Hug judgment. Abnormal. Success. Bonus reward issued. Ninetales chakra affinity slightly increased. Chakra total greatly increased. Yang release attribute comprehension seed. Warning. Host behavior is extremely dangerous. Please proceed with caution. A massive warm chakra like a bursting dam instantly flooded into Naruto's body, more than all his previous rewards combined. He even felt his body swell slightly. At the same time, a vague insight about vitality appeared in his mind. Awesome. Too awesome. Truly fortune favors the bold. Naruto's heart was bursting with joy, but his face still wore the excited expression of a child reuniting with family, continuing to rub. Fox Dad. You're so warm. The Ninetales finally snapped out of its stupor. You damn brat. A earth-shattering roar exploded. The entire seal space trembled. A terrifying, murderous intent surged toward Naruto like a tangible force. Get the hell away from me. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the Ninetales, sending Naruto flying. Whoa. Naruto felt as if he had been hit by a truck. His consciousness instantly blurred, and he was kicked out of the seal space. In his shabby little house, Naruto sat up abruptly in bed, gasping for air, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. The murderous intent from that moment was truly terrifying. But he felt the chakra in his body, which had multiplied several times, and the faint connection he had established with that wild energy, and a sly grin spread across his face. Worth it. Totally worth it. Fox Dad. Naruto licked his lips, his eyes gleaming. Looks like I need to come home and visit more often. Back in the seal space, the Ninetales was furiously slapping the water with its claws, its fur bristling with rage. Fox Dad. Outrageous. I am the Ninetales who will destroy the world, not your damned father. It felt as if its 1,000-year-old fox demon dignity had shattered into pieces tonight. That blonde brat was definitely not right. The next day at the ninja school, Naruto felt incredible. His chakra surged within him, brimming with energy, as he could run 10 laps around Konoha while doing a handstand. However, he remembered the principle of playing dumb to eat the tiger, and made an effort to suppress himself, deliberately slowing his pace, while walking, afraid others would notice his sudden surge in strength overnight. Yet some changes cannot be hidden. First was the physical endurance test. Today they were testing long-distance running. Naruto mixed in with the crowd, controlling his speed, pretending to be out of breath, and looking like he was about to collapse. But he knew very well that with his current chakra and physique, running this distance was as easy as taking a stroll. Irika observed Naruto's performance and nodded, thinking that although the child's talent was average, his perseverance was commendable. As they reached the latter half of the course, many classmates began to fall behind. Even Choji was panting heavily. Naruto still maintained that about to collapse, but still persevering speed. Suddenly a classmate ahead of him tripped and shouted as he fell sideways, heading straight for the equipment at the edge of the field. Watch out! Naruto instinctively shouted, his body moving faster than his mind. His chakra erupted instinctively, and his speed shot up in an instant, darting like a phantom, catching the falling classmate just before he hit the ground. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye, and by the time everyone reacted, Naruto had already steadied the shaking. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Was Naruto's speed just now a bit too fast? The classmate he saved stared at Naruto in a daze. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto's heart sank. This was bad. He hadn't controlled it. He quickly released his grip, scratching his head and chuckling foolishly. It's nothing. Just a little effort. Ha ha ha. He tried to cover up with a silly grin. However, Irika frowned. He had seen clearly that Naruto's sudden burst of speed was definitely not something an ordinary student, or even a regular genin, could easily achieve. This was completely inconsistent with his usual physical performance. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, observing Naruto with a hint of curiosity in his gaze. That speed just now. Interesting. Shikamaru yawned and muttered, this is really troublesome. Hinata looked at Naruto with admiration. Naruto-kun is amazing. He helped a classmate again. Naruto thought to himself, this is bad, as he was so focused on saving someone that he lost control. He quickly let go of Yamada, returning to his silly demeanor, scratching his head and laughing. It's nothing. I saw him about to fall, so I panicked and ran faster. Haha, maybe it was my potential bursting out. He tried to cover his tracks with such a mysterious excuse. Irika quickly walked over, checked on Yamada to confirm he wasn't hurt, then turned to Naruto with a serious expression. He could see clearly that this was not simply running faster. The speed and reaction he had just demonstrated carried obvious signs of chakra enhancement and was executed very skillfully. Naruto, you. Irika hesitated. His brows furrowed tightly. In just one day, how could there be such an abnormal increase in speed and chakra? This was definitely not normal. After class, Irika called Naruto to his office, his expression more serious than ever. Naruto, tell me honestly. Irika stared into his eyes, his tone heavy. What exactly happened to you recently? Have you come into contact with any strange individuals? Or eaten something you shouldn't have? He even suspected that hostile ninja forces had secretly given Naruto some kind of stimulant to enhance his potential, although this thought was a bit absurd. Naruto's changes were truly too bizarre. Naruto was startled by Irika's serious demeanor and quickly thought it over. It seemed that pretending to be dumb wouldn't work. He lowered his head, twisting his shirt hem, trying to make his voice sound a bit wronged and frightened. Iruka-sensei. Two had a nightmare last night. A nightmare? Irika was taken aback. Naruto nodded, starting to improvise, half-truthfully crafting. I dreamt of a really dark place, and there was something very large, red, and terrifying looking at me. I was so scared that I just kept running. Then I felt like something in my body exploded. After waking up, I felt like I had gained a bit of strength. He was vague in his description, but mentioned darkness, red, and terrifying things which could easily lead those in the know to associate it with the ceiling space and the Nine Tails. Irika's expression changed. Could it be related to the ceiling of the Nine Tails? Chakra disturbance. This was no... He looked closely at Naruto, noticing that the child's eyes seemed to have dark circles from tossing and turning in the ceiling space last night, and his expression held a hint of lingering fear, half acting, half recalling the terrifying killing intent of the Nine Tails. Irika's heart softened, his vigilance turning into concern. If there was indeed a problem with the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. He softened his tone, patting Naruto's head. You had a nightmare. Don't be afraid, it's just a dream. However, if your body feels uncomfortable or something seems off, you must tell the teacher immediately. Got it? Yes, I understand, Iruka-sensei. Naruto nodded vigorously, feeling relieved. It seemed that blaming Fox Dad was the right move. How about this? Irika pondered for a moment. Starting tomorrow's day after class, and I will guide you individually in chakra control training. An increase in chakra is a good thing, but if control is unstable, it can easily harm oneself or others. Individual guidance. Naruto's eyes instantly lit up. Wasn't this an opportunity for a hug delivered right to his door? Really? That's great. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and opening his arms, wanting to rush over again. Irika instinctively stepped back, raising a hand to stop him. Stop. Stand still. Naruto's movements froze, awkwardly dropping his arms. Irika sighed helplessly. All right, head home quickly. Remember, if anything happens, you must tell the teacher. Watching Naruto's departing figure, Irika's brows had not fully relaxed. He decided that in addition to providing individual guidance and closely monitoring Naruto, he must report this situation to the Third Hokage. When it comes to the Nine Tails, being cautious is never too much. Naruto hummed a tune all the way home. Although he nearly exposed himself, he successfully attracted Iruka-sensei's special attention and gained an opportunity for unknown time. Fox Dad, it seems you are not just a power bank, but also my best scapegoat. Naruto thought happily, beginning to plan tomorrow's individual guidance hug scheme. The next day after school, the students left one after another. Hinata cast a worried glance at Naruto and whispered softly, Naruto-kun, don't push yourself too hard. She thought Iruka-sensei had kept Naruto behind for extra practice because of his poor foundation. Don't worry, Hinata. He'll work hard. Naruto waved at her, brimming with confidence. He wasn't working on chakra control at all, but on how to break through Iruka-sensei's safe distance. Only the two remained in the classroom. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, gilding the desks and chairs with a layer of gold. All right, Naruto, let's begin. Irika took out a water cup and a few leaves. Same exercise as yesterday. Keep the leaf on the water's surface, but this time it's more demanding. You need to make the leaf stay still at the center of the water, no spinning, no moving. This was a more refined control exercise. Naruto understood it perfectly well. It was a piece of cake for him, but he pretended to form hand seals, took a deep breath, and carefully coated the leaf with chakra before gently placing it on the... Then under his masterful acting, the leaf embarked on a heart-pounding journey of drifting. Sometimes it spun like a drunken sailor, sometimes it darted toward the cup's edge like a startled rabbit, and sometimes it sank like a deflated balloon. Naruto, in sync, gritted his teeth, forced sweat from his forehead, using chakra, and trembled slightly, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Irika frowned as he watched. The control was too erratic. Good one moment, bad the next, with no consistency. Could it be that the abnormal speed and chakra volume from yesterday had been a flash in the pan? Or was he still hiding something? Focus, Naruto. Feel the steady flow of chakra. Irika stepped closer, pointing at the cup to remind him. Opportunity. A thought sparked in Naruto's mind. The moment Irika drew near, he coincidentally lost control, cutting off his chakra output abruptly. Slap. The leaf sank instantly to the bottom. And Naruto, as if drained of energy, let out an ah and staggered forward uncontrollably, falling straight toward Irika, his hands reaching out naturally toward Irika's waist. The perfect angle for a hug. Sensei. According to Naruto's plan, Irika would instinctively reach out to catch him, and then he could smoothly complete the hug, explaining it as an accident caused by exhaustion. However, Iruka, having experienced war as a chunin, was highly alert, especially wary of Naruto's hugging attempts from the start. The moment Naruto lunged, alarms blared in Iruka's mind. Almost by muscle memory, he stepped back nimbly like a fish while reaching out to grab the back of Naruto's collar with precision. Naruto felt a sudden tightness around his neck. His forward momentum halted abruptly, and he was lifted by the collar like a kitten. Ding. Hug target. Iruka anticipated your move and used the collar grab technique to evade. Hug failed. Naruto. Iruka-sensei, how could you? I'm just a kid who's exhausted. Iruka let out a sigh of relief, set Naruto down, and said with a stern, yet helpless expression, Naruto, focus during practice. Don't be so reckless. Naruto, crying inside, had to put on a look of shame. I'm sorry, Iruka-sensei, I guess I'm too tired. Take a break if you're tired. Iruka pointed to a nearby seat and casually retreated to a safe distance again. First wave failed. After a 5-minute rest, Naruto recovered his spirit and threw himself back into the performance. This time he changed tactics, deciding to adopt the subtle approach of moistening things silently. While struggling to control the leaf, he kept asking questions. Iruka-sensei, is this chakra output correct? Sensei, I feel a bit blocked here. What's wrong? Sensei, is this hand sign standard? With each question he used the excuse of seeking guidance, holding the cup or gesturing to inch closer to Iruka. Iruka patiently answered, at first maintaining distance. But Naruto asked too many questions and seemed genuinely eager to learn, so Iruka gradually relaxed his vigilance, occasionally stepping closer to correct Naruto's hand gestures. 1 step, 2 steps. Naruto counted silently, feeling the distance was almost right. Just as Iruka approached again, pointing at his hand gesture and saying, it should be a bit lower here, a gleam flashed in Naruto's eyes. Now, he suddenly slipped, using chakra to subtly disturb the ground, let out a cry of surprise, and fell toward Iruka's arms. This angle was even more cunning. His arms wide open, almost guaranteeing a hug. Sensei, I slipped. Iruka's pupils contracted. Again, the distance was too close, a dodging was impossible, but he was experienced. In a flash, instead of retreating, he stepped forward half a pace, his hands shooting out like lightning. Not a hug, but one hand steadily supported Naruto's armpit, while the other pressed against Naruto's forehead, using a sort of headlock posture to freeze Naruto 10 centimeters from his chest. Naruto's arms flailed uselessly in the air, not even brushing against Iruka's clothes. Ding. Hug target. Iruka used the armpit hold forehead block defensive technique. Perfect parry. Hug failed. Naruto. I freaking. Iruka looked at the bewildered Naruto, so close, sighed in relief, and he said helplessly, Naruto, your sense of balance needs more practice. He had figured it out. This kid was still obsessed with hugs. All kinds of tricks kept coming. Naruto was completely defeated. Iruka-sensei, have you maxed out your defense skills? In the following time, Iruka entered an absolute defense state. No matter whether Naruto used dizziness, blurry vision, or numb feet as excuses to approach, Iruka either calmed him with words, dodged with agile movements, or deflected with swift hand techniques. Finally, the special guidance session ended with countless attempts and failures on Naruto's part. Naruto drooped his head like a defeated rooster and left the school. Iruka-sensei's line was an iron wall. Watching Naruto's dejected back, Iruka rubbed his slightly sore arms from blocking Naruto's charges, his mood complicated. He was both worried about Naruto's strange obsession and felt a bit sorry for the child. Maybe he really I guess he'll find a chance to have a proper heart-to-heart with him, of course while ensuring a safe distance, Iruka thought silently. Naruto walked home, his shadow stretched long by the setting sun. He reflected on today's failure, realizing that a direct assault wouldn't work on a highly alert target. I need to change tactics. He murmured to himself, maybe I should first build a deeper revolutionary friendship. For example, become a good kid in Iruka-sensei's eyes. The soul of Uncle Mingren felt an unprecedented challenge. On the path of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, even a hug had become a war of endurance requiring wisdom and patience. As the school curriculum progressed, the basic class on the use of ninja tools was also on the agenda. Although Naruto had long surpassed his peers with the system reward of shuriken proficiency, he still had to put on a show. One day after school, Hinata, with her bulging wallet funds from the domineering system, approached Naruto, saying, Naruto-kun, shall we go buy ninja tools together? He'll treat you. Naruto's eyes lit up. Another chance for some friendship sponsorship. And at the ninja tool store, perhaps he might encounter a new hug target. Sure. Hinata, you're so nice. Naruto beamed with a broad smile. The two of them arrived at the most bustling commercial street in Konoha and entered a seemingly well-stocked ninja tool shop. Everyday ninja tool shop. Inside the store there was an array of merchandise: shurikens, kunai, explosive tags, smoke bombs. Everything one could need. A girl dressed in a pink traditional Chinese-style cheongsam, with 2 bun hairstyles, was tiptoeing to organize the goods on a high shelf. It was Tian. Welcome. Upon hearing the doorbell, Tian turned around with a warm smile. Seeing Hinata and Naruto, she paused for a moment, but quickly returned to her usual demeanor. The eldest daughter of the Hyūga clan, and Uzumaki Naruto. This combination was somewhat rare. Hello, Senior Tian, Hinata greeted softly. Tian was a year above them. Hello, Hinata and Naruto-kun. What do you need? She said, jumping down from the ladder with a smooth motion. Hinata looked at Naruto. Naruto-kun, what do you think we need? Naruto pretended to consider and pointed at the most ordinary set of practice kunai and shurikens, saying how about this one. However, Hinata stepped forward, picked up that set of ninja tools, shook her head, and said to Tian Sr., please get us that set over there made of high-quality steel, the best balanced practice ninja tools. She pointed to another clearly higher-end shelf, and please take down that latest model ninja tool bag with multiple compartments and a quick-draw design. She pointed at a very stylish multifunctional deep blue ninja tool bag hanging on the wall. The bet. Isn't that too extravagant? Naruto scratched his head, trying to act shy. I'm fine with a regular one. It's alright. Hinata's tone was firm. Even a little assertive system investment must be the best. Inferior equipment will affect the target's performance. Good equipment is a vital part of a ninja's life, very important. Tian watched Hinata's domineering young lady pays the bill stance, and found it somewhat amusing, though she didn't show it. She nimbly climbed the ladder to fetch the stylish ninja tool bag, and carefully packaged the high-quality ninja tools. As she handed the ninja tool bag to Naruto, her hand wobbled slightly, due to carrying something, and her fingertips accidentally brushed against Naruto's hand as he took the package. In that instant, a long-forgotten exhilarating system notification chimed in Naruto's mind. Ding. Detected brief physical contact with the ninja Tian possessing Chunin potential. Gained intimacy points 1. Continued contact or more intimate actions may unlock additional generous rewards. Go Naruto. There's such a mechanism. Just touching hands gives points. Although it's less than a hug, it adds up. And the difficulty is much lower. What if it's a high five? Or a shoulder hug? Wouldn't those be easier to achieve than direct hugs, which are high difficulty actions? His gaze instantly became intensely fiery, fixated on the hand of Tian that had just brushed against him, as if it were not a hand but a huge mass of flowing chakra and experience. Tian felt uncomfortable under Naruto's sudden and intensely burning gaze, goosebumps rising on her arms. She instinctively retracted her hand, quickly hiding it behind her back, watching him warily. Why are you looking at me like that? Her heart raced. Could the rumors about Uzumaki Naruto being a hug maniac be true? That gaze. It was too terrible. Naruto came back to his senses and quickly squeezed out what he thought was the friendliest and most innocent smile. Senior Tian, you worked hard organizing the shelves. I saw you busy up and down. You must be tired. How about a hug to relieve fatigue? My hugs are magical, you know. As he spoke, he instinctively opened his arms wide with anticipation. Tian jumped back in fright, almost bumping into the shelf behind her, waving her hands repeatedly, her voice rising an octave. No. No need. Really, it's fine. Thank you for your kindness. I'm not tired at all. She internally exclaimed. Magic. Is it the kind that gives people goosebumps? The rumors were not only true, but they might have underestimated his enthusiasm. Hinata immediately stepped forward slightly, turned to block the space between Naruto and Tian. Although her little face flushed with urgency and a touch of embarrassment, her eyes clearly conveyed a sense of protection and restraint. Naruto-kun, you can't do that. It will scare the senior. Domineering system warning. Target behavior may trigger negative social feedback affecting future influence expansion. Stop it in time. Watching Tian's wariness and Hinata's resolute attitude, Naruto reluctantly retracted his hands, sighing internally. Failed again. Why are Konoha girls so vigilant? Can't even touch hands. In the end, Hinata, maintaining a calm expression, internally relieved, paid for the items, a sum that would make an ordinary genin wince, and the two left the shop with the high-quality ninja tools and the stylish tool bag. Tian watched the two leave, letting out a long breath and patting her chest. Phew. Uzumaki Naruto really lives up to his name. Next time he comes, I need to keep a safe distance. She decided to add beware of the yellow-haired hug monster to her employee code. Walking home, Naruto fondled his new ninja tool bag with affection while excitedly pondering the matter of contact point. If a hand touch gives 1 point, what about a high five? Does that count as a more formal contact? And a shoulder hug? Wouldn't that yield more points? This is much less risky than directly hugging. He felt that his becoming stronger approach indeed needed to be broadened. Perhaps next time he could try high-fiving Kiba to celebrate. Or go snack shopping with Chuji while hooking shoulders. These interactions that seem more manly should not provoke too much. Meanwhile, Hinata gazed at Naruto's back, adorned with the stylish ninja tool bag that clashed with his old clothes, feeling sweet and filled with satisfaction. It felt wonderful to provide Naruto-kun with the best things. The domineering system also affirmed basic equipment investment, successful target combat, power foundation reinforced, potential enhanced. Reward host chakra slightly increased. Although their ninja tool shopping journey faced another setback in the hug plan, Naruto unexpectedly discovered the contact points, illuminating a new guiding light for his future roundabout way to become stronger. Hyūga clan training ground. Today was the routine sparring session between the main and branch family's younger generation. As usual, it was almost a solo showcase for Hyūga Niji. His talent far surpassed his peers, his gentle fist techniques were exquisite, his chakra control precise. Children from the branch family, and even some from the main family, could barely withstand a few of his moves. Hayashi Hyūga sat upright in the main seat, expressionless, watching the children below. Soon it was Hinata's turn against Niji. Almost everyone believed this would be another one-sided match. Though the young lady Hinata had seemed less timid lately, there was still a vast gap between her strength and Niji's. Niji stood in the arena, gazing at the slightly nervous Hinata across from him. His eyes were calm, yet carried a suppressed complexity, the inherent resentment of a branch family member toward the main house. He gave a slight bow. Lady Hinata, please enlighten me. Hinata took a deep breath and returned the bow. Nizen, please. System quest released. Defend the Overlord's dignity. Remain undefeated in the duel against the branch family prodigy, Hyūga. Reward slight increase in Byakugan purity. Complete comprehension of Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. The CEO system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment, carrying an indisputable authority. She must not lose. Hinata's eyes instantly turned resolute. The duel began. Without a moment's hesitation, Niji moved his feet, his form, like lightning launching the first attack. He struck directly at Hinata's Shanzhong acupoint on her chest, his movements precise, incredibly fast, and at a tricky angle accompanied by a sharp whoosh of air. This was a standard Gentle Fist opening intended to seize the initiative, test the opponent's reaction, while also carrying a subtle oppressive pressure. Had it been the Hinata of a few months ago facing such a swift and precise attack, she would likely have panicked and lost her. But today her gaze was focused, her feet tracing a mysterious step, her body like a willow in the wind. Just before the palm strike landed, she lightly slid half a step backward and to the side, narrowly evading the fierce blow. Simultaneously, she brought her right hand together like a sword, condensed chakra at her fingertips, and swiftly countered by striking at Niji's Naguan acupoint on his attacking wrist. A flicker of obvious surprise crossed Niji's eyes, but he adapted quickly, turning his palm into a block with his forearm to deflect Hinata's point strike, while his other hand, like a venomous snake, silently aimed at her ribs. Hinata did not retreat. She crouched, twisted her wrist, and thrust out her palm. A fluid series of motions meeting aggression with aggression. Their figures interlaced, palms flying in a blur, chakra colliding with muffled, puff sounds. In a short span, they were locked in a deadlock. The Hyūga clan members watching from the sidelines wore expressions of astonishment, and whispers began to rise. Lady Hinata. That footwork, that reaction. Her Gentle Fist seems different. Her strength and timing are excellent. She's actually matching Niji to this extent. Hayashi Hyūga leaned forward slightly, his usually calm eyes revealing an unmistakable shock and scrutiny. He had sensed a change in his daughter lately, but never imagined her improvement could be so immense in actual combat. Her decisiveness in response, her precision in striking, and the occasional seemingly beyond reach understanding of more direct and efficient power techniques, all caught him off guard. This was by no means the secret techniques of the main house. It resembled more a self-contained, more domineering combat style. The more Niji fought, the more alarmed he became. He could clearly sense that Hinata's chakra reserves were far denser and more substantial than before, allowing her to sustain longer, higher-intensity exchanges. Moreover, her Gentle Fist techniques, though still rooted in the Hyūga style, were interspersed with many variations and power applications he had never seen or even understood. At times they were light and ethereal, hard to grasp, at other times fierce and violent, striking straight at the core. This was far beyond mere private instruction from the main house. CEO system, the essence of combat honed across countless worlds provided by this system. How could it compare to your mundane routines? Combat assistance module fully activated. Target Niji, Gentle Fist skill proficiency higher than host's rich combat experience, but his attack intentions are obvious, overly confident in his own strength. Exploit his mentality. Left flank opening, feign weakness to lure him in 8 trigrams 64 palms. Preparatory stance can be converted to. The CEO system analyzed the battle with cold efficiency, providing Hinata with optimal combat strategies. Hinata understood without words. She stopped simply reacting to attacks and began setting traps according to the system's prompts. She deliberately showed a small opening, letting her palm technique falter slightly. Niji took the bait, seeing an opportunity, and intensified his assault. He unleashed the 8 trigrams 32 palms, with overwhelming force, his palm shadows forming a net that converged on Hinata. But Hinata was ready. Her footwork suddenly shifted, ghost-like, slipping through the gaps in the palm shadows. The chakra within her body surged along the unique route the system had instilled, and both palms shot out, striking after the opponent's attack, yet arriving first. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. They both completed the 8 trigrams 32 palms almost simultaneously, the rapid succession of palm strikes crackling like popping beans. Finally, with the last palm clash, both felt a powerful force surge, their stances destabilized, and they leaped back several steps to regain balance, chests heaving with slight pants. The arena fell into utter silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the petite figure at the center. Hyūga Hinata had actually fought the clan's acknowledged prodigy, Hyūga Niji, to a draw. The result was like a boulder dropped into a calm lake, stirring turbulent waves in every Hyūga clan member's heart. Niji stood still, looking at Hinata, who was breathing hard, but with bright eyes. The calm in his eyes had long been replaced by immense shock and a trace of indescribable complex emotion. The green cross-shaped mark on his forehead seemed to burn faintly. He could feel that Hinata had held nothing back. She had truly fought him with solid strength to the very end. How was this possible? In such a short time, what exactly had she gone through? Hinata looked at the disbelief in Niji's eyes, feeling a slight pang of guilt, but more than that, a sense of relief and ease from breaking through her limits and completing the task. She steadied her breath and said softly, "You were gracious, Nizen." Ding. Dual quest complete. Successfully remained undefeated against the branch family prodigy, effectively upheld host's dignity, intimidated potential destabilizing factors. Rewards issued slight increase in Byakugan purity. Complete comprehension of gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms, deeply integrated. A cool pure energy surged into Hinata's eyes. She felt the world before her become more distinct and the edges of her vision widened slightly. At the same time, the myriad subtle changes, power techniques, and chakra circulation details of the 8 trigrams 32 palms were etched into her mind and body instincts, as if innate. Hyūga watched his daughter, now radiating a nascent brilliance, his heart churning, unable to calm for a long time. A draw. It was actually a draw. For the first time he realized so clearly that this once timid eldest daughter might indeed harbor astonishing talent rivaling Niji's. And that growing undeniable sharpness and assertiveness on her, so different from the Hyūga clan's traditional gentle temperament. Where did it come from? His gaze involuntarily drifted once again toward the window, toward the source that had made the Hyūga clan head personally apologize on multiple occasions. The direction of Uzumaki Naruto. Could this earth-shattering change in his daughter truly be related to that boy? Niji silently, deeply cast a glance at Hinata, bowed, and turned to walk off the training ground. He needed to be alone to digest this duel that had completely overturned his understanding. Lady Hinata had truly become something entirely different. The news about Hinata and Niji's draw quickly spread within a small circle, naturally reaching Naruto's ears. Wow, Hinata, you drew with that guy Niji. That's amazing. On the way home from school, Naruto surrounded Hinata, excitedly waving his hands, happier than when he himself got stronger. Hinata's little face turned red, feeling shy from the praise. It's not that impressive. Nijini was just being, not at all. Hinata, you really have gotten stronger. Naruto affirmed, secretly giving a thumbs up to the system. This system is quite capable of nurturing. At that moment, the business system in Hinata's mind issued a new task phase. Task issued: solidify the core team, showcase the host's strength and resources. Task requirement: in the name of the host, organize a group outdoor picnic. Invite those who have established preliminary contacts and possess investment potential: Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, Kiba, Inazuka, Shino Aburame, and new targets that require close observation and recruitment: Niji Hyūga. Additionally, ensure that the core investment target Naruto Uzumaki feels highly delighted during the event. Task reward: based on the success of the event, team interaction effects and core targets delight. Comprehensive reward: slight increase in team cohesion. Byakugan's insight range increased by 510 meters. Random high-quality supply drop to be directly stored in the host system space. A picnic, inviting so many people, including Nijini, who is usually indifferent and has grievances against the main family. Hearing the task details, Hinata's heart suddenly raced and her palms began to sweat. Her nature was introverted, and she was not good at initiating and organizing such multi-person social activities. Just the thought of facing so many people at once, especially Nijini, filled her with immense pressure. But the task from the business system was an absolute directive that must be completed. Moreover, the words solidify the team and showcase strength and resources in the task description subtly resonated with her deep-seated desire to help Naruto-kun and to become stronger and more confident. She bit her lip firmly, took a deep breath again, as if to draw all the courage into her lungs. Then she raised her head, looking at Naruto, who was still happy for her, trying her best to sound calm and natural, even adding a hint of the undeniable bossy tone she had learned from the system, despite her voice still being soft. Naruto-kun, to celebrate. To strengthen everyone's relationships, I plan to organize a picnic this weekend. Naruto, who was in high spirits, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, blinking his eyes. A picnic? Just the two of us? His mind instantly flashed the beautiful image of a world for two feeding each other. Naruto, dream on. No. Hinata shook her head, making an effort to maintain a calm expression, continuing in that notification tone. I am inviting you along with Shikamaru-kun, Choji-kun, Kiba-kun, Shino-kun, and I also invited Nijini to join. Naruto was genuinely surprised this time, his mouth slightly agape. Huh? So many people. And Niji. This lineup was practically a mini-gathering of problematic children, future elites. Oh, Hinata nodded affirmatively, her tone carrying a calmness of everything is under control, though she was pretending. I've already picked the location by the beautiful little river on the east side of the village. I will prepare all the food, drinks, and utensils. You all just need to show up. The way she said it was as if she were informing Naruto to attend a banquet already arranged for him. Naruto looked at Hinata, who was trying hard to put on a I have the final say demeanor, feeling both curious and amused. There would be food and fun, plus the opportunity to interact with so many potential sources of points. And more importantly, this was Hinata's heartfelt gesture and a task from the system. He immediately pounded his chest vigorously, a big smile blooming on his face. Great. This idea is fantastic. It sounds super interesting. Leave it to me, you'll go notify them. For Shikamaru and Choji, who he considered familiar, Naruto was confident. As for Niji, well, that was a target Hinata needed to conquer. Thus Naruto transformed into a messenger, starting to send out bossy invitations. He found Shikamaru, who was lying on the table contemplating life, actually thinking about what to have for dinner. Hinata is treating us to a picnic this weekend by the river, plenty of delicious food. Are you coming? Shikamaru couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. A picnic? Too many people, too much trouble. Is it far? Do we have to do things ourselves? Subtext: if it's too troublesome, I'm not going. Naruto, not far. Hinata we just need to bring our mouths. Shikamaru yawned. Fine, I guess he'll just be lying around this weekend. Internally, a free top-notch lunch doesn't seem like a loss. He found Choji, who was finishing off his 5th bag of chips. Choji, picnic this weekend. Hinata is treating. I heard she prepared a super, lot of delicious food. Barbecue sushi cake. Choji's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights, his mouth full of chips as he shouted indistinctly, I'm going. Absolutely going. Whoever doesn't go will be mad at them. Without hesitation, food is justice. He found Kiba, who was practicing tracking with Akamaru. Kiba? Picnic by the river this weekend. Hinata is organizing. Are you coming? You can bring Akamaru. Kiba was interested as soon as he heard a picnic. That sounds fun. Akamaru will definitely like it. Sure, count me in. He loved lively and outdoor activities. He found Shino, who was quietly sitting in a corner reading. Shino, picnic this weekend by the river. Shino pushed up his sunglasses, paused for 2 seconds, then calmly replied. All right. There was no reason to refuse, and perhaps he could observe new insects. As for Niji, that invitation had to come from Hinata herself. This required even greater courage. Hinata wandered outside the courtyard for a while, gathering her courage before walking up to Niji, who was training alone. Nijini, Hinata's voice was even smaller than usual, but she tried to stand straight. This weekend, I am organizing a picnic activity for classmates by the river on the east side of the village. If you have time, I hope you can come. After she finished speaking, she nervously looked at Niji. Niji halted his movements, turned around, and looked at his cousin, who had just drawn with him in the dojo not long ago, his eyes filled with complexity. He instinctively wanted to refuse. To him, such group activities were meaningless, and he did not wish to have too much contact with the main family, especially with that Uzumaki Naruto. But seeing Hinata's determined, yet nervous gaze, recalling the different strength and momentum she exhibited during their spar, his words of refusal turned around on his lips, and in the end he merely responded lightly. Alright. This weekend, 7 members of the Konoha 12, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, and Niji, along with Akamaru, will participate in the first informal group activity, sponsored by the business system. On the weekend, the weather was fine, with a gentle breeze brushing against the face. The picnic officially began. No one was happier than Dingxi, who practically rooted himself in the food area, his cheeks bulging as he heaped praise on every delicacy. Ya and Shawani chased each other by the river, frolicking with unbridled joy. Lumen found a hammock under the shade of a tree. He had even prepared that, and lay there watching the clouds, thinking that this quiet time was not so bad if he could ignore the noise around him. Jinai remained silent, as ever, occasionally pulling out a small notebook to jot something down, recording insects. Ningxi sat alone by the river, gazing at the flowing water, lost in thought. Mingren, on the other hand, was as active as a monkey, jumping and scampering about. He was determined to execute his contact points plan and began attempting various forms of natural physical contact. He ran over to Dingxi, picked up a skewer of grilled meat, and asked, Dingxi, is this good? Let's clink glasses. Oh no, high five to celebrate the food. Without waiting for a reply, he grabbed Dingxi's greasy hand and slapped it with a crisp sound. Ding. High five with Ninja Aikido. Dingxi successful. Intimate contact points too. It worked. Mingren. He then ran to Ya, who was playing with Chawani in the water. Seeing the droplets Ya splashed up, he yelled, wow. You got me all. Take this. He scooped water with his hands and splashed it at Ya, then lunged forward, pretending to wrestle with the laughing Ya, his arm naturally draping over Ya's shoulder. Ding. Arm in arm with Ninja Inuzuka. Ya successful. Contact points 3. Awesome. Mingren played even more energetically. He even tried approaching Lumen, intending to drag him out of the hammock for some activity, but was repelled by Lumen's grunt of troublesome stay away from me, and a disdainful glare. He then set his sights on the silent Jinai. As soon as he got close, a rustling sound came from Zinai's sleeve, and a few parasitic bugs poked their heads out. Mingren chickened out again and quickly retreated. Finally, with a sliver of hope, he turned his gaze toward Ningxi, who was sitting alone. He picked up a skewer of juicy grilled fish, plastered what he thought was his most harmless smile on his face, and walked over. Hey Ningxi, don't just sit there alone. Want to try this grilled fish? Tastes amazing. Ningxi didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply replied coldly with 2 words, no need. Mingren refused to give up, trying to bridge the gap with common ground. I heard you sparred with Hinata the other day. That's impressive. This time Ningxi finally turned his head, casting a glance at Mingren with his pure white indifferent eyes. The look seemed to say, what's it to you? Then he turned back, leaving Mingren with a cold, unyielding back of his head. Mingren. Alright, this bone was not only hard, but also covered in frost. Contact failed completely. Although progress with Ningxi, Lumen, and Jinai was 0, the gains from Dingxi and you were decent. Mingren was already quite satisfied, feeling as if his chakra was subtly increasing with each point credited notification, purely psychological. Hinata watched Mingren tussling with everyone literally. Though the method seemed a bit too lively and strange to her, Mingren-kun seemed to be having fun. Her anxious heart gradually relaxed, and a faint reassuring smile unconsciously curled at the corners of her lips. Core investment target's happiness level increased to 88. Excellent. Team interaction atmosphere is positive. Mission completion rate excellent. The CEO system gave positive feedback. However, just as the atmosphere was harmonious, an accident occurred. Ya and Chawani were chasing each other near the barbecue grill. In the heat of play, Chawani made a fierce lunge, accidentally tripping over the leg of the condiment table. The small table wobbled, and a bottle of bright red chili powder on it lost its balance, about to fall vertically into the large pot of rich miso soup that Dingxi cherished like a treasure and had already drunk half of. My soup. Dingxi let out a heart-wrenching scream, as if he had lost his most beloved possession, and the grilled meat in his hand dropped to the ground. Ningxi, who was closest, narrowed his eyes. He sensed the danger the moment the table wobbled, and his body moved instinctively swift as the wind reaching out to steady the bottle of chili powder. But someone reacted even faster. It was Mingren. He was still arm in arm with Ya when his peripheral vision caught the falling chili bottle. Without a second thought, his chakra, far beyond that of his peers, subconsciously surged into his feet. His figure flickered like a ghost, moving after the start, but arriving before and in the last 0.1 second before the bottle's mouth touched the soup's surface. His arm left an afterimage as he steadied and precisely pinched the bottle's neck with 2 fingers. The motion was clean, sharp, and even carried a touch of effortless grace. The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone's eyes, including Lumen's, who had been dozing, turned to Mingren, who was still holding the bottle in that pose, his face still bearing the lingering cheer of play. That speed just now. Wasn't it a bit too outrageous? It was a reaction and burst speed that even a Jinin, no, even an ordinary Chunin, would find hard to match. Ningxi's outstretched hand froze in midair. He stared at Mingren, his eyes once again filled with profound shock. This guy, he definitely wasn't putting on an act. This kind of instantaneous explosive power. Could he really be just an ordinary student known as the Dead Last? Mingren's soul inwardly cursed. Damn. Lost control again. This surging chakra and physical reaction always instinctively manifest in such sudden situations. He quickly placed the chili bottle back on the table, then rubbed the back of his head, letting out his trademark silly laugh, meant to cover things up. Haha, close call. This pot of delicious soup almost turned into fire soup. Dingxi, your favorite, is saved. He tried to divert everyone's attention back to the food. Lumen sat up from the hammock, squinting as he looked at Mingren thoughtfully. Troublesome. The sense of dissonance in this guy, this occasional display of strength, so different from his usual performance. What was going on? You also stopped playing. He scratched his wet hair, looking amazed. Mingren, that move you just did. I didn't even see it clear. Hinata, meanwhile, clasped her hands, her pure white eyes sparkling with admiration. Mingren-kun is so amazing. He timely prevented another disaster for Dingxi. The picnic continued through this thrilling but harmless incident, lasting until the sun set in the west. Overall, the atmosphere was fairly harmonious if one ignored Ningxi's constant coldness, Lumen's prolonged laziness, and Zainai's eternal background presence. At the end of the event, Hinata received a system notification: picnic mission complete. Team cohesion slightly increased, investment targets happiness level reached excellent. Reward: Byakugan insight range increased by 5 meters. Random supply bundle: 50 high-grade soldier pills stored in system space. Hinata was delighted, feeling that her efforts had not been in vain. And Mingren also reaped a bountiful harvest. Through high-fives, arm-in-arm gestures, and such, he accumulated quite a few contact points from Dingxi and Ya. Although the reward for a hug was still far off, small gains added up. The soul of Uncle Mingren once again ignited with fighting spirit. A few more ordinary days passed at the Ninja Academy. Days that for Uzumaki Naruto were merely opportunities to accumulate hug points. One afternoon, the dismissal bell rang, yet Irika stood at the podium without announcing the end of class, pressing his hand down with an unexpectedly solemn expression. Everyone, please wait a moment. The Hokage's office has just issued a temporary notice. Irika's voice carried a barely perceptible gravity. Due to certain security inspection reasons, all students must remain at the school for the time being and await further checks. Please return to your seats and wait patiently. The classroom erupted in groans and murmurs. Huh. How long do we have to stay? I had plans to train, came a disgruntled voice from Uchiha Sasuke. What a nuisance. Nara Shikamaru flopped face down on his desk. Naruto paid it little mind at first, assuming the village was carrying out a surprise inspection or drill. He even poked a Kimichi Choji in front of him and whispered, asking if he could have some snacks later. But when he saw Umbu figures in uniform flicker past outside the classroom window, Ming-run, the modern soul inhabiting him, felt a sudden chilling jolt of recognition. Umbu mobilized on a large scale. The whole school detained. A security sweep. Those keywords linked together, and a long-buried canonical event from the original story struck his mind like lightning. The night of the Uchiha massacre. It was in these very days. In the original tale, Uchiha Itachi returned to Konoha on a single night and slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. Cold sweat soaked Naruto's back in an instant. He instinctively turned to look at Sasuke seated by the window with a sullen, impatient face. This proud boy was about to lose everything. A knot of complex emotions swelled within Naruto's chest. There was fear of the original storyline, sympathy for Sasuke, and a thread of helplessness, the impotence of one who knows what will come. What could he do? Run to tell the Third Hokage? Claim to foresee the future? He might be seized and treated like a possessed specimen. Tell Sasuke directly. Never mind whether Sasuke would believe him. If he did, what could a 7-year-old change? He might only alarm the wrong people and make things worse. He could do nothing but watch the plot unfold. That powerlessness made Naruto restless. He shook his head hard, trying to fling those heavy thoughts away. He was Ming-ren, here to play the fool and savor the pleasures of transmigration, not to be some would-be savior. Yes, that was decided. Ding. System detected intense emotional fluctuation in the host and increased mental stress, issuing an emergency, soothing task: King of Levity. Task requirement during the detention: by any means necessary successfully make at least 5 different classmates laugh or conspicuously irritate them, thereby effectively relieving collective tension and anxiety. Task reward: slight chakra increase and mastery of transformation jutsu, super comedic variant permitting transformations into a range of absurdly funny objects or personae complete with exaggerated expressions and gestures. Naruto. This system certainly picked its moments, but enlivening the atmosphere was his specialty. If he could not change the grand course of events, he could at least tend to the present and earn some system rewards. He shoved a few chips into his mouth, shot to his feet, and leapt onto the podium before Irika could intervene. He cleared his throat loudly, seizing the attention of the whole class. Ahem. Dear classmates, since we cannot leave, how boring to sit idly. Allow Konoha's future Hokage, Lord Uzumaki Naruto, to present a splendid performance to ease your anxious hearts. Where are the applause? Silence met him. They all stared as if he were a fool. Naruto felt no embarrassment and quickly formed hand seals. Transformation jutsu. A thicker than usual puff of white smoke burst forth, and on the podium appeared a ludicrous Irika, waggling his hips, pulling grotesquely exaggerated faces, and dancing in a bizarre manner. Kiba was the first to break, slapping the desk and laughing until tears sprang to his eyes. Chip fragments in Choji's mouth flew and splattered all over Shikamaru in front. Even the usually composed Sakura and Ino covered their mouths, shoulders trembling, and faces flushed crimson. The real Irika's forehead bulged with stress veins, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles creaked. Naruto. Get back to normal right now. Ding. He had successfully provoked Irika, counted, and had made Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akimichi Choji laugh. Task progress: 3 of 5. A first triumph. Naruto, proud, dispelled the transformation and formed another set of seals amid the smoke. This time he became the ramen shop uncle, not making noodles in the ordinary way, but performing as if an acrobat, flinging noodles through the air and then pretending to clumsily dump a bowl onto his own head. Poof! He transformed into Kaizensai, walking on his hands while using his thick brows to pull all manner of exaggerated fiery expressions, shouting odd lines like, "Is this the constipation of youth?" Poof! Finally he brazenly became Sasuke, but not the cold Sasuke, instead a coquettish affected version who twined about, and in a thin voice cooed, "I like Naruto-kun the most." Kiba laughed until he hiccuped. Choji thumped the floor in mirth. Shikamaru, brushing chip crumbs from his clothes with feigned disdain, could not help the corner of his mouth twitching into a smile. Even the perpetually sullen Sasuke, seeing that parody of himself, had a vein stand out on his forehead and nearly unleashed a massive fireball in fury. Thailander, you're asking for it. Ding. He had successfully made and irritated multiple classmates. The task was complete, and rewards were bestowed. The classroom brimmed with a livelier atmosphere, save for the nearly furious Irika and Sasuke, and much of the tension and unease caused by the unexplained detention had indeed been dispersed by Naruto's hijinks. Hinata watched Naruto on the podium, bursting with energy and trying so hard to be funny. She cupped her small hand over her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. But the observant Hinata seemed to sense behind Naruto's exaggerated smile and animated antics a faintly concealed heaviness and strained effort. System detected abnormal emotional fluctuations in the monitored target, suggesting hidden pressure. It recommended the host maintain close attention and offer support if necessary. The domineering system calmly analyzed and logged the data. Eventually, after nearly 2 hours of detention, the Umbu figures outside disappeared, and the students were allowed to go home. By the time they stepped out of the school gates, the sun had already set. Naruto watched Sasuke's solitary, hurried figure vanish around a corner and sighed with a heavy, complicated heart. After tonight, the world as that boy knew it would be utterly overturned. Hey Tailender, why the sudden sigh? That's not like you. Shikamaru's lazy voice came from beside him, hands in his pockets, and looking half asleep, yet his eyes carried a hint of curiosity. Naruto turned and saw Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Hinata still waiting seemingly for him. He forced a huge carefree smile. Haha, it's nothing. I was just thinking the weather looks nice this weekend. Want to go fishing together? Then we can roast the catch. I know a spot where the fish are fat and foolish. Easy as you like. For now he would set that nagging premonition aside. System tasks and hug points were what Mingren ought to concern himself. The next day the seat by the window in the back row of the classroom was predictably empty. Iruka Sensei stood at the podium, his expression even more solemn than usual, tinged with a faint, barely perceptible sadness. He looked around the classroom, his gaze lingering on the empty seat for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Uchiha Sasuke will be taking a leave from school for a while due to some family matters. He did not elaborate, but the classroom instantly fell into an eerie silence. The anomaly of staying late at school yesterday, combined with Sasuke's absence today, and the faint, terrifying rumors about the Uchiha clan that had been circulating among adults, hung like an invisible cobweb over the hearts of every child who knew or half knew. Sakura and Ino immediately huddled together, whispering worriedly, their eyes reddening. The other students exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shocked speculation and a hint of fear. Only Naruto seemed completely detached from this oppressive atmosphere. He still acted as usual. After class he would sidle up to Hinata, gazing expectantly at her seemingly dimensional food pouch. He would still find opportunities to pat Choji's shoulder to celebrate his discovery of a new snack, or hook Kiba's neck to complain that Akamaru had ripped his pant leg again. Shikamaru lay on the desk seemingly asleep, but his peripheral vision was always fixed on Naruto. This guy, wasn't he being a bit too active? In this atmosphere his normalcy appeared extremely abnormal. During lunch break Shikamaru finally couldn't hold back and called out to Naruto just as he was about to make his 10th attempt at accidentally bumping into Shino, which had all failed. Hey Naruto. What's up Shikamaru? Want me to share my bento? Hinata brought super delicious omelet rolls today. Naruto said with a grin holding up half an omelet. Shikamaru ignored the temptation of the omelet squinting at him. Sasuke didn't come. You seem not at all Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The smile on his face stiffened for a tenth of a second before he masked it with a louder voice and more exaggerated gestures, concerned about him. That cocky Sasuke. He must think he's the best in the world, secretly training at home, trying to make a stunning comeback. I'm not going to let him surpass me. Shikamaru stared at him for a few seconds, a glint of sharpness flashing in his always half-asleep eyes, but in the end it turned into a soft sigh. Forget it, pretend I didn't ask. He felt that Naruto was like a startled pufferfish using exaggerated bravado to cover up something. Naruto sighed inwardly with relief, knowing that Shikamaru was not easy to fool. He quickly took the opportunity to change the subject, slinging an arm around Shikamaru's shoulder only to be dodged with disgust by Shikamaru. By the way, Shikamaru, and Shoji Kibashino, Hinata, this weekend, let's go fishing. Then we can grill the fish by the river and eat. I know a bend in the lower reaches of the Nanha River where there's lots of waterweed and the fish are fat and stupid, easy to catch. It'll definitely be more fragrant than Choji's potato chips. I know a bend in the lower reaches of the Nanha River where there's lots of waterweed and the fish are fat and stupid, easy to catch. It'll definitely be more fragrant than Choji's potato chips. Fishing. Grilled fish. Choji's eyes lit up at once, throwing all his worries about Sasuke to the wind. Good food. I want to catch the biggest one. Kiba also became interested and Akamaru barked excitedly at his feet. Sounds more fun than training. Can we bring Akamaru along? Shino pushed up his sunglasses and said calmly. River environments are ideal for observing aquatic arthropods. Fine. Shikamaru let out a huge yawn, looking as if he might melt into the desk. Fishing. Sounds troublesome too, but it's still easier than being forced by my mom to practice the family secret techniques. Alright, count me in. Hinata of course unconditionally supported any proposal from Naruto-kun. She said softly but firmly, I can prepare the latest grilled fish seasoning, and they'll have my family prepare a good set of fishing gear and a picnic blanket. The boss system immediately gave positive feedback. Awesome. It's settled. Meet at the village gate on Saturday morning. Naruto clapped his hands, feeling a bit lighter. Done. He silently prayed in his heart, Sasuke, oh Sasuke, you must follow the script and go to that river to clear your mind. Let me complete this hidden side quest of encountering the fallen Tsundere. In the following days Sasuke never the low pressure that hung over the classroom still lingered, but the anticipation of the weekend fishing and grilling lightened the gloom for Naruto's little group, adding a bit of vitality. Naruto still tirelessly performed his daily system tasks, accumulating meager contact points. He had tried to sneak up on Shikamaru for a friendly hug, only to be precisely dodged, as if Shikamaru had eyes in the back of his head, earning a troublesome eye roll. He had also tried to express to Shino, I'm really interested in your insects. Can you let them crawl on me? But Shino simply let a few parasitic bugs fly in front of him, and Naruto cowardly retreated 3 meters. However, the chakra within his body, thanks to the sponsorship of the system and Father Fox, was steadily and covertly accumulating at a speed far beyond ordinary imagination. Occasionally in the dead of night he could vaguely sense behind the massive sealed gate within him the Ninetales' complex emotions, a mix of irritability, depression, and a hint of speechlessness at being called Father Fox. Father Fox seems to be still holding a grudge. Naruto muttered, stroking his chin as he lay on the bed in his rundown little house. Next time I go in to visit, should I bring some spiritual food to soothe him? Like playing loops in my mind of the later scenes of Naruto where he and I fight side by side. Let him experience the redemption. I mean the warmth of turning to the light ahead of time. As soon as this thought popped up, he felt the Ninetales chakra inside him stir restlessly, scaring him into quickly suppressing that suicidal idea. Forget it. Even fleece the sheep must be sustainable. If he really pissed off Father Fox, even a tailed beastball, even if just in thought, would be too much for him. Amid a mix of slight anticipation and more banter, the weekend finally arrived. The sky was a deep blue, the sun warm, and the gentle breeze carried the moist scent of grass and river water, making it a perfect day for fishing and barbecuing, a day to waste in leisure. Naruto and his companions gathered at the village entrance. Hinata was indeed well prepared, bringing not only high-quality fishing gear, but also several large food boxes filled with prepped ingredients and various condiments, and even a compact, exquisite barbecue grill along with a huge soft picnic mat. Choji stared wide-eyed, nearly drooling. Wow, Hinata, you're incredible. Kiba exclaimed, and Akamaru barked in agreement. It's nothing. Just some essentials I prepared, Hinata replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, sneaking a glance at Naruto. Naruto gave her a thumbs up, saying, as expected of Hinata. You've thought of everything. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his forehead as he surveyed the scene. This isn't a picnic, it's like moving house. What a hassle. Meanwhile, Shino had squatted down beside the road, observing the ants. The group noisily made their way to a quiet bend in the Naka River downstream. The river was crystal clear, revealing swaying water plants with fish occasionally swimming by. Choji and Kiba quickly claimed the best spots and started fishing. Kiba was boisterous, repeatedly scaring away the fish, which led to several complaints from Choji. Akamaru excitedly ran along the shore barking at his reflection in the water. Shino found a new target to observe, the water striders and dragonfly larvae, jotting down notes in his little... Shikamaru successfully found a patch of soft grass and lay down in a big shape, his hat covering his face, ready for a nap. Hinata, like a diligent little bee, quietly and skillfully laid out the picnic mat, arranged the utensils, and organized the condiments, occasionally glancing at Naruto, who was clumsily trying to attach bait his fishing line, nearly tangled into a knot, her eyes filled with gentle affection. Naruto struggled with the fishing line, his mind wandering, yet his gaze swept like a radar across the opposite bank, the woods, and the paths upstream and downstream. As time passed, Choji had already caught 2 plump crucian carp, and Kiba, with Akamaru's help, managed to catch 1 too. The aroma of grilled fish began to rise with the smoke wafting along the riverbank. However, Sasuke's figure had yet to appear. Naruto's anticipation gradually turned into disappointment. Could it be that his small butterfly wings had altered the course of events? Or was Sasuke in another more secluded place? Just when he was about to give up, deciding to turn his disappointment into appetite and devour 3 grilled fish, first his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a solitary, lonely figure moving slowly upstream. The black spiky hair seemed to have lost its usual luster, appearing somewhat disheveled. The deep blue high-neck short-sleeve shirt made his face look even paler. With his hands stuffed in his pockets and his steps unsteady, he kept his head down, aimlessly shuffling along the riverbank. Those once proud and sharp black eyes now only held emptiness, silence, and an unfathomable pain and confusion. He seemed like a shell devoid of its soul, burdened with heavy shackles. It was Sasuke. He really had come. And his condition was even worse than Naruto had imagined. Hey, look over there. That's Sasuke, right? Kiba, with his sharp eyes, also noticed him and lowered his voice, dropping his playful demeanor. Everyone's movements came to a halt, their gazes fixed in that direction. Seeing Sasuke's lost and detached expression, as if he were isolated from the world, even the typically blunt Kiba instinctively quieted his breathing, while Choji stopped chewing on the grilled fish, looking on with concern. Akamaru seemed to sense the heavy sadness as well, whimpering softly and lying down at Kiba's feet. Shikamaru removed his hat from his face, sat up, and looked in Sasuke's direction, his brow slightly furrowed, as he mumbled under his breath, "This is definitely troublesome." Hinata put down the bottle of seasoning in her hands, her fingers anxiously clasped in front of her chest, her eyes filled with sympathy and concern. Naruto sighed heavily in his heart. It was time for him to step up. He set down the sizzling fish in his hands and elbowed Shikamaru hard. "Shikamaru, stop lying around. Get up." Shikamaru looked utterly reluctant, as if he had anticipated this, and shrank back, saying, "Why do I have to be dragged into this? Can't you go by yourself?" "Troublesome? Of course not." Naruto lowered his voice, urgency in his tone. "You look the most harmless, least likely to provoke him. If I go alone, he might just leave. Or throw a shuriken at me. Hurry. Just think of it as doing a good deed and help this arrogant guy." Shikamaru glanced at Naruto's rare, serious expression, though most of it was an act, then at the lonely figure in the distance that seemed ready to break at any moment, finally, heaving a sigh, standing up slowly, grumbling, "I really owe you for my past life." The two walked toward Sasuke, one after the other. Sasuke was completely immersed in his own world of pain, his awareness of the surroundings at its lowest. It wasn't until Naruto and Shikamaru stood in front of him, blocking his path, that he suddenly looked up, as if awakened. His bloodshot eyes instantly filled with alertness, hostility, and a ferocity akin to a wounded beast, along with a hint of quickly concealed vulnerability. "What do you want?" His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against wood, carrying a chilling coldness. Naruto tried to make his smile appear natural, though he felt a bit apprehensive inside. "Sasuke, what a coincidence. We're here grilling fish, the ones Choji caught Hinata cooked, and they taste amazing. Would you like to join us? It's better than wandering around alone, right?" Sasuke's lips pressed into a pale, straight line, coldly turning his head away, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth, "Not interested." Naruto quickly shot Shikamaru a look that said, "Help me out." Shikamaru scratched his iconic pineapple hairstyle and spoke in his characteristic lazy tone, as if he couldn't muster enthusiasm for anything. "Well, being alone can be pretty boring. The grilled fish does taste decent, and it's free." He tried to convince Sasuke with the most practical reason. Sasuke's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly in his pockets, knuckles white, seemingly struggling to suppress the surging emotions and the anger that was about to erupt. Naruto seized the moment, suddenly stepping forward with Shikamaru on one side and himself on the other, practically pinning Sasuke's arms. Come on. Don't be shy. Think of it as a friendly gesture between classmates." "Hey, what are you doing? Let me go." Sasuke, caught off guard, began to struggle. However, his spirit was in turmoil, and coupled with possibly not having eaten or rested properly for days, he lacked the strength to break free from the capture of Naruto and Shikamaru, both strong boys. Replenishing energy is the most important. "Look, you can barely stand." As Naruto put in effort, he mentally shouted to the system. This counts as forced contact, right? Points. Give me points." Ding. Detected forced continuous physical contact with the ninja Uchiha Sasuke. Contact points 8. Due to the target's strong resistance, emotions points bonus applied. Warning. Host behavior carries high risk. Please proceed with caution. 8 points. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he pulled harder. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, feeling himself drawn into a big mess. Thus, amidst Sasuke's feeble struggles and protests, Naruto and Shikamaru forcibly brought him to the barbecue. Sasuke, forcibly seated on the picnic mat, wore a grim expression that seemed capable of dripping water, exuding an aura of low pressure that made the surrounding air feel as though it had solidified. In silence, Kiba, Shino, and Choji watched him, hesitant to speak. Akamaru, sensing the uneasy atmosphere, quietly lay at Kiba's feet. Hinata cautiously offered a string of grilled fish, golden and fragrant, whispering, "Sasuke-kun, please eat." Sasuke didn't even glance at her, simply turning his head away. Naruto picked up a skewer of grilled fish and shoved it into Sasuke's hand, saying, "Hey Sasuke, give it a try. Hinata's grilled fish is really delicious. You won't have the strength to train for revenge if you don't eat enough." The last line pierced Sasuke's nerves like a needle. He suddenly raised his head, and his Sharingan flared to life. Although it was just a single tomo, the icy killing intent and hatred it radiated made everyone present except Naruto feel a chill in their hearts. "What did you say?" Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. Kiba and Choji instinctively recoiled, while Shino's sunglasses reflected the light, and Shikamaru frowned. Naruto's heart sank, cursing himself for speaking too quickly. Yet he forced a calm facade, took a bite of the fish in his hand, and mumbled, "I said, if you don't eat enough, you won't have strength. Why are you glaring at me? What's so impressive about red eyes? I can transform into a fox too." His flippant demeanor, completely unfazed, and his absurd comment about turning into a fox caused the pent-up anger and sorrow within Sasuke to become stuck with no outlet for release. As the Sharingan slowly faded, he lowered his head, looking at the grilled fish that had been forcefully thrust into his hand, still warm, falling into a long silence. The enticing aroma of the grilled fish stubbornly invaded his nostrils, stirring a primal hunger within him. He could no longer remember the last time he had eaten properly. His stomach was hollow, accompanied by a burning sensation. The people around him fell silent, refraining from attempting to comfort him. Only the crackling of burning wood and Choji's cautious, suppressed chewing, along with the gentle flow of the river, filled the tranquil atmosphere. A strange, silent comfort flowed quietly through the air. There were no words of sympathy and no probing gazes, just a simple act of companionship and sharing food. Eventually, after what felt like a century of suffocating silence, Sasuke's stiff fingers moved slightly. He lifted the skewer of grilled fish to his mouth, beginning to eat very slowly, one small bite at a time. His movements were mechanical, as if he were merely executing a necessary task, yet he was indeed eating. Seeing him start to eat, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the tense atmosphere easing a little. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto grabbed another perfectly cooked skewer of fish, plopped down beside Sasuke, and without caring whether he acknowledged him or not, began his trademark chatter. "Wow, this fish is really delicious. If only my fox dad were here, he could probably swallow 100 skewers in one bite. Speaking of which, my fox dad has such a foul temper, always shouting in my head, making my brain hurt. But his tail looks so fluffy, it should be nice to pet. Hey Sasuke, look at Shikamaru. Doesn't he look like a salted fish that's been sunbathing, ready to be dried? I bet if you sprinkle some salt on him, you could just pack him up." Shikamaru, feeling inexplicably targeted, decided to continue playing dead and not engage with this idiot. Naruto rambled on, chattering aimlessly about everything under the sun, from a new flavor at Ichiraku Ramen to how he saw a cat chasing its tail for 20 circles on the road yesterday, from Iruka Sensei's new hairstyle to whether she knows bugs would be afraid of mosquitoes. The content was utterly trivial, purely to create sound and dispel the suffocating silence and overwhelming sadness. Throughout it all, Sasuke remained unresponsive, not even glancing at Naruto, silently and intently focusing on the fish in his hand, as if it were the only thing in the world worth his attention. Yet for some reason, listening to Naruto babble incoherently beside him, watching Choji engage in a silent chopstick battle with Kiba over the last skewer of grilled mushrooms, seeing Shikamaru with a face full of existential despair, yet still not leaving, seeing Hinata quietly adding a thin stick to the fire from time to time, and watching Shino jot down something in his notebook, perhaps sketching. In the cold, dark corners of his heart, filled with hatred, a faint, unfamiliar warmth and anger which he could not ignore, seemed to have been forcefully injected. He still hated. He hated that man. He hated this cruel world. Revenge remained the only meaning for him, but at least at this moment, by the riverside, filled with the scent of food, surrounded by classmates who were not quite friends and were somewhat noisy, he no longer faced the endless darkness and despair completely alone. Finishing the fish in his hand, Sasuke gently placed the bare bamboo skewer down on the mat, then stood up without a word, still not looking at anyone, and quietly walked away in the direction he had come. Watching his thin, upright figure that seemed to bear the weight of the entire world gradually disappear into the depths of the forest, Naruto let out a long, silent sigh. "What a super troublesome guy," Shikamaru remarked, his tone lacking the usual lazy purity, now tinged with an indescribable complexity. "Will he be okay?" Kiba couldn't help but ask with concern, and Akamaru echoed with a soft whine. Choji licked the grease from the corner of his mouth and said foolishly, "It seems like he only ate one skewer. Is he not full?" Hinata silently collected the bamboo skewer and other trash that Sasuke had used, thinking to herself, Naruto-kun is caring for Sasuke-kun in his own way. Though it's a strange way, it's quite gentle. Ding. Detecting that the investment target successfully provided effective non-intrusive emotional support and companionship to a high-potential target in distress Uchiha Sasuke, potential long-term investment returns significantly increased. The team's implicit cohesion and inclusivity enhanced. Reward chakras slightly increased. Obtain special status, silent comfort, slightly increases resistance to negative emotions for a short time. The domineering system gave an evaluation far exceeding the usual. Naruto looked in the direction where Sasuke had disappeared, thinking to himself, I earned contact points that Sundara mission counts as completed, and I even played the role of a free psychological counselor, though mostly through awkward chatter. This kid's path ahead is bound to be rugged and dark. Sigh the feeling of powerlessness from being a fan of the original work, however today forcibly bringing him over, making him sit down and quietly eat a skewer of grilled fish to experience a bit of the human warmth seems not entirely a bad thing. Alright. Stop staring. The fish is going to burn. Choji Kiba, keep fishing. We'll continue grilling tonight, and if there's any left we'll take it with us. Naruto clapped his hands vigorously, shouting loudly, trying to reignite the atmosphere. The mood by the river gradually returned to its previous lightness and noisiness under his raucous commands. Yet everything that had happened today, that lonely departing figure, and the feeling of silent companionship, had already etched a mark deep or shallow in the hearts of every young person present. After the fishing and grilling incident, school life seemed to have returned to normalcy. Sasuke came back to class, but he had become colder, his eyes like an ice cellar. Apart from necessary course interactions, he barely spoke to anyone, exuding an aura of, don't come near me. Naruto understood this. After all, his family had just anyway, one must be sustainable when shearing the sheep. If you provoke the sheep it might bite, which wouldn't be worth it. He temporarily shelved the hell-level mission of hugging Sasuke, and focused his main energy on optimizing his contact point strategy. Direct hugging was too difficult, too risky, easily earning him the label of pervert, and might even attract investigation from the Umbu. After all, his identity was sensitive. Naruto stroked his chin, and Uncle Mingren's soul began to race at high speed. He must adopt a more circuitous, more straightman, and less suspicious approach. Thus a grand operation called Harmless Physical Contact Points quietly unfolded at the Ninja Academy. Strategy 1. Create accidental collisions. As soon as the bell rang, Naruto, like a wild dog off the leash, strike through a vigorous youth, was the first to dash out of the classroom, heading straight for the cafeteria. In the process of rushing to the door, he would coincidentally collide full force with Choji or Kiba, who were also eager to grab lunch. Oops. Sorry, Choji. Kiba. Didn't hurt you, did it? Naruto said with a sorry look as he steadied the other his palm, naturally, lingering on their arm or back for a fraction of a second. Ding. Accidental collision contact with Ninja Akimichi, Choji and Izuka, Kiba points 1. Perfect. Plan successful. Strategy 2. Academic exchange, physical version. During shuriken throwing practice, when Kiba made a good throw, Naruto would immediately approach with a sincere look of admiration. Wow. Kiba, your angle is so tricky. How did you do that? Teach me. Then without waiting for Kiba's answer, he grabbed Kiba's hand and mimicked the throwing motion. Is it about using the wrist like this? Like this? Ding. Academic physical contact with Ninja Inuzuka, Kiba points 2. Kiba was bewildered, but seeing Naruto so eager to learn, he felt embarrassed to push him away. Strategy 3. Snack Battle Royale. This move was a special attack on Choji. Whenever he saw Choji pull out snacks, Naruto would pounce like a cat smelling fish. Choji. Share and share alike. Give me some. In the process of grabbing the snack packaging, physical collisions and tugs were inevitable, and Naruto took the opportunity to earn points. Ding. Snack battle contact with Ninja Akimichi, Choji points 1. Although Choji was protective of his food, Naruto never grabbed much each time, and afterward, he would often compensate him with premium snacks from Hinata, so Choji tacitly allowed this interaction. He even tried this move on Shikamaru, but the moment he lunged, Shikamaru, as if predicting it in advance, didn't even lift an eyelid and sidestepped precisely, causing Naruto to miss and nearly tumble headfirst into the trash can. TCH troublesome. Shikamaru disdainfully brushed off non-existent dust. That trick of yours won't work on me. Save your energy. Naruto winced, rubbing his bruised knee, and internally complained the Nara family's IQ is indeed no joke. Their vigilance is really high. Is this guy born under the sign of the Loach? However, on those 2-point babies, Choji and Kiba, his strategy was remarkably effective. The contact points accumulated steadily and slowly, although each time only 1 or 2 points, the frequency made up for it. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Ding. Accumulated contact points reached 100, redeemable for slight chakra increase or specified basic jutsu proficiency increase. The system prompt sounded. Without hesitation, Naruto chose chakra. A warm current merged into his body, and his total chakra volume quietly increased by a notch. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. The foundation must be solid. Shikamaru observed these strange behaviors of Naruto and privately said to Choji and Kiba, has that guy been a bit too clingy lately? Don't you find it strange? Especially toward you two. Choji stuffed potato chips into his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, is there? Naruto has always been like this, just a bit lively, and he always gives me better snacks afterward. Kiba, with his arm around Akamaru's neck, said carelessly, right, he's just a bit rowdy, but it's way better than his gloomy, and he praised my shuriken throwing. Shikamaru looked at his two thick-skinned companions and sighed helplessly. Forget it, maybe he was just overthinking. But the occasional bursts of speed and chakra from Naruto that didn't match his usual performance still made him suspicious. That guy definitely has something wrong. Naruto didn't know he had been silently marked by Shikamaru. He was immersed in the joy of points. He even developed a new move, group high-five celebration. For example, when Choji successfully grabbed the last skewer of tricolor dango, he immediately pulled Choji and Kiba's hands and forced a three-person high-five. For the dango. Yeah, ding. Group high-five successful. Contact points 4. Perfect. Uncle Mingren's soul gave himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. It seems that as long as you open your mind, there are always more solutions than difficulties. One step closer to the next reward exchange. Hinata has always played the role of behind-the-scenes financier and quiet observer. She watched Naruto-kun frolic energetically with his classmates every day in her eyes, although the way was a bit special. As long as Naruto-kun was happy, she felt it was good. The boss system also recognized this silent nourishment, team-building approach, occasionally distributing some chakra or Byakugan proficiency as rewards. Investment targets social activity, increased team bond strengthened. Reward slight chakra increase. It seems I should prepare more snacks for Naruto-kun so he has more opportunities for sharing and snatching. Hinata thought seriously. On this day, the practical combat class focused on taijutsu free sparring, and instructor Irika hoped to hone everyone's real-time reactions and abilities. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke remained the center of attention. The upheaval in his family seemed to have frozen all his emotions, leaving only cold fury and an obsession with becoming stronger. As if trying to vent all his pain, his movements were swift and fierce, merciless. Several classmates who challenged him quickly fell under his blows, and some even suffered minor injuries. Irika frowned deeply, but he could understand Sasuke's state of mind. He only reminded him to mind his limits without excess. Next, Uzumaki Naruto versus Uchiha Sasuke. Irika announced the match pair. Swish. All eyes. This guy's taijutsu performance in usual classes was just average, sometimes even tripping over nothing. Could he really be a match for Sasuke in his current state? Wouldn't he just get crushed on the ground? Naruto groaned inwardly. He didn't want to show off. Playing the fool was the real, but giving up directly seemed too fake, not fitting his #1 surprise persona. Besides, the opponent was Sasuke. Maybe he could snag some high-quality points. Sasuke stood in the arena, his cold eyes, now with a single Tomo Sharingan, fixed on Naruto as if looking at an obstacle to be destroyed. Dead last, get up here. Naruto braced himself, forcing a look of going to my death onto his face as he shuffled onto the field, muttering, "Stuck up Sasuke, why so fierce?" The match began. Sasuke showed no mercy, charging like an arrow from a bow and driving a chakra-infused straight punch straight at Naruto's face. His speed and power far exceeded his usual classroom performance. Naruto was startled, inwardly screaming, "Damn, he's serious." Instinctively, he wanted to use the footwork essence rewarded by the system to dodge, but he held back at the critical moment. He struggled to control his body, adopting a hasty and clumsy blocking stance. Thud. A dull sound. Naruto was sent stumbling back several steps by the punch, grimacing and rubbing his numb arm. Hiss, that hurt. That kid had no sense of restraint. Too slow, dead last. Sasuke's eyes were icy, his Sharingan rotating slightly to capture Naruto's subtle movements as he pursued his leg, whistling toward Naruto's lower body. Naruto flailed and scrambled, dodging and jumping in a seemingly clumsy manner, barely avoiding several times by sheer luck, to the snickers of the watching classmates. Naruto-kun. Hinata clutched her small hands and worried her heart in her throat. Shikamaru squinted, thoughtful. That guy. The angles of his dodges seem a bit too convenient, don't they? Every time at the last moment he dodges vital points in the most ridiculous yet effective way. A coincidence. Sasuke grew increasingly frustrated at his inability to land a decisive blow. His Sharingan's insight made him feel something off about Naruto's movements, but he couldn't pinpoint it. He decided to waste no more time. Spotting an opening in Naruto's stagger, he used a vicious Uchiha-style taijutsu grappling technique, aiming to subdue Naruto once and for all. Now, a glint flashed in Naruto's eyes, hidden beneath his flustered expression. Riding the momentum of his stagger, he seemed to lose balance and tumbled forward like a rolling gourd, very coincidentally, avoiding Sasuke's surefire grab. At the same time, his wildly flailing arm, driven by panic, accidentally hooked Sasuke's ankle, which was leaning forward due to his overexertion. Whoa! Ugh! Both cried out, tumbling together in a chaotic heap, dust flying. When everyone got a clear look, Naruto was sprawled on the ground, groaning, "Ow, ow, ow," while Sasuke was locked in an extremely ungraceful position, like a Brazilian jiu-jitsu ground grappling hold, with Naruto's legs tightly wrapped around his upper body and one arm rendering him immobile. Let go of me, you bastard." Sasuke gasped, both shocked and furious, struggling fiercely, his face flushed with humiliation and lack of oxygen. But he found that Naruto's seemingly chaotic entanglement of legs and arms was incredibly strong, locking his joints painfully and making his chakra flow sluggish, supported by the taijutsu talent rewarded by the system and secretly mobilized chakra. "I am cramping. Can't move. Help, Iruka-sensei." Naruto continued his over-the-top wailing on the ground, his acting exaggerated. Iruka-sensei hurried over, struggling a bit to separate them. Final verdict: Uzumaki Naruto wins. The whole place erupted in uproar. Stunned. No one had expected Naruto to defeat the Uchiha prodigy, the Sharingan-wielding Sasuke, with such a bizarre, almost shameless, and utterly accidental method. Sasuke got up from the ground, his clothes covered in dust, hair disheveled, his face ashen with fury. He glared at Naruto, who was still rubbing his leg and groaning, his killing intent almost tangible. He felt nothing but suffocating frustration and humiliation. This wasn't skill, it was pure dumb luck. The guy had an unbelievable stroke of luck. Oomph. Sasuke squeezed out a cold snort, through gritted teeth shot Naruto a venomous glare, and strode off the field, without looking back, his aura chillingly low. Naruto was ecstatic inside, but on the surface he kept up the act diligently. Scared me to death, thought I was gonna die. Sasuke really goes too hard. Ding. Taijutsu sparring victory by extremely opportunistic means. Special bonus, unexpected victory score. Rewards slight increase in taijutsu resilience, minuscule chakra boost. Passive skill acting rough, upgraded to acting beginner, the system announced. Even an acting bonus. Uncle Mingren would say it's all due to the pressures of life. Shikamaru watched Naruto, who looked as if he had suffered a great injustice, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Accident. He was almost certain now, this was no accident. Naruto was hiding deeper than Shino's bugs. Troublesome, too troublesome. Hinata meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief. Though the process had been thrilling and bizarre, at least Naruto-kun was okay, and he even won. After this battle, Naruto's title of #1 surprise was thoroughly cemented in the academy, unchallengeable. In the evening, within a small dilapidated room, Naruto sat cross-legged on his bed, feeling the ever-growing chakra within him, his mood uplifted. The unexpected victory during the day and the steadily increasing contact points boosted his confidence immensely. However, the thought of the fox dad in the sealed space still sulking gave him a headache. That vast source of chakra he had to think of a way to ease the relationship. After all, that was a sustainable source to tap into. I know it was a respected fox dad. An important strategic partner. How to appease him? Gifts. He couldn't receive anything being sealed away. Compliments. Likely to be considered noise, and might even provoke a more violent roar. The soul of Ming Ren began to frantically search through past life memories. To appease a proud and temperamental elder. Oh, I got it. Naruto remembered that in the original story, he later gained the ability to use the Ninetales chakra, partly thanks to his words and sincerity, but also because his chakra itself contained powerful life force and infectious energy. Azura chakra reincarnation. Now he had quite a bit of chakra, and also had the system's reward of Ninetales chakra affinity. Could he actively convey some friendly, harmless, or even pitiful intentions? Playing the emotional card. Let's do it. You can't catch a wolf without hurting the child. You can't get fox fur without risking your face. Naruto concentrated his mind, trying to sense the sealing door in his abdomen. As his chakra increased, and his affinity for the Ninetales chakra improved, he could now clearly see the massive iron bars marked with the character seal, and behind the door in the profound darkness those giant eyes as red as a blood moon, filled with hatred. He carefully separated a thread of his chakra like the thinnest silk, attempting to slip through the cracks of the seal, reaching out toward the massive and volatile consciousness behind the door. At the same time, he attached his intentions to it. Fox Dad, good evening. Have you eaten? Alright, you probably don't need to eat. He conveyed a tentative greeting through his chakra. Get lost. The response was a more violent mental shock from the Ninetales, shattering that thread of chakra like a tsunami, leaving Naruto's head ringing. Not a good start. But Naruto was undeterred. Thick skin was one of his greatest talents. He gathered another thread of chakra, this time infused with a bit of the small pride, joy, and even a hint of fear he felt after unexpectedly defeating Sasuke today. Fox Dad, let me tell you, I was quite amazing today. I took down that arrogant Sasuke. Although the method was a bit... Well, don't you think so? Ninetales. I have no interest in your childish games. Foolish. Naruto continued to try, this time conveying the scent memory of grilled fish from earlier, along with the simple joy and warmth of squabbling with Choji and Kiba over snacks in the sunlight. The weather is really nice today. The grilled fish by the river smells so good, sizzling and oily. It's a shame you're sealed and can't enjoy it. But that's okay. When I get stronger and can control more chakra, maybe I can find a way for you to smell it too. Or, I could taste it and describe the flavor to you. Noisy. Who cares? The Ninetales' response was still cold, but that urge to crush his spirit seemed to hesitate for a split second. There's hope. The emotional card seemed to be having an effect, although it was minuscule. Naruto was overjoyed, immediately taking advantage of the moment, persistently and tirelessly conveying all kinds of random and trivial daily thoughts through his chakra, like a talkative son nagging an extremely impatient father complaining about Iruka Sensei's endless lectures, envying Choji's bottomless stomach and never-ending snacks, thinking Shikamaru was as smart as an old man, not cute at all, marveling at Ino's bugs being impressive but a bit creepy, and even lamenting Hinata's frequent treats as so good. As soon as this thought was conveyed, he felt the Ninetales chakra seemed to fluctuate slightly, as if speechless. He no longer tried to ingratiate or feared provoking anger. He simply shared the good and the bad, the happy and the gloomy, all chattering on. At first, the Ninetales' reaction was so annoying. Shut up, Ant. Get out. But Naruto's skin was thick thanks to Ming Ren's spirit and the system's beginner acting skills. He didn't care, continuing his mental harassment as he pleased. Gradually, the Ninetales' roars turned into impatient snorts and eventually fell silent, seeming to block him out, or perhaps too lazy to waste energy scolding him anymore. But Naruto could keenly sense the effect of the system's affinity boost that when he conveyed certain light-hearted joyful, or even slightly foolish emotions, the vast and dark sea of chakra behind the door seemed to slightly calm down like a gentle breeze stirring ripples on stagnant water. When he mentioned loneliness or being excluded, that chakra even seemed to have a faint, almost imperceptible ding. Detected continuous thought communication with Ninetales chakra one-sided slight increase in affinity. Obtained special status weak resonance with Ninetales chakra passive. The system notification chimed. Weak resonance. Passive. Naruto carefully sensed it seemed. It was just that extracting chakra seemed a bit smoother than usual. Moreover, the chakra he mobilized seemed to have a hint of extremely faint, almost imperceptible orange-eared luster. Could this be the effect of resonance? Making it easier to mobilize chakra and giving it a hint of the Ninetales' wild characteristics and trace amounts. Although the effect was almost negligible now, it meant the direction was correct. This path could be taken. Fox Dad, you really do love me. I knew it. Naruto conveyed this self-deluded thought with his chakra. Damn kid, he'll tear you apart. The Ninetales roar once again shook his consciousness space, but for some reason Naruto felt this roar was somewhat empty, even carrying a hint of embarrassment. Naruto chuckled unfazed, even finding it a bit endearing. It seemed he would often come to bother Fox Dad from now on. This was a shortcut to strengthen his abilities and improve their relationship. Perhaps he could even earn the title of Best Fox Fur Tamer. The plan to soothe harass Fox Dad showed initial results. Mingren seemed to see a bright future of chakra freedom ahead. The days of tranquility filled with points had not lasted long before a new genuine crisis emerged, the cultural class surprise test. For the soul of the academic underachiever Ming Run, it was like a bolt from the blue. It was even more terrifying than facing the furious Sasuke and his fox father combined. Ninja history, continental geography, the fundamentals of chakra theory, the distribution of power among nations. These things were far more challenging than memorizing the plot of Naruto. In class, he was either thinking about how to earn contact points, or planning his next sneaky development strategy, or using chakra to annoy his fox father. He hadn't been paying attention at all. Every word spoken by teacher Iruka was recognizable to him, but when put together it turned into a lullaby. Looking at the densely packed questions on the test paper, Mingren felt the world fade to black, and his scalp tingled. Question 1. Which family originally safeguarded the ancient text chronicles of the tailed beast, which records the legends of the Sage of Six Paths? How should I know that? Skip. Question 5. What is the hand seal sequence for the representative earth release technique? Earth release, earth flow wall, from the rock hidden village of the land of earth. Hand seals. I rely on the system rewards that say I'm proficient to do that. Who remembers the sequence? Question 10. Discuss the importance of the balance between chakra, spiritual energy, and physical energy for ninja growth. Discuss. Do I have to write? Just kill me. Mingren scratched his ears and looked around, squirming as if sitting on a bed of nails, trying to gain some insight from those around him, even if just a little. Sasuke sat upright, writing like a god, emanating an icy aura of a top student, forbidding anyone from approaching. Shikamaru rested his head on one hand, writing lazily. His pace was slow, but steady, seemingly under no pressure. Shuji was secretly digging potato chip crumbs from his desk, probably having completely given up. Kiba was desperately scratching his spiky hair, the test paper in front of him nearly blank, while Akamaru yawned boredly. Shino still had an unreadable expression behind his sunglasses, but his pen never stopped. It's over. All over. No help in sight. Mingren wailed inwardly. Could it be that this illustrious transmigrator, the prophesied child of the future, the hidden powerhouse of Konoha, would fall in this small ditch of a cultural class? If he scored in single digits, or got a 0, wouldn't teacher Iruka make him stay after class to copy books until the end of time? How could he go out on missions crossed out to earn points? How could he annoy his fox father? How could he realize his hugging contact just when he was in despair, almost ready to bang his head against the desk, and consider faking a stomachache to sneak out? Hinata, sitting diagonally in front of him, seemingly casually nudged her test paper closer to the edge of the desk. She wrote with slightly more pressure than usual, creating clear impressions on the back of the paper. With his secretly enhanced eyesight from the system, and the angle, just right, Mingren could barely make out those blurred characters. It's Hinata. She's helping me. Support from the top student. Mingren was instantly overwhelmed with immense gratitude. Hinata, little angel. No. It's Hinata, the boss. You're so reliable in a critical moment. You are my lifeline. You are my light. He immediately concentrated all his energy like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw, using those blurry character shadows and guesswork to start writing furiously, copying answers. His wrist was almost leaving behind afterimages. Ding. Detected that the host is receiving top student emergency support, triggering a time-limited task, extreme copying. Task requirements: successfully reference and fill in at least 60% of the answers before the test ends without being caught by the teacher on the spot. Task rewards: random completion of cultural class knowledge points, partial slight enhancement of chakra, and a minor increase in on-the-spot adaptability. Failure penalty: none. However, the host will likely face teacher Iruka's caring tutoring package, including, but not limited to, staying after class, copying books, and ideological education. There's still a task. It's like adding fuel to the fire. Mingren's spirits lifted, or perhaps it was a brief revival, and he copied even more vigorously. His gaze darted rapidly between Hinata's paper and his own, his brain working at high speed, trying to understand the meanings behind those blurred characters, then translating them into his own answers, transcribing. Teacher Irika was patrolling the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the students. When he saw Ming-Ren unusually focused and writing diligently at an unexpectedly rapid pace, he was so surprised he nearly adjusted his glasses. Is the sun rising in the west? Uzumaki Ming-Ren is actually answering questions seriously. He curiously walked down from the podium, slowly approaching. Teacher Irika is getting closer. He was so scared that his heart was about to leap out of his throat. He quickly used his arms and body to shield the test paper, while covering his stomach with his other hand, forcing a painful expression on his face, pretending to be deep in thought, or perhaps stomachache. Irika took a few steps closer, looking at the sweating forehead, nervous, and the painful pretended expression of Ming-Ren, then glancing at Hinata, who was sitting unusually upright, her ears blushing, and at her test paper, which was clearly tilted towards Ming-Ren. Experienced teacher Irika instantly understood what was happening. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, wanting to say something, but seeing Ming-Ren's pitiful and hard-working demeanor along with Hinata's expression of tension and anticipation, he ultimately just shook his head helplessly, not exposing the situation, pretending to patrol around before returning to the... Ming-Ren felt teacher Irika leaving and finally let out a long silent sigh of relief, his back soaked with cold sweat. That was close. He almost messed up. He secretly gave Hinata a thumbs up, too scared to do it openly. Hinata saw Ming-Ren's gesture, her face turning even redder as she quickly lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth curved into a reassuring arc. With the crisis averted, Ming-Ren continued his extreme operation, racing against time. Ultimately, at the moment the class bell rang, Ming-Ren finally finished writing the last character of the final question. With trembling hands, he completed the copying. Ding! Extreme copying task completed. Successfully referenced more than 60% of the answers, and was not caught on the spot. Reward: random completion of History of the Land of Fire, modern knowledge points. Slight enhancement of chakra. Minor increase in on-the-spot adaptability. A flood of vague historical knowledge about the founding of Konoha by the first Hokage and the causes of several ninja world wars surged into his mind. Although it was still a bit chaotic, it was better than being completely blank. At least next time teacher Irika asks a question, he might get 1 or 2 points right. Submitting the test paper, Ming-Ren collapsed completely in his seat, feeling as if his body had been drained, more exhausting than completing 10 hugging tasks in a row. Ming-Ren-kun, are you okay? Hinata asked softly, her eyes filled with genuine concern and a hint of guilt for having done something bad. I am fine. Ming-Ren raised his arm, which felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, giving a thumbs up with a relieved, exhausted smile. I made it. All thanks to you. For positioning your test paper so well. The writing pressure was just right. Hinata's face turned a deep red, her voice as soft as a whisper. I'm glad. Ding. Successfully provided crucial academic support to the investment target, resolving a major crisis, ensuring their campus life proceeds smoothly. Reward: slight increase in insight. Gaining the skill Precise Assistance beginner level can slightly enhance the prediction of target dilemmas and the timing of assistance. The boss system once again affirmed her strategic investment behavior. Shikamaru witnessed the thrilling scene from earlier, helplessly resting his forehead in his hand. Even cheating could turn into such a convoluted, dramatic affair. Ming-Ren really is a collection of trouble. Wherever he goes, surprises and fun from a spectator's perspective follow. However, looking at Ming-Ren's eventual dangerous escape and Hinata's unmistakable happiness, he suddenly felt that maybe these two contrasting individuals coming together wasn't such a bad thing after all. At least future fun, no observational material surely wouldn't be lacking. Nara Shikamaru revealed a meaningful smile tinged with the anticipation of watching the show. Time flows like water and years pass like a shuttle. In a blink, Naruto and Hinata are already 11 years old, entering the legendary golden period of growth known for eating me out of house and home. The changes are evident. Naruto's appetite, already comparable to Choji's, has upgraded once more. Hinata's meticulously prepared, 3-tiered, oversized bento can be devoured by him within the 10-minute break, after which he, patting his still flat belly, looks at Hinata with a pitiful expression on. Hinata, I'm still a bit hungry. The hand-pulled noodle shop owner has been particularly cheerful lately, as Naruto's frequency of visits and order quantities have doubled. Occasionally, he also brings along that girl from the Hyūga clan, who has also shown an increase in her appetite. Though her manner of eating remains graceful, she can still finish 2 bowls of noodles, and even add an egg. Youth is truly wonderful. The ability to eat is a blessing. The hand-pulled noodle shop owner chuckled, as if he saw the god of wealth. However, this blessing startled the domineering system in Hinata's mind. Alert! Alert! The energy consumption rate of the investment target and its associated host has risen abnormally. The current nutritional supply system is on the verge of collapse. The conventional feeding mode is inefficient and cannot meet the needs of sustainable development. Warning: long-term insufficient energy intake will severely affect the development of investment potential and the host's physical growth. Emergency response plan initiated. Open up stable, efficient, and high-quality channels for autonomous energy supply. Thus, a large-scale task filled with a domineering style that brooks no dissent and accompanied by dazzling special effects in her imagination crashed into Hinata's consciousness. Large-scale team building and strategic material reserve task: death forest hunting operation. Task objective: to organize and lead a hunting operation aimed at large dangerous beasts. Mandatorily invite all marked high potential investment units i.e. the Konoha 12 excluding the host and the binding target to participate. The goal is to successfully hunt high-quality meat reserves sufficient to sustain long-term consumption. Task rewards based on hunting results, teamwork, and demonstration of leadership rewards include body strengthening, significant chakra total, increase moderate, and junior team leader or a slight influence increase. Task failure penalty none. However, the host and investment target will face the risk of growth stagnation. Looking at the serious and large-scale task list in her mind, Hinata tightened her grip on the bento box, feeling overwhelmed by pressure. Invite everyone. Sasuke-kun Nijini and that passionate Rock Lee. Taking a deep breath several times, she finally found Naruto, who was sighing in front of an empty bento box after school. Naruto-kun. Hinata tried her best to make her voice sound steady, mimicking the system's tone of everything is under control this weekend. I plan to organize a forest hunting event. Naruto, pondering whether to sneak some snacks from Shikamaru or trick Kiba into treating, paused and looked up. Hunting. Are we going to the Death Forest? Yes. Hinata nodded and continued with a domineering tone, though still very softly. We need to invite Shikamaru-kun, Ino, Choji-kun, Kiba-kun, Shina-kun, Sasuke-kun, Sakura Rock, Lee-kun, Nijini, and Ten-Senpai. Everyone must participate. Naruto's mouth formed an O shape and the empty bento box in his hand nearly fell to the ground. Everyone. Hinata, why do you suddenly want to organize such a grand event? How much do we have to eat? I mean, how many prey do we have to hunt to be enough? Hinata's cheeks turned slightly red as she couldn't just admit it was the system's task forcing her, could she? She had to maintain her persona, looking determined at Naruto. Yes. 4. Long-term nutritional reserves. Naruto-kun, can you help me notify everyone? A large group activity. This means I can have legitimate physical contact with many people to earn points. Plus I might get to eat a lot of free high-quality barbecue. The light in Naruto's eyes instantly surpassed that of a 100-watt bulb. No problem. Leave it to me. I guarantee it'll bring everyone here. He patted his chest full of confidence, as if he could already envision the bright future of soaring chakra and a feast of barbecued meat. The notification process was nothing short of a small-scale test of social skills and rhetoric. Choji, upon hearing hunting and unlimited barbecue, widened his eyes as round as dumplings, nearly drooling onto his feet. He was the first to jump up and agree, stating he could bring his own barbecue sauce. Kiba thought this idea was incredibly cool. He could run wild in the forest with Akamaru and also get practical experience. He instantly became excited and shouted that he wanted to hunt the biggest one. Shikamaru yawned, calculating the time cost of sleeping and cloud watching over the weekend, but under Naruto's dual temptations of Shikamaru, you're so smart, it would be a waste not to command, and barbecue will fill you up. He reluctantly nodded, mumbling such a hassle. Shino pushed up his reflective sunglasses and succinctly stated, to collect insect samples. Agreed. Ino and Sakura took a bit more persuasion. At first, they were hesitant about going to the dangerous forest, but when they heard Sasuke was going and saw that the other wanted to go, mainly not wanting to let the other be alone with Sasuke, they awkwardly agreed together. Tintin was very interested in hunting, thinking it a good opportunity to test the practicality of new weapons and scrolls, and readily agreed. Lee was fired up. Hunting. This is the trial of youth. I will definitely participate. Niji was the toughest nut to crack, as he flatly refused with, as a branch family heir, I must focus on my training and should not engage in such frivolous activities. However, this time Hinata did not back down. She looked directly at him with her pure Byakugan. Secretly, the domineering system exerted a slight invisible pressure and calmly said, Nijini, this is also part of training. It concerns teamwork and adaptability in real battles. Niji met her gaze for a moment before finally snorting coldly, which was considered acquiescence. The most challenging was Sasuke, who responded to Naruto's invitation with a murderous glare. No time. Boring. Naruto was well prepared, leaning in to lower his voice to a volume only the two could hear. Hey Sasuke, the big guys in the Death Forest are not like the wooden posts in the training ground. Real life and death battles, exaggerated, can quickly unleash your potential and train your Sharingan and killing intent. Thinking of that man. Sasuke's body stiffened suddenly, a glint of crimson flashing deep within his dark eyes. He stared at Naruto for several seconds before squeezing out one word. Fine. Thus the Konoha 12 plus Akamaru successfully organized their first ever collective activity under Naruto's enthusiastic jumping and Hinata system domineering will. On the weekend at the outskirts of the Death Forest, a chaotic hunting spectacle is about to begin. At the edge of the forest, 12 children with distinct personalities plus a dog stared at each other with wide eyes. Jing Yi and Xiao Ying huddled together, whispering, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the cold-faced Zhuozhu. Xiaoli was warming up against a tree, his high kicks whipping through the air. Tian curiously examined her weapon scroll. Ding Xi had already begun sniffing the air expectantly, as if he could smell the aroma of roasted meat. Yeah, and Chi Wan excitedly looked around. Jinai stood quietly under the tree, blending into the background. Ning Xi crossed his arms, wearing an expression that said, I'm just here to take a look. Zhuozhu leaned against another tree, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura of keep away. Mingren looked at this ragtag team and felt a headache coming on. Can this even hunt? Just as Mingren was pondering whether to say something to boost or trick morale, Chu Tian stepped forward. She took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and shouted, Byakugan activate. Veins bulged around her eye sockets, and the pure white Byakugan instantly activated. Her vision pierced through layers of trees extending deep into the forest. 1 o'clock direction, approximately 850 meters, target spotted. 3 adult giant boars, strong chakra reactions, estimated body size over 3 meters, fang length about 40 centimeters. Chu Tian reported the information in a clear, calm voice, her tone carrying a steadiness completely different from her usual shyness. They are rolling in a mud puddle. Vigilance is moderate. 3 big boars. He licked his lips excitedly, rubbing his hands together. This is awesome. Perfect for a workout. Chi-1, let's go. Wait. A lazy yet indomitable voice sounded. Lu-Wan had somehow already found a clean stone to sit on, resting his chin on one hand, his dead fish eyes full of resignation. Hey, just charge straight in. Are you tired of living, or do you think hospital food is better than roasted meat? Boars are thick-skinned and tough as moving fortresses. When they charge, they can knock down big trees. Going heat-in is the most troublesome, inefficient, and injury-prone choice. What a hassle. He rubbed his messy hair and sighed. To be honest, he really didn't want to deal with this mess. It would be so much more comfortable to lie around and watch the clouds on the weekend. But looking at this group of problem children before him, impulsive Yading Ci, who only thinks about eating, the 2 fangirls whose eyes are fixed on Zhuozhu, an overly hot-blooded Kappa, a gloomy insect user, a reluctant Hyūga prodigy, a hedgehog-like Avenger, a not-so-reliable Ming Run, and a Chu Tian who is calm, but still the organizer. If he really let them do whatever they wanted, they might end up carrying someone back. Forget it. Since I have a good brain, I can't just watch my teammates get themselves killed. That would cause even more trouble later. Since we have the Byakugan as a super radar, let's devise a tactic to deal with them with minimal cost. Lu-Wan forced himself into focus. Chu Tian Ning Ci, your Byakugan is our top-tier radar. Continuously lock onto the real-time positions and movements of these 3 boars. Report any unusual changes immediately, such as if they separate head toward us, or if other beasts approach. Chu Tian and Ning Ci nodded. Senior Sister Tian. Lu-Wan looked at Tian. Do you have ropes or iron nets in your scroll that are strong enough to restrain large beasts? Also, do you have any weapons suitable for long-range sniping, like a strong bow or heavy crossbow? Preferably something that can deal effective damage in one hit. Yes. Tian immediately replied, patting the scroll at her waist. 3 sets of special alloy ropes, 3 strong bows, and plenty of armor-piercing arrowheads. And special arrows tied with explosive tags. The last sentence made Lu-Wan's mouth twitch sharply. Alright, Yachi-1, your task is to patrol the periphery. Use your speed and sense of smell, not to go head-to-head with the boars. Prevent the boars from fleeing our encirclement if startled, and drive them toward the preset trap area or terrain favorable to us. Ding Xiaoyu. Lu-Wan glanced at Ding Xi, who was still chewing beef jerky. Stick close to me, if necessary. Protect me, and keep an eye on the supplies. He was too embarrassed to directly say, let Ding Xi be a meat shield, so he used a euphemism. Ding Xi nodded honestly. Oh, okay, Lu-Wan, leave the food to me. Jing Yishaoing, you are skilled in jinjutsu and mental interference. At the start of the battle, do your best to disrupt the boar's perception, making their charges lose accuracy or instilling fear. Jinai, can your parasitic insects perform nerve paralysis or crawl into nostrils and ears to cause harassment? Try to slow down their movements as much as possible. Jinai pushed up his sunglasses. Paralysis toxin can be secreted in small amounts, and crawling into ears and noses to interfere is feasible, but it takes time. Finally, the main attackers, Zhuozhu, Ming Run, and Li. Lu-Wan looked at the 3, his expression turning serious. When the boars are sufficiently restrained and hindered with their movements clearly impeded, the 3 of you find an opportunity to get close. Attack the vital points, eyes, abdomen, throat, joints, etc. Aim for a quick resolution to minimize consumption and risk. Remember, it's cooperation, not a personal show. Lu-Wan was clear and organized, instantly assigning everyone's abilities and strengths with clarity, even pointing out risks and precautions. Everyone was stunned. Even Zhuozhu slightly opened his eyes and gave Lu-Wan a deep look, as if he couldn't find any fault with this rigorous tactical arrangement, though his face remained expressionless. Mingren looked at Lu-Wan, giving a mental thumbs up. Wow. Is this what it feels like to be outsmarted? The Nara clan's brain is truly a strategic-level resource for Mai. The way he complained about trouble but still had to worry about his teammates was truly charming in contrast. At the same time, a more modern, tactical idea struck Ming Ren's soul, like lightning, Byakugan long-range precision-guided strike. He immediately scurried over to Tian and Chu Tian, lowering his voice and saying excitedly, Senior Sister Tian. Chu Tian, we can try a more advanced tactic. Chu Tian, use your Byakugan to give accurate guidance to Senior Sister Tian, like a commander ordering a sniper. Target a left eye, range correction, 2 wind speed negligible. Then Senior Sister Tian, you shoot from a super long distance, directly sniping its vital point. Let's do a my version of targeted elimination. Safe and efficient. Tian's eyes instantly lit up like stars upon hearing this. Over the horizon sniping. Awesome. I'm good at this. I guarantee to hit wherever you aim. Chu Tian also thought this idea was very efficient and could maximize everyone's safety, nodding vigorously. I can provide accurate coordinates. Lu-Wan heard Ming Ren's supplementary suggestion and raised an eyebrow in surprise. This guy could occasionally come up with useful and not so troublesome ideas. He nodded, acknowledging the tactical supplement. This plan can be the priority choice. If the snipe succeeds, it can greatly reduce close combat risk and trouble for all of us. Tion, remember prioritize using normal armor-piercing arrows. Save the explosive tags, those things are expensive. He emphasized the last sentence. Got it. Tion stuck out her tongue, but still secretly touched the sealed area containing arrows with a three-dimensional multi-type coordinated hunting operation temporarily commanded by the trouble-fearing, yet responsible Naruto one integrating Byakugan panoramic surveillance long-range precision, sniping frontal assault, auxiliary control, and herding. The tactical blueprint was thus drawn up. The boars of the Forest of Death were in danger. With the strategy set, the operation commenced. Hinata's and Niji's white eyes functioned like two high-performance, silent radars firmly locking onto the three colossal creatures within the muddy pit. Target A has left the mud pit and is moving toward the shrubbery at 10 o'clock. Its pace is slow, seemingly for. Upon hearing this, Tenten immediately summoned from her scroll a longbow of hard, wood nearly as tall as herself along with 3 armor-piercing arrows that gleamed with a cold light. She took a deep breath, knocked the arrow, and drew the bowstring with fluid and steady motions. Her muscles tensed slightly and her entire demeanor transformed from a gentle senior schoolmate into a composed sniper. She didn't need to aim with her eyes at all, relying entirely on the real-time coordinates transmitted by Hinata's white eyes. Target A head fully exposed, no obstruction. Distance 780 meters. Wind direction slight southeast breeze, no correction needed. Hinata's voice came through the tense air, unnaturally calm. Understood. Tenten's eyes sharpened like a hawk's, and her fingers silently released. Swoosh. The arrow tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle tracing a nearly straight line of death. Before anyone could fully hold their breath. Thud. A sickening teeth-grinding sound. The arrow struck with uncanny precision deep into the left eye of the largest boar, embedding itself almost halfway. Ooh. A distorted, agonized shriek exploded, instantly shattering the forest's silence. Blinded in one eye, the boar went completely berserk. The searing pain robbed it of all reason, and it charged wildly in every direction like an out-of-control heavy truck. Saplings as thick as bowl rims were snapped with ease, and mud flew everywhere. Target A is out of control. It's running at 3 o'clock at high speed. Take evasive action. Niji supplemented the intelligence, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. Kiba, Akamaru, execute Plan B. Block it. Don't let it break our formation. Lead it toward the depression on the left. Shikamaru ordered calmly, though his pace quickened. Leave it to us. Akamaru flank harassment. Woof. Kiba and Akamaru like two streaks of green lightning, mainly due to Kiba's clothes cut and swiftly from the flank. Kiba hurled scented pebbles to distract the boar, while Akamaru, leveraging his speed, agilely bit and clawed at its hind legs and rump. Though the damage was minimal, they successfully provoked and disrupted it, forcing the enraged creature to change direction toward the relatively open soft ground of the lowlying area that Shikamaru had scouted. Ino. Sakura. Maximum mental interference. Mind transfer technique. Partial disturbance. Ino concentrated, sweat beading on her cheeks, trying to influence the boar's already chaotic and frenzied consciousness. Illusion. This is not a place technique. Sakura also exerted her jinjutsu, making the boar perceive an impassable thicket of brambles ahead. Though their techniques were severely hampered by the power gap and the boar's maddened state, they still succeeded in making its charge path more erratic and hesitant, even causing it to spin in place, briefly buying precious time for the others. Shino. Swarm harassment. Shino remained silent, but the parasitic insects flying from his sleeve formed a small black cloud, swiftly enveloping the boar's head, targeting its remaining good eye, nostrils, and ears. The tiny insects crawled into every crevice, their itching and mild stinging driving the boar further into frenzy. It shook its head wildly, its speed noticeably reduced. Now, main attack group. Aim for its injured left side and belly. Shikamaru barked, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke struck first, but instead of attacking the boar directly, he calculated its trajectory and blasted a scorching fireball just to its left front. The explosion's shockwave and splashing flames forced it to instinctively veer to the right front toward the depression. Leaf Gale. Rock Lee's figure emerged like a ghost from the boar's blind spot, the right side, and delivered a swift sweeping kick to the relatively weak joint of its right front leg. Crack. A faint sound of bone fracture. The boar roared in pain, its charge momentum abruptly checked, and it staggered. Naruto seized this perfect moment, channeling chakra into his feet to unleash instantaneous speed, rivaling Rock Lee's closing in like a golden flash, self-proclaimed. He didn't use any flashy jutsu, knowing that efficiency was paramount. A kunai in his hand, coated with an extremely thin, yet razor-sharp wind-natured chakra, a derivative application of the shuriken proficiency, rewarded by the system, plunged precisely and viciously deep into the grievous wound left by Tenten's arrow. This time it directly destroyed the boar's brain. First one down. The largest boar let out a reluctant cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, twitching a few times before falling still. The remaining two sows, seeing their mate leader killed, let out roars mingled with grief and fury. With reddened eyes they charged side by side with even greater ferocity. Their tusks gleamed with cold light, their momentum more formidable than before. But by now the team's coordination had grown increasingly seamless, though not without incidents. Tenten, in an excess of excitement, once pulled out an arrow with an explosive tag attached, and nearly fired it, only to be stopped by Shikamaru's roar of, "Budget! Budget, Tenten-senpai!" Frightened, she hastily switched to a normal armor-piercing arrow. Choji, while guarding the supplies mainly snacks, had Aso suddenly change direction and charge at him. In panic, he used partial expansion jutsu, blocking with his giant hand, like swatting a fly, though he missed, creating such a comical yet astonishing scene that everyone froze for a moment. Even the boar paused. Naruto, during a close-range dodge, accidentally collided with Kiba, who was moving at high speed. The two tumbled together, narrowly avoiding the boar's tusks, and Naruto seized the chance to complete a composite contact of arm-around-shoulder collision, earning a small boost in points. With Shikamaru's precise overall command and occasional frantic shouting, Naruto's ingenious, offbeat ideas, and opportunistic point-grabbing, and the increasingly practiced teamwork of the group, the other two boars could not turn the tide, and were successively taken down. Sasuke used precise shuriken manipulation to restrain and create opportunities. Rock Lee's iron fist repeatedly proved its worth, and finally Naruto and Sasuke delivered the finishing blows almost simultaneously. The battle ended. 3 mountainous trophies lay on the open ground with a faint scent of blood and gunpowder in the air. Everyone was slightly panting, but their faces shone with excitement and a sense of accomplishment. This was the first time they had collaborated so seamlessly to accomplish a major feat. Great! We have meat to eat. Choji was the first to cheer. The task of processing the prey was naturally left to the experienced adults and tools. Tenten scrolls. Soon a campfire was lit and large chunks of boar meat were roasted over the flames, sizzling and releasing a tantalizing aroma. Everyone gathered around the fire, eating roasted pork and drinking wild fruit juice prepared by Hinata. The atmosphere was unprecedented in its harmony. Even Sasuke silently ate the meat, a hint of thaw visible in his cold expression. Naruto gnawed on a fragrant roasted leg, gazing at this group of youths who would one day stir the ninja world, his heart filled with immense satisfaction. The hunt was successful, a feast was at hand, and he had scraped quite a few contact points, mainly through accidental collisions during the battle. How delightful! The joyful feast drew to a close with everyone eating to their heart's content. The 3 wild boars were more than half devoured, and the remainder was sealed in scrolls by Tenten to be distributed for everyone to take home. The atmosphere gradually relaxed. Choji rubbed his round belly and burped. Kiba and Akamaru frolicked. Ino and Sakura chatted. Tenten and Lee discussed the integration of taijutsu and weapons. Ashino observed the insects near the campfire. Neji sat quietly beside Hinata. Only Sasuke sat alone on a stump a little farther away, staring at the dancing flames of the campfire. His gaze remained heavy, out of place amidst the laughter and chatter around him. The thick loneliness and suppressed hatred seemed almost tangible. Naruto looked at Sasuke like that and rubbed his chin. He knew Sasuke needed an outlet, not to keep bottling it up. A brilliant, or rather mischievous idea sprang to his mind. He quietly pulled aside Shikamaru, who was yawning, and whispered, "Hey Shikamaru, look at Sasuke." Shikamaru glanced over. "Troublesome guy. Just let him be." "No way," Naruto said with exaggerated seriousness. "If he holds in his hatred too long, he'll go twisted. He needs to let it out." "How? You want to fight him?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "No, Naruto grinned slyly. "If he fights alone, he might not go all out." "What if we all go at him together?" "Shikamaru, a group fight. What are you up to?" Naruto continued to persuade. "Not with our real bodies. With clones. The shadow clone technique. Each of us makes a few clones and spars with Sasuke, letting him hit them all he wants, even kill them. After all, exploding clones doesn't hurt." Shikamaru was dumbfounded, looking at Naruto as if he were insane. What goes on in that head of yours?" But upon second thought, although the method was bizarre, it seemed to have some merit. It could drain Sasuke's energy, let him vent his emotions, and he wouldn't actually get hurt. How troublesome. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead but finally nodded. "Let's give it a try. But don't go overboard." With Shikamaru's tacit approval, Naruto perked up immediately. He jumped up and announced loudly, "Hey everyone, bored after eating? How about we play a game?" Everyone turned to look. "The rules are, we use shadow clones to spar with Sasuke. Let him take on all our clones at once. Let's see how many he can beat." Everyone. Sasuke also jerked his head up, his cold Sharingan activated instantly, carrying anger and a hint of provoked battle spirit. "Naruto, what are you saying?" Sakura immediately objected. "Sounds like fun. Burn. The youth of clones." Lee was the first to respond. He burst into tears, clenching his fists and shouting beside the group with a sobbing voice, "Sasuke-kun, go for it. Even though I can't join, my soul is with you. Burn." Kiba also grew interested. "Seems fun. Sasuke, you up for it?" Shadow clone technique. He successfully produced 4 clones plus an Akamaru clone. Choji opened his eyes with difficulty. "Can I be the referee? Or keep eating?" Under Naruto's glare, he reluctantly produced a plump clone, which sat down as soon as it appeared, and pulled out some illusion-based snacks, and started eating. Ino was a bit worried about Sasuke, but seeing him in that state, she thought maybe going a little crazy like this would do him good. She exchanged a glance with the equally hesitant Sakura, and each produced a weak clone whose main job was to shout, "Go Sasuke-kun, watch out," from the sidelines. Tenten thought the game was unprecedented and interesting, and made 2 clones holding training kunai. Shino gave no opinion, but produced 3 clones wrapped in insects, a rather unsettling visual. Under Hinata's gaze, Neji reluctantly produced a clone in the gentle fist starting stance, with an expression that said, "This has nothing to do with me." Naruto himself went all out, shadow clone technique. Pop 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 pop. 20 or 30 Naruto clones in orange outfits grinning stupidly filled a small clearing noisy and imposing. In the blink of an eye, over 50 shadow clones of various appearances and strengths surged like a flood breaking through a dam surrounding Sasuke in a chaotic, spectacular scene. Lee watched from the side, his blood boiling with envy, tears streaming even harder. For Konoha, Naruto the real one gave the order. Charge! The clone army like unleashed huskies rushed at Sasuke in the center with no strategy. Some attacked with fists and feet from the front, some sneaked in from the sides, some even tried to crush him with weight Choji's clone, while others released mini-illusions with no real power Ino and Sakura's clones. Shino's bug clone slowly approached to get close. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, tracking every move of every clone. He no longer held back. He poured all his pain, all his anger, all the hatred he could tell no one, all the sleepless agony into his fists, kicks, kunai, and ninjutsu. Fire release, phoenix flower, claw crimson. Windmill, triple blades. Get away. All of you get away. Clones kept exploding into puffs of white smoke, disappearing. The sounds of roars, explosions, collisions, and the strange cries of clones filled the air. But the clones behind immediately filled the gaps without fear. Sasuke, like a cornered beast thrown into a wolf pack, fought wildly, dodged, and roared in the sea of clones. Sweat soaked his clothes, mingling with tears that might have been there, spilling out without restraint. His movements grew more and more reckless, less and less controlled, even tinged with hysteria. But the dead silence and darkness in his Sharingan amidst this extreme chaos and safe complete release seemed to be torn open, letting a faint light seep in. He was no longer just the avenger burdened with a blood-deep grudge. In this moment, he was more like a sorrowful youth needing to vent the heaviness in his heart. Naruto the real one and Shikamaru the real one sat by the campfire in the distance. Shikamaru had somehow produced another pack of sunflower seeds sponsored by the real Choji and was cracking them while watching the epic or farcical spectacle. Lee, standing nearby, wept while waving his fists to cheer for Sasuke, creating a truly bizarre scene. Your method? Though it sounds like something a mental hospital director would come up with, Shikamaru said, spitting out a seed shell, his tone complex, but surprisingly it seems to have some effect. At least he looks like a living person now. Naruto gnawed on the last piece of roasted pork, mumbling, of course. He added in his mind, Uncle Mingren's network information database wasn't for nothing. Psychological counseling sometimes requires unconventional methods. It wasn't until all the clones had vanished due to chakra depletion that Sasuke, exhausted, dropped to one knee, panting, heavily drenched in sweat. But the deep darkness in his eyes seemed to have been pushed back by a faint glimmer of light. He lifted his head and gave a complicated look at the grinning Naruto and the helpless Shikamaru in the distance. Without saying a word, he struggled to his feet and left the forest alone. But this time his back no longer seemed as suffocatingly heavy as before. The forest hunt and the clone group brawl event, the first large-scale group activity of the Konoha 12 rookies, ended perfectly amidst chaos barbecue in a little. Time flowed like water, serene and richly fulfilling. Under Naruto's Ming-Ren's subtle orchestration and Hinata's the domineering system's relentless resource infusion, the cohesion among Konoha's 12 genin grew stronger each day. Weekend group activities, be it hunting, fishing, or simply picnicking, had become a steadfast tradition. Even Sasuke and Neji, who had initially resisted most fiercely, gradually shifted from aloof observation to reluctant participation, and now at the very least no longer outright refused. Sasuke remained consumed by his obsession with vengeance, yet after an intense sparring session, or being pummeled by Naruto's army of shadow clones, his gaze would sometimes flicker with the vibrant spark of youth. Neji, through repeated sparring and exchanges with Hinata, found the sharp bitterness born of the caged bird curse quietly softening, as if smoothed by time and trust. Yet all feasts must end, parting inevitable finally arrived. Neji, Tenten, and Lee, renowned as the top graduates of the previous year's ninja academy, excelled both academically and in practical combat, and thus passed their graduation exam, first officially becoming genin. When the news reached Naruto's circle, deep in heated debate over whether to explore a new fishing spot upstream along the Nanha River or attempt to harvest honey from a rumored colony of lightning bees, the lively atmosphere instantly chilled, falling into subdued silence. Onaizen Neji is graduating, Hinata murmured softly, setting aside her honey research notes with a sigh. Her pale pupilless eyes shimmered with unmistakable wistfulness. Though Onaizen Neji was always solemn, he was an indispensable pillar of strength during every group activity. His presence alone brought profound reassurance to everyone. TCH. What a hassle. Shikamaru scratched his pineapple-shaped hair, muttering about inconvenience while his gaze drifted out the window, carrying a faint, unspoken complexity. Losing a sparring partner who's both sharp-witted and formidable. A genuine loss. Choji's hand slowed midair as he lifted another crisp chip to his mouth. Suddenly, its savory aroma felt mute. So, will there be less competition for meat at future meals? He mumbled, his voice tinged with a quiet, unconscious lawn. Kiba ruffled Akamaru's head vigorously, then sighed. It'll feel quieter now. Neji may not talk much, but his presence is undeniable. Akamaru whined softly, nuzzling Kiba's palm. Even Sasuke, usually lost in his own world, instinctively clenched his fist where it rested beside his thigh upon hearing the news. Neji was one of the few peers Sasuke acknowledged, a rival whose strength demanded his full seriousness. His departure meant losing a benchmark against which to measure growth, a constant mirror reflecting mutual refinement. Hey, Hey, why the long faces? Naruto vaulted onto the table, hands on hips, voice booming with infectious energy. Graduation is wonderful news. Absolutely wonderful. What does it signify? That Niji's senior sister Tenten and Lee have grown stronger, surpassing us, stepping boldly onto the path toward becoming legendary shinobi. We should rejoice for them, celebrate with full hearts. Within him, Ming-Ren's soul surged into hyperactive calculation. Farewell party. Essential. It must be grand, unforgettable, epical. A perfect opportunity to deepen team unity, fortify bonds, and perhaps even trigger a new system quest. 2 days, 1 night, non-negotiable. Hinata. Naruto fixed her with blazing, unwavering eyes. The team's undisputed treasurer. Let's go all out this time. We'll throw the most lavish, most unforgettable farewell banquet for them. 2 days and 1 night. No less. I've already chosen the location, that grove beside training ground 3, complete with a natural hot spring. It's serene, spacious, perfect. At Naruto's call, Hinata snapped out of her gentle melancholy. She met his fervent gaze, and without hesitation, yes. Simultaneously, her domineering system flashed a prompt: special team building quest, lavish farewell banquet. Requirements: top-tier execution, vibrant atmosphere, full participation. Rewards scaled to final impact, exceptionally generous. With both system validation and Naruto's passion behind her, Hinata's resolve hardened. Budget was no constraint. What mattered was sincerity and impact. Money was no object, heart and effect were paramount. Thus, on the weekend before Niji, Tenten and Lee formally graduated from the Ninja Academy, and were unsurprisingly assigned to Might Guy's Team 3. A 2-day 1-night farewell camping extravaganza erupted into life, conceived by Naruto's boundless imagination, funded by Hinata's inexhaustible resources, and executed by all 9 remaining genin and Akamaru. Naruto's chosen site was indeed impeccable. This grove bordering training ground 3 offered tranquil seclusion. Its crystal-clear stream teemed with plump fish, its sun-dappled meadow spread wide and soft, and nestled beside it a modest, yet steaming natural hot spring, the quintessential campsite. That afternoon, when servants from the Hyūga clan, hired once again by Hinata's seemingly bottomless system funds, delivered cartload after cartload of supplies, even Tenten, who hailed from a family-run ninja tool shop, gaped, breath catching in awe. Hinata, this is far too extravagant. Tenten stared at frost-marbled beef shipped express from the Fire Country capital, fresh sashimi flown in via cold chain from distant coastal regions, seasonal vegetables and rare fruits she'd never seen before, not to mention specialty cheeses and delicate pastries imported from the Lightning Country. The scale dwarfed even the daimyo's traveling banquet standards. Niji watched silently as the servants efficiently erected spacious military-grade tents large enough for all, laid out fine ceramic tableware and plush fur cushions, and even arranged leisure items, shogi boards, temari balls, all meticulously placed. A faint involuntary twitch tugged at his lips. His clan's heiress. Her style had grown ever more audacious, ever more dominantly sovereign. Lee, meanwhile, wept openly. This is the power of youthful friendship. So profoundly moving. Naruto grinned broadly, waving his hand magnanimously. No need for formalities. Eat freely. Play without restraint. The first day of the luxurious farewell banquet commenced amidst unparalleled relaxation, enjoyment, and laughter. Ding Ci and Nya rushed to the creek, vowing to catch the biggest and fattest fish for dinner. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Niji, and Lee, the 3 training fanatics, secretly found an open space to engage in serious, yet not overly intense martial arts sparring and exchanges. Tenten enthusiastically showcased various novelty items from her scroll to the equally interested Shino, while Shikamaru had already found his home on the comfortable hammock set up by the servants, drifting into a semi-dreamy, thoughtful state. And Naruto, bouncing around, attempted to entertain everyone with his newly devised and hilariously ridiculous animal transformation technique, such as turning into a dancing Kumaman or a grinning husky, only to nearly get accidentally harmed by Sasuke and Niji for being too much of a nuisance. Lunch was a lavish buffet barbecue that was jaw-droppingly extravagant. The servants had already set up a professional grill with an array of top-quality meats, seafood, and vegetables beautifully arranged on a long table covered with a pristine white tablecloth. The sizzling sound of fat dripping onto the charcoal, mixed with the enticing aromas released by various spices being grilled, wafted several miles away. Even some Umbu ninjas patrolling nearby could not resist hiding among the treetops, quietly swallowing their saliva while marveling at how much the kids today enjoyed themselves. The afternoon was designated for group games. Following Naruto's strong suggestion, the first activity was a dodge. Without hesitation, Naruto employed his cheat, the shadow clone technique, instantly creating dozens of clones to mix into the 2 teams, leading to a scene of utter chaos. His clones would occasionally betray their teammates and sometimes heroically protect their master, providing endless laughs until their obvious cheating led to a unanimous vote to disqualify him. Next was a treasure hunt game meticulously designed by Shikamaru, featuring a convoluted map with bizarre riddles. Except for Shino, who relied on his special sensory abilities, and Niji, who had exceptional logical thinking, everyone else got thoroughly confused. Naruto even got lost in a patch of seemingly identical bushes and was finally rescued by Hinata, who used her Byakugan to navigate him back. Finally spurred on by Ino and Sakura, they even played a game of truth or dare that made Sasuke and Neji wear perpetual frowns radiating an aura of resistance, while Naruto became once again the most active and reckless presence, leading to a series of bizarre dares that had everyone laughing uproariously. As the setting sun painted the horizon a brilliant orange, the centerpiece of the farewell banquet, the lavish dinner, officially began. In the center of the camp, an extraordinarily long dining table was set up, draped with a white tablecloth and adorned with shimmering silver cutlery and goblets filled with Hinata's specially prepared non-alcoholic champagne, made from various freshly squeezed fruit juices. The servants, as if performing magic, brought out dish after dish that were visually stunning and delectable, rivaling those from a five-star restaurant: sautéed foie gras, baked lobster, slow-cooked wagyu beef, exquisite sushi platters, creamy mushroom soup, various salads, and desserts, a feast for the eyes that left everyone in awe. Everyone gathered around the long table, even Neji, who typically valued etiquette and maintained a detached demeanor, and Sasuke, who was cold and unapproachable, found their taut nerves unwinding in the atmosphere, filled with extreme luxury and vibrant noisy energy. Their lips even curved slightly at the comical sight of Hyūga and Naruto fighting over the last piece of grilled ribs. Naruto truly was the master of enlivening the atmosphere. He even whimsically used the shadow clone technique again to create a Naruto temporary band. Several clones played makeshift percussion with pots, basins, and buckets they somehow acquired, while another clone mimicked the sounds of flutes and shamisen using a voice-changing technique. Although the melodies produced were akin to a cacophony, the lively and cheerful ambience was brilliantly amplified, pushing the dinner into its first peak. To celebrate Neji, Tenten, and Lee graduating first and embarking on a new journey as ninjas, to our everlasting youth and friendship. Cheers! Naruto raised his goblet filled with orange champagne, standing on his chair shouting at the top of his lungs, his small face flushed with excitement, and Juice having sneakily tasted real champagne, only to be sternly stopped by Hinata. Cheers! Congratulations on graduating. Make sure to come back and visit us. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. Even Sasuke silently lifted his cup, gently clinking it with Neji's nearby, producing a crisp sound. Laughter and chatter filled the air as glasses clinked. The moonlight and bonfire illuminated the vibrant faces of the youth, and the camp was brimming with carefree youthful vitality. Ding! The atmosphere of the luxurious farewell banquet reached its peak. Team cohesion and bonds significantly enhanced. Reward chakra total increased substantially. Gains special skill Shadow Clone Enjoyment Mode Beginner. Allows shadow clones to inherit part of the main body's taste and satiety sensations for tasks like eating and drinking, while the main body remains alert and in control of intake, effectively avoiding the burdens of overeating. A notification sound echoed in Naruto's mind. His eyes instantly widened with joy. Such a good thing exists. This skill was tailor-made for him. In the future, when faced with such extravagant feasts, he could let his shadow clones indulge in eating, savoring all the delicious food, while the main body could remain composed and alert, and more importantly, he wouldn't have to worry about Hinata fretting over him overeating. Uncle Mingren was so moved, he almost cried. This system was so considerate. Meanwhile, Hinata's mind also received a timely, highly favorable evaluation from her system investment successful. The important potential relationship network has been deeply solidified and elevated, and the emotional bonds have become even stronger, significantly enhancing future potential returns. Reward Byakugan Insight and Precision Enhanced. Gained Resource Optimization Configuration, Talent Beginner, allowing for more efficient planning and utilization of funds and resources. The dinner continued late into the night until Ding Xi was the first to be so stuffed he lay on the ground unable to move, and Hyūga and Akamaru had also tired themselves out leaning against each other and snoring, while the others reluctantly dispersed back to their respective tents to rest. From the direction of the hot springs, the faint sounds of laughter from Ino, Sakura, Tenten, and Hinata could be heard. The boys sprawled haphazardly on the floor of the largest tent. Even Sasuke and Neji, under the dual effects of alcohol, juice, and fatigue, fell into a deep sleep, their faces bearing rare tranquility. Naruto looked at these companions who would fight alongside him in the future, and perhaps even love and hate, filled with a sense of fulfillment. The revelry of these 2 days was worth it. On the following morning, just as dawn broke, Ning Xi, Xiao Li, and Sasuke woke up almost simultaneously, their biological clocks perfectly in sync. Glancing at the others still fast asleep in the tent, Naruto sprawled out. Ding Xi, hugging an empty snack bag, and nestled with Chi Maru and Shino. His face still obscured, the three silently agreed not to disturb them. They quietly left the tent and headed to a clearing by the stream for their morning training. Ning Xi practiced his gentle fists, his movements fluid and graceful. Xiao Li engaged in high-intensity physical training, sweat pouring down, while Sasuke focused on the precise control of shurikens and fire techniques. Different paths, yet the same effort. After a while, Naruto rubbed his eyes and stepped out, spotting the three of them. With a grin, he joined in. Though his morning routine was rather peculiar, as he attempted to master the fine control of the Shadow Clone Enjoyment Mode, trying to have one clone run for him, while another ate breakfast in his place. Shikamaru, awakened by the commotion and laughter outside, crawled out of the tent with a disgruntled expression. Noticing the ridiculousness of Naruto's morning training, in stark contrast to the serious training of Sasuke, Ning Xi, and Xiao Li, he shook his head in resignation, muttering, "Troublesome guy," but still found a spot to sit, and began his unique, mental simulation training, essentially just daydreaming and contemplating life. As the sun rose higher, the warm sunlight dispersed the mist in the forest, and the others gradually woke up. Ino and Sakura yawned and stepped out of the tent, and upon seeing Sasuke's stern and focused profile during his morning training, Ino couldn't help but blush slightly. Tintin energetically began helping to prepare breakfast, while Shino quietly went to wash up by the stream. Ding Xi awakened to the enticing aroma of breakfast, his eyes still half closed as he staggered toward the food. After a hearty and warm breakfast, Naruto finally succeeded in having one of his shadow clones drink the milk he disliked. The moment of parting inevitably approached. The servants had already begun to skillfully and swiftly pack up the camp, dismantling tents and organizing supplies. The once lively and bustling campsite gradually revealed a sense of desolation, as if the party had ended. The atmosphere became somewhat heavy and reluctant once more. Ning Xiai Tenten Shaoli. Naruto put away his usual playful demeanor and stood before the three, his expression unusually serious and solemn. Even though you graduated before us and became true ninjas first, you will always be a part of our group in our hearts. In the future, whether in the village or out on missions, if you encounter trouble, need assistance, or just want someone to share a drink with, a juice, feel free to ask. Don't be polite with us. Hinata stood beside Naruto, nodding earnestly, her pure white eyes filled with sincerity. Definitely. Ya holding Chimaru chimed in loudly. That's right. Just send up a signal flare. We're always here for you. Ding Xi patted his round belly, speaking boldly. If there's good food, or if you need help, you must call us. Shikamaru rubbed his still sleepy eyes, sighed. Sigh, although I have a feeling this will create a lot of trouble in the future, there's no helping it. After all, we are comrades. This was probably the most straightforward promise he could make. Ino and Sakura also offered their sincere wishes. You must Tenten remember to come back often and see us. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, succinctly stating, keep in touch. My bugs can deliver messages. Even the usually aloof Sasuke, looking at Ning Xi, who was about to leave and had once been seen as his rival, nodded slightly and said solemnly, don't slack off. I will catch up. Ning Xi looked at his uniquely different, yet sincerely noisy companions, listening to their words that might not be so grandiose, but were filled with strength. The hard and cold wall built in his heart, due to his branch family identity and fate, seemed to have a brick loosened, and a warm current quietly seeped in. He remained silent for a moment, and finally a faint yet genuine smile appeared on his handsome face as he nodded and simply replied, ah, you too. Tintin looked at everyone, her eyes slightly reddening. She blinked hard and lifted a radiant smile. Thank you all. We will definitely come back to see you often. We will. Shaoli could no longer suppress his excitement and emotions. His blood boiled again, tears bursting forth like a fountain as he clenched his fists and declared loudly, this is youth. This is an unbreakable bond. Ili rocks swear to the heavens and the earth beneath my feet. I will carry on Teacher Guy's will and the friendship of all of you, striving to become stronger. To become an excellent ninja who can protect my comrades. I will never bring shame upon you. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a golden glow upon each young man and woman. Despite the uncertain and challenging road ahead, the future may bring hardships, dangers, and even partings, but at this moment, this pure and solid friendship, forged in food, laughter, mischief, and sincerity, will surely become their most precious treasure and strongest support on their future paths. As they bid farewell to Ning Xi, Tenten, and Shaoli, the remaining 9 plus Chimaru stood in front of the gradually returning campsite, gazing toward the direction of the forest where their figures had vanished, remaining silent for a long time, the air thick with a faint sense of parting sorrow. All right. Naruto suddenly clapped his hands together, the crisp sound shattering the silence. He wore his signature vibrant smile once more. The next to graduate will be us. Everyone perk up. Don't look so dispirited. To celebrate. To wish for our smooth graduation and soon becoming capable ninjas, how about we gather at Ichiraku Ramen tonight? It's on me. Of course Hinata will pay. Hinata blushed upon hearing her name. Looking at Naruto's playful expression, she couldn't help but smile, quietly responding. Okay. The others watched the dynamic duo of one daring to say and the other daring to respond. And looking at Naruto's unabashed expression of living off a soft meal, the sadness of parting was momentarily lightened, replaced by a mix of exasperated yet amused cheers and teasing. You guy? Shikamaru face-bombed. Seriously. Ino and Sakura chuckled. Yeah, and Ding Xi egg ramen again. Sasuke's lips twitched slightly as he turned his head away, but he didn't seem to oppose the idea. Shino's sunglasses reflected light again. Laughter and noise remained the main theme of their lives. Their ninja journey, their youth story, was still long, very long. The farewell banquet concluded successfully, and everyone returned to their homes. Mingren lay on his shabby little bed, savoring the madness of the past 2 days and one night, feeling utterly delighted. Not only did he have a blast playing and eating heartily, the pleasure clone did its job, but the team's cohesion visibly strengthened and system rewards came pouring in. He checked his gains. His chakra had surged significantly, and his physique had grown much stronger. Most importantly, that shadow clone pleasure mode was simply a divine technique. From now on, he could indulge in delicious food without any worries. Just then the system notification in his mind chimed again, but this time the voice seemed more lively. Ding. Detected that the host successfully organized and participated in a large-scale high-cohesion team activity, and the bond level of the core team members, the 12 young warriors of Mai, has greatly increased, meeting the conditions for a hidden upgrade. Hug to grow strong. System has been updated to version 2.0. Update content. 1. Optimization of the contact points. System increased point acquisition efficiency based on the strength, intimacy, and method of contact with the target. 2. Added bond shop. You can use points to exchange for skill insight fragments related to specific characters. 3. Intelligent mission system will issue more practical missions based on the host's environment and interpersonal relations. 4. System space upgrade expanded to 30 square meters, capable of simulating simple environments such as hot springs, training grounds, etc. Intelligent mission system upgrade. The system will more intelligently analyze the host's environment, social network, and potential needs, issuing more practical and actionable random missions or stage challenges, with rewards becoming more diverse. System space expansion and function enhancement. Personal system space expanded to 30 square meters. Added environment simulation function basic, which can consume a small amount of chakra to simulate simple specific environments such as hot spring pool, basic training ground, quiet lounge, etc., providing the host with better rest and cultivation spaces. Mingren stared in shock at the information scrolling on the light screen in his mind, his mouth wide enough to hold an egg. Version 2.0. And so many awesome new features. Bond shop. It actually has Rasengan fragments and a Sharingan trial card. Although the requirements are strict, at least there's hope. And what the heck is that Ichiraku Ramen VIP card? But it seems kind of tempting. Environment simulation. Private hot spring. Private training ground. Even if it's just a basic version, it's still a space exclusively his own. No more crowding in public baths with a bunch of old guys, and no more worrying about being watched while training. I'm rich. This time I'm really rich. Mingren jumped up from his bed in excitement, dancing around the small room, almost hitting the low ceiling. He couldn't wait to focus his mind and explore the upgraded system. The light screen interface had indeed become more gorgeous and intuitive, with a shop icon shimmering with enticing light and an environment simulation option. He opened the shop and looked at the various items and skill fragments that, though mostly still grayed out and locked, made his heart race just from their names, almost making him drool. This hug to grow strong system was finally beginning to show its true potential as a golden finger. Uncle Mingren felt that his transmigrated life was full of bright prospects. Meanwhile, in the Rixian clan inside Chu Tian's elegant and quiet boudoir, she had just finished bathing, wearing comfortable pajamas, and was sitting at her desk ready to perform her usual pre-sleep chakra control practice. At that moment, the alpha male system in her mind also sent a clear and authoritative notification ding. The large-scale team building and potential stock relationship maintenance mission, luxury farewell banquet, has been perfectly completed. System comprehensive evaluation in progress. Evaluation basis, event scale, resource investment, participant satisfaction, increase in team cohesion, pleasure level of core target, Xuanhua Ming, ring consolidation effect of potential network. Evaluation result exceeded the predetermined target. Return on investment far exceeded expectations. The team's hidden cohesion and future development potential have been greatly enhanced. The host's overlord, charm, and resource integration ability have been fully demonstrated. Rewards issued in excess. Reward content, massive increase in total chakra. Purity enhanced simultaneously. Byakugan purity upgraded to elite Jonin level. The range, precision, and continuous activation time of insight have all significantly increased. Acquired passive skill, resource reflux, basic, when the host spends personal funds or system funds on investment actions deemed effective by the system, such as team building, funding, potential stocks, etc. There is a very small chance to trigger the welfare kickback effect, returning a portion of the expended funds, equivalent materials, or even special experience permissions to the system space in a random form. Chu Tian felt the chakra flow within her body become instantly more majestic and docile, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through walls, perceiving a clear world with details of distant scenery, filling her heart with joy. However, before she could fully savor the changes brought by this power increase, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Congratulations. Triggered the resource reflux effect. Detected that the host in this luxury farewell banquet event rented a specific hot spring venue and related supporting services with a total expenditure of XXXX silver taels. According to the resource reflux rules, equivalent materials are now randomly returned. Private hot spring experience ticket, system space exclusive edition X10. Each ticket can activate an exclusive hot spring pool in the host system space, lasting for 1 hour each time. Please note that this hot spring pool has the effect of relieving fatigue and slightly nourishing the body. Shutian. Private hot spring experience ticket. In a system space edition. She curiously focused her mind and indeed found a steaming, small, and exquisite hot spring pool beside the cold throne in the Overlord Hall system space. It was almost identical to the outdoor hot spring, but even more private. Is this a kickback? Chu Tian's face flushed slightly, feeling that the system's reward method was getting stranger and stranger. But it seems not bad. She decided that next time she had a chance, she could invite Ming Rinkuin to join. Oh, no. Too embarrassing. Chu Tian buried her burning face into the bed. Whether it was Ming Ren's upgraded system or Chu Tian's welfare kickback, both indicated that their cheats had become even more powerful. On the path to becoming strong, how much more joy and surprises would they encounter? The night in Mai was quiet, but the hearts of the two little ones because of the system upgrades were burning with passion and anticipation. On an excessively sunny weekend, the third training ground outside Konoha once again hosted the regular friendly sparring session of Naruto's little group. After nearly a year of getting used to each other, the battles between these children were no longer simple fistfights. They had begun to incorporate elements of tactics and coordination, though Naruto's tactics were usually quite peculiar. Today Naruto was enthusiastically testing a new evasive technique he had devised, which he had dubbed the butt-backward flat-sand goosefall style. According to his boasts, this move originated from the mysterious martial arts of an ancient Eastern kingdom, its essence being to evade all attacks in an extremely clumsy yet effective manner, then launch a counterattack, while the enemy is stunned. His opponent was Kiba and Akamaru. Kiba sneered at this unreliable-sounding technique and commanded Akamaru to launch a swift pounce. "Watch out, Naruto. Akamaru, go. Woof." The man and dog worked in perfect coordination, attacking from both sides. Naruto, seeing this, remained calm and muttered an incantation, "Mind follows will, but backward." With a sudden twist of his waist, he leaned backward in a posture that defied ergonomics, attempting to slide through the gap between Kiba and Akamaru's attacks. The idea was beautiful, but reality was harsh. He overestimated his waist's flexibility and underestimated the slipperiness of the grass patch, where Choji had accidentally spilled juice just moments ago. Ah crap. With a strange cry, Naruto completely lost his balance, flailing like a tossed sack as he hurtled toward the rough trunk of an old oak tree nearby. Thud! His elbow made intimate contact with the bark and a sharp burning pain shot through him. Naruto looked down. Good heavens. A large patch of skin had been scraped off his elbow, and blood was oozing out profusely, looking quite horrifying. "HSS, it hurts so much." Naruto gasped, his face twisting in pain, and tears welled up on cue. He clutched his arm and began to fake cry in a shrill voice. "Wah. I'm bleeding. I'm going to die. It hurts so much. Is my bone broken? I want to see Iruka Sensei one last time." His earth-shattering wails immediately drew everyone's attention. Kiba and Akamaru froze in horror, and Kiba stammered, "Hey, Naruto, are you okay? I barely touched you. You fell on your own." Hinata's face turned pale, and her heart nearly stopped. She rushed to Naruto's side, frantically pulling out a clean handkerchief and water from her ninja pouch, her voice trembling with tears. "And Naruto-kun, are you alright? Don't be scared, I'll help you." But seeing the continuously oozing wound, her hand holding the handkerchief shook violently, and she had no idea where to. Sakura and Ino also squeezed in, panicking as they looked at the wound. Sakura tried to recall her mother's method for treating minor injuries, but faced with such a large abrasion, she was at a loss. We need to disinfect it first, right? But we don't have any medicine." Ino nodded repeatedly. Yes, disinfect. Then bandage it." Choji pulled out a pack of his favorite barbecue-flavored chips, hesitating whether to use food to comfort the seemingly. Shino appeared at the edge of the crowd, adjusted his small sunglasses, and calmly, or rather emotionlessly, pointed out the wound is contaminated with dirt and bark fragments. It needs thorough debridement and disinfection, followed by sterile bandaging to prevent infection. Shikamaru held his forehead, feeling a headache coming on troublesome. "Who brought bandages and disinfectant? Did we come camping without any preparation at all?" He looked around and found that apart from ninja tools and snacks, no one had brought any medical supplies. Sasuke, arms crossed, coldly glanced at Naruto's gruesome wound, curled his lip, and spat out 4 words, just a In his view, this level of injury was nothing in the Uchiha clan's training. A circle of people surrounded Naruto, talking all at once, yet no one knew how to handle this seemingly simple but knowledge-requiring skin wound. Naruto continued his tragic performance, while secretly observing everyone's reactions. Seeing the moment was right, he added fuel to the fire, wailing in a tearful, acted voice, "Boo-hoo. It hurts so much. If only someone among you could use medical ninjutsu, then a little wound wouldn't be scary. It would be fixed in a flash. Boo-hoo. Later, when we become genin and go on dangerous missions, what if we get hurt worse than this? Could we die out there because no one knows how to treat us?" What he said was so sincere, full of worry and fear for the future, and he even squeezed out 2 real tears from the pain. The listener might not have taken it seriously, but in Shikamaru's heart it was as if something had gently tapped him. He looked at Naruto's pitiful state, then at his companions, who were usually lively and boisterous, but now helpless, and his mind uncontrollably began to simulate various dangerous situations that could occur on missions: ambushes, trap injuries, poison, or beast attacks. The legacies of the Ino Shikacho trio, the Akimichi clan's expansion jutsu for offense, the Nara clan's shadow imitation jutsu for control, and the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch jutsu for reconnaissance and mental attack. None of them involved medical aid. Injuries during missions were common. If a team had 1 or even more members skilled in medical ninjutsu, the team's survival capability and mission endurance would be qualitatively improved. Naruto the dead last, occasionally spouting nonsense, seemed to have a point. This thought, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, rippled through Shikamaru's mind. Not only him, but also the attentive Sakura, the contemplative Shino, and even the carefree Kiba, all more or less etched the term medical ninjutsu into their hearts. In the end, it was the Umbu ninja patrolling nearby who were attracted by the commotion. A kind-hearted female Umbu took out her medical kit and skillfully cleaned, disinfected, applied medicine, and bandaged Naruto's wound in one fluid motion. The moment the bandage was wrapped, Naruto immediately jumped up, full of life, as if he hadn't been crying his heart out moments ago, and waved his bandaged arm in triumph. "See, It doesn't hurt anymore. That Umbu lady is amazing. Everyone. Although they were speechless at Naruto's swift change of face, the idea of learning basic medical ninjutsu was deeply planted like a seed in the hearts of several thoughtful individuals and began to sprout quietly. Since the incident of the serious injury, a wave of enthusiasm for learning basic medical ninjutsu quietly surged within Naruto's small group over the past year. This trend was initially sparked by Shikamaru's casual remark, which soon received enthusiastic responses from Hinata and Sakura. Even Inokiba and Choji got involved, occasionally joining in the fun. Without a professional medical ninja teacher to guide them, they could only rely on their own ingenuity to acquire the most basic medical chakra application scrolls, most of which introduced how to convert chakra into a form with vitality and healing capabilities, as well as how to perform basic wound cleaning and blood stopping. They chose the clear little river in the forest as their practice site, and the unfortunate fish in the river became their test subjects. Their objective was simple: to use medical chakra to maintain a live fish's vitality out of water until it could be safely returned to the water. This learning process was fraught with challenges and utterly disastrous. Kiba's chakra leaned towards the wind release, inherently wild and sharp, making it extremely difficult to control. The few unfortunate fish that fell into his hands were either sliced by the excessively sharp chakra, sending scales flying, or were disrupted by the chaotic flow of chakra, damaging their insides and exposing their bellies. Damn it! Why is this chakra behaving like a runaway puppy? Kiba exclaimed, hopping in frustration as he looked at yet another fish that had heroically sacrificed itself in his hands. Akamaru barked beside him, seemingly trying to comfort his master, while also feeling lucky not to be a test subject. Choji's problem lay in his inability to concentrate for extended periods. He often found his thoughts drifting midway through practice, pondering what to eat for dinner or what snacks were left in his pocket. The result was that the chakra in his hands fluctuated erratically, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, leaving the fish in a state of half-life, unable to survive or die. In the end, he would usually roast the fish as compensation for his failed practice, claiming it was a respect for the fish's life. Ino possessed powerful mental strength, which was an advantage for the mind-switching technique of the Yamanaka clan, but perfectly converting that mental strength into precise control over chakra was not her forte. She could often sense the life fluctuations of the fish, but found it challenging to deliver gentle chakra accurately to the places that needed to sustain life, making her progress relatively slow. Shikamaru, with his high IQ and understanding, grasped the theoretical knowledge the fastest. He could quickly understand the key points in the scroll and apply them to other scenarios. However, when it came to practice, he began to feel it was a hassle. I need to control the chakra to be as delicate and even as a thread while maintaining continuous output. This is even more exhausting than trapping Naruto with the shadow imitation technique. Thus his practice was always inconsistent, making slow but steady progress, barely maintaining a passing level. However, to everyone's surprise, the first to successfully master this basic skill, capable of steadily using gentle medical chakra to maintain a live fish's vitality for an extended period and eventually return it unharmed to the water, was actually Hinata, who was usually the shyest and spoke in a soft voice. That day, like usual, she carefully cradled a fish she had caught in her palms. There were even no visible veins around her pure white eyes. Using the Byakugan consumes more chakra, which is not conducive to fine control. She closed her eyes, concentrating, fully guiding the gentle chakra within her body to flow slowly into her palms. The light, a pale green, full of vitality, enveloped the nearly lifeless fish like warm spring water. As time passed, just when everyone had lost hope, the fish, which had previously shown almost no movement, suddenly flicked its tail slightly, and then its gill covers began to slowly open and close. It was alive. Moreover, under Hinata's continuous and stable chakra nourishment, its condition became more. As Hinata carefully placed the revitalized fish back into the stream, watching it flick its tail and swim agilely into the depths, everyone was stunned, and the scene fell into silence. "Hinata, you're amazing." Naruto was the first to react, dashing towards her like a cannonball, his blue eyes sparkling with immense admiration, freely showering her with praise. "You learned it so quickly, so strong. From now on, if we get injured, we'll be relying on you. You are our team's own, the most powerful medic." Hinata was overwhelmed by Naruto's rapid-fire compliments, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe tomato, steam seemingly rising from the top of her head. She felt so shy that she wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "No, it's not that impressive. Naruto-kun is exaggerating. I just followed what the scroll said, trying hard to make the chakra gentle and even." However, the slight upward curve of her lips and the brightness in her white eyes due to her success clearly revealed her inner joy and sense of accomplishment. Ding. Investment target has successfully mastered basic medical skills, substantially enhancing the team's survival guarantee and endurance. The investment return is remarkable. The cold voice of the domineering system resonated at the right moment, giving the highest level of affirmation. Even more surprisingly, right after Hinata, the second person to successfully master this skill turned out to be Sakura Haruno, who came from a civilian background and had shown no special talent at school. When she also successfully revived and released a nearly dead fish, even Shikamaru felt a shock once again. He looked at Sakura's focused and serious profile and thought to himself, "Sakura Haruno. This girl seems to possess an extraordinary talent for chakra control and patience." Such steady and solid progress made him feel that it was more worthy of attention and reflection than Naruto's growth, which relied on accidents and luck. Sakura looked at the fish in her hand that had regained vitality and swum into the water, then glanced over at Ino, who was still struggling to control her chakra, and appeared somewhat anxious, and felt a surge of strong, unprecedented confidence and accomplishment for the first time. It turned out that apart from her infatuation with Sasuke, she also possessed talents worth being proud of. It turned out that through hard work, she could truly accomplish something. Naruto looked at the two girls beside him who had first mastered medical skills, feeling overjoyed inside, as if he could already see a beautiful scene in future team missions charging forward boldly, with reliable healers backing him up. Uncle Myron's soul was grinning with satisfaction. It seems that occasionally suffering some minor injuries to stimulate the team's potential and sense of crisis was indeed a wise decision. At night within a small dilapidated house, Naruto routinely engaged in the daily harassment of the fox dad. He sat cross-legged on the bed, his consciousness sinking into the sealed space. Behind the massive bars the Ninetales laid down its crimson eyes shut as if in slumber, yet the constantly thrashing massive tail revealed its agitation. Fox dad, are you asleep? Naruto's chakra thoughts echoed like a small horn. The Ninetales twitched its ears but ignored him. Naruto had long since grown accustomed to this chattering away to himself. Fox dad, let me tell you, Hinata was amazing today. She learned medical ninjutsu. Using that gentle green chakra, she can revive fish that are almost dead. He'll never be afraid of getting hurt again. And Sakura, I didn't expect her chakra control to be so gifted. She's the second one to learn it. That guy Shikamaru seems to have been stimulated again, Today Choji somehow got a special seasoning said to be from the land of soup, sprinkled it on the grilled meat, and the taste was incredible. It was so delicious that I almost swallowed my tongue. What a pity, Fox dad, you're trapped in here and can't smell or taste it. It's such a shame. Kiba and Akamaru raced to see who could catch a rabbit faster, and guess what? Akamaru won. Kiba was not satisfied, and said he just slipped a bit. Now he's training extra, with Akamaru claiming he wants to redeem himself tomorrow. Shino is still the same, elusive and pitifully quiet. But I feel like his bugs have evolved again. There are more types now, and they look a bit creepy. Sasuke, that kid has been training harder than ever recently. The power of his fire techniques has obviously increased, but his face is still as sour, as if everyone owes him money. Shikamaru, on the other hand, still talks about trouble all day, preferring to sit rather than stand, and to lie down rather than But let me tell you, his mind is really sharp. Last time he was like a primary school student eagerly returning home to report to his parents about the day's experiences, chattering about the fun, embarrassing, progressive, and troubling stories of his friends. Even some trivial thoughts of his own he shared unabashedly with the seemingly indifferent giant behind the bars. At first the Ninetales reacted with extreme irritability and impatience. Shut up, you little brat. I have no interest in listening. You're so annoying. Buzzing like a fly. Get out. What do I care about your foolish lives, you ants? Keep talking, and he'll tear you apart. Terrifying killing intent and pressure surged towards Naruto's consciousness, attempting to crush him or scare him away. But who was Naruto? He was Uzumaki Naruto, with the spirit of a certain Uncle Mingren who had experienced an information explosion era and had a thick skin comparable to a city wall residing within him. He was well aware of the essence of as long as him not embarrassed, it's others who should be, and strong women fear clingy men. He completely ignored the Ninetales' roar, treating it as background music while continuing to chatter on. Eventually he even began to share some more private thoughts. Fox dad, what do you think? If one day I invite Hinata to take a bath in the private hot spring in my system space, would she agree? Would she think him a pervert? The Ninetales. It seemed as if invisible question marks and hashtags had appeared above the massive fox head. Could this brat's thinking be any more normal? Sigh, that guy Shikamaru is too clever. Even pretending to accidentally hug him to earn some points is nearly impossible. Choji is much easier to handle. A single lollipop can exchange for a shoulder-to-shoulder hug. Day after day Naruto persistently used chakra to convey these trivial, noisy, life-filled, and even somewhat childish and ridiculous messages. Gradually the Ninetales realized that its roars and threats seemed to have lost their effect. That brat was like a slippery piece of meat, unafraid of insults or intimidation. Its roars transformed from deafening to weak, and eventually it couldn't even be bothered to give a cold grunt. It would occasionally thump its tail harder against the water's surface, splashing huge droplets to indicate that it was still alive and had heard these noises. It kept its eyes tightly shut, pretending to be asleep, but the slight twitching of its ear tips betrayed it. At some point it seemed to have become somewhat accustomed to this daily scheduled noise. In this long, nearly maddening and dark imprisonment, the incessantly annoying little brat, along with his equally troublesome companion's story, surprisingly became its only window to perceive the vibrant world outside and understand the changes of this era. Though deep down it would never admit to such a thing. It was the embodiment of hatred, the Ninetales that sought to destroy the world. How could it possibly take an interest in the lives of these ants? Ding. Continuous high-frequency thought communication with the Ninetales is steadily increasing compatibility. The passive resonance effect of the Ninetales chakra has been enhanced. The host's chakra recovery speed has slightly increased, and chakra activity has been enhanced. The system's prompt once again affirmed the value of Naruto's persistent harassment behavior. Naruto clearly felt that the chakra within him seemed to be more obedient, flowing smoothly, as if it were an extension of his own body, even carrying a faint warm and vibrant sensation completely different from the Ninetales' violent chakra attributes. He felt immensely proud. See, Fox Dad really is all bark and no bite. Fierce on the outside, but still cares about me inside. Ninetales get lost. Alright Fox Dad, let's stop here for today, I'm tired. Naruto's thoughts carried a hint of satisfaction and fatigue after his report. Next time, I'll tell you how we use traps to cleverly catch a giant wild boar. The process was spectacular, definitely more interesting than your sleep. Rolling out. The Ninetales finally couldn't bear it any longer. A force much gentler than before, but still irresistible, surged forth smoothly, expelling Naruto's consciousness from the sealed space. In the small, dilapidated house, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, rubbed his non-existent chest, and broke into a silly grin. Mission accomplished. Today's emotional exchange with Fox Dad one-sided output was a complete success. Time flew swiftly, and the day of graduation from the Ninja Academy for Naruto's cohort finally arrived. The graduation exam posed no challenge for Naruto, who had long since transformed beyond his former self. He deliberately restrained his performance to a barely passing level, securing the Konoha headband with steady composure. Next came the thrilling moment of team assignments. In the classroom, all graduates sat upright, their hearts pounding as they awaited the announcement of fate. Naruto wore a mask of nervousness, but his inner self Ming Ren was frantically speculating, would it be the original lineup? Or would there be changes? Iruka Sensei held the roster and began to read. Team 1. Name after name was called, and the classroom filled with bursts of subdued cheers or sighs of disappointment. Finally, it was the turn of the much-anticipated Team 7. Team 7, Iruka Sensei paused, his gaze sweeping over several figures below, and his voice rang clearly through the room. Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata, Hyūga, Sasuke, Uchiha. Jonin instructor Kakashi Hatake. What a... Hinata with Naruto and Sasuke. The classroom erupted in suppressed gasps and murmurs. No one was more shocked than Shikamaru, who had been in the reconnaissance squad. Sakura's head snapped up, the color draining from her face as she stared at Sasuke, sitting not far away, and then at Hinata beside Naruto. She wasn't in the same squad as Sasuke-kun. She was grouped with that loud Naruto and the young lady of the Hyūga clan. Sakura's inner persona punched the air in fury. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Sasuke also frowned noticeably, his cold gaze sweeping over Naruto, who looked utterly bewildered, while inwardly ecstatic, and Hinata Hyūga, whose neck had turned crimson the moment her name was called, as if she wished to bury her head under the desk. Teamed with the number 1 unpredictable dead last, and this excessively shy heiress of the Hyūga main house. And the instructor was that allegedly lazy Kakashi Hatake, who read Make Out Paradise. This combination seemed utterly bizarre. Naruto's heart was flooded with immense joy and a trace of bewilderment. Holy crap, Hinata was really in Team 7. A dream come true. Wait, Sakura wasn't here. Then Team 8. As if to answer his confusion, Iruka Sensei continued. Team 8. Kiba, Inuzuka, Shino, Aburame, Sakura, Haruno. Jonin instructor Kurinai Yuhi. Upon hearing her name grouped with Kiba and Shino, and that the instructor was a renowned female Jonin specializing in Jinjutsu, Sakura's emotions churned in complexity. On one hand, she was disheartened at not being in the same squad as Sasuke, while on the other it seemed not the worst outcome. Team 10. Shikamaru, Nara, Ino, Yamanaka, Choji, Akimichi. Jonin instructor Asuma Saratobi. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji showed no surprise, exchanging glances with expressions that screamed, just as expected. The Ino Shikacho formation had been passed down through generations, almost a tradition of Konoha. With the announcement complete, the classroom erupted like a boiling pot, voices rising in heated discussion. Kiba scratched his head, somewhat unaccustomed to being grouped with Sakura and Shino, but upon thinking that the instructor was Kurinai Yuhi, a Jonin famed for her Jinjutsu, and keen insight, he felt a glimmer of anticipation, hoping to learn something different. Shino remained as unflappable as ever, pushing up his small sunglasses, his emotions hidden from view. Hinata felt as if her heart was about to leap out of her throat, her cheeks burning hot enough to fry an egg. To be in the same squad as Naruto-kun. And Sasuke-kun as well. Oh my. The instructor was Kakashi Sensei. She felt she might faint, so she kept her head low, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly. Iruka observed the students with varied expressions, especially the bizarre combination of Team 7. The number 1 unpredictable Naruto, the cold genius Sasuke, the shy heiress Hinata, and the equally unconventional Kakashi. He couldn't help but silently mourn for Kakashi for 3 seconds. These 3 kids were not the type to give an instructor an easy time. The future Team 7 was bound to be incredibly lively. After school, the new squads gathered to get to know their future teammates. Over at Team 7. Naruto broke the silence first, a bright, even somewhat goofy smile plastered on his face as he looked at the awkward expressions of Sasuke and Hinata, chuckling. Hee, from now on we're comrades fighting side by side. What a wonderful fate. Pleased to meet you, Sasuke. And you too, Hinata. Sasuke crossed his arms and snorted coldly, turning his head away without even a glance, using his actions to convey. Hinata, like a startled little rabbit, trembled violently when she heard Naruto speak to her. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, quivering. Please take care of me, Naruto-kun. And Sasuke-kun. Then she quickly lowered her head again, as if searching for gold on the ground. Naruto looked at his awkward teammates, and instead of feeling frustrated, he was filled with inexplicable excitement, and he stroked his chin, his mind already racing with wild ideas with Hinata as a mobile treasury, and team healer and Sasuke as a powerful main damage dealer. He could comfortably serve as the tactical planner and team lubricant. This lineup was simply perfect. As for that Kakashi-sensei who was afraid of being hugged, there was still plenty of time. Staying in the same squad, spending days and nights together, there would always be a chance to complete the mission of hugging the slacker middle-aged man who loves make-out paradise. Naruto could already see chakra and rewards beckoning him. Over at Team 8, Kurinai Yuhi looked at her three students. Energetic Kiba with his ninja dog Akamaru, the inconspicuous Shino, in sunglasses, and Sakura, whose spirits were still low, but whose eyes had begun to rekindle a glimmer of determination, and smiled warmly. Kiba, Shino, Sakura, and Akamaru, you seem like a squad full of potential and vitality. Kurinai Yuhi, please take care of me from now on. Over at Team 10, Asuma Sarutobi with an unlit cigarette in his mouth, he was careful in front of students, lazily greeted the Ino Shikacho trio. Well, Shikamaru Ino Choji, from now on you'll be following me. Let me be clear, I won't be too strict. Shikamaru, what a drag. Ino, Asuma sensei, please take care of me. Choji, sensei, can we go eat later? A new chapter was about to officially begin with the formation of these three squads. The future of Konoha seemed to have quietly veered off its original course thanks to a certain time traveler and his domination. On the second day of Team 7's establishment, the three gathered in the designated classroom, as notified, waiting for their guiding Jonin Hitaki Kakashi. Time passed slowly, and as the sun rose higher, there was not even a shadow in the classroom aside from the three of them. Sasuke leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, his expression growing increasingly sour. He hated tardiness more than anything. Hinata quietly sat in her chair, but her occasional glances at the door revealed her underlying impatience. Only Naruto remained unfazed, even feeling a bit amused. Uncle Mingren's spirit was shouting, here it comes. The iconic scene of Kakashi being late. An opportunity for mischief has arrived. Hey, I say. Naruto finally broke the silence, jumping onto his chair and dramatically shielding his eyes from the sunlight as he looked out the window. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't be lost in bed after staying up late reading those adult books, would he? Or could he really be lost on the path of life, unable to find the classroom door? Sasuke didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, coldly uttering two words, idiot. Hinata quickly whispered in defense of their teacher, Kakashi-sensei must be held up by something important. Is there anything more important than meeting the future stars of Konoha? Naruto crossed his arms, wearing a skeptical expression. His eyes spun around, and a brilliant and reckless plan instantly took shape. It's so boring just waiting around. Plus, since the teacher is so late, we must give him a little small punishment. Naruto flashed a mischievous smile. How about we prepare a warm and enthusiastic welcome ceremony for Kakashi-sensei? I guarantee it'll leave a lasting impression. Sasuke finally gave him a glance, not hiding his disdain. What are you up to again? Hinata looked nervously at Naruto. Naruto-kun, this isn't very good, is it? Don't worry. It's just a way to express our deep feelings of missing our teacher. Naruto chuckled, quickly forming hand seals, shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 4 identical shadow clones of Naruto appeared in the classroom. Listen to my command. Naruto the original acted like a battlefield general. You two use the invisibility technique and hide on top of the door frame. You sneak behind the podium. And you stick to that wall over there, yes, right at the visual blind spot when the teacher enters. The shadow clones understood and simultaneously formed seals, invisibility technique. Their figures quickly became transparent, blending into the surrounding environment, leaving only faint traces of chakra disturbance. Wait for my signal. Naruto the original lowered his voice excitedly, rubbing his hands together. When Kakashi-sensei pushes the door open, you all jump on him together, giving him a surprise warm hug that represents the unity and friendship of Team 7. Let him feel our enthusiasm. The invisible clones all made gestures of understanding, eager to execute this sacred mission. Sasuke watched the childish trap being set up, his lips twitching in irritation. He felt that being grouped with this underachiever was a stain on his life. However, a subtle sense of dark humor within him and a secret longing to see Kakashi make a fool of himself kept him from speaking out. He simply crossed his arms and shifted into a more comfortable watching position. Hinata's face turned bright red as she waved her hands anxiously. Naruto-kun, stop it. This is too rude. The teacher will hate us. She could almost picture the terrifying scene of Kakashi-sensei being tackled by a bunch of invisible Narutos. It's fine, Hinata. Naruto confidently patted his chest. Kakashi-sensei looks like a broad-minded good person. He will definitely be touched by our sincerity, maybe even shed tears of gratitude. Mingren OS, just being hugged is a huge win. Chakra rewards are coming my way. Just as Naruto was reassuring Hinata and Sasuke watched coldly, the 4 invisible clones stood ready. The sound of slow rhythmic footsteps finally echoed from outside the classroom. Here he comes. The 3 perked up. The classroom door creaked open gently. A head of iconic silver hair peeked in first, followed by a mask covering half his face and lazy, seemingly half asleep, dead fish eyes. Yo, good morning everyone, Kakashi said in his characteristic tone as he pushed the door open. Sorry, I got lost on the path of life. Now's the time. Attack. Naruto's original body shouted internally. The 2 invisible clones above the door frame swooped down silently, like leopards. The clone behind the podium shot out like an arrow. The clone on the wall also spread its arms wide, blocking the side entrance. Four transparent figures with the determination to hug swooped toward the unsuspecting Kakashi, who had just stepped into the classroom. It looked like they were about to execute a textbook surround and hug. However, in the blink of an eye, Kakashi's lazy gaze suddenly sharpened like that of an eagle. Although the invisible clones were undetectable, the minute changes in air currents caused by their rapid movements, along with the faint chakra fluctuations that couldn't be fully masked, were glaringly obvious to a ninja of his caliber, like fireflies in the night. Moi. Kakashi made a barely perceptible grunt from his nose. He suddenly paused his forward steps, his body oddly bending backward at an angle that defied ergonomics, while his feet silently slid back half a step as if they were on rollers. This seemingly trivial half-step and angle adjustment allowed him to smoothly slip through the gaps created by the four clones' intertwined arms. His movements were fluid and natural, as if every step had been calculated beforehand. Bang, 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 bang. The four shadow clones had no time to redirect. The target they anticipated for a hug suddenly vanished. They collided into each other with cries of surprise dissipating in a cloud of chaotic smoke. Kakashi appeared as if nothing had happened, calmly standing at the podium, holding the orange-covered book Ica Paradise, which he somehow had again. He scratched his head with the book corner, his tone still lazy. Did something just bump into each other? Was it the wind? Never mind. So let me reintroduce myself. I am your guiding Jonin, Hatake Kakashi. Naruto was dumbfounded. They didn't even manage to hug him. The vigilance of a Jonin is too insane. Sasuke's eyes flashed with seriousness. Kakashi's instantaneous reaction and speed far exceeded his expectations. Hinata let out a sigh of relief, grateful that it hadn't succeeded, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Kakashi glanced at the defeated-looking Naruto, the corners of his mouth curling slightly beneath his mask. This kid, just as the rumors said, has an odd obsession with hugs. I must be careful. After the farce of the welcoming ceremony, in the classroom, Kakashi began a brief session of self-introduction and getting to know each other, which mainly consisted of his one-sided complaints. He paid special attention to Naruto's unique way of expressing friendliness and tactfully, though not really, expressed the hope that in the future a more conventional etiquette could be used. Naruto outwardly accepted it humbly, but in his heart, Ming-ren, he was frantically calculating the next opportunity. Finally, Kakashi announced the highlight of tomorrow, the survival exercise. Assemble at training ground 3 at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Kakashi wagged his finger, a hint of mockery in his tone. Remember, absolutely don't eat breakfast. He deliberately dragged out his tone, creating a terrifying atmosphere, because you'll definitely throw up. Having said that, without waiting for the three to react with a poof, in a flash of white smoke, Kakashi disappeared using the body flicker technique, leaving Naruto no chance to attack again or ask for details. 5 in the morning. Naruto was the first to jump up and cry out. It's not even dawn yet. Is this an exercise or an assassination? Sasuke, on the other hand, clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. Survival exercise. This was a perfect opportunity to personally gauge how much strength this seemingly lazy Jonin actually possessed. Not eat breakfast. If it suited him just fine, he could get up even earlier for morning training. Hinata let out a soft her small face filled with worry. Not eating breakfast. Naruto-kun would definitely be hungry, and she herself would lack strength. She touched the small pouch she carried with her, which habitually contained some emergency candies and snacks. On the way back, the setting sun stretched the three shadows long. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, mainly due to the tension about tomorrow's unknown exercise, Hinata's anticipation, Sasuke's, and the premonition of hunger, Naruto's. Naruto sidled up to Hinata, gently nudged her with his elbow, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, Hinata, don't listen to Kakashi Sensei's scare tactics. How can we have strength for the exercise without breakfast? I tell you, he'll definitely be late tomorrow. And very, very late. Really? Hinata blinked her big eyes, a bit skeptical. How could a teacher be late for the first exercise? Trust me. Naruto thumped his chest, wearing an expression of, I've already seen through everything, enhanced by Ming-ren's memories. Let's go early tomorrow, and you prepare a super lavish breakfast bento. The more the better. By the time Kakashi Sensei saunters over, we'll already be full and rested, waiting at our ease. At the thought of not having to go hungry and being able to eat Hinata's delicious food, Naruto almost drooled. Soft rice. I know it's the support from a teammate. So satisfying. Hinata looked at Naruto's confident demeanor, and recalling how late Kakashi Sensei was today, felt that Naruto-kun's words seemed to make some sense. I absolutely cannot let Naruto-kun go hungry. She immediately nodded firmly, her gaze turning resolute. Okay, I understand. They'll prepare lots and lots of delicious food. Ding. Detected that the investment target has made a reasonable request. Avoiding hunger, maintaining physical strength. Providing full support. Mission issued, prepare a luxurious exercise breakfast. Requirements, balanced nutrition, sufficient energy, excellent taste. Reward, minor increase in physical recovery speed. The Tycoon system responded instantly, along with a long list of recommended menus. Having convinced Hinata, Naruto turned to look at Sasuke beside him, who was pricking up his ears, though pretending not to care. Hey Sasuke, did you hear the content of tomorrow's exercise? Snatch the bells. Naruto leaned in, his tone becoming more serious. Kakashi Sensei said there are only 2 bells. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, a cold gaze sweeping over. So what? I will never be the one eliminated. His Sharingan faintly showed signs of activation filled with confidence, and a provocation toward Naruto. Confidence alone isn't enough. Naruto, unusually refraining from bickering with him, stroked his chin and assumed an analytical pose. Kakashi Sensei is a veteran jonin known as the copy ninja of Konoha who has copied over 1,000 techniques. Do you think we three newly graduated genin have any chance of directly snatching them? Sasuke fell silent. Although proud, he was not foolish. The glimpse of Kakashi's strength shown in the classroom today had already made him clearly recognize the gap between them. So we need to use some strategy. Naruto's face again showed that smile Sasuke was very familiar with, a bit sly and unreliable. Strategy. Sasuke frowned with a sense of foreboding. For example, traps. Naruto chuckled, lowering his voice. Tomorrow we'll arrive at the training ground early, use the terrain and environment, and set up some little surprises. Even if we can't catch him creating some chaos, disrupting his judgment, or creating a moment of opportunity for us, he almost slipped up again and said take the chance to hug, but quickly stopped himself. Sasuke looked at Naruto, about to habitually sneer and say something like, a ninja should face challenges hidden, or traps are a petty trick. But thinking of the hug trap in the classroom today that although failed nearly caught Kakashi and Kakashi's unfathomable strength. He fell silent. Perhaps this dead last unorthodox methods could actually play a role when the power gap is too vast, even if only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Whatever. Sasuke finally turned his head away and muttered in a barely audible voice, effectively acquiescing to Naruto's plan. He even began to quickly think in his mind about which places were suitable for setting traps and what ninja tools he could contribute. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Naruto was overjoyed inside. Done. That Sundara teammate successfully tricked into joining. Thus a conspiracy of luxurious breakfast trap formation against the late Jonin was formally agreed upon within Team 7 under the glow of the setting sun. The three went home separately to prepare for tomorrow's exercise, but the direction of their preparations seemed somewhat different from what Kakashi had anticipated. The next day before dawn, three figures were already busy at the third training ground. Naruto, as if injected with adrenaline, directed several shadow clones to frantically set traps in the woods, grass, and open spaces. Shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. This time, he created 10 shadow clones at once. Brothers, let's get to work. Naruto's original body waved his hand for breakfast, for the bells. 4. For the glory of Team 7. Turn this place into Kakashi Sensei's surprise park. The 10 shadow clones howled and scattered, beginning their frantic work. Here. Yes, under that crooked tree, dig a shallow pit, spread some leaves inside, not too deep, just enough to make him stumble. You two. Go tie those sturdy vines between those 2 trees at the height of knee level. Over there. Right behind that big rock, make a simple lever, put a pile of pine cones on it. When he steps on it, they'll rain down on his head. And you. Go find some sticky tree sap and smear it on that smooth rock. You two with strength connect these thick logs with rope to make a pendulum, yes, like a clock pendulum. You string small pebbles with thin thread and hang them on low branches to make an alarm. He fully utilized the various prank inspirations drawn from the internet, movies, and games in his past life, as Mingren combined with limited ninja tools and materials to create over a dozen makeshift mechanisms that looked diverse, but whose actual effects were unknown. Sasuke watched Naruto's fiery enthusiasm, his mouth twitching involuntarily again. But he didn't idle either, imitating Naruto's style, setting up several more concealed and relatively lethal traps at key positions such as shuriken trigger devices hidden under leaves and tripwires using steel wire and explosive tags training type minimal power. In stark contrast to the fervent trap warfare here on a clean flat patch of ground in the center of the training ground, Hinata had already spread out a huge picnic blanket printed with cute rabbit patterns. She carefully took out breathtaking delicacies one by one from a lunchbox that looked bigger than herself, white plump rice balls shaped like various small animals filled with different fillings like salmon, plum, and kelp, golden crispy grilled sori, sizzling with oil sprinkled with fine seaweed and sesame, a colorful seasonal fruit platter cut into cute shapes, and even a small ceramic pot with excellent heat retention filled with steaming fragrant miso soup. Next to it were also several bottles of freshly squeezed juice and desserts in delicate paper cups. The rich aroma of food gradually spread, even overpowering the fresh scent of the morning forest, causing Naruto's shadow clones who were setting traps to frequently glance over, drooling. The Overlord system gave a perfect evaluation. When the rising sun completely leaped over the horizon, golden sunlight dispelled the morning mist and illuminated the entire training ground. Naruto finally declared the traps complete. He dismissed the exhausted shadow clones and Sasuke also finished his setup. The three gathered before the fragrant picnic. Itadakamasu. Naruto cheered, grabbing a rabbit-shaped rice ball and stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes narrowing with happiness. So delicious. Hinata, you're an angel. Hinata's face flushed red in the sunlight like a ripe apple. She shyly lowered her head. Naruto-kun, I'm glad you like it. Sasuke-kun, please help yourself. Sasuke looked at the breakfast that rivaled that of a high-end restaurant, then at the blissful Naruto, and the shy Hinata silently picked up a rice ball and took a bite. The taste was indeed impeccable. He had to admit having such a teammate provided an excellent experience in some aspects. The three sat around bathed in the warm morning light, enjoying this sumptuous breakfast that violated the training rules. After eating and drinking their fill, they even had time for a brief rest and a final tactical discussion. Kakashi-sensei will definitely come from that direction. Naruto pointed confidently at the entrance of the forest path, where they had set the most traps. When he triggers all sorts of surprises along the way and falls into chaos, that will be our best chance. What's the specific plan? Sasuke asked calmly, taking a sip of miso soup. Although he still thought Naruto's plan was unreliable since they had already eaten breakfast, it wouldn't hurt to listen. He'll take the lead in attracting fire, provoke him with words and actions, and make him focus on me. Naruto waved his fist. Hinata, your task is the most crucial. Use your Byakugan to keep track of Kakashi-sensei, observe his chakra flow movement patterns, weaknesses, and most importantly, the exact location of the bells. Report coordinates to us at all times. Hinata nodded firmly, her small hands clenched. Yes. He'll do my best. Sasuke, you're the fastest and most agile. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You're responsible for guerrilla tactics and the main attack. Based on Hinata's reports, find the moment when Kakashi-sensei is distracted or shows a flaw, then launch a decisive strike. The goal is to grab the bells. Of course. Naruto paused, revealing that familiar smile that made Sasuke and Hinata's hearts skip a beat. If we find a chance, let me, or all of us, embrace him, restrict his movements even for just a second, then grabbing the bells will be a piece of cake. Sasuke, Hinata. As expected, they couldn't avoid the ultimate goal of hugging. Ahem, Naruto cleared his throat. Of course, this is just plan A. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin after all, so the plan is likely to fail. Then well adapt, cover each other, and look for opportunities. Remember, our advantage is numbers. And he pointed to the hidden traps around and the breakfast in their stomachs. Thorough preparation. Time passed slowly, and as expected, Kakashi was late to appear. The three began to feel bored, even starting to guess if Kakashi had lost his way on the path of life again. Until nearly noon, when the sun was almost scorching their bottoms, a lazy figure finally appeared at the entrance of the training. Yo everyone, good morning. Sorry, this morning I encountered a black cat crossing my path. I thought it might be a bad omen, so I pondered for a while on the path of life. He greeted lazily, 1 foot just stepping into the leaf-covered area at the edge of the training ground. Crack. A faint sound of a dry twig breaking echoed. No, not a twig. It was the chakra wire tripwire set. Kakashi's footsteps paused slightly. The survival exercise officially begins. Although Kakashi triggered the first trap, his body merely swayed slightly before stabilizing, clearly indicating that such a primitive trap posed no threat to him. It seems you all are quite prepared for this, Kakashi remarked with a hint of amusement as his gaze swept over the surrounding woods. Get ready to move. Naruto shouted, charging forward as per the plan, throwing shuriken that rained down towards Kakashi, deliberately targeting non-vital areas. Sasuke utilized his Sharingan to observe Kakashi's movements, searching for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Hinata activated her Byakugan, locking onto the 2 bells hanging at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi moved leisurely, effortlessly dodging all the shuriken, even neglecting to pull out his book, Make Out Paradise, which was tucked in his pocket. Too slow. Naruto, undeterred, continued his assault with taijutsu and shuriken, while secretly controlling traps that did not require direct triggers but could be guided from a distance. Whoosh! Several wooden stakes pulled by vines whistled from the side as they collided with Kakashi. Kakashi didn't even glance as chakra gently expelled from his feet, causing his body to float lightly like willow catkins. The stakes brushed past the soles of his shoes, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. Boom. A smoke bomb hidden beneath thick fallen leaves was triggered by Naruto's chakra thread, instantly enveloping the area around Kakashi in dense gray smoke. An opportunity. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with determination as the Sharingan caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure amidst the smoke. Like a predator poised to pounce, he accelerated to his utmost speed, dashing towards the center of the smoke, aiming directly at the hazy outline of the bells. However, just as he charged into the smoke with thunderous speed and his fingers were about to touch the bells, he was horrified to find that the Kakashi had dissipated like a mirage. It was a substitution technique. The real Kakashi, having appeared beside him like a specter, swiftly tapped his finger on the back of his neck. When launching a sneak attack, your gaze and killing intent are two obvious, little Uchiha. Kakashi's lazy voice echoed in his ear, laced with a hint of instruction. Sasuke felt a sudden force propel him forward uncontrollably for several steps before he managed to stabilize himself. He turned abruptly to see Kakashi, who was completely at ease with shock and unwillingness etched on his face. Speed reaction tactics. Utterly crushed. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Naruto observed Kakashi, who remained unscathed and even calm alongside the grim-faced Sasuke. He realized that Plan A had effectively failed. The strength of a Jounin cannot simply be compensated for with clever tricks. There's no other choice. Execute Plan B. Hinata, keep reporting. Cover all angles. Naruto shouted to Hinata while also intensifying his efforts. Hinata immediately used her Byakugan to accurately announce Kakashi's position and predicted movements. Based on her reports, Naruto frantically triggered the remaining traps. The swinging tree trunks, the propelled nets, a makeshift version, and even a dust cloud area created by a weak wind release technique. The entire training ground descended into chaos. Under such a dense barrage of annoyances, though not particularly powerful, Kakashi's movements finally lost some of their early. He needed to split his focus to evade or neutralize these chaotic mechanisms. Seizing a moment when Kakashi was slightly hindered by the net, which he easily tore apart, Naruto surged forward with renewed speed. This time his target was not the bells, but Kakashi himself. Kakashi-sensei. Let's have a hug. He spread his arm. Kakashi's eye twitched involuntarily, and almost reflexively he attempted to use the substitution technique to escape. This brat has he not given up yet. But just as he was about to form the seals, Hinata, with precise foresight from her Byakugan, urgently warned, right rear blind spot. Sensei will use substitution to shift. Naruto understood immediately, making an extremely subtle adjustment to his direction and angle, blocking Kakashi's right rear position. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke also moved. While he did not agree with Naruto's method, he realized this was a rare option. From the left side, he unleashed a fierce fire-release Phoenix Fire technique, sending several fireballs to block Kakashi's escape routes to the left and front. With the three of them working in tacit coordination, Kakashi's escape route was severely restricted, just as Naruto with a triumphant smile was about to embrace his waist. At the critical moment, Kakashi suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of chakra. He abandoned the hand seals and slapped his hand against the ground with force. Earth release heartfelt decapitation technique. Naruto felt the ground beneath him give way as if it had transformed into quicksand, and an immense pulling force emerged. He yelped in surprise and his body was instantly dragged underground like a radish, with only his golden head sticking out, futilely struggling arms still outstretched in an embrace. Kakashi stood before him, dusting off non-existent dust from his hands, looking down at him with a glimmer of helplessness and perhaps even amusement in his exposed eye. Your ideas are quite creative and your teamwork exceeded my expectations a bit, especially Hinata's use of Byakugan and on-the-spot command. Kakashi's gaze swept over Hinata, who was slightly panting from chakra exhaustion, and Sasuke, whose face was serious yet undaunted, before finally landing on Naruto, who was buried in the ground with a look of "I refuse to accept this." However, he paused, his tone returning to its usual laziness. The gap in strength cannot be easily compensated for with these unorthodox, creative ideas. Especially you, Naruto, with your obsession with hugs. Best to apply it in more appropriate contexts. Naruto flailed in the ground, shouting, "Damn it! So close." Sasuke and Hinata also halted, their expressions solemn. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who was still struggling underground, then glanced at the poised Sasuke, and Hinata, particularly at Hinata's precise Byakugan reports and their strange synergy. Suddenly he waved his hand. "Forget it, the exercise ends here," Kakashi suddenly declared. Off. The three were taken aback. "Although you didn't manage to grab the bells, I witnessed your teamwork and indomitable spirit." Kakashi's gaze swept over the trio. "Especially you, Naruto, though your methods were a bit odd." He paused and announced, "Team 7, all members pass." Yage. Naruto immediately forgot about being buried and cheered with joy. Sasuke sighed in relief, but with even more determination, wanting to grow stronger. Hinata also broke into a happy smile. Kakashi looked at these three students, each so different, yet unexpectedly able to come together, and silently sighed. In the days to come it was likely that things would not be too peaceful, especially with that whirlpool Naruto. One had to be vigilant against his hug attacks. The survival exercise of Team 7 concluded amidst this chaotic, humorous, yet slightly heartwarming farce. Team 7 successfully passed the survival exercise and officially began their journey as genin. As newcomers, they were naturally faced with an endless stream of drank missions. Weeding, picking up trash, babysitting, searching for lost pets. After a few days, even the most energetic Naruto was on the verge of exhaustion. He felt that his precious training time and opportunities to earn hugs points was being ruthlessly consumed by these trivial matters. So boring. On this day, after completing yet another task of helping the old lady thread a needle in the Hokage's office, Naruto could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the task exchange desk like a pile of mud, letting out a weak wail. "Third Hokage. Kakashi-sensei, is there no more exciting mission? Like capturing rogue ninjas, or exploring mysterious ruins? Even helping a lord with plumbing would be better if at least there might be big rats to fight." Sasuke, standing nearby with his usual cool demeanor and hands in his pockets, showed his impatience with tightly pressed lips and an almost tangible glare. What he craved was battle strength, the power of revenge, not wasting time here on trivialities. Each time he bent down to pick up a piece of trash, he felt one step further from his revenge goal. Hinata quietly stood behind Naruto, her hands neatly crossed before her head slightly bowed. Yet every now and then when she glanced out at the training field, a trace of unnoticeable longing flashed in her pure white eyes. She watched the other genin sparring on the training field, secretly envious. Leaning against the door, Kakashi, who was reading a book, didn't even lift his head, his lazy voice drifting from behind the pages. "Newcomers must start from the basics. This is a necessary process for accumulating experience and developing patience." He flipped a page as if the content of the book was far more interesting than the students' complaints. "Today's task is to help Uncle Kawahara take care of his pair of twins, preventing them from fighting and causing trouble. Apparently those two little rascals have quite a lot of energy. Again, it's babysitting. Naruto's inner universe. This cannot go on. Precious training time. And of course those valuable hugs points cannot continue to be wasted on. He must find a way to make the mission more interesting and make up for the wasted time." A brilliant idea suddenly formed in his mind and quickly took shape. He sat up straight, his previously dejected expression disappearing, replaced by a strange excitement. He looked around, then mysteriously leaned in towards Sasuke, and Hinata, lowering his voice, his eyes sparkling, as if he had discovered a new continent. "Hey Sasuke, Hinata, don't you think? While we are executing these boring tasks, it is the best opportunity to ambush Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke raised an eyebrow looking at Naruto, as if to say, has your brain finally been squished? Idiot, he coldly uttered. Hinata turned pale with fright, quickly waving her hand, stammering in a breathy tone, Naruto-kun. That's not okay. It's too disrespectful to do that to our teacher. How can we treat our teacher like this? Naruto, undeterred, continued to entice. Think about it. When Kakashi-sensei takes us on missions, his attention is definitely mostly on the mission objectives, or his paradise, and his vigilance is absolutely not as high as during the exercises. This is our opportunity. He grew more excited as he gestured animatedly. We can pretend to be seriously executing the mission, then look for a chance to launch a surprise attack. The target is very clear. Hug Kakashi-sensei. Whoever succeeds first wins. What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Sasuke let out a cold snort from his nose, fully expressing his disdain, boring to the core. Wasting precious energy on such meaningless things is simply foolish. Yet his arms crossed in front of him unconsciously relaxed a bit. Hinata shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum, her cheeks flushed. No, absolutely not. It's too disrespectful. Yet her gaze unintentionally drifted towards Naruto's expectant face. Naruto had long anticipated their reactions and immediately brought out his trump card. He extended 2 fingers, wiggled them, lowered his voice, and said in an enticing tone, "Don't be so quick to refuse. Think about it, this not only wonderfully trains our stealth surprise attack timing and teamwork abilities." He forcibly dressed this prank in legitimate reasoning, but it also adds endless fun and challenge to these unbearably dull tasks. And also, he deliberately prolonged his tone, looking at Sasuke and Hinata. The winner can enjoy super privileges. They can make the 2 losers treat them to Ichiraku ramen. And it's a super large bowl, double char siu, plus an extra serving of Naruto rolls. Unlimited servings until full. Hearing the words Ichiraku ramen, and when Sasuke's cold eyes flickered slightly. He didn't genuinely care about that bowl of ramen, though Ichiraku's broth was indeed unforgettable, but rather the word win and the possibility of defeating this underachiever and the Hyūga heiress stirred his competitive spirit. The corners of his mouth tightened imperceptibly. Hinata was still hesitating, her small hands nervously twisting the ends of her hair. Logic told her this was absurd, but looking at Naruto's face filled with anticipation, and please agree, the words of refusal circled her lips a few times, but ultimately couldn't be voiced. Moreover, if it was a mischief with Naruto-kun, it seemed not completely unacceptable. This thought made her ears slightly warm. Okay, default means agreement. Seeing her reaction, Naruto immediately seized the opportunity, fearing they might backtrack. The action plan officially begins. Remember, act according to the situation, cooperate flexibly. For ramen. On no for training. Sasuke turned his face away with a light huff, yet he did not clearly express opposition again. Hinata lowered her head, her fingers anxiously curling around her hair tips, tacitly allowing this ridiculous plan. Thus, on the way to Uncle Kuwahara's house, a surprise attack mission initiated by Naruto named training, but in reality a hug for Naruto, victory for Sasuke, and forced participation for Hinata quietly commenced. Walking ahead, Kakashi was still engrossed in his little yellow book, seemingly oblivious, leading the newly formed Team 7, which had subtly modified the ultimate objective of this task from taking care of children to successfully ambushing and hugging the guiding Jonin. The twin boys at Uncle Kuwahara's house were nothing short of celestial demons incarnate. Bursting with such boundless energy, it left one breathless. Within 5 minutes of entering the house, the 2 children erupted into a full-blown brawl over who would get to play first with the brand new remote-controlled toy car, chasing each other from the living room to the dining area and back again, scattering toys, cushions, and magazines like blossoms in a tempest, chaos reigning supreme. Uncle Kuwahara clutched his forehead, his face twisted in anguish as he pleaded with Kakashi. Mr. Kakashi, I entrust them entirely to you. I simply cannot bear it any longer. I'm retreating to the shop for some peace. And with that he fled the house as if pursued by specters. Kakashi surveyed the wreckage strewn across the room and the 2 shrieking, darting figures, and for one side, deeply resigning himself to mediation. Now, no fighting. Toys are meant to be shared. Naruto seized the moment, flashing silent, knowing glances towards Sasuke and Hinata, his lips shaping the unspoken words, the chance is here. Execute the plan. He feigned pursuit of the elder twin, who clutched the toy car and bolted toward the kitchen, shouting, "Little one, don't run so fast. It's dangerous." As he passed Kakashi, who was bending low to soothe the younger boy, his foot accidentally caught on a scattered building block. His balance shattered. He pitched forward, arms instinctively flung wide, aimed squarely at Kakashi's waist. If this embrace landed, victory would be assured. "Teacher, watch out. I slipped." Naruto cried aloud, perfectly timed. Yet Kakashi seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. The instant Naruto neared contact, he straightened with effortless grace, simultaneously catching the younger boy who'd begun ducking beneath the table, and pivoted his body with subtle, fluid precision. Naruto saw only a blur. No warm embrace awaited him. Instead, a sharp, humiliating thud echoed as his face met the floor, landing hard enough that he nearly collided with the leg of the nearby dining table. "Watch your step, Naruto," Kakashi remarked without turning, his tone calm and unruffled as he continued speaking to the younger boy. "See, running recklessly makes you fall, just like your brother did. First ambush, aborted before it began. Failure." Sasuke observed it all, a cold sneer flickering in his thoughts, too obvious. As expected from a dead last. He resolved to adopt the subtler, far more efficient approach. Using the toys strewn across the floor and scattered picture books as cover, he moved like a wraith, silent, seamless, until he crouched behind the living room sofa, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon Kakashi, who stood patiently answering the younger boy's question, "Do ninjas fly?" He measured Kakashi's breathing rhythm, tracked the infinitesimal shifts in his center of gravity, waiting for the perfect opening. Now, the moment Kakashi appeared momentarily stunned, perhaps feigning, by the boy's wildly imaginative question sauce, like a leopard unleashed from coiled stillness, he exploded from behind the sofa. A streak of motion too swift for the eye to follow, hurtling straight for Kakashi's back. This time he was certain even a Jonin would struggle to evade fully while distracted. Yet at the very instant Sasuke's fingertips grazed Kakashi's sleeve, Kakashi, seemingly sidestepping the younger boy's flailing hand, stepped back with casual ease, his elbows swinging backward with uncanny accuracy, striking precisely at the vulnerable gap in Sasuke's chest as he lunged. Ugh! A surge of refined force slammed into Sasuke's sternum. His forward momentum shattered his body, recoiling violently, stumbling backward several paces before he regained his footing, shock and fury warring across his face. Only then did Kakashi turn slowly, his visible eye crinkling with quiet amusement. "Oh, Sasuke, you're curious about, or did you hope to hear the answer from behind?" Second ambush, meticulously planned. Still failure. Hinata, concealed beside the dining room doorway, watched in mute terror, her small hands clenched tightly around her hem. She could never bring herself to commit such bold, improper conduct. Yet Naru, rubbing his sore nose, shot her frantic, encouraging glances, silently urging her forward. Just then the elder twin, thirsty from his sprint, reached for a glass of water and fumbled. It crashed to the floor with a sharp clang, water spreading in a glistening pool. Kakashi exhaled wearily and bent to gather the shards. Naruto's eyes lit up. Opportunity. Kakashi's line of sight was blocked. His back faced Hinata directly. He immediately mouthed the command, "Now, Hinata, go." Hinata stared at Kakashi's unguarded back, then at Naruto's fervent, pleading gaze, her heart torn between dread and duty. At last she clenched her teeth, squeezed her eyes shut, and, drawing upon the faint but innate chakra perception inherited from the Hyūga clan, began to run toward Kakashi. But nerves overwhelmed her. Halfway there her foot slipped. On the wet floor, or perhaps tripping over herself. "Oh!" A startled cry escaped her as she tumbled forward, landing with perfect, mortifying precision against Kakashi's calf, the very limb he'd been clearing of glass. Time suspended for a heartbeat. Kakashi froze mid-motion, glancing down in genuine surprise at Hinata, who clung fiercely to his leg, her burning face buried deep in his pant leg, her slender frame trembling. Naruto and Sasuke, standing nearby still recovering their breath, stared utterly petrified by this wholly Feeling his gaze upon her, Hinata lifted her head, only to meet Kakashi's single questioning, sleepy-eyed stare. Instantly heat flooded her cheeks like wildfire. She sprang away like a startled hare scrambling behind Naruto, head bowed low, wishing with every fiber of her being that her Byakugan could bore a hole through the floor and swallow her whole. Third attempt, achieved not through cunning but sheer excruciating embarrassment, a fleeting accidental physical contact. Yet the strategic objective remained utterly unfulfilled. Kakashi rose, brushed non-existent dust from his hands, and let his gaze drift slowly across his three students, each wearing a distinct flush, Naruto's from impact, Sasuke's from indignation, Hinata's from shame, and spoke at last, his voice laced with quiet, knowing amusement. "You three seem unusually energetic these past 2 days. Is it possible you've developed an extraordinary passion for childcare?" All three felt a sudden, sinking chill ripple through. Or, Kakashi tapped his chin, his visible eye narrowing thoughtfully, "Is it simply that your excess energy demand?" As expected after leaving Uncle Kawahara's house, Kakashi did not dismiss them directly, but instead took them to the fourth. "Since you have so much energy," Kakashi said with a grin that sent chills down the trio's spines, "let's do some basic The so-called basic training was nothing short of hell. The first task, chakra control training. It wasn't simple tree climbing or water walking, but standing in the middle of a shimmering river using chakra to absorb and maintain a water sphere that Kakashi had skillfully set into a high-speed, wildly unstable rotation. The requirement was that the water sphere must not break, its shape must not change, and it had to drift slightly with the current. Naruto barely summoned a shadow clone to cheat, when Kakashi deftly pierced it with a branch, and the distraction caused the water sphere in Naruto's hands to burst with a gush, drenching him completely. Sasuke, relying on his Sharingan's insight and precise control, barely managed to hold on for a few minutes before succumbing to the sphere's furious rotation, his face pale. Hinata, using her Byakugan's microscopic observation and innate delicate chakra control, lasted the longest, but her face was flushed and her chakra heavily depleted. The second task, taijutsu reaction training. It wasn't sparring against each other, but dodging Kakashi's unpredictable love taps with an ordinary branch in a designated area. The branch in his hands was lightning fast, cunningly aimed at the most painful yet harmless spots: elbows, knees, backside. Naruto leaped and dodged, but still yelped in pain. Sasuke could foresee the attack trajectory with his Sharingan, but his body reacted a beat too slow, taking several solid hits that made him grimace though he held back. Hinata, using gentle fist footwork and Byakugan insight, evaded most nimbly, but was drenched in sweat and panting. The third task, shuriken application training. It wasn't hitting stationary targets, but in an area filled with obstacles of varying heights that swayed randomly, simultaneously throwing shurikens to hit a single small bell suspended by Kakashi's thread in the distance, moving in an erratic shaped pattern, and it required at least one ricochet off the obstacles. Naruto's shurikens either crashed into obstacles or missed the target by miles. Sasuke's Sharingan could clearly track the trajectory, but calculating the ricochet angle and timing was extremely difficult. With a pitiful success rate, Hinata could see the chakra flow of the bell and all obstacles, but her throwing accuracy and force still needed honing. After an afternoon of high-intensity, high-precision hellish training, the three were nearly drained of their last ounce of strength. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground in a star shape, too exhausted to even turn over, feeling as if every bone in his body had come apart. Sasuke sat leaning against a tree trunk, eyes closed, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down his cheeks, his clenched fist revealing his inner turmoil. The gap was too vast. Hinata was on the verge of collapse, her face pale as death, leaning against another tree, barely able to lift a finger. Kakashi looked at the three's miserable state and nodded in satisfaction, clapping his hands. Well, looks like the excess energy is mostly spent. Effective. Well, continue tomorrow. Dismissed. Tomorrow. Continue. Naruto, upon hearing this, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly springing off the ground if he had any strength left. Again, this is more lethal than 100 drank missions. He looked at Kakashi, who remained composed and not even out of breath, then compared it to his own drenched, exhausted state, and the obsession within him grew like wild weeds after spring rain, wildly proliferating. No, I must hug him once. Otherwise this beating would have been for nothing. I can't swallow this. Uncle Mingren's soul roared. This is a matter of the Transmigrator's dignity and system mission completion. After about a quarter hour of rest, Kakashi saw they had recovered slightly and announced dismissal again, then turned and walked out of the training ground, seemingly defenseless. The moment Kakashi turned his back, fully exposed, a flash of desperate resolve gleamed in Naruto's eyes. He gritted his teeth, nearly squeezing the last faint remnants of chakra from his meridians. Shadow clone technique. A clone with weak chakra fluctuations, its form blurry and wobbling, appeared beside it. Transformation technique. The clone, in a puff of smoke, transformed into a giant, fluffy, seemingly harmless and adorable teddy bear. This was Naruto's ultimate strategy, born from a flash of inspiration during training. Kakashi's vigilance against direct human hugs, especially from him, was already at a paranoid level, so what if the attack came from a seemingly harmless, even cute non-human object? Maybe it would lower his guard and catch him off guard. The teddy bear clone, moving with clumsy, staggering steps, opened its fluffy arms and ran toward Kakashi's back with a deliberately cutesy voice. Kakashi-sensei, wait for me, I want a hug. Kakashi heard the strange noise behind him, paused, and turned around with a puzzled look. When he saw such a giant stylalian teddy bear charging toward him with open arms, he was visibly stunned, the exposed eye filled with a bewildered, what the heck is this? Success. Guard lowered. Naruto's inner self rejoiced, as if he could already see the dawn of victory and the system reward notification. Just as the teddy bear clone successfully pounced on Kakashi's leg, its fluffy arms about to wrap around him. Kakashi looked down at the toy, attempting to assault, his calf, the bewilderment in his eyes instantly replaced by a deadpan expression that said, I knew it, tinged with a hint of, you little brats sure have a lot of tricks. Bam! Without using any ninjutsu, he simply delivered a crisp, clean knife hand strike precisely to the top of the teddy bear clone's head. With a casual knife hand strike, the teddy bear clone let out a yelp and vanished in a puff of smoke. Boring. Kakashi uttered 2 words, then vanished with a body flicker. Naruto. Sasuke. Hinata. The fourth sneak attack, after paying a heavy price, extra training, and the last shred of chakra, still ended in failure. Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the sky, shedding tears of sorrow. Why is it so hard to hug a jonin? Dragging their exhausted bodies, the three walked home in silence. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, and the atmosphere was heavy. Naruto was still brooding over the failed ambush, muttering under his breath, damn. So close. Although Sasuke said nothing, his clenched fists revealed his equal unwillingness. It wasn't the frustration of not succeeding in the hug, but rather the helplessness they felt before Kakashi. Hinata looked at the 2 dejected figures beside her, especially Naruto, whose listlessness seemed as if he had lost all purpose in life. Her heart was filled with both guilt and sorrow. She hesitated for a long time, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Finally gathering her courage, she spoke in a voice slightly louder than usual, breaking the suffocating silence. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun. Today, everyone worked hard. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to some ramen. Eating something warm might make you feel a little better. It was as if a beam of light pierced through the gloom. Naruto's head shot up instantly. The almost tangible disappointment and resentment in his eyes vanished, replaced by a hungry, wolfish gleam of a foodie. He nearly lunged forward to grab Hinata's hands. Really? Hinata, you're an angel. A goddess who saves me from the depths of despair. Yao ramen. Extra large bowl. They'll have 2. Even the usually aloof Sasuke, who radiated a do not disturb aura, had his tense expression soften ever so slightly at the mention of Yao ramen. He glanced at Naruto, who had instantly bounced back to life, and Hinata, who looked at him with eager anticipation. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Though he didn't speak, he gave an almost imperceptible nod. After intense training, a steaming bowl of rich, flavorful ramen with char siu was indeed the best remedy for physical and emotional wounds. The warm glow of the Yao ramen stall and the aroma of its food seemed to possess a magical healing power. 3 large bowls of signature char siu ramen were soon served. The rich bone broth steamed with thick, glistening slices of char siu and garnished with vibrant green scallions. Naruto, like a starving ghost, didn't care about the heat. He slurped up the noodles loudly occasionally, letting out a satisfied. Sasuke, though still eating with elegance, was noticeably eating faster than usual. Hinata sipped the broth slowly, feeling the warmth slide down her throat, dispelling the fatigue and the earlier awkwardness. Watching Naruto wolf down his food and Sasuke eat in silence, she couldn't help but let a faint reassuring smile curl at the corners of her lips. Ding. Detected that the investment target's mood has recovered from extreme depression to good. Team atmosphere is warming. Successfully utilized resources ramen for effective soothing. Reward slight increase in chakra recovery speed. Gained passive morale boost slightly enhances recovery rate for self and teammates under fatigue. The domineering system calmly delivered its evaluation and reward. Naruto devoured the 2 large bowls of ramen like a whirlwind, drinking even the last drop of broth. He patted his noticeably bulging stomach with satisfaction and let out a loud burp. Ah. I'm alive. I feel like I could go 300 more rounds with Kakashi Sensei. Although he'd probably still be defeated in seconds. He leaned back in his chair looking at Sasuke, who though still expressionless had lost some of the hostility in his brow, and then at Hinata, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes were soft. The frustration and defeat he felt from the failed ambush suddenly dissipated, replaced by a warm, indescribable sense of fulfillment. Although the plan had completely failed, the hug count was 0, and they had been thoroughly drilled. But scheming, even if childish, with teammates fumbling through the execution, even if disastrous, enduring scolding and training until nearly paralyzed, and finally sitting together like this, sharing ramen cooked from the same pot, and exchanging feelings of survival. It seemed. This feeling wasn't so bad. It even felt more comfortable than simply completing a system quest and earning a few hug points. Uncle Mingren, rubbing his full stomach, mused perhaps in this real ninja world system rewards and power boosts were important, but the bond and tacit understanding that grew from experiencing setbacks, sharing exhaustion, and enjoying simple joys together were even more precious. Of course, successfully hugging Kakashi to prove himself would still be the best. That point remains unwavering. Hey Sasuke, Hinata. Naruto suddenly sat up straight, his face regaining its usual vitality and that headache-inducing energy. He waved his fist and declared confidently, "We were underprepared this time, and our strategy was flawed. Next time we will definitely succeed. We'll make a more perfect plan." Sasuke put down the bowl that had been drained of broth, picked up a napkin to wipe the corner of his mouth, and shot back coldly, "Idiot. Rather than wasting energy on such pointless and doomed efforts, it's better to spend more time on training. Closing the gap in strength with a jonin is the right path." That said, he didn't get up and leave as usual, but remained seated. Hinata also nodded firmly, her hands clenched in front of her chest. Although her face still bore a shy blush, her eyes were more determined than before. Next time, I will work harder and do better." Kakashi stood on a nearby utility pole, watching the 3 figures at the ramen stall, who though tired seemed closer together. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly beneath his mask. It seems that a little hellish training paired with timely ramen comfort works better than expected. He murmured to himself with a hint of understanding, but I can't let them develop the habit of ambushing a jonin instructor. I need to think of a way to channel this energy and cleverness into more appropriate places. He stroked his chin, beginning to what kind of drank mission should I assign them tomorrow? For example, helping the irritable old cat lady who keeps countless ninja cats catch her cat Little Tiger, a notoriously skilled escape artist, hider, and prankster known as the most cunning cat in Konoha. No doubt it would be another chaotic, mishap-filled mission that would greatly train their teamwork, patience, and ingenuity. And so the daily life of Team 7 continued, filled with pranks, hellish training, ramen comfort, and a little growing tacit, and Naruto's obsession with hugging Kakashi Sensei was far from over. After enduring a long and tedious series of drank missions and countless failed attempts to ambush Master Kakashi, Team 7 finally welcomed the long-awaited turning point, a crank escort mission. The goal was to escort Mr. Tazuna, the bridge-building expert from the Land of Waves, safely back to his hometown. When the news was confirmed, Mingren's inner thoughts almost cheered with joy. The Land of Waves, the Demon Brothers, Momochi Zabuza, Haku. These familiar names flashed through his mind. Not only were they pivotal plot points, but they also meant that brand new powerful hug targets awaited ahead. He could almost see the beautiful sight of chakra surging upward. To avoid exposing himself, Mingren outwardly maintained his usual loud, impulsive demeanor, waving his fists and shouting, "Don't worry, old man. With me, Uzumaki Mingren around, any rogue ninja or thug will be sent flying." The group left Konoha village and embarked on their journey. Along the way, Mingren was unusually lively, showing great interest in roadside wildflowers and strange stones, touching and looking at everything. Sasuke sneered at this, finding him childish. Hinata thought Mingren's curiosity was endearing. Only Kakashi, squinting his eyes, felt that this kid seemed a bit too excited. Mingren, meanwhile, took this opportunity to cross-reference the terrain in his memory while refining his hug operation plan. Sure enough, when they passed a seemingly ordinary road with a few inconspicuous puddles, the attack arrived as expected. 2 men wearing the headbands of rogue ninja from the Mist Village, with sharp chains connecting their arms, the Demon Brothers, burst out of the puddles like lurking vipers. The chains whistled through the air, aiming straight at Tazuna, whom they had judged as the mission's core target. Enemy attack. Kakashi's eyes sharpened instantly as he alerted the team and assumed a combat stance. Sasuke reacted quickly, activating his Sharingan to track the enemy's movements. Hinata almost simultaneously activated her Byakugan, expanding her field of vision and nervously monitoring the battlefield. However, one person moved faster than any of them anticipated, and in a completely unexpected direction. In the split second when the demon brothers broke through the water, Ming-Run, who had been waiting eagerly, neither retreated nor advanced to engage. Instead, a huge, almost ecstatic grin spread across his face. Wow, is this a hidden surprise segment? Welcome, welcome. He shouted words that baffled everyone, then exploded his chakra beneath his feet, moving like lightning. Not toward the enemy's vital points, nor to protect the trembling Tazuna, but, with arms wide open embracing like an old friend, he lunged at one of the demon brothers who had just landed and hadn't yet steadied himself. The demon brother was clearly stunned by this bizarre greeting. He had imagined various counterattacks and evasions, but never that someone would disregard life and death to rush in for a hug. His movements froze for a fraction of a second. That precious moment. Ming-Ren successfully wrapped his arms around the man's waist, tightening them like iron clamps. First one. Ming-Ren silently cheered, ecstatic. Ding. Successfully hugged a ninja mist village rogue, shinobi Chunin level. Reward chakra total moderately increased. Physical resilience and endurance enhanced. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones along with the system's notification, and Ming-Ren could clearly feel himself becoming more durable. You're asking for death. The hug demon brother was both shocked and furious, struggling violently, but Ming-Ren held on tightly, secretly using chakra to disrupt his footing, making it hard for him to exert force. The other demon brother saw this and immediately swung his chain to sweep across, trying to rescue his comrade. Don't rush. Line up one by one. Ming-Ren laughed heartily, the newly acquired chakra, making him even more agile. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. A series of white smoke explosions and a dozen of Ming-Ren's shadow clones instantly filled the narrow space. These clones completely ignored basic battle formations and didn't attack the enemy's vital points. Instead, like hungry tigers pouncing on prey, they let out strange cries and swarmed from all directions, top, bottom, left, and right, toward the two demon brothers. Some hugged their legs, some wrapped arms around their necks, some grabbed them from behind, and some even climbed onto their backs. The scene instantly became chaotic and comical, as if it were not a life-or-death struggle, but some bizarre group game. The demon brothers' strength was not suited for frontal assaults. They excelled at ambushes and coordinated attacks. They had never encountered such a hug army tactic of overwhelming numbers. In an instant they were submerged by dozens of Ming-Ren's clones, struggling and roaring in vain, but like sinking into a quagmire, unable to escape the passionate entanglement for a long time. Kakashi's kunai froze in midair, his Sharingan forgotten, his face blank. Sasuke maintained his throwing stance, his lips twitching more than ever, as if his facial nerves had lost control. Hinata kept her Byakugan active, but her mouth slightly opened, clearly shocked. Tazuna even rubbed his eyes, wondering if his old age was causing hallucinations. Kakashi finally sighed, rubbing his forehead, feeling that his common sense as a Jonin instructor was being ground into the dirt. Sasuke took several deep breaths before barely suppressing his urge to complain. Hinata, after the initial shock, blushed slightly, thinking that Ming-Ren's method, though strange, seemed effective. In the end, after the two demon brothers were completely disoriented and incapacitated by Ming-Ren's shadow clones, Kakashi stepped forward and bound them tightly with special ropes. Easy peasy. Ming-Ren dispelled the clones, dusted off his non-existent dirt, and felt the clearly strengthened chakra and tougher body full of pride. The appetizer of the crank mission hug targets was successfully completed. Ming-Ren mentally gave himself a thumbs up. After resolving the attack from the Ghost Brothers, the group boarded a ship and crossed the sea, stepping onto the gloomy land of the Land of Waves. Under the overcast sky, the dilapidated village and barren fields formed a desolate picture, with the air filled with the scent of poverty and oppression. Dazna gazed at the land that had nurtured him, feeling a heavier heart, but also a greater resolve to complete the bridge. This bridge was not only a passage to the outside world, but also a hope for the people of the Land of Waves to break free from their shackles. Under Dazna's lead, they entered the necessary path to his home village, a dense forest next to the nearly completed bridge. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, casting the forest into darkness where only occasional beams of sunlight pierced through the gaps in the leaves, brief and precious like hope. Before they knew it, a thick, unyielding mist quietly spread, initially just a thin layer, but in the blink of an eye it had become as dense as milk. Visibility dropped to less than 5 meters, and the damp, cold air seemed to seep into their bones, carrying the taste of salty seawater and a hint of danger. Be careful. This is the mist concealment technique. Kakashi's expression became unusually grave as he pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan, its 3-tomo, slowly rotating. The opponent is not to be underestimated. Back to back for defense. The tense atmosphere instantly heightened, and even their breathing became cautious. Team 7 quickly formed a defensive formation, protecting Dazna in the center. Sasuke gripped his kunai, his gaze sharp. Hinata had already activated her Byakugan, her 360-degree vision remaining clear even in the heavy mist. Ming-Ren clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with both tension and excitement. They're coming, get ready. Sure enough, a low, cold voice tinged with a hint of blood echoed through the mist, seemingly originating from all directions, making it impossible to determine its exact location. Oh, what an unexpected catch. The copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha. Before the words finished, accompanied by a teeth-grinding, heavy slicing sound, an enormous, grotesquely chipped, beheading sword spun rapidly from the mist, howling towards them. The blade sliced through the air, its buzzing sound piercing the eardrums, and finally, with a loud bang, it embedded deeply into a towering ancient tree beside them, the blade emitting a low hum as if craving the nourishment of blood. A tall, muscular figure, his face wrapped in bandages with only a pair of fierce beast-like eyes exposed, stood silently atop the massive hilt, the cold, killing intent overwhelming and suffocating. Zabuza Momochi, he declared, his voice echoing from above as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Enough with the small talk, hand over that old man. The overwhelming pressure made Sasuke and Hinata's faces turn pale, with fear, cold sweat trickling down. Sasuke clenched his teeth, unwilling to show weakness as he noticed his kune-holding hand trembling slightly. Hinata's Byakugan sensed the immense and pure chakra flowing within Zabuza, sending chills down her spine. Dazna's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Kakashi's muscles tensed, his Sharingan locked onto Zabuza, searching for even the slightest flaw. However, just at this moment, as the atmosphere thickened with killing intent and tension, a voice filled with awe and curiosity rang out, utterly out of place. "Wow, that sword is so impressive. Uncle, your entrance is super cool." Naruto's eyes sparkled as he pointed at the exaggerated beheading sword and the imposing Zabuza on its hilt, his face showing no trace of fear, but rather filled with admiration. "Uncle, you look super strong. Can we get to know each other? How about a friendly hug?" As he spoke at the moment, everyone, including the battle-hardened, cold-blooded Zabuza, was momentarily stunned by this bizarre development. Naruto's chakra exploded beneath him, and he shot up into the sky like an arrow. His target was not to attack or to block, but to open his arms wide and dash directly towards Zabuza, who stood atop the hilt. "You little brat, you're asking for death." Zabuza, stunned and furious, had encountered countless battles and various enemies, yet it was the first time he saw someone, despite feeling his full force of killing intent, not only unafraid, but excitedly rushing in for a hug. This kid must be out of his mind. Caught off guard along with Naruto's completely illogical actions, Zabuza was actually solidly tackled by Naruto. The two embraced and fell from the high hilt, rolling on the ground for 2 full circles. In that moment, Zabuza's face beneath the bandages was filled with disbelief and disgust. Ding. Successfully hugged a ninja. Zabuza Momochi, elite Jonin level. Reward: significant increase in total chakra. Water release: chakra affinity significantly enhanced. Physical strength and resilience greatly reinforced. Naruto felt a surge of pure and immense energy flood into his body. "Disgusting little brat. Get away from me." Zabuza felt a chill, as if something unclean had touched him, and his chakra erupted violently, forcefully, pushing Naruto away while he quickly leaped back to create distance, eyeing the seemingly unscathed blonde kid who was brushing off dirt. Although that embrace caused no harm, the sensation was extremely awkward and bizarre. Kakashi and the others were completely petrified, their minds crashing. Sasuke stared wide-eyed, muttering, "This idiot." Hinata covered her mouth, unsure whether to feel worried or astonished. Kakashi's Sharingan had forgotten to move. He had envisioned countless scenarios for the battle's start, yet never expected it would begin with a hug. Naruto stood up, excitedly experiencing the changes in his body, grinning at the pale-faced Zabuza, revealing a set of white teeth. "Uncle, you're really cold, but your muscles are quite solid. It feels nice to hug you." "Feels nice." Zabuza's forehead bulged with veins, his killing intent igniting like tangible flames. He formed hand seals with one hand, the mist growing even denser, his icy voice suppressing a violent fury. "You little brat. I will personally chop you to pieces. Kakashi'll deal with your reckless student first, then come for you." The beheading sword seemed to sense its master's killing intent, emitting a low hum. In the thick mist, danger lurked at every corner. The real battle was only just beginning. Driven into a rage by Naruto, Zabuza unleashed his hatred and engaged in a fierce battle with Kakashi. Amidst the thick fog, the insights and replication abilities of the Sharingan clashed with the brutal power of the decapitating sword as the dazzling lights of water release and lightning release flickered and intertwined, making the battle exceptionally intense. Sasuke and Hinata watched the fight with intense focus, not daring to relax for a moment, while remaining vigilant against any other potential enemies. Naruto, meanwhile, was itching to join the fray, his eyes scanning the battlefield like a radar, looking for another chance. He occasionally pretended to rush in to help, making various exaggerated false moves, forcing Zabuza to divide his attention to guard against this unpredictable kid, interrupting several of his brilliant attacks, making him feel frustrated enough to spit blood. "Damn that blonde brat." Zabuza forced Kakashi back with a swing of his sword, glaring viciously at Naruto, who was bouncing around like a flea nearby. Just as the battle reached a critical juncture, an unexpected change occurred. Countless thin needle-like projectiles shimmering with a chilling light poured out of the fog like a silent rain of death, targeting not the battling Kakashi and Zabuza, but rather Sasuke and their mission objective Tazuna, who appeared to be merely spectating. "Watch out for hidden weapons. Watch out for the blonde." Kakashi and Zabuza shouted almost simultaneously despite their completely different intentions. A slender boy wearing an animal mask of the mist's umbu appeared. Like an elf formed from ice and snow, he silently emerged at the edge of the battlefield, ready to unleash another round of attacks with the projectiles in his hands. Haku. However, how could Naruto let this new hug target slip away? The moment Haku appeared drawing the majority of Kakashi and Sasuke's attention, Naruto made his move. It seemed he had been waiting for this, his chakra bursting forth as he darted forward like a phantom, not to block the lethal projectiles, nor to protect Sasuke, but instead from an extremely cunning and predictive angle, he dangerously maneuvered around the coverage of the projectiles charging straight at Haku, who had just landed and whose breath had yet to stabilize, with a radiant smile of, "I've finally caught you. Wow, there's a cute boy. Don't be shy. Let me hug you too." Haku's pupils suddenly constricted beneath. His entire calculation and focus had been on Kakashi's Sharingan and Sasuke's reactions, unable to comprehend why someone would ignore the safety of their companions, evade the attack route, and rush towards him with such speed and a clear objective. Just to hug. This completely overturned his combat logic and response plan. In an unexpected turn, Haku could only manage a slight sidestep to avoid, but was still fully embraced by Naruto. The sensation was slender, carrying a hint of icy coolness along with an extremely faint, almost imperceptible refreshing scent. Haku's entire body froze instantly, nearly dropping the projectiles from his hands. He had never experienced such close, non-aggressive contact with anyone. A strange warm feeling filled with vibrant life surged from the embrace, causing his normally smooth ice-style chakra to momentarily stagnate, his mind blanking out for a brief moment. Ding. Successfully hugged, a ninja. Haku Jonin level possesses the ice release bloodline limit. Reward chakra total increased moderately. Significantly enhanced resistance to ice release and cold attributes. Acquired basic understanding and preliminary application techniques of ice release chakra properties. A cool and pure energy surged into Naruto's body, dramatically increasing his resistance to cold, and naturally his mind filled with thoughts on how to convert his chakra into cold energy, along with some of the most basic techniques for crystallizing ice and manipulating low temperatures. "You?" Haku instinctively blurted out, his cool voice tinged with an unmistakable hint of shock and panic. Naruto quickly released the hug, leaping back a couple of steps, grinning widely as he said, "Hey there, you smell nice and you're so cool. It must be refreshing to hug you in the summer." Haku. Zabuza, who was fiercely confronting Kakashi, nearly had his eyes pop out at this scene. That blonde brat not only hugged him, but now dared to go after Haku. And that bizarre hugging tactic, even Haku couldn't completely avoid it. Zabuza's anger boiled over. But from the corner of his eye he caught sight of Naruto, who had just hugged Haku, now looking at him with those green desiring eyes, sending a chill down his spine. This kid was too bizarre. He completely disregarded common sense. If this continued, who knew what further outrageous and disgusting things this lunatic would do? What if he seized the opportunity to pounce on him again? Just the thought of potentially being ensnared by that kind of enthusiastic embrace made Zabuza feel a wave of physiological discomfort, with the immense pressure from Kakashi already adding this unpredictable variable. Kakashi, consider yourselves lucky this time. Zabuza decisively feigned a move to push Kakashi back, while shouting to Haku, "Haku, retreat." Haku, snapping back to reality from his initial shock, cast a complex glance at Naruto before immediately using ninjutsu to create a thick mist of ice crystals to obstruct their view. The two figures rapidly merged into the thick fog, retreating hastily and vanishing without a trace. Kakashi looked in the direction the enemies vanished, then at Naruto, whose expression said what a pity they ran away, too quickly, feeling a dull ache in his temples. He began to seriously contemplate that the unpredictability of his team members might not always be a good thing. "You useless fools. All of you are useless." The diminutive figure of Kato, wearing comically small round glasses, waved his cane angrily at Zabuza and Haku, who had just returned, shouting, "Aren't you supposed to be the demon man? You can't even deal with a copy ninja like Kakashi and a few kids. And you've completely disrupted my plans." Zabuza's face darkened like water, filled with pent-up anger. He cast a cold glance at Kato, the murderous intent roiling within him. Kato, however, remained oblivious, or perhaps he simply didn't care about the feelings of these tools. Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful hand had gripped his throat, tightly lifting him off the ground. Zabuza's eyes sparkled with a beast-like ferocity, the earlier frustrations and anger exploding at this moment. You. Kato's eyes widened in terror, his hands futilely pounding on Zabuza's steel-like arm, the sensation of suffocation turning his complexion from red to purple. The ragtag group of bodyguards he had brought dared not approach, paralyzed by the horrific, murderous aura radiating from Zabuza. "I've had enough of your noise, you fat pig." Zabuza's voice was icy and piercing. "Your money can't buy my dignity, and it certainly can't buy your life. Your very existence is a mistake." Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, and Kato's struggles instantly ceased, his head lolling to one side, eyes filled with incredulous terror. Zabuza discarded his body like trash, throwing it to the ground. The entire base fell silent, and Kato's men were deathly quiet. After experiencing that exceedingly unconventional encounter in the forest, which was a tremendous shock to both sides, Class 7 successfully escorted the terrified Dazna to his somewhat rustic home in the Land of Waves. The core of the upcoming mission shifted to ensuring Dazna's safety, supporting him in completing the bridge that symbolizes hope and resistance, while remaining vigilant against the potential return of Momochi Zabuza and the mysterious masked boy Bai. Naruto's feelings were quite complex these past few days. On one hand, the four high-caliber hug targets, Orochimaru, Zabuza, and Bai, had significantly enhanced his strength. He could now clearly introspect and see that the chakra within him flowed like a raging river, abundant and active. His physique was robust, allowing him to rapidly heal, even from ordinary bumps and minor cuts. His perception of water-style chakra was exceptionally sharp, as if he could see the movement and distribution of moisture in the air with his eyes closed. Even more surprising was the newly acquired basic ice release ability, which, though far from allowing him to create solid ice, mirrors-like enabled him to wrap his fingertips in a cold mist or form a thin layer of ice on a small body of water. Ice release bloodline limit. Naruto watched his breath transform into a small cloud of white mist before him, delighting in the thought. Though it's still weak, the potential is immense. In the future, he wouldn't have to fear the heat in summer. He could simply create ice blocks to cool down. Complete practicality. Uncle Mingren's spirit had already begun to devise future tactical combinations. Close-range, hugging control flow. Using ice release chakra to create a low-temperature field, reducing opponents' speed and reaction time, thus increasing the success rate of hugs. Or perhaps developing some ice surfing techniques to unexpectedly close in on targets. Just thinking about it made the prospect seem vast. However, on the other hand, his frequent and uniquely styled hugging behavior had evidently led to noticeable side effects. The most affected was Kakashi. After witnessing Naruto's audacious act of hugging formidable enemies, including the powerful Zabuza, his level of caution towards Naruto had escalated to the highest. During regular training sessions, he resolutely maintained an absolute safe distance of over 5 meters. The moment Naruto showed any intent to approach, even subconsciously taking a step in his direction, Kakashi would instantly use body flicker technique to retreat, his eyes filled with a clear warning. Maintaining distance is best for both of us. Naruto tried repeatedly, unable to even brush against the hem of Kakashi's clothes, feeling frustrated enough to want to smash his head against a wall. The atmosphere within the team had also become somewhat delicate. Sasuke's gaze towards Naruto grew increasingly complicated. Beyond the inherent labels of bottom of the class and unexpectedly number one, he now bore the unmistakable mark of hug enthusiast and even peculiar combat style. Now, even during practice, Sasuke appeared distracted, most of his energy focused on guarding against Naruto's potential sudden and unpredictable hug attacks, even beginning to subconsciously choose his position to ensure he remained in Naruto's blind spot. Hinata's feelings were the most conflicted. When she saw Naruto decisively and tightly hug that masked slender boy, by an inexplicable pang of sourness and heaviness surged within her, making her uncomfortable, yet unable to articulate exactly why. Now every time she saw Naruto, that image would involuntarily flash in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush and her heart to race, wanting to approach, as usual, yet feeling a mix of shyness and unfathomable emotion that made her shy away. That afternoon, seizing a break during chakra nature transformation and training, Naruto stubbornly approached Kakashi, who was engrossed in reading Intimate Paradise under a tree's shade, and forced the most innocent smile. Kakashi-sensei, and do you see how much I've improved in controlling my chakra lately? I can even walk steadily on water now. What do you think? Should I come closer so you can personally guide me and see what details need improvement? Kakashi didn't even lift his eyelids, turning the page of his book with steady hands, his lazy tone carrying an undeniable refusal. Maintaining the current distance is the greatest recognition and best guidance for your current level of chakra control. Naruto, saw the defenses are too strong. He then turned his attention to Sasuke, who was practicing precise shuriken throwing by the river. Sasuke, don't practice alone anymore. Let's have a real combat match, shall we? I swear this time I absolutely won't hug. We'll only compete in taijutsu and shuriken techniques. Sasuke's response was a flick of his wrist, sending 3 shuriken whistling through the air, landing precisely in a formation just an inch from Naruto's toes, embedded into the ground, expressing his refusal in the most direct manner. Naruto sighed as a wave of defeat washed over him. In the end, with a glimmer of hope, he cast his gaze toward Hinata, who was outside the kitchen helping Miss Tsunade wash ingredients and prepare dinner. Hinata. As soon as he spoke, Hinata, startled like a frightened deer, let out a soft exclamation, dropping the vegetables in her hands back into the basin and splashing a few droplets of water. Her ears flushed from her cheeks to the nape of her neck, and in a flustered manner, she hid behind Miss Tsunade's broad figure, revealing only a pair of eyes that observed him shyly, filled with embarrassment and complex emotions. Looking at the empty space before him and the hidden Hinata, Naruto completely wilted. He hung his head listlessly, kicking at the small stones on the ground. It's over. This hugging maniac title is probably solidified within the team, making it hard to turn things around. The protective mission in the land of waves passed day by day in such a subtle atmosphere, filled with embarrassment and frustration for Naruto. Naruto knew well that with Momochi Zabuza's character and intentions, he would not give up easily and would soon strike again. In the next confrontation, what more unexpected and surprising way could he employ to continue his hugging endeavor while breaking through the psychological defenses his teammates had erected? He stroked his chin, casting his gaze toward the thick sea mist that lingered year-round around the land of waves, seemingly harboring countless secrets and opportunities, as a bold new strategy for hugging that combined his newly acquired basic ice release ability gradually took shape in his mind. The days in the land of waves passed in an appearance of tranquility as the construction of the bridge steadily progressed, yet everyone knew that the crisis loomed like a thick fog over the sea, ready to descend once again. On this day, Kakashi took Sasuke and Hinata to the bridge construction site to enhance security, leaving Naruto nearby the Dasuna's house under the pretense of training his newly mastered chakra nature transformation. Of course, Naruto did not stay honestly in place. He wandered into the nearby forest practicing his meager ice release chakra, mainly to cool the wild fruits in his hand, while calculating the upcoming plot based on the memories of the past life. Suddenly his powerful perception, a combination of system rewards and the resonance of the Nine Tails, caught a faint and familiar chakra fluctuation. His heart stirred, and he quietly restrained his aura, hiding behind a large tree to observe. Not far away, a slender boy dressed in a light blue kimono wearing a mask was quietly picking mushrooms in a clearing of the forest with a bamboo basket in hand. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a serene and beautiful glow upon him. It's Haku. Inside the past life memories shouted, "He's here, he's here." The classic scene from the original work where Haku picks mushrooms. Another opportunity arises. His eyes twinkled as a brilliant dramatic plan formed in an instant. First he deliberately made a little noise to attract Haku's attention, then swiftly found a soft patch of grass, where sunlight could reach, lying down directly with his hands crossed over his chest, closing his eyes, and began to pretend to sleep. He even utilized his increasingly refined chakra control technique to keep his chakra fluctuations calm and steady, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, forming a tranquil smile, as if dreaming of beautiful things, striving for realism in his act. Haku indeed noticed the commotion. He sensed that it was the blonde boy who had left him with a profound and complex impression. Seeing that the other party was sleeping unguardedly in such a place, Haku's delicate brows slightly furrowed, a hint of confusion and barely perceptible curiosity flashing in his clear eyes. What kind of person is this strange boy whose behavior is peculiar and whose fighting style is even stranger? After hesitating for a moment, Haku set down the bamboo basket in his hand, stepping lightly and silently, like a forest spirit, quietly approaching Naruto. He crouched down, looking closely at Naruto's sleeping profile. Sunlight outlined the golden strands of the boy's hair and his youthful yet vibrant contours. At that moment, the pretending to sleep Naruto began his performance. He first unconsciously smacked his lips and murmured indistinctly in a dream, "Ichiraku, super large bowl, double char siu." Then, as if dreaming of something, his body gently shifted, continuing to mumble, "Hinata, don't take my ramen. I want a hug." Haku listened to these dreamlike words filled with the essence of life and obsession, unable to help but slightly purse his lips, almost bursting into laughter. Indeed, he is a strange yet somewhat innocent person. Even in his dreams he cannot escape food, and that sudden hug from that day seemed less malicious now, perhaps. It was just his unusual way of expressing himself. Looking at the playful golden hair that was gently moved by the breeze, Haku, against his will, extended his slender fair fingers with an extremely gentle motion, trying to push it aside. His eyes carried a tenderness and curiosity he wasn't even aware of. Now's the chance. Just as Haku's fingers were about to touch Naruto's forehead, Naruto suddenly awoke. Or rather, he sleepwalked awake. His eyes had not fully opened, his long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and he shouted, "I've caught a warm hug." His arms, like cunning snakes that had planned this in advance, shot out at lightning speed, accurately wrapping around the unsuspecting Haku, who was squatting in front of him. His arms tightly encircled Haku's slender waist, and his cheek even brushed against the soft fabric of the other's kimono. Haku completely froze. His clear eyes instantly widened, filled with shock and confusion. His actions halted, and his mind seemed blank at that moment. He could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from Naruto's embrace, contrasting sharply with his own ice-release chakra alongside the solid strength of the boy's arms. That unfamiliar warmth infused with the essence of sunlight enveloped him again, causing him to momentarily forget to struggle, as well as his identity as a ninja. Ding! Hugging ninja Haku Jonin, level successful. Chakra significantly enhanced. Resistance to cold environments notably increased. Chakra control precision improved. A surge of energy, cooler yet much gentler than before, flowed into Naruto's body, not only increasing his total chakra, but also making him feel he was better at fine-tuning his chakra, and perhaps he was less afraid of the cold. While feeling ecstatic, he subconsciously tightened his arms around Haku, noting the soft touch accompanied by a faint natural fragrance reminiscent of pine forests after snow, which felt quite pleasant. Let me go. Haku finally snapped back from the immense shock, and that peculiar feeling, his clear voice carrying a rare hint of panic and embarrassment. He instinctively nudged backward with his elbow, but due to his unsettled emotions the force was soft and feeble. Not Hinata. Is the ramen fairy. Only then did Naruto fully open his eyes, still somewhat dazed, his blue eyes filled with the confusion of just waking up and the surprise and embarrassment of realizing he had hugged the wrong person. He hurriedly released his grip, even pretending to rub his eyes and ruffle his messy golden hair, his face filled with apology. "I'm so sorry. I seem to have had a nightmare. I dreamt of falling into an icy pit, and I finally caught something warm. I'm really very sorry." He tried to make his expression appear innocent and sincere, but inside, he was secretly pleased the plan worked. The reward is in hand. Haku quickly stood up, taking 2 steps back, his originally fair cheeks tinted with a faint blush. He hurriedly tidied up the hem of his wrinkled kimono, avoiding Naruto's gaze, not daring to look him in the eye. Listening to the other party's explanation, which was full of holes, yet seemed reasonable, Haku's mind was in disarray, and he did not know whether to believe it was an accident or... No. It's fine, Haku softly said, his voice even lighter than before. He bent down to pick up the bamboo basket on the ground, disregarding the scattered mushrooms, as if something was chasing him from behind, and he hurriedly disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a faint, elusive fragrance. Naruto watched Haku's almost fleeing figure stroke his chin, feeling the increased chakra within him and the improved control, nodding in satisfaction. Successfully harvested a wave, and I saw Haku without a mask, what a profit. Just then the system notification in his mind sounded again, but this time it seemed to carry an additional meaning. Detected that the host's hugging behavior was accompanied by acting and information misdirection. Determined. Rewards to be issued, as usual. Suggestion for host. To maintain sincerity. Naruto. Is the system recently upgraded with strange functions? Now it even educates the host. Naruto finished his training in the forest with a sense of satisfaction, whistling as he happily made his way back. Just as he arrived at the path leading to the door of the Dasna household, he encountered Kakashi, Sasuke, and Hinata returning from their bridge guard mission. Hinata spotted him immediately, her face lighting up with a delighted smile as she jogged a few steps toward him. However, as she got closer, her keen eyes quickly caught sight of the small bits of grass and stray dirt stuck to Naruto's shoulder and back, and his already tousled blonde hair looked even messier than when he had left. What drew her attention even more was the faint, elegant fragrance that wafted over as Naruto approached, reminiscent of snow pines mingled with some unknown wildflower. This was certainly not a scent typical of the forest, or one that Naruto himself would possess. A girl's intuition, particularly when it concerns someone she cares about, is often frighteningly sharp. Hinata's heart sank inexplicably. Naruto-kun, did you have a good training session in the forest? She suppressed a flicker of unease and asked softly, her gaze involuntarily darting between the grass bits and Naruto's smiling face. Huh, absolutely. Very successful. Naruto, oblivious to her concern, and still reveling in his achievements, waved his arms energetically and declared, I feel my chakra control has improved again. Next time I'll definitely be able to help more. At that moment, as if on cue, the hug to get stronger system in Naruto's mind, and the Master of All Realms system in Hinata's mind both issued new task directives almost simultaneously. Naruto's system interface lit up, ding. Special environment detected to reappear. Task issued, challenge in the upcoming battle likely to occur in the dense fog. Successfully hugging the designated target, Zabuza Momochi, or Haku, will grant an additional surprise reward, random comprehension of a breakwater release or wind release jutsu. Notice environmental bonus, seize the opportunity. Hinata's system interface, on the other hand, flickered with a slightly warning. Unidentified external aura detected lingering on the target of investment, Naruto Uzumaki, suspected of having potential interference factors. Origin of the fragrance, unknown. Emergency stabilization task, issued, relationship consolidation. Requirements during the next team collective action or public setting, engage in at least one instance of natural physical contact, preferably a hug lasting over 5 seconds with the target of investment, ensuring your own aura effectively covers or dispels the unidentified interference. Successful task reward, enhancement of Byakugan insight and analytical abilities. Unlocking the auxiliary ability aura marking can mark important targets with aura for tracking, sensing, and dispelling interference. Naruto looked at the task from his system excitement and conflict intertwining within him. Hug Zabuza or Haku in the fog. There's also the Brank Jutsu reward. This temptation is too great. But doing this in front of Kakashi Sensei and Sasuke, isn't that a bit overwhelming? System, are you trying to get me killed? Meanwhile, the task content received by Hinata made her instantly flush from her ears to her neck. Her heart raced wildly, almost leaping out of her throat. Declare sovereignty. Natural physical contact. Hugging for over 5 seconds. In front of everyone. This task is just too embarrassing. Moreover, she had to disperse that fragrance which had somehow clung to her and made her feel slightly uneasy. She secretly raised her eyes, glancing quickly at Naruto, who was there stroking his chin, his gaze wandering, clearly plotting some big plan, then quickly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, feeling her cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. How should she naturally complete this task? Kakashi keenly sensed the subtle change in atmosphere between his two. Naruto had a look of guilty excitement, while Hinata appeared burdened with worries and unable to suppress her shyness. He scratched his silver hair, his dead fish eyes darting between the two, deciding to remain silent for now and watch the situation. Sasuke let out a cold snort, finding his two teammates especially bothersome today, particularly the one lagging behind, wondering what foolish scheme he was up to this time. For the next half a day, an indescribable atmosphere permeated the small house of the Dasna family. Naruto spent most of his time huddled in a corner, sometimes frowning in deep thought, sometimes his eyes glowing as he doodled with a small twig on the ground, evidently immersed in researching his fog embrace battle plan, figuring out how to leverage the environment, shadow clones, and his teammates' cooperation to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Hinata remained in a state of unease. While helping Tsunami prepare dinner, she almost put sugar instead of salt into the soup. When sitting there, her gaze would unconsciously drift toward Naruto, and when their eyes accidentally met, she would quickly shy away like a startled deer, the blush on her cheeks never fully fading. The system's task requirements echoed repeatedly in her mind along with that faint fragrance that she was so concerned about. Sasuke felt as though the air in the room had become somewhat thin, making it hard to breathe. He would rather go outside and practice shuriken, throwing 1,000 times. At dinner the atmosphere grew even more peculiar. Naruto absent-mindedly shoveled rice, his chopsticks poking around in the bowl, his gaze blank, clearly still lost in his hug strategy analysis. Hinata, on the other hand, was almost counting grains of rice as she ate, taking tiny bites devoid of any taste, occasionally sneaking glances at Naruto, her gaze flitting between his shoulder, where the grass bits had been, and the rest of him, as if checking whether that fragrance was still present, and whenever he looked over she hurriedly lowered her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Kakashi set down his chopsticks, glancing at the spacey Naruto, and then at Hinata, who was blushing so deeply she might as well have been burying her face in the bowl, and slowly spoke with a hint of meaning. Young people. It's good to be energetic, but one must also be mindful of the occasion, and moderation. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. A few days later, as the construction of the bridge approached its completion, a thick fog once again shrouded the land of waves, deeper and colder than the last. Tao Dizai Bujan and Bai appeared like vengeful spirits on the nearly finished bridge. Kakashi, there won't be any more surprises this time. Zaibujan brandished his decapitating blade, exuding a murderous aura, his gaze lingering on Naruto for a brief moment, filled with evident disgust. Bai stood silently behind him, his mask obscuring his expression, but his gaze seemed to sweep over Naruto as well. The final battle was imminent. Kakashi faced Zaibujan once more, and the Sharingan clashed violently with the silent assassination techniques amidst the fog. Meanwhile, Bai engaged Sasuke and Hinata. Your opponent is us. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, bracing for the fight. Hinata also assumed a gentle fist stance, her Byakugan firmly locking onto Bai. Naruto watched the scene unfold according to the script, feeling both nervous and excited. Here it comes. The foggy environment. The system's mission objective was right before him. The reward for the Brank ninjutsu was beckoning to him. He did not rush to join the battle, but like a true, unexpected ninja concealed his presence to the utmost. With his newly acquired cold resistance and greatly enhanced perception, he moved swiftly like a specter through the shadows of the fog bridge piers and cables. While evading the sharp chakra fluctuations emanating from the center of the battlefield and the occasional flying shurikens, he acted like the most patient hunter searching for the perfect moment to execute his deadly embrace. The battle between Sasuke and Hinata was exceptionally fierce. He did not immediately use his powerful bloodline limit demonic mirror eyes crystal, but relied on his eerie speed, precise shuriken throws, and adept water release techniques, like 1,000 killing water wings, to engage with the two. His movements retained that unique elegance, yet each strike aimed at vital points filled with danger. Sasuke, thanks to the dynamic vision and insight provided by Sharingan, barely managed to catch and anticipate some of Bai's movements, blocking and countering, but Bai's speed was simply too fast, placing immense pressure on him, causing fine beads of cold sweat to form at his temples. Hinata's Byakugan could clearly see the flow of Bai's chakra and the trajectory of his taijutsu, but her absolute speed was slightly inferior. She relied more on her gentle fist to perform precise defenses, neutralizing Bai's attacks, while occasionally seizing gaps to counterattack, creating opportunities for Sasuke. The battle had reached a stalemate. At that moment, Bai seized the opportunity after Sasuke unleashed a fierce fire release great fireball technique, when his chakra briefly stagnated and his form faltered. His eyes focused, his hands danced like butterflies among flowers, unleashing countless shuriken gleaming with icy light, like an enraged swarm of bees emitting piercing sounds as they descended upon the slightly positioned Hinata, who was adjusting her breath. Hinata, watch out for the left and lower right. Sasuke's Sharingan captured this deadly attack, shouting in horror, but he himself was still recovering from exhaustion, unable to offer timely aid. Hinata's Byakugan also clearly saw the shuriken attacking from multiple blind spots. She immediately circulated chakra, unfurling her gentle fist stance, her hands moving like wheels attempting to block. However, the sheer number of shuriken was overwhelming, their speed too fast, and the coverage too wide. She felt that no matter how she dodged or blocked, at least 2 or 3 would be unavoidable. At that critical moment, as Hinata even sensed the icy chill emanating from the shuriken's tips, a familiar shout exploded from the fog. Danger! Suddenly, a dazzling golden figure burst forth like sunlight, tearing through the fog, moving in a resolute manner that defied all conventional battle logic, darting from an extremely concealed corner. His target was not to block the lethal shuriken, nor to attack Bai, but to unhesitatingly spread his arms and dive toward Bai, who was fully engaged in launching shuriken and left vulnerable from behind. An embrace is the best way to dispel hostility. Naruto shouted words he himself did not believe, wearing an exaggerated expression of sacrificing himself for righteousness. All of Bai's attention was focused on manipulating the shuriken to attack Hinata, completely and utterly unprepared for someone to intervene in this life-and-death moment in such an unfathomable way. The sound of air being split and that familiar shout rang alarms in his heart, but it was already too late. Bang! Naruto solidly and mercilessly collided with Bai from the side, his arms wrapping around Bai's slender and resilient waist like iron clamps. The immense impact caused both of them to stagger forward a few steps. Bei's body instantly stiffened the chakra he was controlling when awry, causing the dense rain of shuriken to veer off course, with the majority whizzing past the edges of Hinata's clothing and hair, embedding themselves in the bridge surface behind her, producing dull thuds. Ding. Fog Environment Challenge task completed. Successfully embraced the designated target by. Received additional reward, randomly comprehended brank wind release, great breakthrough mastered. A surge of information on how to highly compress and instantly release a powerful whirlwind flooded Naruto's mind, as if he had practiced this ninjutsu 1,000 times. Although it was just a brank wind technique, if used effectively it could yield unexpected results. Bastard. Let go. Bai shouted in both surprise and anger, his clear voice carrying a noticeable tremor from embarrassment. He infused chakra into his elbow and struck fiercely toward Naruto's ribs. Naruto was well prepared, fully aware of the principle that one cannot fleece just one sheep, mainly out of fear of truly provoking the other party to retaliate. The moment the system's prompt sound fell, he actively released his grip and cleverly used the force of Bei's elbow strike to float backward, as if weightless, elegantly flipping in midair and landing steadily a few steps away. He patted his chest and waved cheerily at Bai, whose eyes seemed to be spewing fire, saying, "No need to thank me for saving you." Bai trembled with anger, his originally pale cheeks flushed with red from rage and embarrassment. He fixed a fierce glare at Naruto, his clear eyes now filled with cold, killing intent, and a sense of humiliation from being toyed with. This guy? Time and again. He must. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata had recovered from their initial shock. Sasuke mentally cursed, this idiot. Does he have nothing in his head besides hugs? Was that the right moment to do this? But it seems. He inadvertently helped Hinata out of a bind. His mood was incredibly complex. Hinata was entwined in fear and an indescribable emotion. In that moment, she truly believed she was going to get hurt. It was Naruto-kun who saved her in his own unique. But why did he have to embrace that Bai? The fresh, crisp scent she had noticed before seemed to become clearer due to their close proximity, and an uncontrollable, slightly sour feeling surged from the depths of her heart. Ding. Detected investment target in external temptation again. Urgency of task declares sovereignty increased. Please act swiftly, host. The voice of the domineering system echoed in Hinata's mind, carrying a hint of urgency. She looked at the smiling Naruto in the arena, then glanced at the cold Bai opposite her. A wave of inexplicable courage and jealousy surged in her heart. She made up her mind. Once the battle was over, she would definitely complete that embarrassing task. Mingren's this self-sacrificing hug tactic, although the process was extremely bizarre and the motive was highly impure, objectively did play a role in reversing the local battle situation. It not only interrupted Bei's fatal attack, saving Chutian, but more importantly, it severely disrupted Bei's mental state, causing his subsequent attacks to lose precision and calmness and gain more impatience, driven by a desire for revenge. With this shift in momentum, Zhuozhu and Chutian gradually stabilized their position and even began to launch some effective counterattacks. Zhuozhu's Xylinyan seemed to operate more smoothly under pressure, and Kyushin's soft fist became more decisive. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield, Kakashi, after a hard-fought battle, finally seized a tiny flaw in Zaibuzen's defense with the insight of his Xylinyan and rich experience, piercing his water prison clone with lightning cutter, gaining a decisive advantage. Finally, accompanied by Kakashi's panting and Zaibuzen's the original body injury, as well as by being seen through by Zhuozhu in his imbalanced state, and forced back by the ingenious fire release Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson technique, the fierce bridge battle ended with the retreat of Momochi Zaibuzen, and by once again, the thick fog, just as it had come, began to slowly dissipate. The long mist, warm sunlight like golden silk, spread layer by layer over the magnificent sea-crossing bridge, dispelling the chill and killing intent. A sense of survival after the disaster enveloped everyone present. Fatigue surged like a tide. Zhuozhu leaned on his knees and gasped heavily, while Kakashi also relaxed his tense nerves and slowly pulled down his forehead protector to cover his overused Xylinyan. Dazina and the villagers of the Wave Country who arrived later erupted in deafening cheers. Mingren, feeling the newly mastered wind release great breakthrough that he could control as easily as his own arm, as well as his increased chakra, stretched contentedly. Although the process was a bit thrilling and exciting, the gains were real. The Wave Country mission worth it. However, just as he was about to find a place to sit down and catch his breath like Zhuozhu, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of Chutian, head lowered, hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, as if making a huge decision, walking toward him step by step, unusually determined. The sunlight silhouetted her petite figure, her short blue hair gently swaying in the breeze. Mingren looked at her with some confusion. Chutian, what's wrong? Are you injured? Chutian did not answer immediately, but walked straight up to Mingren. Amid Mingren's bewildered gaze, Zhuozhu's slightly surprised look, Kakashi's thoughtful expression, and the gradually subsiding cheers around, she took a deep breath, mustered the greatest courage of her life, then extended her slightly trembling but resolute hands gently yet firmly, wrapped them around Mingren's waist, and gently pressed her cheek against his somewhat dirty but unusually warm chest. Time seemed to stretch and freeze at that moment. Mingren was completely stunned. He could clearly feel Kyushin's soft body trembling slightly, hear her rapid and powerful heartbeat like a drum, and smell the faint fragrance coming from her hair with the scent of sunshine, uniquely hers. This familiar, reassuring scent instantly dispelled any other lingering smells on him. Zhuozhu stared wide-eyed, then instinctively turned his face away, but his ears felt a bit hot, feeling that the scene was too impactful and he needed to calm down. A knowing and somewhat gratified smile curved under Kakaxi's mask. He nodded to himself. Youth is truly wonderful. Although the process was a bit complicated, Dazina and the villagers also showed kind wish-filled smiles. Chutian held Mingren tightly, as if using all her strength. She buried her hot little face deep into his chest, and with a voice as faint as a mosquito's, yet with unquestionable determination and a hint of relief, whispered, Mingren-kun. Really, it's so good that you're okay. She used this hug to convey her worry and relief. She used this hug to cover up the interfering aura that unsettled her. She even used this hug to complete the task that was embarrassing yet extremely important, strengthening the unique bond between her and him. Ding. Emergency task relationship consolidation completed. Hugged the investment target for over 5 seconds, successfully covered, and dispelled external interference with own aura. Relationship bond strengthened. Reward by an insight and discrimination ability enhanced. Successfully unlocked auxiliary ability aura mark can permanently mark Uzumaki Mingren, facilitating perception of his state and location. The voice of the Overlord system sounded with a satisfied tone. Mingren was caught off guard by this sudden dependent and emotional embrace, but the warmth from his chest and Kyushin's trembling sincere worry surged through his body like a warm current. He was stunned for a few seconds, and then an indescribable soft emotion rippled in his heart. He subconsciously somewhat clumsily raised his hand and gently hugged back Kyushin's slender back, patting her, as if soothing a frightened little animal, his voice unconsciously becoming extremely gentle. Fine Shutan. Don't worry, everyone is okay. Under the sunlight on the magnificent bridge that had endured the baptism of war, the boy and girl, embracing each other, comforting each other, formed an incredibly moving and hopeful picture. After a long while, until the cheers around them rose again, Chutian seemed to wake up with a start. Suddenly, let go, stepped back 2 steps, her whole face and neck flushed red like a ripe tomato. She lowered her head, nervously twisting her hands together, not daring to look anyone in the eyes, especially Mingren's. Mingren also scratched his messy blonde hair, sheepishly grinning, foolishly feeling that somewhere in his heart something seemed to be gently filled, warm and reassuring. Just then the hug to get stronger system in his mind also sent a notification ding. Detected a sincere, emotional, intimate hug with important bond character Rishion Chutian. Both sides bond level greatly increased. Gain special buff status Guardian Heart. When Chutian is within a certain range of the host's defense and chakra recovery speed, gain a small permanent increase. Dual systems, double rewards, double happiness. The soul of Uncle Mingren witnessed this scene, feeling the warmth in his heart and the improvement in his strength, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that in this life, after transmigration, besides getting stronger and causing trouble, there seemed to be some more precious things worth protecting. The Wave Country mission of Team 7 thus came to a complete end amidst a complex blend of battle, growth, mischief, and the budding of youth. And their future, because of this solid first step and the increasingly strong bonds between them, became even more promising. Back in my village, having filed the mission report and collected his reward, the 7th team was granted a rare respite. Mingren sprawled on the bed of his shabby room, legs crossed, savoring the spoils from their journey to Bow Country. His chakra had swelled as if someone had inflated a balloon, and he had even lucked into a brank wind release and resistance to ice release. An absolute windfall. More importantly, his relationship with Rishion Chutian. At the thought of that fragrant sunlit embrace, Mingren felt as if a little paw were scratching at his heart, ticklish and oddly sweet. He summoned the system interface in his mind, eager to study it. After the high-intensity training of the Bow Country mission, the Embracito Grow Strong system seemed more spirited, its interface even shone a little brighter. Ding. The system detected that the host's strength had achieved a stage breakthrough and had established deep contact records with several formidable ninja. System functions were comprehensively optimized and upgraded. New feature: the Bond Constellation Map is now live. It provides a direct view of intimacy levels with contacted ninja tendencies for potential interactive rewards and difficulty ratings for strategic approaches. New feature: Combat Simulation Space, Extended Edition. The system space can now simulate specific combat environments, fogthick forest, waterborne battlefields, narrow alleyways, and supports custom opponent parameters for tactical development, and if one must be frank, reckless experimentation. Risk testing. Mingren could not wait and opened the Bond Constellation Map. A dazzling starry vista unfolded. At the center sat his own slightly impish chibi avatar, surrounded by a scatter of luminous points, some bright, some dim. The brightest and largest were literally the stars of the night. Rishion Chutian marked with a permanent heart of guardianship, buff, intimacy, above trust. Kakaxi, a flickering, extremely wary tag beside him. Difficulty: hellish. Zhuozhu, relationship complex. Tsundere factor 99. A difficulty extremely high. By impression, deep emotions complicated. A difficulty high. And the nine tails irritable, but habitually ignored. Difficulty even. Teacher Yaluka Lumen Dingxiya and others had corresponding points and short notes. For example, Lumen was annotated as high IQ, avoids hassle, avoids physical contact. Wow. This feature is so considerate. Mingren rubbed his hands together, his gaze lingering on the high difficulty points for Kakaxi and the nine tails, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. With this strategy guide, what is there I cannot handle? Teacher Kakaxi Fox, Dad, wait for the hugs I mean to give you. Meanwhile, deep within the Rishion family compound in Kyushu, Her Overlord of 10,000 Realms system chimed in a steady tone. Comprehensive mission settlement, the Bow Country Bridge escort operation. Investment target Xuanhua Mingren achieved a qualitative leap in strength, practical adaptability, though unorthodox in method was confirmed, and the team's core cohesion began to form. The host's own abilities Byakugan perception basic medical skills gentle fist combat, received thorough training, and marked improvement, and the reputation of the Rishon clan heir began to show its edge. Overall assessment excellent. Rewards issued total chakra elevated to the baseline of elite Jonin, Byakugan purity surpassed the Quasi-Umbu threshold. Granted strategic resources portable advanced composite defense barrier scroll X3 automatically stored in system space. System update unlocked the strategic talent network diagram. It can dynamically monitor the real-time status of established core potential assets and important strategic units, their ability growth curves, resource needs, and potential supports they can provide. Shutian sat cross-legged on the tatami feeling a clarity in her gaze, as if she could pierce walls and chakra, within her coursing like rivers, yet functioning with natural ease. Her heart was filled with steadiness and joy. She concentrated and examined the strategic talent network diagram that hovered in her consciousness. A clear tree structure listed names such as Mingren Zhuazhu Kakaxi Lumendingzi, Yazino Xiaoying, and Jingye, each followed by detailed ability analyses, personality evaluations, and relationship indices. Behind Mingren was a bold annotation: absolute core limitless growth potential requires wholehearted investment and protection. Zhuazhu was labeled top-tier combatant dogmatic in belief, needs guidance, and bonds to restrain. Lumen Red strength strategist strategic asset requires comfort in exchange for support, and so on. Strategic advice: make full use of the current rest window to consolidate and deepen existing core networks, and actively prepare for the forthcoming Chunin selection exams. This is the crucial stage to flex strength, expand influence, and absorb fresh blood. Failure is not an option. The system delivered its cold strategic plan in an emotionless electronic tone. The Chunin exams. Shutian recalled the fragments her father had mentioned in recent days. She gently squeezed the small hand resting on her knee, determination flashing through her deep blue eyes. To stand more powerfully at Mingren's side, to live up to the system's expectations, and for the honor of the Rishon clan, she must grow stronger. Yet beneath Mui's outward calm, undercurrents had already begun to stir. In the Hokage's office, Sandai Yuan Rijan puffed on his pipe. White smoke curled as the crystal ball. Before him flickered images of Laka, Li furiously walking on his hands across the training field, the intense sparring of Rishon Ningxi and Tiantian, and the just returned 3 members of the 7th team, their breaths noticeably steadier and keener. Especially the ever-surprising Xuanhua Mingren and the Rishon heiress at his side. He exhaled a thick smoke ring and said in a low voice to Kakaxi, who stood by, "Send out the notice. This cohort's Chunin exam will be held in Mai in the near future. Let all eligible genin brace themselves and prepare properly." Kakaxi nodded. His mask hid most of his expression, but the one visible eye held an indescribable subtlety. With his 3 students, each more likely to stir trouble than the last, banded together, and with the rest of the restless contenders from other villages, was this exam not on the verge of becoming a storm that would sweep the whole arena? During this rare period of rest, Naruto had no intention of truly relaxing. Under the banner of strengthening revolutionary friendship and mutual improvement, through sparring, he flitted about the corners of Konoha like a diligent little bee, or perhaps a pesky tag-along with a clear goal in mind, maximizing his contact points. With the Bond Star map, this strategy tool, his actions became highly targeted, and he believed his efficiency had greatly improved. For a Kimchi Choji, the strategy was simple and effective. Armed with limited edition delicious potato chips and high-end barbecue restaurant coupons, both sponsored by Hinata, he threw his arm around Choji's shoulder and rushed towards the food, easily racking up points with the joyful crunch sounds and greasy collisions, gaining 23 points. For Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, the tactic was to integrate with them. He accompanied the boy and his dog in a frenzied game of chase at the training ground, achieving effective contact through their unintentional tumbles and playful physical collisions, steadily accumulating points. For Nara, Shikamaru Naruto eventually abandoned the inferior method of direct physical contact, which had an extremely low success rate and came with the mental burden of what a hassle. Instead, he adopted an intellectual harassment strategy, pulling out seemingly complex mathematical problems involving probabilities, logic, or strange mechanisms from Shikamaru's vast memory bank to humbly seek advice. Though Shikamaru always started with a face full of disdain, as if to say, "Are you the devil?" He was often drawn in by the absurdly challenging problems, igniting his insatiable thirst for knowledge and problem-solving, and the two of them, surprisingly, could discuss a single question for half the day. On the Bond Star map, the light representing Shikamaru, although growing slowly in brightness, seemed to have the avoid contact label fade just a little. Naruto regarded this as a tremendous strategic victory. He even mustered the courage to attempt to get closer to. However, as soon as he entered a 3-meter radius of her without even seeing a bug fly out, the system prompted an invisible insect domain force field surrounds the target. Conventional physical contact has been blocked. Naruto decisively abandoned that plan and instead got a peculiar potted plant from Hinata that reportedly attracted rare species of fireflies, which glowed faintly at night, to give to Ino. Ino adjusted her reflective sunglasses and silently accepted the gift. There was no change on the relationship star map, but she didn't show any signs of disgust. Naruto viewed this as a special non-contact investment. Of course, he always kept in mind the two ultimate targets that hung high on the held difficulty leaderboard, Kakashi Hatake and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi's vigilance had reached the level of unity of man and mirror. Naruto had tried lurking outside his apartment on the power pole before dawn preparing for a morning ambush, tried to sneak up behind him silently, while he was immersed in the latest chapter of Ika Paradise, tried to suddenly dash forward at the instant of roll call during mission assembly. But without exception, all of his attempts were flawlessly countered by Kakashi in ways that could only be described as art leaving a shadow with body flicker technique, transforming into a wooden stump with the substitution technique, and even using the cover of Ika Paradise to perfectly block Naruto's outstretched arms, not even allowing him to brush against the hem of his chakra cloak. Kakashi-sensei, just give in to me. Just one hug. I swear I'll never slack off on drank missions again. After failing for the nth time, Naruto collapsed onto the ground, rolling around in frustration. Kakashi snapped his book shut, his exposed dead fish eye showing no emotional fluctuation. No. Moreover, tomorrow's task is to help organize the expired scrolls in the library. Remember not to use Shadow Clone to slack off. Naruto thought, damn. This defense is simply impenetrable. As for Sasuke, he had completely entered Avenger training mode, responding to Naruto's every approach with murderous glares and shuriken expulsions. Naruto tried inviting Sasuke to a practice spar under the passionate reason of growing stronger together against powerful enemies, but ended up being chased around the training field by Sasuke's enhanced fire-style Phoenix Fire technique, resulting in no points earned and a small tuft of his hair getting scorched, emitting a faint burnt smell. These two unapproachable guys. The difficulty level is just absurd. Naruto sighed skyward, feeling that the road to a hug was long and obstructive. In contrast, the daily interactions with Hinata felt exceptionally warm, comfortable, and refreshing. Hinata always seemed more than willing to spend time with him, whether it was practicing gentle fist techniques. Naruto always found opportunities for necessary blocks and tactical grabs, or going to Ichiraku Ramen for lunch, sitting shoulder to shoulder at the counter, their arms naturally brushing against each other while eating, or even just quietly walking by the river. He could steadily gain a small but continuous increase in relationship points, and the guardian heart enhancement seemed to become more solid. Ding. Engaging in daily friendly interactions with the core bond figure Hinata, Hyūga intimacy steadily rises, and the guardian heart effect receives a slight enhancement. The system's prompt made Naruto feel as if he had drunk warm honey water, sweet and cozy. As for Hinata, under the macro guidance of the Overlord system, she was making more precise and long-term strategic investments. She utilized the funds and resource channels provided by the system, acting as a thoughtful and forward-thinking behind-the-scenes manager, occasionally sending just the right supplies and care to her team members and core partners like Shikamaru. Special eye drops suitable for Sasuke's Sharingan and intensive training, a custom-made, ergonomically designed, ultra-comfortable lazy sofa for Shikamaru that made one not want to get up. High-quality nutritional dog food, durable toys, and cool pet armor. Tailored for Kiba and Akamaru, and a treasure trove of snacks from various countries with unique and rare flavors for Choji. These seemingly casual, yet perfectly timed investments not only solidified her position and favorability within the small group, but also gradually transformed everyone's perception of her from a shy branch family girl to a strong, reliable, and particularly generous teammate. Even the typically cold-faced Sasuke paused for a moment when he received that bottle of special eye drops, emitting a refreshing aura. Although he didn't speak, the tension in his jaw seemed to soften by an imperceptible millimeter. The stability of the core talent network had strengthened with high precision and satisfaction in resource allocation, and the long-term return on investment remained optimistic. The news of the Chunin exam registration spread like wildfire, instantly stirring up a massive commotion among all the lower ninjas in Konoha. Naruto was naturally the first to leap up, shouting to register with a booming slogan, "I will become a Chunin. Let everyone witness the might of me, Uzumaki Naruto." Sasuke, without hesitation and with sharp eyes, recognized this as an important step towards gaining acknowledgement and embarking on his path of vengeance. Hinata struggled internally, mainly due to shyness, but after receiving her father Hisashi's approval, who after observing his daughter's remarkable transformation and solid improvement in strength finally nodded with a stern face, and the system's clear directive, she resolutely submitted her registration form. The entire Team 7 participated and the dust settled. However, a slightly discordant incident still occurred at the bustling registration site. A few freshly graduated lower ninjas from the Rain Village, wearing their forehead protectors and exuding an air of defiance, couldn't help but snicker upon seeing Naruto, the famous Demon Fox Kid, squeezed into the registration line. Hey, did you see that? Is there no one left in Konoha? Even that kind of monster is allowed to participate in the Chunin exam. Exactly, just be careful not to wet your pants in the first match, ha. And that girl from the Hyūga clan beside him, she looks quite lovely, but the Chunin exam isn't a beauty contest, better watch out for a mess-it-up face. Naruto frowned, his anger flaring up, instantly ready to roll up his sleeves, but someone was quicker than him. Sasuke's icy gaze swept over like a tangible blade, silencing the laughter of the Rain ninjas, as though they had been. Hinata also furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure flashing in her pure white eyes. Just then a few vibrant voices rang out almost simultaneously. Hey, you lot, mind your words. Don't you dare speak about Naruto and Hinata like that. Springtime Sakura Yamanaka Ino and the quickly approaching Inazuka Kiba, with Akamaru Yamanaka Shino, Akimichi Choji, and Nara Shikamaru, naturally stood around Team 7 forming an invisible, yet solid barrier. Though they often bickered among themselves when facing provocations from outsiders, the new generation of Konoha displayed remarkable unity in an instant. Seeing the overwhelming numbers and unfriendly gazes from the other side, the Rain Ninja's momentum deflated, muttering a few disgruntled words before retreating into the crowd. Naruto looked at his reliable companions beside him, feeling warmth in his heart, and the earlier displeasure instantly dissipated. He boldly waved his hand. "Let's go, pals. Let all those participating in the exam witness the unity and strength of our Konoha lower ninjas." The small squabble over registration was smoothly settled, but the real storm was just beginning to unveil its sinister contours at the village entrance. On the street outside the registration point, the Konoha crowd unexpectedly encountered three strangers with distinctly different styles and an overpowering aura. At the forefront was a boy carrying a massive gourd with dark circles under his eyes and striking red hair. His gaze was hollow and indifferent, exuding a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Following him was a tall girl with fur golden ponytails wielding a gigantic iron fan, and a stout figure wrapped in bandages carrying a bizarre puppet. Gaara's emotionless gaze scanned the Konoha crowd like a scanner, pausing briefly on Naruto, as if a faint ripple of recognition flickered in his indifferent eyes, sensing some kind of kinship, but soon returned to its deadpan state, moving away. Temari observed with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny, sizing up the seemingly high-spirited lower ninjas from Konoha. Kankuro displayed his disdain, openly crossing his arms and snorting. The two sides exchanged no words, like two parallel lines that never intersected, silently brushing past each other. Yet in that moment, an invisible spark seemed to crackle in the air and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere spread. "Those guys give off such an uncomfortable vibe," Kiba said, hugging Akamaru's neck and lowering his voice, while Akamaru emitted a low whimper. "Are they from Sunigakure?" Shikamaru squinted his eyes, habitually calculating the trouble index, concluding that the level of trouble this time for the Chunin exam might just break the ceiling. Sasuke's Sharingan had unconsciously activated, his gaze fixated on Gaara's retreating figure. From that frail body, he sensed a deeper, purer, and more dangerous darkness and destructive power than his own, causing his blood to boil subtly, with both battle intent and a hint of barely perceptible trepidation. Hinata's pure white eyes also slightly opened, but she could clearly see within the red-haired boy a chakra that was vast, fierce, and unstable, akin to an ancient ferocious beast. This power made her heart race, and she instinctively took a small step closer to Naruto. Naruto stroked his chin, watching Gaara's figure, thinking to himself, "Another guy with an absurd amount of chakra. I wonder what kind of super rewards I could get from the system if I give him a hug. However, this guy looks like a ticking time bomb, even more dangerous than Kakashi Sensei. Forget it, my life is precious. Let's think it over carefully." After returning to their respective homes, both Naruto and Hinata systems issued unprecedented warnings almost simultaneously. Naruto's system interface flickered with striking red light warning. Warning. Detected an ultra-high energy aggregate and a mentally unstable target. Gaara. Danger level maximum. It is strongly advised for the host to maintain a safe distance and avoid any form of unnecessary contact. Life is precious. Proceed with caution. Hinata's system then prompted in a more stern tone, highest level alert. Identified an extremely dangerous entity, one-tailed jinchuriki, from Sunigakure. This target poses a high potential threat to the core investment target, Uzumaki Naruto. It has automatically been placed on the highest priority monitoring list. Recommendations to immediately begin formulating targeted defense and response plans to ensure investment safety. The grand prologue of the Chunin exam slowly unfolded amidst this initial glimpse of grandeur and silent warnings. And how will the leaves of Konoha display their resilience in the impending storm? The first round of the Chunin exam written test venue. For Naruto, who was well prepared as he recalled the torment of exams in his past life, and the academically gifted Sasuke Uchiha, the written test felt more like a tedious formality. Naruto even had the leisure to glance around, observing the various candidates, such as the overly dramatized Yakushi Kabuto, who was pretending to be weak in Oscar, is owed to you. Hinata, though nervous and sweating, managed to answer all the questions without incident thanks to her Byakugan's microscopic insight and solid theoretical foundation. Sakura Haruno, relying on her true skills, wrote as if guided by a divine hand, easily finishing her test. Ultimately, under the oppressive psychological test of despair, question 10 from Marino Ibiki, many genin, who lacked mental fortitude, chose to give up, their faces pale. Meanwhile, the team from Konoha, with their resolute gazes, all remained successfully passing the first round. Next, the examiner Mitarashi Yanko made a flamboyant entrance, announcing the content of the second round with her characteristic wild and rebellious style. A 5-day battle for the scrolls of heaven in the ominously named Forest of Death. When the towering moss-covered cold walls and the deep primitive forest that seemed to swallow all light appeared before the candidates, even the most confident felt a chill and sense of oppression instinctively. After receiving the scroll representing Heaven, Team 7 followed the crowd through the designated entrance into the Forest of Death. Upon stepping into this realm, it felt like entering another world. The humid, muggy air was filled with the stench of decaying plants and soil. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun. The light was dim, and various strange insect sounds and distant beast roars constantly stimulated their nerves. Alright, our next objective is to find the team holding the Earth Scroll and seize their scrolls. A familiar calm voice suddenly came from behind a large tree. The 3 members of Team 7 instantly became alert, turning towards the sound, only to see Kakashi Hatake leaning against the trunk with his hands tucked into his pockets looking at them lazily. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Bang! A puff of white smoke appeared, and Kakashi transformed into a middle-aged ninja from the grass village with a lewd expression wearing a forehead protector. It's a transformation technique, and it mimics the chakra sensation so closely. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he activated his Sharingan, a warning signal rising in his heart. You little brats, your experience is still too raw? The grass ninja sneered, quickly forming hand seals. Hand over the scroll, and you might spare some flesh. Before he could finish, a petite figure darted towards him like a specter. Hinata Hyūga's eyes were cold, her chakra erupting, and there was no hesitation in her pure Byakugan. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Her strikes were swift like the wind. The grass ninja felt as if all his chakra points were struck by a torrential downpour, his chakra instantly stagnating, his body becoming stiff like a puppet filled with horror and disbelief. He didn't even see his opponent's movements clearly. What incredible speed. And so decisive. Even Sasuke felt a tremor in his heart. Usually shy and introverted Hinata revealed the decisiveness and strength of the Hyūga clan once she entered combat. Naruto's eyes lit up, and like a cheerful puppy he approached and patted Hinata on the shoulder. Contact score 1, generously praising, "Well done, Hinata. That was amazing. You took him down with just 1 strike." Hinata's face instantly turned rosy. She relaxed her combat stance, shyly lowering her head, her voice barely audible, because he said bad things. Actually, the deeper reason was the system prompt in her mind: eliminate potential threats, optimize the investment environment, ensure team asset safety. They retrieved the Earth Scroll they needed from the stiff grass ninja, and Team 7 completed their most basic task. But they did not linger, and continued deeper into the forest. At this moment, the systems in Naruto and Hinata's minds seemed to be activated by the dangerous and primal environment, starting to issue new challenging tasks. Naruto's system interface flickered excitedly. Ding. Detected a highly free, high-intensity combat wilderness survival environment. Triggering extreme challenge task, Forest Embracer. Task requirements during the survival period in the Forest of Death: successfully embrace or achieve what the system considers effective deep contact with at least 5 main members from different ninja villages. Teams must be registered genin. Task rewards based on the final number of completions and target quality, significantly enhanced natural energy affinity, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation of Sage Mode. Naruto looked at the task description, his mouth twitching, nearly spitting blood. Hug 5 groups. From different villages. Is the system asking me to host an international hugging party in the Forest of Death? They'll be mobbed and beaten to death as a pervert won't I? This task is too reckless. Hinata's system issued a task more in line with her strategic investor identity, second phase core task of the Chunin exam, ruler of the Forest of Death. Task requirements: ensure the safety of all members of Team 7 and successfully pass the test in the Forest of Death. Additionally, seize at least 2 groups of Earth Scrolls, not including the one already obtained. Throughout the process, fully utilize environmental advantages to demonstrate outstanding teamwork, tactical planning, and resource management capabilities. Task rewards based on overall completion evaluation rewards significant enhancement of Byakugan's insight, range, and precision, and gain strategic resources to disposable powerful genjutsu, dispelling talismans, team morale boosting, or a temporary area gain. 2 systems: 1 eager to create chaos, encouraging the host to take the initiative and test the dangerous edges. 1 calmly fishing, emphasizing stable operations to control the overall situation for maximum benefit. Yet their goals clearly pointed in the same direction: to stand out in the Chunin exam. Naruto looked at his strong and trustworthy teammates, and then at the dark forest filled with hidden dangers where countless beasts and enemies seemed to lurk. A flame of excitement and challenge ignited in his eyes. Alright, since we're playing, let's play to the fullest. Sasuke, Hinata, we not only have to pass this exam steadily, but we must also make our name known in this Forest of Death. Let everyone remember our names. Sasuke snorted softly, not refuting, but the tightly gripped kunai and the burning fighting spirit in his eyes indicated he agreed with this goal. Hinata took a deep breath, her Byakugan shimmering with determination, and nodded firmly. The brutal trials of the Forest of Death officially began. What astonishing spectacle will Team 7 carrying the system fantasies and reckless tasks present on this stage of survival and betrayal. The survival challenge of the Siwang Forest officially commenced under the command of Yushoshi Hongdo. Team 7, like arrows released from a bow, swiftly vanished into the gloomy, dense primeval forest. The thick canopy almost completely blocked out the sunlight, and the air was filled with the damp scent of humus and an elusive aura of danger. Mingren charged ahead, his hug to get stronger system activating like a hunting radar, constantly scanning the surrounding area for touchable targets. At the same time, he did not forget to use the memories of Mingren to avoid some dangerous areas mentioned in the original story. Chu Tian's Byakugan, like the most precise detector, captured every fluctuation of chakra within a kilometer radius, providing the team with excellent intelligence support. 800 meters to the left front, 3 Ray Ninja average chakra fluctuations. They seem to be resting. Chu Tian reported softly, the veins around her eyes faintly visible. Got it. First target spotted. Ming-Ren rubbed his hands together, a gleam of points shining in his eyes. Same as before, he'll go for a friendly exchange, you guys cover. Zhuozhu snorted coldly, but still tightened his grip on the kunai, lowering his body slightly as he entered a combat. After the Wave Country mission, although he still found Ming-Ren's methods bizarre, he had to admit that sometimes this unorthodox style of play could indeed produce miraculous results. Chu Tian nodded silently, focusing more on watching for any other teams that might appear. Ming-Ren slipped into the shadows like a phantom, using the cover of trees and bushes to approach the three relaxed rain ninja without a sound. Instead of launching a direct attack, he suddenly jumped out from behind a tree. When he was close enough, a bright, almost foolish grin on his face, and spread his arms as he lunged toward the middle rain ninja, who seemed to be the leader. Hey, friends from the Rain Village. The people of Mai are warm and hospitable. As a first meeting, how about a friendly hug? The rain ninja leader, caught off guard by this sudden attack, instinctively stepped back half a step, while swiftly reaching for the kunai at his waist, shouting sternly, "What do you think you're doing?" But Ming-Ren was extremely fast. With a burst of chakra from his feet, he ducked into a low slide, evading the kunai's edge, and successfully hugged the opponent's thigh, though only for a brief moment before separating. Ding. Effective contact with a Rain Village Jinin, main successful. The King of the Forest challenge mission in the Death Forest has updated 15. Got it. Time to bail. Having succeeded with a single strike, Ming-Ren did not linger. He used the rebound to leap backward. You bastard. How dare you toy with us? The other two Rain Ninja finally reacted, charging forward with a roar, their tools glinting coldly. Swish. Swish. Just then, two kunai shot by Zhuozhu precisely struck the ground in their path, triggering the tripwire traps they had carefully set earlier. Boom. Boom. With a couple of dull thuds, sharpened wooden stakes sprang from hidden spots, sweeping toward the two Rain Ninja and instantly disrupting their formation and rhythm. Almost simultaneously, Chu Tian's petite figure emerged like a phantom from the tree shadows on the flank, her gentle fist silently striking the shoulder pressure point of one of the Rain Ninja. That Rain Ninja felt half his body go numb, his chakra flow suddenly stagnating, and his movements became stiff and sluggish. The last Rain Ninja, sensing the danger, wanted to retreat and turned to flee into the deeper forest. However, just as he ran a few steps, a shadow clone of Ming-Ren lying in ambush on the path burst out from the pile of fallen leaves, and with a warm and enthusiastic smile, gave him a solid bear hug from behind. Second hug. Done. Ding. Effective contact with Rain Village Jinin, main successful. Mission progress, 25. After easily dealing with the first team, not only did they reap the first precious hug points, but they also luckily found a scroll of Earth book that they urgently needed from the enemy. Ming-Ren weighed the scroll in his hand, his mood greatly improved, and the earlier tension had completely dissipated. With the initial victory, Team 7's actions became more coordinated and daring. Ming-Ren fully utilized his hug and guerrilla tactics, unleashing a series of jaw-dropping maneuvers. He once had a shadow clone transform into a wounded, whimpering fawn, successfully attracting a team of grass ninja who harbored compassion, or rather greed, for extra prey. When the enemy crouched down to inspect the fawn, Ming-Ren's main body, and another clone charged out like tigers, shouting, "Thank you for caring for the little animals. We'll care for you too," and executed a lightning-fast double hug. He also tried using his newly learned wind release great breakthrough, deliberately controlling the power to mainly create chaos, raising a cloud of dust and fallen leaves, and while visibility plummeted, he darted through the confusion like a slippery eel, successfully touching a sound ninja who was trying to lock onto their position using auditory techniques. Once they even encountered a relatively gentle team of waterfall ninja. Ming-Ren attempted a diplomatic hug only to scare them into retreating repeatedly. Finally, under the helpless gazes of Zhuozhu and Chu Tian, the waterfall ninja team voluntarily handed over a scroll, which happened to be an Earth book, to buy their way out of trouble. Zhuozhu went from twitching at the corner of his mouth to an expressionless face to occasionally using shuriken or fire release to cleverly force the enemy's positioning, creating the perfect angle for Ming-Ren's hugs. A true example of aiding the villain. Chu Tian, on the other hand, always faithfully served as the radar and guardian, using her Byakugan to oversee the entire situation, preventing any other team from ambushing them, while watching Ming-Ren's various bizarre ways of scoring, a smile often flickering on her young face. Ding. The King of the Forest challenge mission in the Death Forest has updated, successfully contacted the main members of 5 different teams. Mission complete. Reward settlement, minor increase in natural energy affinity. Just as they finished off a team of rock ninja that had tried to ambush them, the mission completion prompt echoed in Ming-Ren's mind. Great. Done. Ming-Ren excitedly pumped his fist, feeling a strange sensation of a slight harmony with the surrounding natural environment, as well as a vague clue about Mayaboku. Chu Tian's CEO system also gave a positive evaluation. The team performed excellently in the initial stage of the Death Forest. Tactical execution success rate is high. Resource scroll acquisition went smoothly. The investment target Ming-Ren's strength and unique tactics have been fully exercised. Suggest maintaining momentum and advancing toward the central tower. Just as Naruto completed the 5th forest embrace, brimming with confidence, and preparing to rush towards the central tower, an indescribable, chilling, and viscous aura of terror abruptly descended, like ice water, instantly enveloping the area where Team 7 was located. The surrounding air seemed to solidify all sounds. The rustling of the wind, the chirping of insects, the distant sounds of battle. vanished leaving only a deathly silence permeated by a spine-chilling killing intent. Sasuke and Hinata's faces turned pale, in an instant their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Sasuke's Sharingan activated involuntarily, the tomo spinning wildly, but it could only capture the vast and twisted outline of chakra akin to an abyss of fear originating from the depths of his soul gripped him. In Hinata's Byakugan vision, the evil, cold, and ominous chakra felt like a dark sun, making it nearly impossible for her to look directly at it. Even breathing became difficult. What is this feeling? Sasuke gritted his teeth, squeezing the words out from his throat. Inside he felt alarm bells ringing, cold sweat instantly, soaking his back. Damn it. Orochimaru. Why is this old pervert showing up so early? System. Help. This was not part. Warning. Extreme danger detected, one of the legendary 3 Orochimaru. Danger level maximum. Host's life is in severe jeopardy. Strongly advise immediate evasion. Repeat, immediate evasion. Any contact could lead to the host's death or irreversible damage. The system's alarm was sharp enough to pierce Naruto's mind. However, Orochimaru's speed far exceeded their reaction. A figure serpentine and boneless silently coiled around the thick branches above them. With a pale face, disheveled black hair, and a signature long tongue licking his lips, Orochimaru's golden snake-like eyes looked down at them with mockery and greed, especially scanning Sasuke and Naruto. Hee. Such a nostalgic Sharingan. And this sweet chakra of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru's hoarse voice was magnetic yet colder than a winter's chill. His gaze ultimately locked onto Sasuke, his neck stretching like rubber as his mouth opened to reveal sharp teeth targeting Sasuke's neck. He intended to forcibly implant the curse seal. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed in shock, knowing all too well the pain and subsequent trouble of being cursed. Almost instinctively, he forgot the system's warnings, forgot his fear, and the chakra resonating with the Nine Tails surged within him, his chakra exploding beneath his feet as he shot towards Orochimaru's extending neck like a red arrow. His aim was not to attack, but to stop. In his most adept manner. I won't let you harm Sasuke. Let go of me. In the astonished eyes of Sasuke, the terrified expression of Hinata, and Orochimaru's slight, surprised Naruto actually lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Orochimaru's thick snake-like neck. Contact established. Warning. Target extremely dangerous. Contact established. Detected that the host in an extremely dangerous environment acted out of a desire to protect his companions, successfully made contact with a super shadow-level target. Orochimaru. Classified as a breakthrough in adversity special event. Excessive rewards issued, massive chakra infusion acquired. Physical strength and resilience greatly enhanced. Obtained special status snake venom resistance beginner. Acquired passive skill danger sense more sensitive to malice and killing intent. A colossal surge of chakra almost bursting Naruto apart instantly flowed into his body, forcibly widening his meridians, while his muscles and bones emitted a resonant hum under the overwhelming pressure, yet at the same time a cool energy circulated, resisting the cold poisonous aura naturally emitted by Orochimaru. Naruto felt his senses sharpen to an unprecedented degree at that moment, even able to smell the dense icy killing intent belonging to Orochimaru in the air. Orochimaru clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He felt his neck gripped by a brute force. Although it could not inflict physical harm, the sensation of being embraced was altogether too strange and nauseating. Especially since this kid who was hugging him suddenly emanated a considerable amount of Nine Tails chakra and a life-filled energy that made him slightly uncomfortable. Natural energy affinity. A flicker of astonishment and great interest flashed in his golden snake-like eyes. This kid was indeed. Naruto's unexpected embrace caused Orochimaru's curse seal on Sasuke to be delayed for a moment. And it was this moment of hesitation. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata suppressing the nearly suffocating terror, her veins bulging around her Byakugan, transformed all her fear and worry for Naruto and Sasuke into strength. Her petite figure appeared beside Orochimaru, the real body, as if teleporting, her palm shadows pouring out like a torrential storm, striking at Orochimaru's chakra points all over his body. Heh. The little girl from the Hyūga clan, commendable courage. Without even turning around, Orochimaru casually waved his sleeve. A massive flow of chakra crashed down on Hinata like a heavy hammer. Uff. Hinata spat out a small mouthful of blood, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. Hinata. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he gripped Orochimaru's neck tighter, instinctively utilizing the recently surged chakra, attempting to choke him. Damn kid. Let go. Orochimaru felt a slight choking sensation at his neck, more so a psychological discomfort, and he abruptly swung his neck, the immense force flinging Naruto away like a piece of snot crashing heavily against a tree. Naruto. At this moment, Sasuke finally broke free from the initial pain of the curse seal, witnessing Naruto and Hinata getting injured while trying to protect him. A surge of mixed emotions, anger, humiliation, and power, rose within him, causing the tomo in his Sharingan to spin even faster. He roared, gathering all his chakra in his throat. Fire-style dragon fire jutsu. A blazing fire dragon roared towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru gazed at these 3 little brats who seemed like ants to him, each one more interesting than the last, especially that blonde kid who dared to wrap his arms around his neck, provoking a slight feeling of discomfort. The interest in his golden snake-like eyes reached its peak. So wonderful. this radiance blooming in the face of despair. He licked his lips, deciding to have some fun. Facing Orochimaru in his serious state, Team 7 found themselves in a true predicament. Sasuke's all-out fire dragon jutsu was effortlessly deflected by Orochimaru's casual earth-style mud wall. Immediately after Orochimaru unleashed the hidden shadow snake hands, countless venomous snakes surged from his sleeves like a tide, coiling toward the three of them. Damn it! Sasuke swung his kunai, slicing through several snakes, but more wrapped around him, restricting his movements. Though his Sharingan could perceive the snake's actions, his body couldn't keep up entirely. A venomous snake took the chance to bite his arm. Though he shook it off in time, a numbing sensation began to spread. Hinata! Sasuke shouted, anxiously struggling to break free from the snake's grip. Hinata staggered to her feet, blood still at the corner of her mouth. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke both tormented by the snakes, she suppressed the surging energy in her body and activated her Byakugan once more. This time, she didn't aim to attack Orochimaru directly, but used the gentle fist's precise pressure points to rescue her comrades. Her hands moved like butterflies through flowers, precisely striking the vital points of the snakes, binding Naruto and Sasuke, granting them temporary relief. With soft thuds, the struck snakes collapsed as if their bones had been removed, momentarily easing the pressure on the two. On the other side, after being flung away, Naruto felt his internal organs shift, but the massive chakra forcibly infused by the system and the snake venom resistance began to take effect, rapidly healing his injuries and countering the poison. Seeing the blood at Hinata's lips and her pale face and Sasuke's wounded arm, with increasingly labored breathing and unprecedented fury surged within him. Dad Fox, lend me more power. I'm going to smash that long-tongued freak, he roared in his mind. Within the sealed space, the Ninetales clicked its tongue in annoyance. Shut up, you brat. But I don't like that snake's eyes either. Another surge of denser oranger chakra merged into Naruto's body. With a resonant hum, the red chakra cloak around Naruto grew thicker. His eyes turned into bestial slits, the whisker-like marks on his face became more pronounced, and even his fingernails sharpened. He let out a low growl, abruptly breaking free from the remaining snakes. Like a true beast, he dropped to all fours and lunged at Orochimaru again with astonishing speed. This time his claw strike carried a piercing shriek as it tore through the air. Oh, the tailed beast transformation is deepening. Orochimaru, instead of being alarmed, grew intrigued. He sidestepped Naruto's attack with ease and slapped him on the back. With a thud, Naruto stumbled, but thanks to the tailed beast cloak's defense and enhanced physique, he wasn't severely injured. Instead, he used the momentum to spin and swipe his claws again. Meanwhile, the cold mechanical voice of the Supreme Dominator system in Hinata's mind escalated to its highest priority, maximum level alert. Investment target Naruto and core strategic ally Sasuke, vital signs rapidly declining on the verge of collapse. Authorizing temporary overclocking operation. Injecting high-purity life energy. Unlocking advanced combat calculation assistance module. A torrent of chakra far purer and vaster than before surged into Hinata's body. Her Byakugan's field of vision expanded, her perception soared, and she could faintly predict Orochimaru's movements within the next 0.5 seconds. She endured the swelling pain in her meridians and called out, Naruto-kun 15 degrees to the right front dodge, and then attacked the lower body. Sasuke-kun 30 degrees to the left rear fire-style cover. Though confused, Naruto and Sasuke instinctively followed, trusting their comrade. Naruto rolled clumsily, narrowly avoiding the poison needles from Orochimaru's sleeve, and swept a kick at Orochimaru's ankle. Naruto rolled clumsily, narrowly avoiding the poison needles from Orochimaru's sleeve, and swept a kick at At almost the same moment, Sasuke spat a massive fireball in the direction Hinata indicated. Though it failed to hit Orochimaru, it effectively limited his movement. The trio's coordination, fueled by the brief burst of power from two systems secretly supporting them, reached a perfect telepathic synergy. They moved as one, alternating offense and defense, barely holding against another wave of Orochimaru's casual attacks. Occasionally, their precise counterattacks forced Orochimaru to shift his stance or deflect with a sleeve. Unbelievable. This synchronization, and the sudden surge in coordination and power. Orochimaru's interest grew, especially in the increasingly evident tailed beast chakra from Naruto and the suddenly pure, almost rule-like chakra fluctuation from Hinata. He began weaving hand seals, preparing to use more interesting techniques, such as the 5-element seal, or simply capture the interesting blonde boy to study the secrets within him. Yet, just as his seals were about to complete, Leaf Whirlwind. A green figure accompanied by a roar of burning passion descended like a whirlwind from above. A powerful roundhouse kick tearing through the air with a sharp howl aimed precisely at the back of Orochimaru's head. Before the attack landed, the fierce gust of wind ruffled Orochimaru's black hair. Following that, a rain of shuriken and explosive tag kunai like precision-guided missiles shot from another tricky angle, completely sealing off Orochimaru's escape routes to the left and right. Tintin and Niji appeared like ghosts on a nearby treetop, their expressions grim. It was Team Guy who had rushed over after receiving the distress signal, likely the massive chakra fluctuations from the battle with Orochimaru detected by Niji's Byakugan. Orochimaru looked at the three newcomers, especially the boy in the bizarre green jumpsuit with thick eyebrows, and furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly. He knew today's entertainment time had to end prematurely. TCH. Seems like some annoying bugs have come. He cast a deep, meaningful glance at Naruto and Hinata, especially at the still unsettled abnormal chakra fluctuations emanating from them, as if etching these two constantly surprising children into his memory. Then his body melted like a candle into the shadows beneath him, vanishing without a trace. The suffocating murderous aura receded like a tide. Team 7, along with the newly arrived Team Guy, breathed a collective sigh of relief. Naruto's tailed beast cloak slowly faded, and he collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sasuke clutched the curse mark on his neck, his face dark. Hinata was nearly drained, leaning against a tree, her face pale. The feeling of surviving a calamity was unmistakably clear. Although Shiwan had retreated, the gift he left behind kept the atmosphere heavy. The black curse mark, shaped like 3 tomo on Zhuju's neck, squirmed slightly like a living thing, exuding an ominous and seductive aura, bringing waves of burning pain and whispers of yearning for power deep within his heart. Zhuju, your neck. Ning Sisbyakugan also saw the mark, and he frowned deeply, sensing the evil and powerful energy contained within it. It's nothing. Zhuju gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort from the curse mark and the dark thoughts surging within him, then pulled up his collar to cover it, his voice icy. He didn't need sympathy, he only needed power. That man. This curse mark, perhaps it was a shortcut. The moment this thought emerged, it sent a chill through his heart, yet he found it hard to suppress. Li Loaka and Tian checked the surroundings, and after confirming that Shiwan had indeed left, they also— Li looked at Team 7 with admiration. Though battered, they had managed to survive under a cage-level powerhouse. Ming Rinzui Zhuchu Tian. You're amazing. You actually fought against such a terrifying opponent. Tian then took out clean bandages, antiseptic medicine, and several high-quality soldier pills from her ninja tool pouch, handing them over. First, treat your wounds, and recover your strength. You've expended too much. Ming Rin took the medicine, thanked her, and immediately ran to Chu Tian's side, crouching down, with a face full of worry and anxiety. Chu Tian, how are you? Are you badly injured? You coughed up so much blood just now. He fumbled, trying to help Chu Tian with her wounds, but was somewhat at a loss. Chu Tian looked at Ming Ren's face, so close, and filled with concern. A faint blush rose on her pale cheeks. She gently shook her head, took the medicine from his hand, and whispered, I am fine, Ming Rin-kun. It's just chakra depletion and some internal shock. You'll be fine after resting. And you? What about you? That red chakra earlier. Hee, don't worry. I'm an unkillable cockroach. Ming Rin patted his chest, trying to show his vitality, but it aggravated his injuries, causing him to gasp and wince cough. That's the secret power of me and the nine-tailed fox. Pretty awesome, right? He then turned to look at Zhuju, who was standing alone with a gloomy expression. He walked over, and without argument, shoved a soldier pill into his hand. Hey, arrogant Zhuju, stop pretending. Eat it, and recover quickly. Your face looks as pale as a ghost. Zhuju looked down at the soldier pill in his hand, then raised his eyes to see Ming Ren's face, though battered, still full of vitality and the undeniable concern in his eyes despite the rough manner. After a moment of silence, he finally shoved the pill into his mouth and chewed silently. The hug that Ming Ren had given him earlier, throwing himself at Shiwan regardless of life or death to save him, and his subsequent wild fighting stance lingered in his mind. After confirming that they were out of immediate danger, Team Guy took their leave to continue their exam journey. Once again, only Team 7's 3 members remained in the Forest of Death. After this arduous battle, all 3 were greatly exhausted and decided to find a relatively hidden place to rest, treat their wounds, and recover chakra. During the rest, Ming Ren and Chu Tian both calmed their minds and checked their respective systems, which seemed to have been overactive during the battle. Ming Ren found that his hug to get stronger system interface seemed more solid, emitting a faint glow. On the bond diagram, the light points representing Chu Tian and Zhuju not only increased in brightness, but the connection lines to him had also turned into a sturdier gold. Moreover, at the edge of the diagram, there seemed to be a blurry gray light point with a snake-shaped mark annotated with extremely dangerous, keep watch. Ding. Host successfully survived a threat beyond Kage level and triggered the adversity breakthrough event, deeply stimulating willpower and potential. System comprehensive evaluation upgraded. New function, adversity mission, module normalized. When facing immense pressure or desperate situations, there is a chance to trigger high reward special missions. System space environment simulation upgraded, capable of simulating cage-level pressure environment based on Shiwan's data for pressure resistance training and tactical drills. Tip natural energy affinity, increased meeting preliminary perception conditions. It is recommended to seek relevant opportunities for deep cultivation. Ming Ren looked at these new changes, especially the cage-level pressure environment simulation, and twitched his mouth. Was this system afraid he wouldn't die quickly enough? However, that natural energy affinity, Mount Mayaboku, seemed a bit interesting. On the other hand, Chu Tian's Overlord of All Realms system gave a more detailed analysis report. Deep analysis of crisis event successfully preserved the core team in the attack of a cage-level powerhouse to Shiwan. Although there was individual injury, Zhuju curse mark team cohesion and crisis response capabilities were exercised to the extreme. Investment target Ming Ren displayed growth potential, leadership, and hidden trump cards Ninetales chakra beyond expectations. The host herself temporarily broke through ability limits under high pressure, showing excellent potential. Strategic assessment. This crisis verified the value of earlier investments, but also exposed the feeling of helplessness when facing top-tier powerhouses. Overall strength must be accelerated. System Suggestions 1. Utilize the rest period to fully consolidate and improve digesting battle gains. Pay close attention to ally Zhuoju's curse mark status to prevent it from going out of control. Consider redeeming Clear Mind Talisman or Temporary Suppression Potion. 3. Prepare for upcoming possible conflicts subsequent stages of the Chunin exam. The resource library has prioritized defensive and healing items. Seeing the items in the system's recommended list, such as Advanced Clear Mind Talisman Curse Mark Suppression Potion Short-Term and Portable Medical Barrier Chu Tian, silently added them to her redemption list. She glanced at Zhuoju, who was meditating with closed eyes but a furrowed brow, and decided in her heart to find a way to give him these items during the exam break. After resting, the three of them had recovered considerably. Although still tired, their eyes were more determined. The bond forged through life and death trials had become stronger invisibly. They stood up again, looking toward the central tower of the Forest of Death. Let's go. The exam isn't over yet, Mingren said, taking a deep breath. Zhuoju nodded, silently tightening his collar. Chu Tian also followed firmly. Mingren looked at the forest ahead, still fraught with danger, touched his chin, and muttered subconsciously, "That hug I gave to Shiwan earlier. The reward was really generous, but it almost cost me my life." Zhuoju, Chu Tian. Both of them simultaneously facepalmed inwardly. This guy's obsession with hugs might be incurable. On the other side of the Death Forest, Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino were advancing at their unique pace, which hovered between leisure and laziness. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled spots of light on the ground covered with fallen leaves. If it weren't for the faint scent of blood in the air and the distant sounds of battle occasionally reaching their ears, this place would have been a perfect spot for a picnic. Ah, what a hassle. Shikamaru lazily kicked a small stone by his feet and complained for the 100th time, "Why do we have to participate in this brutal exam? Isn't it better to lie on the roof and watch the clouds?" Choji munched on barbecue-flavored chips, his cheeks stuffed, and mumbled in agreement, "Exactly. But Shikamaru, I've heard that the rewards for missions after passing the Chunin exam will be much higher, so we can buy more delicious food." Thinking of the endless future delicacies, his round eyes sparkled with joy. Ino shot a glare at her two teammates with hands on her hips. "You two need to pull yourselves together." Earlier there was definitely a chakra fluctuation at the 9 o'clock direction. It could be a team carrying the scrolls we need. Just as Ino tried to use her keen senses to convince her lazy teammates to be more vigilant, a live figure, like a falling leaf, silently appeared on a sturdy branch not far in front of them. With short blue hair and pure white eyes, it was Hinata Hyūga. "Hinata!" Ino exclaimed in surprise, immediately switching to her ladylike mode. Her voice softened considerably. "Why are you alone? Where are Naruto-kun and Sasuke-kun?" Hinata gracefully leaped down from the branch, her movements elegant like a small cat, and a hint of a blush appeared on her face. Being alone in front of acquaintances still made her somewhat nervous. She made an effort to keep her tone calm and reliable, following the cold instructions of her domineering system. We from Team 7 are temporarily splitting up to expand our search range and improve efficiency. This is for you," she said, taking out 3 small but exquisitely crafted scrolls from her ninja tool pouch. "And what is this?" "A token of love." Ino joked as she took the scroll, but when she opened it, her smile instantly turned to shock. "Wow. Hinata, you're amazing. This is..." Shikamaru lazily accepted the scroll, but as he scanned its contents, his half-closed eyes widened slightly. The scroll contained not a vague map, but extremely detailed area intelligence, an accurate topographical map, within 500 meters marking even hidden swamps or fragile vine bridges, an analysis of 3 known cleverly set traps and their triggering mechanisms, and astonishingly information on 2 other small teams, one from the Rain Village and another from the recently emerging Sound Village, detailing their current activity ranges, team compositions, and even inferred types of jutsu they might excel at based on their movement patterns and chakra characteristics, along with simple counter-strategy suggestions. This was no ordinary intelligence. It was akin to having a god's eye view strategy guide. Choji leaned in, his chubby finger pointing at a spot marked with a red fruit symbol on the map, excitedly asking, "Hinata, is the suspected berry patch marked here real? Is it sweet?" Hinata felt somewhat shy under the 3 eager gazes, lowering her head slightly as she twisted the hem of her clothes softly, saying, "My Byakugan has a slightly farther observation range than ordinary Hyūga clan members, so I can see things a bit clearer. I thought this information might help you, so I recorded it conveniently." In truth, it was her domineering system utilizing her Byakugan space data and powerful environmental scanning capabilities to generate and optimize a custom strategic intelligence package in real time, ensuring that the investment target could efficiently and safely achieve their goals. Ding. Conducting precise strategic investment in the high-value potential stock combination Pig Deer Butterfly, providing key intelligence support, significantly enhancing their mission efficiency and survival probability with promising investment returns. Reward: slight increase in team collaboration influence, gained auxiliary ability, tactical simulation basic, can simulate simple tactics based on existing intelligence. The domineering system calmly calculated. Shikamaru took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and gazed deeply at this young lady from the Hyūga clan, who usually seemed timid, unexpectedly hid such formidable intelligence gathering and analytical abilities. This was no longer just a mere advantage of ocular techniques, the strategic thinking behind it. He felt his understanding of Hinata needed a complete overhaul. He rolled up the scroll, his lazy demeanor noticeably restrained, and with a rare seriousness in his tone said, "Well, remember this favor, Hinata." With the strategic cheat provided by Hinata, the action mode of the Pig Deer Butterfly team instantly switched from random wandering to precise strikes. They easily bypassed the area marked as insect infestation zone, avoided the trap that could lead to quicksand, and even confirmed the suspected berry patch at Choji's strong request. It was indeed sweet, which made Choji very satisfied. Finally guided by the intelligence at a narrow canyon exit, they executed perfect control, using Shikamaru's shadow mimic technique, and Ino's mind-body switch technique, and with Choji as the battering ram, they ambushed the unfortunate Rain Village team, successfully seizing the Earth book they needed with hardly any effort. That was too easy. Ino clapped her hands happily. Following Hinata's intelligence felt like playing the game on easy mode. Yet it really saved us a lot of trouble. Shikamaru surprisingly did not complain, and while chewing on the berries Choji shared internally, gave high praise for Hinata's silent, yet effective investment approach. This was not just support and resources, but a terrifyingly precise strategic assistance. This young lady from the Hyūga clan is surely going to be something extraordinary in the future. After the unsettling encounter with Orochimaru, Team 7 found their resolve strengthened rather than shaken. Gathering themselves, they pressed on through the forest of death, their goal clear, the central tower. Yet as the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow path. A truth that holds just as well in the shinobi. As they traversed a region thick with massive ferns, 3 figures bearing the headbands of the hidden sound village, exuding an aura of "we hold a grudge," blocked their way. They were none other than Dosu, Zaku, and Kin. The same trio previously harassed by Naruto's hugging tactic and easily defeated. Finally found you Konoha bastards. Zaku clutched his chakra-absorbing device arm, which had been bent out of shape by Naruto's overly enthusiastic embrace, his face etched with resentment and humiliation. Clearly he had spent considerable effort repairing his prized equipment afterward. This time well paid back the humiliation you inflicted on us tenfold. Kin snarled through gritted teeth, still fuming over being hugged by that seemingly clueless brat, and then subdued by a single-point strike. Dosu, the leader, remained relatively calm, his bandaged face unreadable, but his eyes were icy. Hand over the heaven and earth scrolls, then kneel and apologize. Maybe we'll let you keep a few bones intact. Sasuke let out a cold snort, his crimson Sharingan flaring to life, like a predatory beast radiating a chilling, killing intent. Having faced life-and-death crises, such shallow provocations meant nothing to him now. They were merely noise. Hinata silently stepped forward, assuming the gentle fist stance, her pure Byakugan calmly scanning the 3 opponents, seeking weaknesses in their chakra flow. Naruto, however, rubbed his chin, gazing at these old acquaintances with utter indifference. If anything, he found it amusing. He had long since overfulfilled his hugging quota. These guys had already been hugged, and the rewards were mediocre. They were expired experience packs not worth wasting more effort on. Perfect timing. He had just acquired Wind Release Great Breakthrough and hadn't even had a chance to warm it up. Time to give it a spin and test its power. "Hey, you sound ninjas," Naruto said with a grin, stepping forward with his hands on his hips, projecting an air of "I'm a reasonable guy." As the saying goes, from a fight friendship grows, right? That last time was a misunderstanding. How about we try a more civilized way of communication this time? Like a friendly spar of jutsu. Save your glib tongue. Zaku was having none of it. Or rather, hatred had clouded his judgment. Without waiting for Naruto to finish, he raised his functioning arm and aimed decapitating airwaves. A powerful, visible sonic blast shot toward Naruto like a cannonball, shredding the fern leaves in its path. Perfect. Just the chance to test my new move. Naruto charged forward instead of retreating, excitement flashing across his face. His hands flew through hand signs at a blurring speed thanks to the system's mastery. Reward Wind Release Great Breakthrough. Whoosh boom. A violent swirling gale, far more ferocious, wider in range, and longer lasting than any ordinary genin's technique, erupted from Naruto's mouth, like an invisible beast. It not only instantly dispersed and swallowed Zaku's decapitating airwaves, but continued unabated, slamming into the sound trio with overwhelming force. What? The scale and chakra of this wind release. Dosu and Kin paled in shock. This power was far beyond what any genin should possess. Had that yellow-haired brat been holding back all along? The fierce whirlwind kicked up debris, broken branches, dirt, and fragments of ferns, creating a muddy barrier. The sound ninjas couldn't even open their eyes. Their ears were filled with nothing but the howling wind. They struggled to stay upright, and their carefully prepared formation collapsed instantly. "Sasuke-kun now!" Hinata shouted over the gale, her voice clear despite the noise. No reminder was needed. Sasuke had already slipped into the dust storm like a phantom, his Sharingan locking onto the slightest opening Dosu made while trying to maintain balance. A powerful side kick slammed into Dosu's ribs. Dosu grunted, flying backward like a broken kite, crashing into a tree and unable to rise for a moment. Hinata, with her Byakugan's absolute vision, moved through the blinding dust like a fish through water, deftly dodging all flying debris and closing in on Zaku and Kin, who were struggling against the wind pressure. Her hands became a blur as she precisely struck the key nodes of their chakra flow with gentle fist techniques. Zaku felt a numbness in his arm, and his newly repaired device malfunctioned again. Kin's chakra stagnated, and her body stiffened as she collapsed. The battle lasted only a few dozen seconds from start to finish. When Naruto ceased the wind release and the dust settled, the sound trio lay sprawled in various pathetic positions, staring in disbelief at Team 7, whose clothes were barely ruffled. They hadn't even managed to unleash a proper jutsu before being utterly crushed again. Done. Wrap it up. Naruto clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied with his wind release debut. The chakra consumption was well within acceptable limits. System-issued jutsu really are reliable. Ding. Successfully used a newly acquired jutsu in actual combat to defeat an enemy. Wind release great breakthroughs. Combat proficiency has greatly increased. Mastery level upgraded to proficient. The system promptly provided positive feedback. Sasuke looked at Naruto with an even more complicated expression. This guy not only has an absurd amount of chakra, but he also learns jutsu this fast. That wind release's power just now was close to a Tokubetsu Jonit's level. Just how much more strength is he hiding? Hinata gazed at Naruto with admiration. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Naruto-kun, your wind release is amazing. The range is incredible. Having easily dealt with the Sound Ninja's second foolish assault, Team 7 efficiently looted the spoils, obtaining another Earth Scroll, an Earth Scroll again. They already had enough to play poker with. Staring at the pile of duplicate scrolls, Naruto began to ponder a new problem. With 3 complete volumes of the Earth Scroll in hand, including the one just acquired, Team 7 stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, exchanging glances, feeling a hint of trouble for the first time due to being too wealthy. So many duplicate scrolls are cumbersome to carry and take up space. Sasuke frowned, kicking at a comatose Sound Ninja by his feet, with a hint of disdain in his tone. His scroll pouch was already stuffed to the brim. How about we trade these for something else? Naruto suggested whimsically, like intelligence. Or some tasty snacks from them. Ninja tools would work too. In Hinata's mind, the system provided a more strategic and visionary suggestion: resource surplus analysis. The current number of Earth Scrolls held far exceeds demand, resulting in resource redundancy. Suggestion strategically utilized redundant resources for deployment, creating a chaotic competitive situation in localized areas, effectively weakening the number and status of potential competitors, and using this platform to observe and collect key data on other participating candidates' combat abilities, fighting styles, and character weaknesses. Create chaos. Observe the opponents. Hinata pondered and slightly rephrased the system's suggestion, whispering to Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps we could use the surplus scrolls as bait to attract other teams, and then observe their strength or reduce some of the competition. Naruto's eyes lit up like light bulbs at Hinata's idea, which he automatically assumed was her own clever thought. Right. Hinata, you're so smart. We can use these scrolls to fish. Let's see what big fish we can catch. Hee, maybe we'll even run into some interesting characters. Although Sasuke found the idea somewhat boring, considering that it would allow them to observe potential opponents in advance, especially that red-haired kid from the Sand Village, he fell silent for a moment and tacitly approved. Thus a plan named Scroll Fishing Enforcement was swiftly devised. They chose a relatively open glade surrounded by tall trees for better hiding and observation, deliberately placing a volume of the Earth Scroll on a very conspicuous large rock, as if carelessly discarded. Then the 3 of them, like true hunters, quietly concealed themselves among the dense tree canopies, completely suppressing their presence, patiently waiting for the fish to bite. Sure enough, before long the first wave of fish was attracted by the scent of the bait. A small team from the Takigakure, appearing weary and anxious. Look, it's the Earth Scroll, one of the Takigakure ninjas exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the scroll on the rock. Be careful, it could be a trap. The lead Takigakure ninja was quite cautious, signaling his teammates to spread out and approach slowly. Just as they stepped into the center of the glade, fully captivated by the scroll, they reached out to grab it. Attack! With Naruto's deliberately lowered command, the shuriken prepared by Sasuke shot out like a torrential storm, not aimed at their bodies, but precisely nailing several key points along their retreat path, sealing off the best escape route. Hinata's Byakugan acted like the highest resolution radar, instantly detecting the most sluggish chakra points within the 3 Takigakure ninjas, and quickly reported in a voice only Team 7 could hear. Left 1 right shoulder, middle lower body, right 1 prepare hand seals. Meanwhile, Naruto took on the role of controlling the situation, once more taking a deep breath and forming hand seals. Wind release great breakthrough. This time he controlled the chakra output, making the range and power of the whirlwind slightly smaller than before, but more concentrated, primarily serving not to cause harm, but to create a tremendous noise, blowing up clouds of dust and leaves perfectly obscuring vision and disrupting the opponent's hearing and balance. In the midst of blurred vision and howling winds, the already heightened alertness of the Takigakure team quickly descended. What's happening? Enemy attack. I can't see. Taking advantage of this perfect moment of chaos, Team 7 swooped in from 3 directions like spirits of the night. Sasuke accurately knocked down the ninja tools bag of the Takigakure ninja, who was trying to form hand seals. Hinata's gentle fist, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, instantly struck the acupoints of the other 2, leaving them frozen in place. Naruto appeared cheerfully in front of the lead Takigakure ninja, easily taking the heavenly scroll from their arms, which was just what Team 7 needed, even though they had already gathered it. Excuse me. Naruto cupped his hands in front of the temporarily immobilized, bewildered Takigakure ninjas, before swiftly disappearing into the woods with Sasuke and Hinata deeply hiding their accomplishments. Haha, another team down. This method is simply brilliant. Naruto beamed, feeling as if he were playing a fun game. Not only do we not have to use heavy hands, but we can also get the scrolls even if they're useless, and watch the show. They used the heavenly scroll from the Takigakure and the previously redundant Earth Scroll again, as bait changed locations, and continued their fishing enforcement. Over the next few hours they employed this low-cost, high-return strategy to fish 2 more small teams. One was a rain ninja team that attempted to play the waiting game, but ended up being caught themselves, while the other was a grass ninja team that sought to take advantage, but found themselves hitting a brick wall. Team 7, with almost no casualties, at most just sealing points and knocking down ninja tools easily, gathered more intelligence about the combat styles of other villages' lower ninjas. For instance, that rain ninja team was very good at water release, but mediocre in physical combat. That grass ninja team had terrible teamwork and silently reduced the number of competitors in the Death Forest. Ding. Successfully utilized strategy and teamwork to effectively weaken multiple competing teams, significantly improving team tactical execution, battlefield timing, and mutual understanding. Naruto's system gave a very positive evaluation. Strategic goals exceeded, effectively eliminated potential threats using redundant resources, optimized the competitive environment of the final examination, and successfully collected practical data from multiple teams, establishing preliminary candidate profiles. The safety of the investment environment and information advantages have been consolidated. Reward insight and battlefield information processing speed improved, gained rapid battle style analysis, beginner ability. Hinata's system also affirmed the strategic value of this operation. Looking at the several additional scrolls in his hand, both Earth and Heaven, Naruto scratched his dazzling golden hair, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. Have we fished a bit too diligently? It feels like we're almost becoming wholesale dealers of scrolls in the Death Forest. This stuff is worth less than explosive tags now. Sasuke gazed at the pile of loot on the ground, enough to make any team still struggling to find scrolls green, with envy, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed that during this second exam for the Chunin selection, they had completed a large-scale resource collection and competitor elimination simulation game. Hinata then quietly suggested breaking this wealthy dilemma. Naruto-kun Sasuke-kun, it seems the time until the second exam ends is almost up. Should we head to the central tower? Carrying far more Heaven and Earth scrolls than required, enough to open a modest stall, the 7th team at last concluded their fishing expedition and marched toward the central tower at the heart of the Forest of Death, a towering symbol of safety and passage. En route they encountered numerous other genin teams, battered, tattered, and frantically searching like headless flies for their matching scrolls. When those examinees saw the 7th team, Naruto humming a cheerful off-key tune, Sasuke strolling with detached composure, Hinata moving serenely as if on a spring outing, their own ragged exhaustion stood in stark contrast, drawing complex glances, envy, disbelief, and quiet admiration. One team, blood-frenzied and hailing from a minor hidden village, mistook the 7th team for easy prey, especially due to the conspicuously bulging scroll pouch, and seized the moment to launch a brazen assault. Before their leader could even draw his kunai, Naruto, buoyant and carefree, unleashed a wide-area variant of wind release great breakthrough, sending the entire squad tumbling head over heels across the ground. Dazed and disoriented, they never laid a finger on the 7th team's robes and fled in panicked retreat, abandoning even their fallen weapon pouches. TCH. Barely worth a puff, Naruto remarked, brushing dust from his hands before resuming his off-key melody. Sasuke glanced sidelong at him, silent yet inwardly recalibrating his assessment of Naruto's effortless, formidable prowess. Hinata followed closely beside Naruto, her Byakugan eyes softened by a gentle, knowing smile. At last the central tower loomed ahead, tall, somber, and etched deep with the weight of time. They pushed open the massive threshold-defining door. Within lay a vast, solemn hall, their arrival among the first. The hall was dim, lit only by scattered torches. A few teams had already arrived. In one shadowed corner stood the Sand Village team, Ichibi's host Garatemari and Kankuro, motionless, radiating an aura of lethal aloofness and faint metallic tang of blood. Across the hall, Team 10, Shikamaru, Narachoji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka, were gleefully tallying their scrolls as though counting banknotes. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, you're here too, so fast. Naruto called out, his voice ringing brightly through the echoing chamber. Hey Naruto, judging by your looks you've reaped quite the harvest, Shikamaru murmured, lifting his gaze to scan the overstuffed scroll pouches slung across the 7th team's shoulders, a faint arch in his brow. He noted keenly how the trio breathed with calm, deep rhythm, untouched by dust or strain, suggesting their passage through the Forest of Death had been not merely successful, but remarkably serene, even more so than Team Sand's grim, battle-scarred advance. Ino immediately darted to Hinata's side, slipping an arm around her and whispering warmly, Hinata, your intelligence, we secured our target almost effortlessly, and even dispatched 2 ambushers along the way. Hinata, flustered by Ino's effusiveness, blushed faintly and smiled. I'm glad I could help. As time passed, the tower's heavy doors groaned open again and again, admitting ever more teams. Yet unlike the 7th and 10th teams' composed grace, or Team Sand's chilling resolve, the latecomers arrived in disarray, leaning on each other for support, stained with fresh blood and gashes, some squads reduced to lone survivors, their faces etched with exhaustion, terror, and fragile relief. When Mitarashi Anko burst onto the dais, her vibrant energy clashing sharply with the hall's oppressive stillness, she declared the second exam concluded. All teams who had reached the tower bearing matched Heaven and Earth scrolls were officially cleared. The passing roster bore prominent names from Konoha, the 7th team, and Skade scrolls overflowing, Team 10, effortlessly triumphant, Team 8, Kiba Shino and Sakura, though slightly disheveled, had advanced, and Team Guy, Niji, Lee, and Tintin, battered yet unbroken, stood proudly listed. Gazing upon that familiar roll of names, Naruto felt a quiet swell of reflection. He knew the true storm, the brutal, chaotic preliminaries, and the deeper, darker machinations lurking behind them were about to unfold within these very walls. During the lull before the preliminaries began, both Naruto and Hinata withdrew inward, reviewing the system's performance and gains over the 5 harrowing days in the Forest of Death. Naruto summoned his mental interface. Luminous script shimmered into view, successfully mastered, and deployed the Brank Jutsu Wind Release, great breakthrough in live combat. Long-range striking and battlefield control significantly enhanced. Endured high-intensity life-or-death crisis Orochimaru. Willpower and real-time adaptability rigorously forged. Resonance with Kurama's chakras subtly elevated. Bond deepened with core allies Hinata, Hyūga, Sasuke, Uchiha. Unique buff state. Guardian's heart. Stabilized and marginally strengthened. Overall assessment outstanding. The user demonstrates exceptional growth trajectory, tactical discipline, and uniquely effective problem-solving. A newfound clarity, a gentle, intimate awareness of ambient natural energy, settled quietly into Naruto's consciousness, as if his connection to the world itself had grown deeper, more resonant. Hinata's Myriad Realms Overlord system rendered a broader, strategically oriented evaluation. Phase 2 Strategic Report, Forest of Death. Primary objective, safeguard core asset Uzumaki Naruto, ensuring his survival and successful passage. Completion 100. Secondary objective, neutralize latent threats, Sound Ninja, select Rain and Grass Ninja to optimize competitive landscape for final exam. Completion 120, exceeding expectations. Strategic investment, delivered precise intelligence support to high-potential alliance, Choji Shikamaru, markedly boosting efficiency and survivability while reinforcing allied bonds. Completion 100. Resource optimization, deployed surplus scrolls via strategic dispersion, inducing chaos, weakening rivals, and harvesting multi-team combat data to establish foundational intelligence archives. Completion 150, innovative and highly effective. Self-advancement, host capabilities, Byakugan gentle fist, medical expertise and tactical analysis, rigorously honed and validated, nascent influence within the team, firmly established. Comprehensive rating, perfect. The host exhibits extraordinary strategic vision, resource integration mastery, and unwavering operational composure. Reward summary, Byakugan perception range permanently expanded to 1.5 kilometers. 2 potent illusion dispelling talismans, one-time use, stored in system space. Temporary team morale aura, activatable on demand, now available. Next strategic priority, Chunin exams, phase 3, public combat. This is the decisive stage to showcase the Hyūga clan's prowess and the 7th team's rising renown. Victory is imperative to cement leadership status among Konoha's new generation. Simultaneously maintain heightened vigilance and gather all intelligence concerning critical emerging threats, Orochimaru and his faction, and anomalous activity within the Sand Village. Feeling the world sharpen before her, walls no longer barriers, distances no longer limits, and sensing the full potent surge of chakra coiling within her, Hinata's confidence settled deep and unshakable. She quietly clenched her small fist, her gaze steady and resolute as it fell upon Naruto, laughing animatedly beside Kiba and Choji, boasting about how his wind technique sent enemies sprawling in helpless, dizzying rolls. No matter how grueling the preliminaries or final matches might prove, no matter what perils lay concealed, she would walk forward beside Naruto-kun alongside these steadfast comrades, giving everything she had. The most intense, most merciless phase of the Chunin exams was about to begin. Within this tower, its crimson curtain rising at last. The lower ninjas who passed the second exam gathered in the closed arena of the central high tower, the atmosphere so tense it felt as if one could wring water from it. After a brief introduction, Yoshirai Akane handed over the proceedings to the pale-faced special jonin Moonlight Gale, who looked as if he might cough up a lung at any moment. Cough. The preliminary round of the third exam will now commence. The rules are: unknown combat, cough. Until one party concedes, is unable to fight, or dies. Moonlight Gale announced the cruel rules weakly as the enormous electronic screen began to wildly scroll through names. All the lower ninjas felt a knot tighten in their throats, the air thick with anxiety and fighting spirit. Mingren thought to himself in a frenzy, brother Moonlight Gale, can your consumptive appearance really command the arena? However, this preliminary round is indeed a splendid stage to openly collect high-quality ninja embraces. Who will be the first lucky contestant? After announcing the rules, Moonlight Gale revealed the first matchup on the electronic screen, causing everyone to tense up. Rock Lee versus Gaara. Lee. Tintin couldn't help but exclaim while Niji furrowed his brow. They had witnessed Gaara's cruelty in the Forest of Death. But Lee was like a youthful torch, ignited, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he gave a vigorous thumbs up to Guy on the stands, revealing his shining teeth. Teacher Guy, please witness my ninja way. On the other side of the stands, Ming Ren's internal alarm bells rang. Oh no. The original plot's iconic scene is about to unfold. Lee's legs. He swiftly crouched down, quickly and discreetly signaling to Hinata, Sakura, and Ino and Tintin nearby with a series of complex hand gestures. This was their privately invented secret communication code, meaning target Lee. Danger, severe injury. Action, medical rescue. Timing my signal. The girls were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood. Hinata with the medical ninjutsu scroll provided by the Hyūga clan Sakura, Ino, and Tintin under her lead grasped the basics. The four of them quietly gathered at the edge of the stand's chakra, gathering silently in their palms like swords about to be drawn. Below the battle erupted. Lee removed his weights, his speed skyrocketing, his green figure transforming into a storm of attacks. However, Gaara's sand acted as the strongest shield with a life of its own, blocking all physical attacks and producing dull thuds. Leaf Hurricane, Shadow Dance Leaf. The dazzling physical techniques dazzled the eyes, but did nothing to shake Gaara's sand defense. Useless. Gaara's voice was as cold as the wind in the desert, biting and frigid. Then, the first gate opened. Lee's forehead bulged with veins, his speed surged once again. The second gate opened. The third gate opened. As he opened 3 gates in succession, Lee's skin began to glow red steam. He unleashed the forbidden technique Lotus Bloom, wrapping Gaara in bandages and crashing him down to the ground like a meteor. Boom. A huge cloud of dust billowed out. Did it succeed? The crowd on the stands held their breath. As the dust settled, Gaara's figure slowly emerged from a pile of shattered sand, having avoided the deadly blow with the sand clone. How is this possible? Lee knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, sweat mixed with blood running down his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and deep resentment. The 8 gates technique placed a tremendous burden on the body. It's over, Gaara declared coldly as more sand surged like a tide toward Lee, instantly binding his limbs and torso, and began to tighten fiercely. That terrifying force was evidently aimed at crushing Lee's bones. Now's the time. Naruto suddenly stood up in the stands, quickly forming a seal with his hands, feigning while in his mind he shouted toward the ceiling space, "Fox Dad, please, help. Interrupt that damned sand. Just a tiny fluctuation will do." Inside the ceiling space, the Ninetails lazily opened its eyes and yawned. "You're so noisy, brat. Humph, that little snake's toy is indeed bothersome." It casually flicked its tail, releasing an extremely weak, yet predatory chakra wave mixed with Naruto's own restless chakra, like an invisible spike, precisely piercing the core of the sand, binding Lee. The previously tightening sand suddenly stiffened, as if something had lodged in it, and the force relaxed for a fleeting, but that was enough. "Medical team, move out," Naruto yelled with all his might. The 4 girls who had long been poised to strike leapt down from different angles of the stands like 4 bolts of colorful lightning. Hinata's Byakugan locked onto the most severely injured area. Sakura precisely controlled the chakra output, while Ino and Tintin provided support and stabilization. For hands glowing with rich green light almost simultaneously pressed against Lee's limbs and chest entwined by the sand. Healing technique, 4 symbols restoration. This was a combination technique they had developed during their private practice. Although rough, their unity at this moment intertwined the green light into a small barrier, instantaneously flooding Lee's body with powerful vitality, forcibly stabilizing his near-collapse injuries, protecting his main bones and meridians, and beginning to repair the torn muscles. This sudden rescue caused an uproar in the arena. "You guys." Moonlight Gale the Examiner was taken aback. "Examiner, the match is over. Gaara wins. It's urgent to save him. If we delay any longer it will be too late." Naruto reacted quickly, shouting, while jumping down himself, unhesitatingly standing between the girls administering aid, and the increasingly cold-eyed Gaara glaring back with unwavering blue eyes. Gaara looked at the rescued Lee, then glanced at Naruto, standing in front of him, a palpable killing intent emanating. Yet he could feel that something within that blonde kid stirred something within Shikaku. In the end, he merely cast a cold glance at Naruto with his bloodshot eyes and silently withdrew all the sand. Moonlight Gale assessed the situation, glancing at the third Hokage, who had appeared high above at some point, and upon seeing the latter nod slightly, he declared, "The winner is Gaara. Rock Lee has lost the ability to continue fighting." Lee. Guy instantly appeared on the scene, looking at his severely injured, yet evidently saved disciple. The tough man burst into tears, bowing deeply to the 4 girls and Naruto. "Thank you. I can't thank you enough. This is the bond of youth." On the stands, the Sand Village's Maki wore a dark expression, while the Konoha's little strengths collectively breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly thinking how fortunate they were. After the fierce and nearly more brutal battle between Rock Lee and Gaara, the atmosphere of the preliminaries grew even. Then the electronic screen froze again, displaying the next match when it showed Hinata Hyūga versus Niji Hyūga. The entire venue's atmosphere turned subtly tense. A confrontation between the main house and the branch house, and a battle between cousins. It instantly drew everyone's attention. In the stands, Hayashi Hyūga watched his daughter and nephew with a complex expression, his usually calm heart stirring slightly. Niji walked expressionlessly into the arena, his mood complicated as he watched Hinata slowly approach. He acknowledged that Hinata had grown much stronger recently, but deep down the arrogance and prejudice born from the caged bird still made him feel that the main house's young lady was merely propped up by resources. "Lady Hinata, please give me your guidance," he said with a formulaic calm, but there was a faint, barely noticeable pity in his eyes, and a resentment he himself didn't fully recognize toward the injustice of fate. "Niji, please give me your guidance." Hinata stood firm, took a deep breath, and lifted her head. Her pure Byakugan no longer held the timidity of the past. Instead, it was filled with a calm like still water and a steadfastness like rock. This battle was not only to break Niji's prejudice, but also the invisible shackles that bound many branch house members. The match began. Niji struck first, sliding his foot and executing the gentle fist starting stance, with fluid grace his palm wind sharp, and aimed directly at Hinata's chest vital points. His movements perfectly embodied the essence of the Hyūga gentle fist, precise, efficient, and lethal. However, Hinata's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. She did not meet it heated nor retreat in panic. Her body seemed weightless, her footsteps swaying like a dance, always evading the palm wind by a hair's breadth just before it struck. Her Byakugan glimmered. Niji's lightning-fast attack trajectories seemed to slow down in her eyes, every detail, every flow of chakra crystal clear. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Almost as if reading each other's minds, they both shouted in low voices and unleashed the Hyūga clan's ultimate technique. In an instant, palm shadows filled the air like a blooming lotus, and the collision of chakra produced dense rain-like popping sounds. Their figures interwove, dizzying to behold. 32 palms. 64 palms. When the final palm clashed, and they separated, both retreated several steps. For the first time, Niji's eyes showed undisguised shock. His breathing was slightly ragged, while Hinata, though sweat beaded on her forehead, maintained steady breath. In that fierce exchange, he had gained no advantage at all. No, in some moments, he even felt her palm strikes were more condensed, and her angles more cunning. Your chakra. And speed. Niji said incredulously. Hinata's voice was still gentle, but it struck Niji's heart like a hammer. I've always been watching your back striving. I don't want to be bound by so-called fate anymore, nor do I want to see anyone suffer because of a caged bird. In her mind, the Overlord system, analyzed calmly, target's mental state, is unbalanced by chakra fluctuates. Weakness, right shoulder, old injury accumulated from long-term gentle fist training. Suggestion, attacked the right side aggressively for a quick victory. Hinata's eyes sharpened, and she gave him no chance to adjust. Her offensive suddenly changed, no longer purely Hyūga gentle fist, but incorporating more direct, domineering, and efficient striking techniques, an optimized version, based on countless taijutsu data from the system, striking Niji like a storm. Niji was forced into a full defense, but Hinata's palm strikes clung like a persistent shadow, always finding the tiniest gaps in his defenses. Especially targeting his right shoulder, each palm strike left him numb and sore. Boom. A straightforward, unadorned palm-to-palm clash. Niji felt a sharp, drill-like chakra pierce through his defenses and strike precisely into his right shoulder's old wound. Sharp pain accompanied by a stagnation of chakra surged through him, his entire right arm went numb and his movements inevitably faltered. Damn. Panic seized Niji. How could Hinata miss this golden opportunity? Her footwork shifted in rapid succession, her figure closing in like a phantom, and her palms like illusions rained down chakra-laden strikes on all the major tenketsu of Niji's body. Niji groaned repeatedly, his chakra flow completely disrupted his body, stiffening, unable to maintain balance. He fell straight back and hit the ground hard. He stared at the ceiling, his eyes filled with bewilderment, defeat, and a hint of doubt about fate that he himself couldn't comprehend. He had actually lost. Lost to the main house's young lady he had always tried to protect. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned, speechless by this reversal. Hinata, Hyūga, the young lady who used to speak softly, had actually defeated Niji, the acknowledged genius of the Hyūga clan, in a direct confrontation. Gecko Hate snapped back to reality, suppressing his surprise, and announced winner Hinata Hyūga. Yay! Hinata, that's amazing. You won. You beat Niji. I knew you could do it. You're the best. Naruto was the first to leap up from the stands, waving his arms and cheering excitedly, ignoring everyone else's stares. He vaulted over the railing and charged into the arena like a cannonball, and before Hinata could fully recover from the battle, he scooped her up in a tight hug, and even spun her around twice in exuberance. Naruto. Hinata shrieked at the sudden embrace, her feet lifted off the ground as Naruto's strong arms encircled her. Her face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, and steam practically rose from the top of her head. She could clearly feel the intense warmth of Naruto's chest, and his rapid heartbeat, as well as his unguarded joy and pride in her. A wave of overwhelming shyness and equally overwhelming happiness intertwined, leaving her dizzy and almost melting into his embrace. High in the stands, Hiashi Hyūga stood with his hands behind his back, his face still an unreadable mask of sternness. But if one looked closely, they could see the corner of his mouth twitch slightly, his complex gaze fixed on the yellow-haired boy spinning his daughter around. His daughter had grown so strong, surpassing his expectations, and naturally, he felt gratified and even proud. However, that noisy boy who wouldn't let go of his precious daughter. Indeed, no matter how he looked at it, it was utterly displeasing. The young lady of the Hyūga main house was not someone you could just hug casually. Inner thought, but he's holding her quite tightly. Brat. Chu Tian and Ning Sis' brilliant and meaningful duel pushed the atmosphere of the preliminary matches to a true climax. The preliminaries continued, and the following battles were equally splendid. Niliang Lu Wan versus Jinshui Lu Wanyan, dodging left and right in the arena while muttering, "What a hassle," yet he always avoided Jin's attacks in the simplest way. Finally, he even used the huge iron hammer thrown by his opponent and the characteristics of his own shadow to cleverly make the opponent knock himself unconscious, winning easily. The onlookers were stunned, their jaws dropping. How is that even possible? Shouju versus Tian Tian. Shou, just 3-star fan, was immensely powerful, summoning howling gales. Tian's abundant ninja tools seemed somewhat helpless against absolute power and area attacks, and she ultimately lost regretfully. But Tian's tenacity also earned respect. UNV Jinai vs. Cuddling. Jinai's insects moved silently. Although Sake's air cutter waves were powerful, they could not effectively deal with the pervasive swarm. Eventually, he was covered in bugs, paralyzed, and fell. Jinai won calmly. Han Jiulang vs. Jin Meicheng. He easily defeated his opponent just by controlling the puppet, Crow, demonstrating the mystery and power of the puppeteer. Yu Jibo's Weizhou vs. Qi Tongkai's Weizhou easily and gracefully, even with a hint of impatience, quickly defeated his opponent, using taijutsu and the illusion of the Sharingan, demonstrating overwhelming power. The curse mark on his neck seemed to be burning faintly, but he forcefully suppressed it. The following matches each had their own winners and losers. Saku was insidiously crippled in both hands by Qin Jiulang's puppet, while Jinai defeated his opponent with his calm and meticulous insect technique. Then a hilarious and exasperating duel took place, Xian Wa Mingren vs. Quan Zhongya. Haha, it's finally this big shot's turn. Mingren instantly put aside his worries about Zhuizhu rubbing his hands and jumping into the arena. The battle with Ya and Shi Wan was full of Mingren-style surprises and joy. Ya used Fong through Fong, turning into two tornadoes that charged in. Mingren grinned and formed hand seals. Watch this. Wind-style great breakthrough, mini version. He controlled his chakra, blowing out not a violent hurricane, but a strong concentrated stream of air that precisely hit the intersection of the two tornadoes, scattering the attack, and leaving Ya and Shi-Wan dizzy and disoriented, almost crashing into each other. Damn it. Shi-Wan, let's go. Beast Ninja Art, Fong Wolf Fong. Ya and Shi-Wan combined, transforming into a giant two-headed wolf and charging ferociously. Mingren, however, did not fight Hedon. He used the shadow clone technique, again creating over a dozen clones that ran around the arena to distract, while his real body silently sneaked into the blind spot of the two-headed wolf. Take this. Mingren-style friendship face-smashing hug. Mingren yelled as he pounced on the two-headed wolf from behind. It looked like a hug, but his hands moved like lightning, precisely tickling Ya and Shi-Wan's ticklish spots a few times. Ha! So ticklish. Ha ha. The combination instantly broke apart, and Ya and Shi-Wan fell to the ground, rolling around with laughter, tears streaming down, completely losing combat effectiveness. Yu Guang Jifeng held his chest and coughed twice, announcing with a speechless expression the winner. Xian Wa Mingren. In the stands, Kakashi covered his face with intimate heaven and couldn't bear to look. Kai then exclaimed loudly, "This is the collision of youth. Though the method is a bit unique." Xiaoying and Jing Yi held their foreheads. That idiot. Chu Tian, however, looked at the grinning Mingren on the field and couldn't help but laugh. Mingren is always like this, so unpredictable. Thus Mingren won the preliminary match with an unprecedented hugging tactic and advanced smoothly. The preliminaries came to an end amidst the complex feelings of all participants. Yu Guang Jifeng, struggling to stop coughing, announced the list of those advancing to the third official exam. 1. Yu Jibo Zhuizhu Muyi 2. Nai Liang Lu 1 Muyi 3. Shou Ju Shayin 4. Han Jiulang Shayin 5. Wa Ai Luo Shayin 6. UNV Ji Nai Muyi 7. Chu Tian Muyi 8. Xian Wa Mingren Muyi. A total of 8 advanced. The third Hokage appeared and announced that the official exam would be held 1 month later, and that the daimyo and nobles of various countries would be invited to watch. He encouraged all qualifiers to train hard and display the excellence of the young generation of Mu Yi on the stage of the Chunin exam. Then everyone dispersed and gained a precious month of training time. After the match, Mingren, Chu Tian, Xiaoying, Jing Yi, Tian, as well as Lu Wanding Ci, and others agreed to go to the hospital to visit Shaoli. The ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. Shaoli was wrapped in bandages from head to toe like a human mummy, but he was in high spirits. Seeing so many comrades visiting him, he was so moved that he felt like crying again. Li, take good care of yourself. When you're better, we'll have another 300 rounds. Mingren patted Xiao Li's uninjured shoulder hard and encouraged loudly. Thank you, Mingren, and everyone. Xiao Li's voice choked. If you hadn't saved me in time, my ninja way might have ended here. Sob, sob, sob. Li. This is youth, full of surprises and emotion. Teacher Kai was in tears nearby, once again showing his iconic crying sprint. The girls carefully arranged the fruits, flowers, and nutritional supplements they had brought. Xiaoying even specifically checked Xiao Li's injury recovery and felt relieved only after confirming it was fine. After the warm visit, everyone walked out of the hospital. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Still can't find. Xiaoying was still worried, occasionally looking back. Mingren frowned deeply. At that moment, Zhuizhu was suffering from the erosion of the curse mark and was being taken by Kakashi to a secret base for special training in Chidori. Don't worry, Xiaoying. Mingren put his arm around Lu Wan's shoulder, only to be avoided by Lu Wan with a look of disgust, and said carelessly, "That guy must have been caught by teacher Kakashi for some kind of hellish training. When he comes back, he'll definitely be super strong. Maybe even I won't be able to beat him." He said this, but inside he knew that the path Zhuizhu had chosen was full of danger and uncertainty. 1 month later. ITLL be the official stage. I can't disgrace the Transmigrators. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Shi Wan's Konoha collapse plan was quietly being set up like a gradually tightening spider web. A storm was gathering power beneath the calm surface. The setting sun shone on the figures of a group of youths. They talked about today's matches, shared their expectations for the future, and carried the concern for their absent comrade as they went their separate ways. Night had fallen over Konoha after the preliminary matches, the day's clamor and fierce clashes settling into profound stillness. Moonlight silvery and serene seeped through narrow gaps in the window, spilling across Naruto's modest, unadorned room. Naruto lay on his bed, his consciousness drifting instinctively into that familiar damp and shadowed seal realm. Dominating the space stood the colossal barred gate, towering ancient and thickly covered in sealing talismans. Beyond the massive bars, the nine-tailed fox reclined lazily, its crimson eyes half-flitted, indifferent to Naruto's arrival, as if his presence were no longer worth a flicker of attention. "Hey, old man fox, still awake?" Naruto's chakra-infused thought probed gently. "Humph." A disdainful snort escaped the beast, his sole acknowledgement. "Ugh, training so hard." Naruto sighed, pouring out his evening's frustration with sensing natural energy, like scattering beans from a sack. Those tiny glowing motes. I can see them, but I can't grasp them. Harder than hugging Kakashi Sensei. The fox flicked its tail and scoffed full. Natural energy is not some trinket to be tamed at whim. Countless self-proclaimed prodigies cannot even perceive it. Yet you, the bottom-rung failure, have already sensed it. That alone is sheer staggering luck. Hey, old man fox, don't always knock me down." Naruto protested, then shifted tone, eyes brightening with reverie. "But just wait. Once I truly master this power, once I become incredibly strong, I'll do so many things." "Such as?" The fox stirred faintly, curiosity infinitesimal yet undeniable flickering in its voice. "Like..." Naruto's gaze ignited. "First, I'll loosen this seal. Not break it entirely. Just carve a little vent, so you can step out now and then for some fresh air." A subtle twitch rippled through the fox's ears. "Then I'll take you outside, to bask in the sun. Did you know? The sunlight behind Konoha's hills is so warm, lying on soft grass rolling around. It's pure bliss. Way better than this pitch-black sewer you're stuck in." Silence. "And Ichiraku ramen. Absolutely divine. An extra-large bowl of chashu ramen, rich fragrant broth, springy noodles. You've never tasted anything so delicious, old man fox. Once I'm rich, I'll treat you every single day." Ramen. A fleeting image surfaced in the fox's mind. Naruto devouring bowls like a starving spirit, and through their chakra link a hazy, tantalizing echo of flavor, savory, steaming, deeply comforting. Perhaps it was enticing. "And hot springs. Warm, soothing, melting away all fatigue. Or riverbanks. We'll splash water together using your chakra. We'll make the biggest splash ever." Naruto rambled on, painting vivid, simple scenes with childlike wonder and unvarnished joy, napping beneath golden sunbeams, feasting noisily at bustling ramen stalls, unwinding in mist-wreathed thermal waters, splashing barefoot in clear sunlit streams. To ordinary people, such moments were mundane. Yet to the nine-tails imprisoned in eternal darkness for 1,000 years, they were revelations, unimaginable, untouched, radiant with life. The fox remained silent, motionless, a monument carved from time itself. Yet its immense flame-like tail, once rigid as iron, now stirred, gently brushing the dark water below in slow, unconscious rhythm, sending faint ripples across the surface. That subtle motion betrayed what its stoic facade concealed, a heart neither as still nor as cold as it pretended to be. This noisy, naive, stubborn brat, whose thoughts revolved only around food and play, was laughably childish. Yet strangely, those boring visions he spoke of no longer sparked the old revulsion or contempt. Ding. Host has engaged Nine-Tails in deep chakra-based communion, touching emotional resonance faint. Nine-Tails chakra resonance slightly elevated, sensitivity to natural energy marginally increased. At that precise moment, the system's chime rang crystal clear within Naruto's mind. It worked. His heart leapt, a surge of exhilaration flooding his veins. He seized the momentum, voice dripping with irresistible charm. "So you see, old man fox, helping me grow stronger. Once I'm strong enough to control the seal with perfect precision, that's when our golden days begin. Do you truly wish to linger forever in this cold, damp dungeon, deprived even of sunlight? Annoying brat." After a long, heavy silence, the fox spoke again, voice low, gravelly, steeped in timeless arrogance. Yet beneath its familiar edge something had softened, the savage fury and glacial indifference now laced with an ineffable, complex undercurrent. "Your so-called dreams. Utterly tedious. Get out. Cease disturbing this great one's slumber." Though rebuked, and still mocked, Naruto, sharpened by growing perception and rising chakra resonance, felt it unmistakably. The ice encasing the fox's heart had truly thawed just a fraction. He grinned inwardly, knowing when to retreat. With a cheerful chuckle, he scrambled up from the puddle and dusted off his pants. All right. Old man fox, you are getting older. Rest well. I'm off now. Sleep tight, and dream of Ichiraku's chashu ramen. Guaranteed to make you drool." His chakra form blurred, dissolving like mist until nothing remained, exiting the seal realm entirely. In the quiet, cramped room of the real world, Naruto slowly opened his eyes. Night still reigned beyond the window, but a hopeful smile curved his lips, unstoppable and bright. He focused inward, sensing the ambient natural energy, those elusive shimmering motes suspended in the air, and found unmistakably that his perception of them had grown ever so slightly sharper. The improvement was infinitesimal, yet undeniably real. Clearly, regular heart-to-heart talks with Old Man Fox were an essential, perhaps even sacred part of mastering sage arts. Within the seal realm, silence and gloom reclaimed the void the moment Naruto's consciousness departed. Long minutes passed before the Nine-Tails fully opened its vast scarlet eyes, gazing wordlessly at the empty space beyond the gate. The warmth of sunlight, the aroma of ramen, the cool caress of river water. Humph, boring. It lowered its head, eyes closing once more, but the images Naruto had woven lingered like stones cast upon an ancient frozen lake, sending faint imperceptible ripples across its timeless icy heart. The day after the preliminaries ended, the sunshine was as radiant as the unclouded spirits of the young shinobi. Summoned by Naruto's piercingly loud voice, all the Konoha rookies who had passed the exam, except for Rock Lee who still needed to rest in the hospital, and the ever-mysterious missing Sasuke, gathered under the familiar Norin curtain of Ichiraku Ramen. Master Tucci, a large bowl of chashu ramen for everyone. Today I, Naruto Uzumaki, am treating. Naruto declared, hands on his hips, standing before the stall with the bravado of a general fresh from victory. Yet the next second, he leaned over, sneakily nudging the quietly seated Hinata and lowering his voice. Hinata, the money. Hinata, already used to this, blushed faintly, pursed her lips in a smile, and smoothly pulled a bulging wallet from her ninja tool pouch, in reality, a high-quality leather wallet specially purchased with funds from the Overlord system. She said softly to the busy Master Tucci, "Please, Master Tucci." Whoa, long live Hinata. Choji was the first to burst into cheers, his eyes fixed on the bubbling broth in the pot, as if he already saw mountains of chashu. Kiba excitedly hugged Akamaru's neck. Sticking with Naruto and Hinata, we get meat every day. Ma. Gathering together and making a racket is troublesome, but free top-tier ramen is indeed a reason I can't refuse, Shikamaru said, with a long yawn, lazily slumping over the counter. Master Tucci smiled warmly at the vibrant group, his hands moving more swiftly as he cooked the noodles. Soon the rich, savory aroma of pork bone broth mingled with the salty scent of soy sauce, tantalizing The group gathered around the narrow counter, the sounds of slurping rising and falling as they discussed the thrilling matches from the day before, the atmosphere lively and harmonious. Just then the Overlord system interface in Hinata's mind lit up at the right moment, issuing a new mission: team building mission released, hot spring healing. Mission description: after the fierce and brutal selection rounds, the team members are physically and mentally exhausted, urgently needing effective relaxation and deep communication. Please, in the host's name, invite all present members: Naruto Uzumaki, Shikamaru, Nara, Choji, Akimichi, Kiba, Inuzuka, Shino, Aburame, Niji, Hyūga, Ino, Yamanaka, Sakura, Hirono, Tintin, to the most luxurious and scenic hot spring inn in Konoha Unisato for collective healing. Mission rewards significant increase in team cohesion. All members receive the Vitality Revival buff, slightly enhancing training efficiency and chakra recovery speed for the next week, and unlock the Leisure Entertainment category in the system shop containing various magical items. Hinata carefully read the mission content, and her small face flushed even redder as if tinged with the evening glow. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress her shyness, and announced to everyone in as steady and natural a tone as she could muster. Everyone has worked hard for the matches. I'd like to invite you all to go relax in the hot springs if that's okay. There's a newly opened one in the south of the village called Unisato. Hot springs. Ino was the first to exclaim in surprise, her eyes shining. Awesome. I've heard about that place. The environment and facilities are top-notch. I've been wanting to try it. Sakura also rubbed her slightly sore shoulders in agreement. Indeed, my whole body feels tight and stiff, though a hot spring soak would be perfect to relieve fatigue. Yeah, Tenten nodded. I've heard the open-air bath there has a fantastic view. You can see the Hokage monument in the distance while soaking. The boys had mixed reactions. Kiba scratched his hedgehog-like hair, looking tempted. Hot springs, huh? Sounds pretty good. Choji was most concerned about practical matters. Do they have special dishes and desserts at the hot spring inn? Shikamaru, foreseeing the hassle of a group outing, sighed. Just thinking about a group activity is exhausting. And as for Naruto, the moment he heard the word hot spring, the memory fragments of the old man Mingren within him were suddenly activated. Hot springs. Wait. At this time, this place. Isn't this the critical juncture when the pervy sage Jiraiya is about to return to Konoha and carry out his great, actually lecherous make-out paradise material gathering plan? According to the original story, that guy has a super bad history of peeping on women's hot springs. No, absolutely not. Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Tintin are all here. How could I let that old pervert succeed? A grand plan combining protecting the purity of the goddess's hot spring and capturing the pervy sage, one of the Sannin, instantly took shape in Naruto's mind like lightning. His face instantly wore an expression of deep concern mixed with righteous indignation, and he slammed the table, nearly overturning the ramen bowls. Hot springs are great. Very great. But we must be extremely vigilant. According to top-secret intelligence I've obtained, there's a very cunning, highly skilled peeping fiend lurking near the hot springs. To ensure everyone's safety, especially the girls, I, Naruto Uzumaki, will take it upon myself. I've decided to deploy my shadow clone army and set up an inescapable net around the hot springs. I won't let any pervert get within a step. Everyone was stunned by his sudden declaration. Stunned, eyes wide open. Although Hinata didn't quite understand why Naruto was so sensitive about peeping toms, hearing him speak so decisively about protecting everyone, her heart felt wrapped in a warm current, and she immediately gave unconditional support, nodding vigorously yes. Well, follow Naruto-kun. Although Hinata was slightly puzzled by Naruto's intense reaction upon hearing the keywords peeping tom and protecting everyone, a great warmth and sense of security surged in her heart, and she immediately gave unconditional support. Yes. Well, follow Naruto-kun. Thus under Naruto's impassioned call to defend the hot springs, and Hinata's irresistible Overlord style, paying for everything, the group set off in high spirits, each with their own thoughts, heading toward the legendary Unisato Hot Spring Inn. The Tang's Hot Spring Inn indeed lives up to its reputation, with a tranquil courtyard, elegant decor, and a faint scent of sulfur mingling with the fragrance of plants. Hinata walked straight to the front desk, and amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, she directly utilized her vast funds to book the largest outdoor, mixed bathing pool, complete with a rock garden. In fact, for the sake of discretion, the plan was to have separate male and female usage periods, showcasing the financial power and boldness of the Hyūga young lady. Both genders entered their respective changing rooms. Naruto wore a serious expression reminiscent of a somber refrain, addressing Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Shino, and Niji brothers. The heavy responsibility of guarding the future blossoms of Konoha is temporarily entrusted to us. You can rest easy and soak. The security outside is entirely my responsibility. After saying this, without waiting for a response, he quickly formed Hand Seal's shadow clone technique. A series of white smoke erupted, and a dozen clones identical to Naruto instantly filled the corridor. Transformation technique. Another wave of dense white smoke passed, and the shadow clones transformed into various convincing figures. An elderly janitor with a broom, a gardener diligently trimming bushes, a street vendor with a basket selling dumplings, and even a few lazy cats dozing on the wall. These spies quickly dispersed to the surroundings of the hot spring and the rooftops, and even the ventilation ducts, establishing a three-dimensional, all-encompassing surveillance network. Naruto, the real one, acted like a seasoned umbu, silently infiltrating a spot that allowed a slightly concealed view of the entrance to the female hot spring ahem, purely for strategic vigilance. He nestled into the lush foliage, holding his breath and focusing intently. Shikamaru observed the mobilization akin to a war effort, his lips twitching. This guy. Is his protective instinct a bit over the top? Kiba found it incredibly novel and exciting, eager to try. Maybe we can catch some indiscreet pervert. Just thinking about it gets my adrenaline pumping. Choji had long been captivated by the warmth of the hot spring and the potential snacks, eagerly sliding into the soothing water with a satisfied sigh. Ah, paradise. Shino remained as silent as ever, adjusting his sunglasses to collect vibrations and information from the air through the tiny bugs he had scattered. Niji leaned against the edge of the pool, tilting his head back with a hot towel over his eyes, pondering a moment, his face. From the direction of the women's section, faint sounds of Ino's silver bell-like laughter, Sakura and Tintin's playful splashes, and Hinata's soft, yet joyful responses reached them. The gentle sound of water and the rising steam rendered the area serene and beautiful, brimming with youthful vitality. Time flowed slowly in anticipation. Just when Naruto began to suspect whether his memory was in disarray or if the perverted sage had unexpectedly found some conscience today, a tall, unmistakably distinctive figure stealthily appeared in the shadows of the inn's outer wall. With spiky white hair, dressed in a red coat, and wearing a smile mingled with anticipation, excitement, and lewdness, he rubbed his hands together, carefully searching for the best observation position. It was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Target acquired. All units pay attention. Naruto, the real one, and all the shadow clones focused their minds intensely, like arrows drawn taut. Jiraiya skillfully found a blind spot, leaping onto the wall with the agility of a monkey, deftly pushing aside a few leaves, peering toward the women's hot spring. Just a glance at the familiar scene made his nostrils flare, nearly causing him to spurt 2 blood jets. Now's the time. Make your move. Capture him. With Naruto, the real one, giving the order, the shadow clone, disguised as a broom which had been resting against the wall, suddenly sprang up from behind, its arms clamping around Jiraiya's waist like iron pincers. Meanwhile, the clone transformed into a cat, nimbly jumped onto his head, scratching at his proud white hair. The clone, disguised as a gardener, grabbed a nearby large ladle and hit him on the back of the head with a clang. The clone, posing as a vendor, shouted at the top of its lungs, "Catch the pervert. There's a peeping pervert." Wah! What's happening? Who are you? Jiraiya was taken aback, startled, and instinctively channeled chakra to break free. Yet as a battle-hardened elite shinobi, his reflexes were astonishingly quick. With a slight tremor of his chakra, he was about to shake off the attachments on him. The real one is making his move. Naruto seized the moment and leaped out of the bushes like a fierce tiger, descending a mountain, aiming directly at Jiraiya's broad back. Watch my ultimate technique, Justice Hug. Feeling the sharp, albeit full of flaws, aura coming from behind, Jiraiya instinctively turned around, seeing a blonde, blue-eyed kid lunging at him. The familiar brows and chakra signature caused him to momentarily freeze. In a showdown between masters, a split second of negligence could lead to a fatal flaw. It was precisely this moment Naruto successfully leaped onto Jiraiya's broad back, his arms tightly clamping around his neck, legs wrapping around his waist like vines, firmly hanging on him like a giant koala. Got him. The white-haired pervert uncle peeping at the women's hot spring. Naruto proclaimed loudly with all the strength he could muster, declaring his victory. The commotion had already startled the guests enjoying the hot spring. Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Tintin hurriedly wrapped themselves in towels, of course, tightly rushing out with steaming heat and faces flushed with indignation. Shikamaru and the others quickly gathered from the men's side. There really is a pervert. It's this white-haired uncle. He looks so respectable. How despicable. We can't let him go. The girls, both embarrassed and furious, began to accuse. Trapped by Naruto, Jiraiya faced a group of glaring youthful boys and girls, especially the few who had just emerged from the bath, their cheeks flushed and looking even more radiant. Even with his thick skin like a city wall, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and hurriedly tried to explain. Wait. Kids, it's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. I don't care who you are. Peeping is a crime. It's a disgrace to the ninjas of Konoha. Naruto unceremoniously interrupted him, tightening his arms, further feeling delighted inside. He successfully caught one of the legendary Sannin. The system's reward must be explosively generous, right? Ding. Host successfully embraced the legendary ninja Jiraiya elite level. Chakra total significantly increased. Special skill summoning technique Mayaboku Mountain contract trigger condition has been met. The scene had descended into an extremely awkward chaos. Naruto clung to Jiraiya like an indelible piece of taffy, stubbornly hanging on. The girls crossed their arms and glared, their disdainful expressions almost solidifying into a tangible form. The boys surrounded them, their expressions varied, some helpless, others merely enjoying the spectacle. Ahem. You little brat, can you get off me? You're choking me. Jiraiya tried to salvage the last shred of his dignity as a senior, struggling to twist his body. Let me explain, I'm really not a bad person, I am. You are the infamous pervy sage Jiraiya. Naruto mercilessly exposed his secret right on the spot, his voice booming, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. I've heard all about your renowned reputation long ago. Specifically using artistic inspiration as an excuse to engage in voyeurism. Jiraiya's old face instantly turned beet red like a boiled shrimp. Would you even call that voyeurism? That was merely to collect necessary materials for great literary creations. Wait, how do you know my name? He looked at Naruto suspiciously. Don't worry about how I know. Regardless, you were caught red-handed today. The evidence is irrefutable. Naruto tightened his grip, beginning to showcase the negotiation skills learned from Uncle Mingren. There are only two paths before you. Either we immediately hand you over to the Konoha Guard Division so the entire village can see what the legendary Sannin is really like. Or, you have to show some real sincerity to compensate us for the mental distress we've suffered. Uncle Mingren's soul secretly smirked within Naruto. Right. That's it. Ripping him off. Squeeze him dry. This is a shadow-level powerhouse. He's a treasure trove. Jiraiya looked at the cunning blonde boy before him, reminiscent of a little fox, and scanned the united Konoha seedlings, especially the one with pure white eyes and a calm demeanor from the Hyūga clan. And that pink-haired girl, for some reason, she bore a slight resemblance to a younger Tsunade. Suddenly something clicked in his mind. He felt more acutely the massive and familiar chakra fluctuations within Naruto, a legacy from his father Namake's Minato, as well as the even deeper ominous aura of the Nine Tails. You are Uzumaki, Naruto, right? Jiraiya's tone became somewhat complex, tinged with an unnoticeable nostalgia and guilt. Huh, you know me. Naruto was taken aback, unconsciously loosening his grip a little. Of course it's hard not to know the hugging maniac of Konoha. Jiraiya sighed, and then quickly switched back to his usual roguish demeanor. Kid, let's make a deal. Get down, and well, isn't it just wanting to learn some powerful ninjutsu? They'll teach you. I guarantee it's 100 times better than what they teach in. Hearing this, Naruto's blue eyes sparkled like light bulbs, but he still maintained his last bit of vigilance, not fully letting go. Really? You want to deceive me? I want to learn the most powerful attention-grabbing techniques. Rest assured, Jiraiya keep my... Jiraiya patted his chest in assurance, causing Naruto, still hanging on, to sway slightly. Naruto finally jumped down from his back, albeit half convinced, still gripping the sleeve of his red coat, tightly ready to pounce again if he dared to escape. At that moment, Hinata stepped forward, still a bit nervous, in front of the legendary Sannin, her face slightly flushed, but her tone was exceptionally firm, radiating an undeniable Seo aura. Jirizuma, as a respected elder, your behavior of peeping at women's baths is wrong, in any case severely damaging your own image and causing us distress. If you are willing to guide Naruto-kun and all of us in ninjutsu training in exchange, we can overlook what happened today. The CEO's system in his mind promptly reminded him establishing a stable connection with a legendary ninja is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Strive for collective interest maximization, which can significantly enhance team strength. Sakura also mustered her courage, clenched her fists, her knuckles slightly white, showing her terrifying strength. Exactly. And you must guarantee that you will never engage in such artistic inspiration again. Ino and Tenten also nodded vigorously from the side, their eyes filled with a threatening, "We're watching you." Jiraiya looked at this group of united young people who knew how to fight for their own interests, especially that blonde boy with clear eyes so similar to his long-lost disciple, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. He felt both the embarrassment of being caught and the comfort of seeing the new sprouts of Konoha thriving, intertwined with a hint of helplessness from being held accountable. He stroked his chin. All right, consider me intimidated by you little brats. Tomorrow morning at the third training ground, he'll teach you some real skills. Now, can I be let go? No way. Naruto immediately protested, loudly gripping his sleeve tightly. No proof, no leaving. You have to show some down payment first, to demonstrate your sincerity. For example, let me see the scroll for the shadow clone technique. He had been itching to get his hands on that class forbidden technique that could take on 100 for a long time. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows in surprise, reassessing Naruto. Hey, you've got quite the eye to ask for such good stuff right off the bat. Fine. Tomorrow morning the scroll and ninjutsu guidance, both, will be yours. He finally managed to free his sleeve from Naruto's clutches, somewhat awkwardly disappearing with a few jumps under the scrutinizing eyes of the young ones, and from afar, his frustrated mumble could still be heard. These young people. Also clever, not cute at all. A chaotic hot spring spectacle ultimately ended in this unexpected manner. Though a bit startled, the thought of possibly receiving personal guidance from the legendary Sannin and learning powerful ninjutsu filled each person's heart with anticipation, as if they could already see their future strength soaring. At dawn of the second day, a faint mist still shrouded the third training ground as the sky barely broke into light. Jiraiya strolled in, yawning, still half asleep, holding in his hand an old weathered scroll that looked quite aged. As he walked, he mused to himself that only Naruto would be so eager, maybe accompanied by that Hyūga girl, perfect for tailored instruction. However, when he stepped into the training ground and saw the sight before him, he halted abruptly, his mouth slightly agape, almost popping his eyes out. There in the open space of the training ground stood a large crowd of people in neat rows. Not only were Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Neji, Ino, Sakura, and Tenten, all who had passed the preliminaries, present, but the atmosphere carried an inexplicable solemnity and anticipation. Hey, brat. Jiraiya pointed at Naruto, his voice rising an octave. Didn't we agree yesterday that I'd only teach you alone? What is this grand procession? A ninjutsu training class? Naruto folded his arms, chin lifted, putting on a righteous expression. Pervert hermit, you only agreed yesterday to teach us ninjutsu, but you never specified that it was only for me. Everyone was there at the time. We've got witnesses. Trying to back out. Believe me, well, go straight to the Hokage's office or hang a banner outside the hot spring in accusing the legendary Sannin Jiraiya of breaking his word, peeping, and refusing to pay up. Hinata added softly but with unwavering resolve. Jiraiya, you did promise yesterday to guide us. She emphasized the word us with distinct clarity. The others said nothing, but their eyes bored into Jiraiya with a collective expression of, we all heard it, don't even think of denying it. Even Shikamaru, who usually shunned trouble, now had a glint of curiosity about the legendary ninjutsu. Jiraiya pressed his forehead, feeling an inexplicable headache creeping in. He looked at the group of young Konoha sprouts before him, clear-eyed, brimming with potential. Especially Naruto, whose surging chakra and features so reminiscent of Minato Namake's. In the end, his heart softened, or rather he was once again precisely cornered by the hot spring threat and public pressure. Fine. Teaching one is the same as teaching a bunch. Consider it an investment in Konoha's future. Jiraiya waved his hand resignedly, as if accepting his fate, and tossed the old scroll to Naruto. Here, your down payment. The multiple shadow clone technique. Let me warn you, this jutsu is rank, but it demands an absurd amount of chakra from the user. An ordinary person would die from chakra depletion, which is why it's classified as a forbidden technique. But for you, kid, it should be just right. Naruto caught the scroll like a sacred relic, his face beaming with joy, and he couldn't wait to open it and study it on the spot. What's the rush? Jiraiya stopped him, and that familiar, somewhat lecherous grin returned to his face. His eyes swept over the vibrant young girls, Ino, Sakura, Tenen, Hinata, and said, if you want to learn other more powerful and unique ninjutsu, it's not impossible. But before that, you'll have to show me enough sincerity and insight. Sincerity? Insight? The group was puzzled. Jiraiya rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Simple. For example, you lovely young ladies, could you transform into lively twin-tailed hairstyles, strike a few cute poses, and give this great sage some inspiration and material for my next masterpiece? Pervert. Lecherous old man. In your dreams. The girls blushed and spat in unison, their eyes dripping with contempt. However, Naruto's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. He quickly pulled Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and Shino into a huddle, and they began whispering in a low conspiratorial tone. At first, Shikamaru and the others showed shock and reluctance, but under Naruto's animated persuasion and temptation, their expressions gradually turned strange. In the end, they all broke into mischievous grins that carried a hint of reckless abandon. Neji, hearing the prank, immediately sidestepped away, his face twitching with dark lines. Fine, let's do it. Kiba was the first to support, even a bit excited. What a pain. Shikamaru complained, but his hands were already silently forming hand seals. For the ninjutsu. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, and an eerie gleam flashed across the lenses. Transformation technique. Bang, 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 bang. After an impressive cloud of smoke, the spot where 5 boys had stood now held 5 bizarre, eye-straining beauties. Naruto had transformed into a girl with exaggerated golden twin tails, a pink frilly dress, and big blue eyes, calling herself Naruko. He pinched his voice and said in a tone that could make one's skin crawl, pervert hermit, does this look sincere enough to you? Shikamaru became a girl with lazy loose twin tails, a pale lavender dress, and a look of utter despair. Shikako, leaning weakly against a tree, just let this end quickly. Kiba turned into a wild feral girl with fiery red twin tails that exploded like flames, and even put a bow tie on Akamaru, then barked twice himself. Choji became a girl with 2 bun hairstyles, still round in figure, and shyly twisted his hem. Shino became a bespectacled girl with neat twin tails exuding a mysterious aura, silent, yet radiating a powerful presence. Jiraiya stared at the 5 bewitching abominations before him, his lecherous grin instantly frozen, his eyes bulging like saucers. The next moment, a rush of blood surged to his head, and a fountain of crimson spurted from his mouth. He pointed at the 5 sources of mental pollution, his finger trembling like a leaf in the wind, unable to form a coherent sentence. Finally, as if all the strength had been drained from his body, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, weakly waving his right hand like a white flag. Enough. Enough. I surrender. I'm scared of you. He'll teach anything. Please just change back. My eyes. My artistic heart has been defiled. In the depths of Naruto's consciousness, Ming-Ren was already rolling on the floor laughing. Sure enough. In any world, the ultimate finishing move, mental pollution cross-dressing, is the unbeatable trick against old perverts like this. Thus a collective ninjutsu lesson triggered by a hot spring peeping incident and spiraling wildly off course officially kicked off in an atmosphere of joy, chaos, and absurdity. And what Jiraiya brought was clearly far more than just a few ninjutsu scrolls. The gears of fate seemed to have quietly accelerated their rotation. After Jiraiya waved his hand and promised to guide everyone, Naruto immediately scampered to a corner of the training ground like a squirrel with its favorite toy, clutching the old scroll inscribed with the multiple shadow clone technique, and carefully unrolled it. The scroll was densely packed with intricate hand seal diagrams, detailed explanations of winding chakra pathways, and numerous prohibitions marked beside them, instantly making him feel as if countless tadpoles were swimming before his eyes, and his head involuntarily began to spin. Wow. This is way too hard. It's 100 times more complicated than the ordinary clone technique taught at school. Naruto scratched his dazzling blonde hair, vigorously feeling at a loss, his earlier excitement largely cooled. Just as he was staring at the scroll in a daze on the verge of despair, the hug to become stronger system interface in his mind lit up at the right moment, emitting a soft and steadfast glow. Detected that the host has acquired the complete training scroll for the Shrank Forbidden Technique Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Analysis complete. Comprehensive evaluation of host's current conditions, chakra volume far exceeding standard Jounin criteria, enormous potential chakra control after multiple system rewards has reached upper Chunin level. Comprehensive evaluation of host's current conditions, chakra volume far exceeding standard Jounin criteria, enormous potential chakra control after multiple system rewards has reached upper Chunin level. Overall success rate for practicing this technique high. System assisted training mode activated. Will provide chakra microflow simulation demonstration, 3D stereoscopic version, hand seal action breakdown guidance, slow repeat playback. Special optimization suggestion: the host can use the already mastered shadow clone technique for overlay training, leveraging the clone feedback mechanism to rapidly accumulate experience and shorten the mastery period. A cool and vast stream of information instantly surged into the depths of Naruto's consciousness, as if a virtual figure made entirely of chakra light points was tirelessly demonstrating over and over again in his mind every subtle movement of the complex series of hand seals: boar, dog, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger, while clearly marking how chakra was precisely distributed, condensed, and finally exploded within specific meridians in the body. The system also thoughtfully marked with red flashing lights several key points where beginners most easily make mistakes and safety notes that must be remembered. Incredible. Incredible. System, you truly are my most reliable partner. Naruto was ecstatic. His passion that had just been extinguished was instantly reignited, burning even more fiercely. He took a deep breath, struggling to calm his excitement, and then, following the system's guidance and the scroll's instructions, began to clumsily yet remarkably determinedly attempt to form hand seals. On the first formal attempt, the chakra output fluctuated and the hand seal transitions were stumbling. He barely managed to create a dozen clones with crooked, faint, almost transparent bodies, and just that one attempt made him feel as if a portion of his chakra had been savagely drained, followed by a wave of obvious dizziness. No, the distribution of chakra when splitting to each clone is extremely uneven, and the transition from the dragon seal to the rat seal is half a beat slow. Naruto panted while recalling the key points from the system prompts. The second time, he focused more concentration, striving to control the chakra flow. This time he successfully created over 50 clones with noticeably improved stability, but the clone's solidity was still lacking, appearing somewhat ethereal and unstable. Repeated failures did not discourage Naruto. Instead, they ignited his unyielding tenacity. With blazing fighting spirit in his eyes, he directly formed hand seals with both hands, shadow clone technique. With a bang, a shadow clone identical to him appeared beside him. Come on you. Be responsible for cross-referencing the scroll and system prompts. Keep a close watch on every movement and chakra fluctuation of my original body. The original, Naruto ordered the clone. Understood. But original, the set you just did? Ox, dog, rat, dog, boar, snake, tiger. The final tiger seal was 0.3 seconds slower than standard, and there was an unnecessary tremor in chakra output at the peak. The shadow clone bluntly pointed out. Nonsense. If you're so good, you do it. Just now, when you were maintaining your existence, your chakra output was almost unstable enough to make yourself vanish. The original retorted defiantly. One person and one clone surprisingly began noisily critiquing and correcting each other. This seemingly chaotic method, supported by the system's pinpoint assistance and Naruto's own tailed beast-level enormous chakra, actually produced a remarkable effect. Naruto's understanding of the multiple shadow clone technique was improving at a rocket-like speed. The third time forming seals. Naruto's gaze sharpened, his hands dancing like butterflies through flowers, the hand seals smooth and precise. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. like igniting an endless string of giant firecrackers, or like a sudden explosion of a massive Naruto proliferation reaction. Hundreds of Naruto shadow clones, solid with lively eyes almost indistinguishable from the original, surged forth like a tide, instantly filling nearly a third of the training ground. Hundreds of Narutos simultaneously moved their limbs, curiously examining each other, and then in unison let out a deafening cheer. Oh, success! However, the next second, a massive torrent of information, the complex data of hundreds of clones simultaneously perceiving, thinking, and attempting to train, surged back into Naruto's mind like a flood breaking through a dam. This enormous information impact nearly caused his brain to overload and crash on the spot. His vision went dark, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Stop! Stop! Dispel now? Naruto hurriedly fumbled to form seals, dispelling most of the clones, leaving only 2 or 3 to help with chores. He slumped to the ground, gasping for breath with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. His head still throbbed, but his face bloomed with an irrepressible smile of ecstatic joy and fulfillment. Success! I really did it. Huh. This is the multiple shadow clone technique. He excitedly waved his fists, feeling the profound understanding of this forbidden technique and the muscle memory that seemed forged through countless trials. Ding! Successfully learned the rank forbidden technique, multiple shadow clone technique mastery, beginner's insight. Reward: chakra control greatly improved, mental resilience and information processing ability significantly enhanced. New system function unlocked. Clone overlay training mode allows designated shadow clones to perform specialized training on specific projects, with training experience and insights efficiently transmitted back to the original, greatly enhancing overall training efficiency. The system's prompt sound was like a celestial melody, adding icing to the cake. In just half a day, Naruto had preliminarily mastered this forbidden technique that most ninja would never touch in a lifetime. Such terrifying training speed made even Jiraiya, who seemed to be instructing others but had been secretly keeping an eye on this side, click his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, Minato and Kushina's child. His chakra volume and learning speed, truly a little monster. At the moment when Naruto was competing with his thousands of selves, Jiraiya, surrounded by a group of eager and inquisitive young ninjas from Konoha, felt an unprecedented teaching pressure. Alright, you little rascal, stop staring at me with those shiny eyes. The pressure is overwhelming. Jiraiya pretended to be relaxed as he dug at his ears, then began to scrutinize the group of uniquely styled youngsters one by one, quickly calculating their characteristics and areas for improvement in his mind. He first turned his gaze to Nara Shikamaru, who was yawning and appeared to lack motivation. Hey Nara, kid, you must be quite skilled with your family's shadow imitation technique, right? Being quick-witted is an advantage, but unfortunately his physical fitness and stamina are. Tisk tisk, clearly a short. Here's a scroll for the chakra activation technique. Practice it well, and it will enhance your physical reaction speed and mobility in a short time. Combined with your shadow binding, the results will definitely exceed expectations. As he spoke, he tossed a somewhat aged scroll towards him. Shikamaru caught it, continuing to complain habitually. Another troublesome task. But a subtle glimmer of interest flickered in his normally half-closed eyes, clearly recognizing the technique's potential to strengthen his tactical system. Next, he looked at Akimichi Choji, who was secretly pulling snacks from his pocket. Akimichi's chubby. No, young man, your clan's expansion technique is powerful, but it demands exquisite chakra control and puts a heavy physical strain on you. Heiress, a note on the partial expansion technique, fine control, which might inspire you to control partial expansions of your body more flexibly and economically, such as expanding just one arm for a surprise attack or defense, thus minimizing unnecessary consumption. Another scroll floated towards Choji. Upon hearing this, Choji immediately stuffed the snacks back into his pocket and respectfully accepted the scroll with both hands, as if cradling a precious treasure, his round face filled with excitement and gratitude. Thank you very much, Lord Jiraiya. Now it was the turn of Inuzuka Kiba and his dog Akamaru, Inuzuka's kid, and this little dog. Your synergy with Nin dogs is the core of your combat effectiveness. Here are some advanced application techniques for the beast clone, which you can study. For instance, you can make Akamaru perfectly mimic your form for a feint to confuse the enemy, or allow you to temporarily gain partial beast-like traits to significantly enhance your assault capabilities and sensory acuity. Wow, that's so cool. Thank you, perverted sage. Oh no, Master Jiraiya. Kiba excitedly almost let it slip, quickly correcting himself, and eagerly began to explore the newly acquired techniques with Akamaru. For the often overlooked Yamanaka Ino, Jiraiya carefully observed his use of insects for reconnaissance, attack, and defense, then proposed an innovative concept called micro-bug orb, guiding him on how to highly compress and condense a small but elite group of insects into tiny bug bombs with stealth, explosive, or powerful paralysis effects for precise strikes or control against key targets. Ino adjusted his sunglasses, remaining silent, but quietly memorizing every word, a reflection flickering across. Then he turned to the few girls. For Haruno Sakura, Jiraiya keenly sensed her exceptional chakra control talent and her yearning for medical ninjutsu. Instead of directly providing advanced medical ninjutsu, he first guided her on some basic applications of the chakra scalpel, as well as how to condense and concentrate chakra to a single point in her fists or fingertips, exploding with terrifying destructive power, hinting at the form of super strength, without mentioning Tsunade's name. Sakura listened intently, as if opening the door to a new world. For Yamanaka Ino, he suggested that she focus on enhancing the release speed and stealth of the existing mind-body switch technique, reducing the initial movement, and attempted to describe an advanced direction similar to mind disturbance technique, which could disrupt multiple enemies' minds within a certain range and create chaos. For Tintin, he fully acknowledged her dazzling throwing techniques with ninja tools, then imparted a skill that utilizes her slight wind attribute chakra to continuously and finally adjust the trajectory of her thrown weapons after they leave her hand, making her shuriken and kunai more unpredictable and difficult to defend against. Finally, his gaze fell upon Hinata Hyūga and Niji Hyūga. Jiraiya looked at this shy girl with the purest Byakugan and chakra levels that subtly surpassed her peers from the Hyūga clan, feeling a sense of quiet admiration. He did not provide her with specific technique scrolls, but instead pointed out how to more closely and effectively combine the exceptional insight of the Byakugan with the gentle fist style, how to anticipate the key nodes in the opponent's chakra flow earlier, and casually mentioned some fundamental principles and force techniques of the higher-tier secret arts, Heavenly Spin, and 8 trigrams empty palm of the Hyūga main house guiding them to think and comprehend on their own. Hinata listened attentively, her fair face full of seriousness, while her internal system was rapidly recording and analyzing these invaluable insights, gained targeted and in-depth guidance from a legendary ninja, significantly deepening her comprehensive application abilities with the Byakugan and core understanding of Gentle Fist. Rewards significant improvement in overall proficiency of Gentle Fist and the additional special ability Chakra Node Prediction Beginner. Jiraiya's seemingly casual, yet incisive and tailored guidance, while each individual received little direct content, precisely hit the key points for their current development, leaving everyone feeling enlightened and immensely benefited. In an instant, the crowd's impression of the so-called unreliable perverted sage changed significantly, and respect naturally arose. Diligently serving as a free master for an entire morning, Jiraiya felt his artistic life slipping away rapidly. He began to fret and ponder a strategic retreat. Cough, cough, cough. He intentionally coughed loudly to attract everyone's attention. Well, I've already shared the basics, the advanced techniques, and even my secret stash. The master leads you to the door, the cultivation is up to you. The rest depends on your own comprehension. I, the old man, have a significant mission regarding the development of world literature. Farewell. Before his voice faded, chakra surged beneath his feet, and his figure began to blur as he prepared to use the body flicker technique to escape. Hey, perverted sage, you can't run away. Naruto had been listening intently, and immediately shouted, jumping up and down, you definitely have hidden techniques for summoning bigger toads. And fire-spitting techniques. And, exactly, how can you skimp on the guidance you promised? Ino chimed in, hands on her hips, looking furious. Jiraiya's figure rippled in the air as a lewd laugh echoed. He, kids, ladies, the green mountains remain, and the waters flow long, we shall meet again. Seeing Jiraiya's figure about to vanish completely, Naruto suddenly had an idea, and shouted at himself, who had just mastered the shadow clone technique, and all his companions around him, everyone, follow my command. Use shadow clones. Search the entire third training ground, and all possible escape routes. We must find this old pervert who doesn't keep his word. Oh, the next moment, the third training ground witnessed a spectacular scene rarely seen since the founding of Konoha. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. Along with the continuous sounds of explosions, hundreds and thousands of Naruto's shadow clones surged forth like a tidal wave of gold, shouting as they burst from the original's side, then quickly dispersed in a carpet search formation, madly charging towards every patch of woods, every cluster of bushes, every rock, even nimbly leaping onto the treetops, leaving no suspicious trace unchecked. Find the perverted sage. Don't let him escape. He's definitely hiding in some corner watching intimate heaven. For the sake of future ninjutsu. Charge. Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, and others found the scene both comical and thrilling, and they joined in the unprecedented operation Capture the Perverted Sage by each summoning a few of their own shadow clones. In an instant, the entire training ground was filled with the figures of Naruto and a few other clones clamoring and causing chaos, the scene becoming quite disorderly. However, Jiraiya was an experienced elite shinobi, and his concealment skills were exceptional. He had long anticipated that his disciple's son would not give up easily, so he had cleverly hidden in an ancient tree hollow, concealed and warded with a weak barrier to mask his presence, happily watching the clones outside flitting about like headless flies, while leisurely pulling out his notebook. He, think you can find me. Practice for another 10 years. This chaotic search scene could make for a great addition to my new book. Naruto's thousands of clones combed the training grounds several times, yet not even a single strand of Jiraiya's white hair was found, and morale began to wane. Damn, this old pervert is hiding too well. Naruto scratched his head, feeling anxious. At this moment, deep within his consciousness, Uncle Mingren's soul began to whirl rapidly, and a brilliant plan based on a deep psychological analysis of the old pervert instantly took shape. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he quickly pulled over his male friends Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Shino, and whispered his plan. At first they looked dumbfounded and incredulous, but under Naruto's strong encouragement and the noble cause for ninjutsu, their expressions gradually shifted from shock to oddity, eventually revealing a hint of mischievous excitement and eagerness to try. Naruto's original self first formed hand seals. Transformation technique. Boom. After a puff of white smoke, a cute girl in a light yellow dress appeared with two lively golden pigtails and a charmingly pretty face vaguely reminiscent of a young Kushina Uzumaki. She lightly parted her lips, and using an exaggeratedly sweet and affected voice called out to the open training ground Jiri-sensei, "Where are you? I have so many profound ninjutsu questions I want to ask you alone and in depth." Meanwhile the signal was received, and Shikamaru Choji Kiba and Shino understood the cue, suppressing their laughter as they also performed the transformation technique. Boom 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 boom. White smoke flashed, and 4 uniquely styled girls, all with exaggerated pigtails and wearing dresses that clashed with their original personas, made a dazzling entrance. They tried hard to mimic a girl's demeanor using awkward poses and strange high-pitched voices to begin their spiritual pollution style. Calls Lord Jiraiya, "Please come out, don't hide anymore. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted." Woof woof. This was Kiba's transformation, while Akamaru looked on bewildered by his master's appearance. This scene, blending cuteness albeit fake and horror, not only shocked Jiraiya, who might be hiding, but also the original girls watching nearby. Hinata, Sakura, Ino, and Tintin all stood there dumbfounded, their cheeks instantly flushed, instinctively covering their eyes, but unable to resist peeking through their fingers, their feelings indescribably complex, unsure whether to laugh or feel embarrassed for them. However, this so-called ultimate secret technique of spiritual attack had an astonishing effect. In less than 3, with a familiar fountain-like surge of nosebleed sound, Jiraiya burst out of his carefully hidden tree hollow like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, or a cannonball shot from a cannon rushing out with lightning speed. His eyes bulged like searchlights, locking onto the blonde pigtail beauty that was Naruto in transformation, drooling like a waterfall, cascading down. "Beautiful. Beauty, are you calling for me? Whatever you don't understand, just ask. I, Jiraiya, know the heavens and the earth, past and future, and will surely tell you everything." Naruto, after transformation, struggled to suppress the urge to retch and the feeling of disgust, maintaining a sweet and innocent smile, even batting his eyelashes. "Really? That's wonderful, Jiraiya-sensei. You're such a great person." The other transformed boys, seeing this, immediately reverted to their original forms, laughing uncontrollably. Jiraiya finally snapped back from the impact of beauty, looking at Naruto, who had returned to normal and was striking a pose of "you fell for it," along with the boys and girls around him, who were laughing so hard they were gasping for breath. His face instantly turned the color of liver, pointing at Naruto. You. For a long time, and finally, as if all his strength had been drained, he collapsed onto the ground, pounding the earth with his hands. Fine, you little brats are ruthless. I concede." Once again, Jiraiya found himself accurately pinned down by his fatal weakness, resembling a defeated rooster, dejectedly accepting reality. Resigned, he began the afternoon's teaching plan, deciding to fulfill part of his promise by starting with the most fundamental and crucial summoning technique, focusing on his first student, Naruto Uzumaki. "Listen up, you yellow-haired brat. The summoning technique is an exceptionally profound space-time ninjutsu." Jiraiya's expression grew a bit serious. In simple terms, it involves signing a blood contract with a specific summoning beast clan and using specific hand seals along with your own chakra as a link and transport fee to summon them from their dwelling in the otherworldly Mount Myaboku to our present world for battle or assistance. As he spoke, he seemingly performed a magic trick, pulling out an enormous blank scroll from nowhere and unfurling it with a dramatic flourish. "First, you need to sign the contract. Now press your blood onto this scroll." Without hesitation, Naruto bit his thumb, letting the crimson droplet of blood flow, and solemnly pressed it onto the designated spot on the scroll. In the next moment, the scroll seemed to be infused with life, revealing countless dense signatures of various ink styles. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the bold and powerful characters spelling Jiraiya at the top, and as he looked down, he was startled to see a name: Minato Namikaze. "Alright kid, now is not the time to daydream and reminisce." Jiraiya interrupted his thoughts, his tone softening. "Remember, this foundational seal for the summoning technique, which is also the most important seal, Hyūga Shinwei. Once the seals are completed, concentrate your spirit, channel all your chakra, imagine establishing a solid connection with the summoning land, Mount Myaboku, and call out to the partner who is willing to respond to you." Naruto nodded vigorously, suppressing distractions, focusing all his spirit, and began to form the seals with his hands according to the teachings, channeling the surging chakra. Within him, he shouted summoning technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke, much smaller than when he performed the shadow clone technique, erupted. As the smoke swiftly dissipated, a small red toad wearing a blue vest with a lit mini pipe in its mouth, standing only half a person's height, and exuding an aura of impatience, appeared with its arms crossed. "Huh, what do you want this time, calling me out like this? Jiraiya, you old pervert, did you get caught peeping at the girl's bath again, and need me to help you?" The little toad, accustomed to complaining halfway through its sentence, suddenly noticed that the figure before it was not Jiraiya, but a stranger with yellow hair. It paused for a moment, its mouth moving around the pipe. "Huh? Not Jiraiya. Who are you, kid? A new contract signer?" Naruto looked at the small toad, which was not even as tall as his waist, but had a big attitude, disappointment written all over his face. He turned to Jiraiya and complained, "Huh? Why is it just such a small toad? Perverted sage, did you teach the wrong seal? Or was the chakra mantra incorrect? I thought we were summoning a big toad." Jiraiya helplessly slapped his forehead, covering his face, as he explained, "Idiot. The size and strength of the summoned beast depend closely on the total amount of chakra you invested, the precision of your output control, and the resonance with the contract. You did use quite a bit of chakra just now, but it was too scattered. Like throwing pepper. You need to concentrate. You need to refine. Imagine that you are summoning not a small toad, but a toad as big as a mountain." The little red toad who was the young Gamakichi was enraged by Naruto's discriminatory remarks, leaping up and trying to hit Naruto on the head with the pipe in its mouth, but due to its short stature it could only angrily tap at his knee. Hey, you cocky yellow-haired brat. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm Gamakichi, the future leader of Mount Myaboku. Gamakichi's father Wanta is my dad. Do you dare to underestimate me? Believe it or not, I'll call my dad to teach you a lesson. Naruto was struck on the knee, feeling pain. He grinned, and seeing that the small toad was genuinely angry, he quickly waved his hands in apology. I'm sorry. Gamakichi, I didn't recognize your greatness. Please don't be mad. Gamakichi finally calmed down a bit, crossing his arms and snorting with an air of superiority. That's more like it. But kid, honestly, your chakra usage just now was indeed a mess, completely chaotic, just like Jiraiya when he first started learning, even worse. You want to summon a big shot like my dad Wanta? With your current control, you're still light years away. First go back and learn how to control your wildly wandering chakra. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, with a bang Gamakichi voluntarily cancelled the summoning and vanished into a puff of white smoke, returning to Mount Myaboku. Naruto scratched his head, a flicker of frustration crossing his face, but more so was the blazing fighting spirit ignited by being underestimated and his unwillingness to back down. Control chakra, huh? Alright, I'll show you control. Let you see the prowess of Naruto Uzumaki. He once again held his breath, concentrating his hands, forming seals more focused than before, striving to compress and precisely guide the chakra flowing within him. Bang bang bang. However, the subsequent attempts still yielded unsatisfactory results. What he summoned were either tiny tadpoles smaller than his palm with tails, or some seemingly confused baby toads that couldn't even speak, the largest one barely matching Naruto's own height and looking utterly bewildered. Jiraiya, with arms crossed, watched from the side, not in a hurry to intervene and correct Naruto's repeated failures. He knew well that the process of training in the summoning technique itself was an excellent and efficient exercise for chakra control. He observed Naruto, undeterred by repeated failures, becoming more focused and determined with each attempt to form seals and channel chakra, the indomitable flame of determination burning in his cerulean eyes, and a subtle smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips. This kid, this relentless spirit, is just like his parents. Perhaps he really can create miracles and gain the true recognition of those old fellows at Mount Myaboku. The setting sun gradually painted the sky red, casting a warm glow over the third training ground. Naruto continued to wrestle with the summoning technique, sweat soaking his bangs, but the light in his eyes shone even brighter than the sunset. And this entire day, filled with sweat, laughter, pranks, and relentless effort, slowly drew to a close in this scene that embodied persistence. Several days of practicing the summoning technique left Naruto somewhat restless. Each time he summoned either a tadpole or a small toad, and even Toadgama was too lazy to come out and mock him. Looking at Jiraiya's expression of "I knew it would turn out this way," and the occasional suppressed laughter from his friends, especially Kiba, Naruto felt a sense of embarrassment. Why can't I do it? Naruto grabbed his golden hair and shouted at the empty ground, "Chakra control! Chakra control!" I followed the system and the perverted sage's instructions. Ding. Host detected a bottleneck in training. Emotional fluctuations are intense. Suggestion: try using the Shadow Clone Overlap training mode for refined synchronization practice of chakra control. The calm electronic voice of the Get Stronger by Hugging system resonated in his mind, as if a clear spring was pouring into his restless heart. Shadow Clone. Synchronization control. Uncle Minato's soul suddenly flashed with insight. That's right. In the original work, Naruto learned the Rasengan with the help of Shadow Clones, right? Although the principles were different, this need for precise manipulation, allowing multiple consciousnesses to synchronize and coordinate, might yield miraculous results. Let's do it. Naruto had always been a man of action. He immediately formed hand seals and shouted, "Multiplication of Shadow Clones technique." Bang 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 bang. This time, he didn't blindly summon hundreds or thousands of clones to create a spectacle, but accurately produced only 5 shadow clones. With the 5 clones and his original self, 6 figures quickly formed a small circle. Listen. Naruto's original self wore an unprecedented serious expression, his gaze sweeping across each clone's eyes. We 6 are no longer individuals. Imagine we are a complete whole. A whole with 6 brains, yet sharing the same chakra source and will. Our task is to synchronize hand seals and output chakra simultaneously. The goal is no longer blind summoning, but rather precisely compressing and condensing a highly concentrated chakra energy beam and steadily delivering it to Mount Myaboku through the soul link established by the contract scroll. Do you understand? Understood. X5. The 5 clones echoed in unison, their expressions becoming equal. The 6 Narutos simultaneously closed their eyes, slowly raising their hands, their movements mirroring each other as they began to form seals, Haisu Yushin Wei. The chakra within them, guided by the system's imperceptible and weak coordinating waves, began attempting to resonate and synchronize. It was as if 6 streams originally flowing separately were striving to converge into a precise, condensed, and powerful water arrow. Once, twice. Initially, the flow of chakra still seemed somewhat scattered, at times strong, and weak at times out of sync. Focus. Imagine the 6 of us are pushing against an incredibly heavy stone door. One clone shouted in thought. It feels more like we need to concentrate the power at our fingertips like Sakura does with the chakra scalpel. Another clone proposed a different image. Shut up. Quietly feel the guidance of the original. Don't mess it up. The third clone impatiently interrupted. In this seemingly chaotic, yet continuously fine-tuning and adjusting internal discussion and repeated attempts, their synchronized control of chakra remarkably began to improve at a visible rate. The exquisite feeling of 6 hearts working as one, controlling chakra with precision, became increasingly clear. Finally, after an unknown number of failed attempts, the 6 Narutos, the original plus the clones, seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly opening their eyes wide. Their gazes were sharp as eagles, their hand-seal movements reaching perfect synchronization as the surging chakra within them was compressed and refined, as if calculated with precision, accompanied by a thunderous roar summoning technique. This time, there was no chaotic energy fluctuation as before, replaced instead by a deeply resonant sound, as if it came from the depths of the 9 nether, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Boom. A massive column of white smoke, far exceeding any previous attempt, shot skyward like a small mushroom cloud. The dense smoke quickly spread, nearly obscuring half the sky of the training ground, causing even the sunlight to dim. As the thick white smoke was slowly dispersed by an invisible hand, everyone present, including the seemingly indifferent Jiraiya, stared in astonishment, their pupils dilating at the incredible sight. Before them, a gigantic toad, its body as large as a small mountain, holding a giant pipe larger than a person, with a glimmering short blade at its waist, exuding an indolent yet unmatched majesty, firmly squatting in the center of the training ground. Its enormous single eye narrowed slightly, displaying a hint of impatience and scrutiny, as if it was looking down upon the small crowd below like ants. It was none other than one of the high-ranking members of Mount Myaboku. Toad Wenta. Did we succeed? Did we? Naruto's original self and the 5 clones stared at the colossal creature before them, which could only be described as blocking out the sun. First stunned, then uncontrollably bursting into joy. Like a volcano, they jumped up, excitedly high-fiving and hugging each other, letting out deafening cheers. Yay! Awesome! We did it! Jiraiya's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. His sake gourd fell with a clatter, completely unnoticed, as he pointed at Wenta, then at Naruto, his voice cracking. No way. The first official summoning. For the first time we summoned this guy, Wenta. This chakra control, and the compatibility with Mount Myaboku, is just absurd. What kind of monster is this kid? Wenta let out a massive yawn, exhaling a stream of hot air thick with tobacco aroma, his voice deep, like rolling thunder. Jiraiya, you bastard, you interrupted my nap. Huh. Why is this yellow-haired brat the one summoning me? I've never seen him before. At that moment, as Naruto's original self, overwhelmed with excitement, instinctively rushed over to hug Wenta's thick pillar-like toad leg as a gesture of friendliness and gratitude. Ding. Detected host successfully hugging the summoning beast. Toad won a sage level. Special reward obtained. Chakra total amount and recovery speed greatly increased. Gained passive ability. Toad power slightly increases physical strength and defense. Summoning technique Mount Myaboku contract affinity significantly increased, reducing consumption for future summons of Wenta and higher level toads, increasing success rate. The system's pleasant prompt echoed once more, and the generous rewards made Naruto's smile even brighter. The appearance of Wentai brought an immense sense of oppression. And Shawan instinctively took a few steps back. Dingsy forgot about the potato chips in his hand, and Niji's Byakugan was filled with seriousness, while even Luquan put away his lazy expression. Wentai's enormous single eye swept across the ground, finally locking onto the still excited Naruto. Kid, are you the one who's— Yes, that's me. Great Toad. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto boldly replied, unafraid. Uzumaki. Wentai seemed to recall something, his gaze slightly shifting, but soon returned to a languid and impatient demeanor. No matter who you are, if you summon me, be prepared to bear my temper. I absolutely despise arrogant little brats. As he spoke, his massive body suddenly moved, seemingly casually shaking his head, but the gale created swept across the ground like a tempest, sending everyone staggering. Whoa, everyone be careful. Naruto reacted swiftly, his chakra exploding beneath his feet, firmly anchoring him to the ground, like a nail struggling to maintain his balance amid the fierce wind, while shouting loudly at Wentai, Great Toad. I'm not arrogant. I'm serious about getting stronger to become the future Hokage. I need your power. Hokage. Wentai seemed to find something amusing, letting out a deafening snicker, the sound waves spreading as if they were tangible. What? Having not even grown all his hair, daring to speak of Hokage. Then let me see with my own eyes if you have the qualification to stand on my back. Before his words fell, his muscular hind leg forcefully kicked the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a loud crash, the ground trembled slightly, and Wentai's massive body, in an agility completely uncharacteristic for its size, leaped swiftly towards the dense forest surrounding the training ground like a cannonball. With each leap, the earth shook, leaving behind enormous footprints deep in the ground. Hey, Great Toad, wait for me. Don't run. Naruto was anxious, not bothering to greet the others, immediately dispelling the 5 shadow clones that assisted in the summoning. The flood of synchronized control experience instantly hit back, causing a familiar ache in his head, and then gathered all his chakra beneath his feet, desperately chasing after him like an arrow released from a bow. Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed worriedly as she watched Naruto chase after the terrifying beast alone. Jiraiya, however, stopped the others who wanted to follow, revealing a meaningful smile that even hinted at enjoying the spectacle. This is an exchange he must experience with Wentai. Whether they become partners or be completely disliked, it all depends on this kid's own abilities and fate. In the dense forest after several leaps, Wente's massive orange figure almost disappeared behind the overlapping treetops. Only the distant boom of crashing and the crack of breaking trees could be heard. Naruto infused chakra into his legs, rapidly weaving and leaping between the thick branches, giving his all to pursue, shouting continuously, "Great Toad! Don't run so fast. Can't we just have a good chat?" Wentai was deliberately testing him, sometimes agilely darting among the treetops, sometimes slowing down, and even occasionally creating obstacles on purpose. His sturdy tail like a giant steel whip swept across, snapping whole trees in half, and crashing to the ground, blocking the path. Or abruptly turning back, spitting out several small water-release gunshots that were deliberately suppressed in power, but still enough to break stone, forcing Naruto to constantly change his route or perform extreme dodges. Several times Naruto narrowly avoided being hit by falling trees or being blasted away by the swiftly approaching water balls, ending up covered in dust and dirt, his clothes torn by branches, appearing quite disheveled. Yet the flames burning in his bright blue eyes never extinguished. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the results of his training to the limit, utilizing some Byakugan insight techniques occasionally shared by Hinata to observe the chakra's flow, combined with his excellent reflexes and agile body movements, dodging danger time and again at the last moment, like the most stubborn hunting dog, fiercely biting onto Wente's massive chakra response, refusing to let go. Tisk, this little brat's perseverance is surprisingly strong. Wentai sensed the chakra behind him that was as sticky as gum, unable to shake it off, silently evaluating. He suddenly stopped in a relatively open space in the forest, casting a huge shadow with his massive body. Panting, Naruto reached the edge of the open space, hands on his knees, his chest heaving violently, sweat flowing down his forehead like a small stream, soaking his tattered clothes. Yet he lifted his head, looking into Wente's eyes, still bright like stars, even carrying a hint of provocation. Huh, Great Toad. You can't be out of breath, right? Wentai slowly turned around, his enormous single eye focused on Naruto like a spotlight, sizing him up for a while, observing his straight yet ragged posture and the unwavering light in his eyes, suddenly exhaling a puff of heated air tinged with tobacco. Fine, since you have such perseverance and persistence, I will reluctantly acknowledge you this time. Listen, yellow-haired brat, next time you summon me, make sure it's for something serious and worth my effort, otherwise. He tapped the scabbard of the short blade at his waist with his massive web claw, producing a dull metallic clash. Watch out, or I'll smack you, but hard with the back of my knife. After finishing, without giving Naruto another chance to speak, with a loud bang and a puff of white smoke, Wente's massive body instantly disappeared, leaving behind a few gigantic footprints and a messy surrounding environment. Naruto was stunned at first, but then he reacted, immense joy sweeping away all his fatigue. He excitedly waved his fist at the sky, where Wentai had disappeared, shouting loudly, "Awesome! Great Toad acknowledged me. Just wait, I will definitely become a powerful ninja worthy of you." Although the process was fraught with hardship and danger, the outcome was undoubtedly successful. Naruto not only successfully summoned the top combat power of Mount Myaboku Wentai with his own strength, along with a bit of system assistance and insights from Mingren, but also through his unwavering persistence and resilience initially earned the recognition of this hot-tempered Great Toad, laying a solid foundation for future joint battles. Naruto successfully summoned the colossal form of Gamabunta, deeply stirring the other boys present. That mountainous summon, a creature of legend, and its flamboyant, awe-inspiring entrance embodied every young shinobi's dream companion. Kiba was the first to dart over to Jiraiya, eyes wide with eager anticipation. "Perverted sage, can we also sign a contract with Mount Myaboku? I want to summon a giant toad just like that." It looks incredibly powerful. Choji nodded vigorously. Even Shikamaru, normally unflappable, and Niji, whose pride often masked his curiosity, could not conceal the flicker of longing in their eyes. Shino remained silent, yet his gaze, visible only as a subtle shift behind his dark glasses, kept returning to Jiraiya. Jiraiya instantly felt his head splitting in two. A contract with Mount Myaboku's toads was no common commodity. It was not granted to just anyone. It demanded rigorous evaluation of one's character and chakra affinity, and most crucially the toad's own volition. Well, ahem. Jiraiya rubbed his palms together, forcing a strained apologetic smile. Children dreams are noble, but the Mount Myaboku summoning contract is rather unique. Not everyone is suited for it. It requires destiny. Yes, destiny. And you have no idea how eccentric those old toad elders are, demanding, temperamental, prone to sudden whims. As Jiraiya slipped once more into his habitual evasions, Naruto's mind sparked with recollections of Fukasaku's infamous repertoire of absurd, unorthodox tactics. Another brilliant idea had taken root. He quietly pulled Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and Shino close. Then, after a moment's hesitation, even dragged Niji, who stood slightly apart, into their huddle. Five heads bowed together in hushed, fervent conspiracy. Niji initially recoiled, brow furrowed, wrenching his hand free with a cold, disdainful scoff. Humph. Ridiculous. The Hyūga clan needs no such external crutches. Shikamaru, leaning lazily nearby, added with quiet, incisive calm, "Is that so? Then tell me, do you truly wish no stronger power? No swifter path beyond the suffocating constraints of the main house? No proof of your worth? A summon is no mere trinket. It is tangible, formidable strength." "Exactly, Niji. Don't be so stiff." Kiba and Choji chimed in, urging him on. "Come on, give it a try. Maybe you'll summon the mightiest toad of them all." Recalling Gamabunta's sheer, breath-stealing presence, the oppressive weight of his scale alone, and juxtaposing it against the seemingly unbreakable walls of the Hyūga main house. Niji hesitated, then clenched his jaw, swallowed his pride, and silently acquiesced to this audacious operation. Thus, while Jiraiya still scrambled for diplomatic words to gently decline this torrent of youthful enthusiasm, Naruto, leading the charge, alongside Shikamaru Narakiba, Inuzuka Choji Akimichi, Shino Aburame, and even Niji Hyūga himself stood shoulder to shoulder. With a shared glance, the five youths, each distinct in bearing, build, and temperament, simultaneously formed the hand seals. Transformation technique. Poof, 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 poof. A thick plume of white smoke dissipated, revealing not boys but five figures of surreal theatrical charm, five self-consciously coquettish twin-tailed maidens, each striking an exaggerated awkward pose. There was the bright sunlit sweetheart-type Naruto's guise, the languid tree-leaning charmer Shikamaru's, the wild, untamed punkette, arms draped possessively around a mortified pinkbo-clad Akamaru Kiba's, the soft round-cheeked plump cutie Choji's, and the taciturn spectacled scholarly beauty Shino's. Even Niji transformed into a frosty glacial ice queen, her stern white eyes at jarring odds with her frilly twin braids. Sensei Jiraiya, teach us the contract too, please, please, please. Naruto pitched her voice high and thin, batting her lashes with what she believed was devastating allure. Signing a contract doesn't sound so troublesome. Rather delightful, in fact, wouldn't you agree? Shikamaru leaned against the trunk, voice dripping with practiced, syrupy languor. This lady wishes to summon a toad just as massive. Hand over the contract scroll now. Kabako puffed her chest, attempting menace, but only amplifying the comedy. Shino's transformation silent, motionless, yet the very existence of those twin braids delivered a shockwave of absurdity. Niji's transformation utterly still, his Byakugan's icy piercing gaze locked onto Jiraiya, its severity clashing so violently with his girlish hairstyle that an uncanny paradoxical charm emerged. Jiraiya stared, his mind short-circuited, upon this sudden riotous blossoming of beauties, each vying for attention in their own bizarre, irresistible way. His nose flared, twin crimson geysers erupted uncontrollably. His pupils dilated into enormous quivering hearts, breath ragged, he pointed a trembling finger. Ah, heaven! This must be heaven descended upon earth. Sign. All of you sign. I shall hand you the contract scroll this instant. Who refuses, I'll fight to the death. Under the overwhelming assault of sublime surreal allure, Jiraiya's resolve shattered. Dazed and euphoric, he fumbled once more for the sacred Mount Myaboku contract scroll. Ultimately, through a brief, blood-fogged assessment, and a vague, distant resonance from Mount Myaboku's toads, perhaps stirred by an unprecedented wave of spiritual dissonance, Shikamaru Nara and Niji Hyūga were confirmed as possessing sufficient affinity. They pricked their thumbs and sealed their names in crimson upon the scroll, binding themselves in blood oath to the toads. After signing, Shikamaru gazed at the fresh blood mark on his thumb and sighed, habitual weariness settling back into his voice. Tisich. What a nuisance. Now I'll have to navigate those eccentric toads' moods and keep peace with them. Niji, however, stood transfixed before the scroll, his name inscribed just beneath Minato Namikaze. His expression was layered. Uncertainty, fragile hope of breaking free from the Hyūga's chains, and deepest of all, a fierce, unspoken yearning for greater power. Though Kiba, Inuzuka, Choji Akimichi, and Shino Aburame lacked the requisite affinity and left disappointed, Jiraiya, once he'd stanched his nosebleed, offered compensatory techniques, a streamlined collaborative version of the Fong over Fong technique for Kiba, and Akamaru, reigniting his excitement. Thus concluded this uproarious, chaotic, and unexpectedly consequential episode, an improbable pact forged not by prowess or purity of chakra, but by boys' collective self-sacrificing and hilariously unorthodox performance of femininity. As the boys, mainly Shikamaru and Niji, either maintained a facade of calm or struggled to conceal their excitement upon successfully signing the toad contract, the girls gathered around displayed unmistakable hesitation and reluctance on their faces. Ino Yamanaka sidled up to Hinata, Hyūga, Sakura, Haruno, and Tintin, lowering her voice with a hint of unease. Well, although Boss Gamabunta does look incredibly powerful and imposing, but actually having to fight alongside toads, it feels a bit, you know. Sakura nodded vigorously, a trace of disdain hard to conceal. Yeah, Inapig, you're right. Toads always seem a bit damp and slimy. Just imagining standing on their backs or being rolled up by their tongues. She couldn't help but shiver and hugged her arms tightly. Tintin also tilted her head, trying to picture herself standing atop a giant toad, hurling countless ninja tools with heroic grace. But somehow the image carried an indescribable sense of incongruity and bizarre aesthetics, making her frown slightly. Although Hinata remained silent, merely listening quietly, her pure Byakugan clearly revealed a hint of not quite accepting sentiment. At the same time, the CEO system in her mind swiftly provided a calm analysis. When selecting a summoning beast, one must comprehensively consider its compatibility with the host's personal image, combat style, and future development path. Comprehensive analysis indicates that the toad-type summoning beast has low compatibility with the host's currently cultivated image of elegance, mystery, and business tycoon, as well as the future potential positioning of high-end and strategic. It is recommended to explore other more optimal options. Though still a bit dizzy from the earlier beauty shock, the perceptive Jiraiya noticed the girl's less enthusiastic reactions. He chuckled, stroked his white spiky hair, thinking himself irresistible, and walked over. What's the matter? Ladies, from the looks of it, you're not interested in our handsome toads from Mount Mayaboku. Ino Yamanaka mustered her courage to speak on behalf of the sisters. Pervert sage, is there no summoning beast clan that looks more pleasing or has a more elegant temperament more suitable for us girls? A summoning beast more suitable for girls? Jiraiya rubbed his stubbled chin, a flicker of reminiscence and emotion in his eyes. Come to think of it, there really is one. And it's another existence that ranks alongside the toads of Mount Mayaboku as one of the 3 great summoning sacred lands of the ninja world. Oh, now not only Ino but all the girls, including the originally reluctant Sakura and Tintin, curiously turned their gazes toward him, and even Hinata pricked up her ears. Its name is Shikatsu Forest. Jiraiya slowly uttered the name, his tone grave. The summoning beasts that dwell there are slugs. Slugs? You mean snotworms? Sakura and Ino's faces instantly paled. Feeling this answer was even harder to accept than toads, even a bit nauseating. Hey, don't jump to conclusions. Judging a book by its cover, or judging a beast by its appearance, is a big mistake. Jiraiya quickly waved his hands to explain. The slugs of Shikatsu Forest are completely different from those mollusks you see on the roadside. They possess extremely powerful splitting and healing abilities. They can perform massive-scale division simultaneously, healing thousands of ninja. On the battlefield, a powerful slug summoner is the most solid logistical support capable of saving countless comrades' lives. And their contractor. You should all have heard of the legendary name. He deliberately paused, building the girls' anticipation before revealing the weighty name. One of the legendary Sannin, hailed as the medical saint and princess of superhuman strength, Tsunade. Lady Tsunade. Sakura Haruno gasped sharply, her eyes suddenly blazing with a brilliance like starlight. She was the legendary kunoichi she most admired, considered her life goal and idol. She had heard countless tales of Lady Tsunade's miraculous medical ninjutsu and her feats of bringing people back from the brink of death on the battlefield. That's right. Jiraiya nodded affirmatively, his tone filled with admiration for his old friend. Tsunade's summoning beast is precisely the slug sage's clone from Shikatsu Forest. If you're interested in medical ninjutsu team support, or, well, a certain special physical combat style, he glanced meaningfully at Sakura, the slugs of Shikatsu Forest might be the perfect choice for you, with potential no less than the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Of course, signing a contract with Shikatsu Forest is no easier than with Mount Mayaboku, perhaps even harder. It requires the contractor to possess extremely strong chakra control, a pure heart, and the recognition of the slug sage herself. These words lit a guiding lamp in the girls' hearts, instantly dispelling their previous confusion and hesitation. Sakura Haruno unconsciously clenched her fists, her nails almost digging into her palms. Her gaze became incredibly firm and fervent. Lady Tsunade. Her summoning beast is actually a slug. This is not just a choice of summoning beast, it's a path toward her dream, becoming a great medical ninja like Lady Tsunade. This made her determination to apprentice under Tsunade stronger than ever. Ino Yamanaka and Tintin also began to seriously consider the possibility of a slug summoning beast. Especially the emphasized powerful healing and split support abilities, which seemed to perfectly match their combat styles that were not particularly inclined toward direct assault, allowing them to play an irreplaceable role in the team. In Hinata, Hyūga's mind, the CEO system quickly presented a new analysis: Shikatsu Forest Slug Strategic Value Assessment, extremely high. Its large-scale group, healing, and information transmission capabilities offer unparalleled advantages in team combat and faction building, highly compatible with the host's long-term development strategy of core investment and team protection. Recommendation: set obtaining the Shikatsu Forest contract as a high-priority goal and actively prepare. The girls exchanged smiles, each finding new direction and purpose. The path of summoning beasts was not limited to toads alone. Under the setting sun, the young boys and girls, each harboring new dreams and expectations, concluded this fulfilling and chaotic day. And the doors to a stronger path seemed to have opened a few more for them. After another delicious bowl of Ichiraku ramen sponsored by Hinata Tycoon System Funds, Naruto patted his round belly and let out a loud burp. I'm satisfied. By the way, Hinata, let's go find that guy Sasuke. We haven't seen him for days, and I wonder where Kakashi Sensei has hidden him for training. Naruto suggested. Hinata naturally wouldn't object, nodding obediently. The two wandered around Konoha village, trying to sense the chakra of Kakashi or Sasuke. Naruto's hug to get stronger system also quietly activated the bond map scanning function, trying to locate the light spot representing the highly alert Kakashi. Finally, outside a small forest near Training Ground 44, Naruto sensed a familiar chakra fluctuation. Over there. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he pulled Hinata forward. The two parted the dense bushes and saw Hitaki Kakashi leisurely leaning against a thick tree, his whole body as if boneless, holding his usual book with an ambiguous cover, Make Out Paradise, reading with great relish, seemingly keeping watch for Sasuke, who was training somewhere, or perhaps just finding a perfect excuse to slack off. Kakashi Sensei! Naruto shouted with his piercing voice, waving and running over. Kakashi didn't even lift his head, his eyes seemingly glued to the pages, only responding in his signature lazy tone. Oh, it's Naruto and Hinata. What brings you here today? Training done. And Sasuke, we haven't seen him for days. What secret jutsu is he? Naruto stepped closer, asking about Sasuke, but his azure eyes involuntarily and slyly darted toward Kakashi's seemingly defenseless and vulnerable side. A thought so bold it was nearly suicidal and especially tempting with the fragments of Uncle Mingren's memory echoed like a demon's whisper in his mind, a golden opportunity. Kakashi Sensei is engrossed in his racy book, his mental defenses at their weakest. If not now, when? A hug reward from a cage-level powerhouse. Warning. Serious warning. Detected that the host is attempting a deliberate sneak hug on a target marked as extremely dangerous. High alert. Hatake Kakashi Elite Jonin. Based on comprehensive analysis of target's strength, reaction speed, and historical behavior patterns, the success rate of this action is estimated to be below 0.1. Risk level extremely high. Strongly not recommended. Please stop this suicidal behavior immediately. The system's warning sound blared like an air raid siren, flashing wildly in Naruto's mind. However, Naruto was already intoxicated by the fantasy of generous system rewards, his reason completely drowned by greed, and he unhesitatingly chose to ignore the system's red alert. Sasuke. Kakashi seemed completely immersed in the wondrous world of Make-out Paradise, his voice trailing off lazily with a hint of absent-mindedness. Now, a sharp light, the light of suicidal foolishness, flashed in Naruto's eyes. Chakra exploded from his feet, and his body lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, arms outstretched, aiming to hug Kakashi's seemingly slender waist with what he thought was lightning speed. His face even bore a sly, expectant smile of a plan about to succeed. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the edge of Kakashi's green vest, something unexpected happened. Kakashi's right hand holding Make-out Paradise seemed to just be tired from reading and wanted to change position extremely, naturally, and coincidentally, sinking slightly downward, the thick book precisely blocking the path of Naruto's arms. At the same time, his other hand that had been hanging at his side, its index and middle fingers, had already come together, and he stabbed sharply. Leaf Village Secret Taijutsu 1000 Years of Pain. Hua! A miserable, completely deformed scream enough to make anyone who heard it sorrowful and tearful suddenly pierced the quiet of the small forest soaring into the sky. Naruto felt an indescribable force, a mixture of tearing pain, bone-deep agony, and extreme shame enough to cause social death, violently assaulting his vulnerable rear. His whole body like a rocket with ignited boosters, or as if kicked hard in the rear by an invisible giant foot, shot straight fast, with a desperate spin, and a long trailing sound, turning into a meteor carrying endless sorrow and pain, flying straight into the vast sky beyond the forest, becoming a small dot in the blink of an eye. Only then did Kakashi, as if just swatting away an annoying fly, casually retract the finger that carried the essence of the leaf's secret technique, and even leisurely turn the page of Make-out Paradise in his hand, calmly finishing the sentence that had been interrupted. He is undergoing a very important secret training and cannot be disturbed for now. Come back in a few days. Hyūga. Hinata witnessed everything that happened in the blink of an eye, first covering her mouth in shock, her Byakugan widening slightly in astonishment, then seeing Naruto-kun flying away like a star, screaming in an extremely indecent and embarrassing posture, her pretty face instantly flushed like a ripe apple, even her fair neck and earlobes turning an enticing pink. She stammered incoherently to Kakashi, "Sorry for disturbing you, Kakashi-sensei." Then she immediately turned, chakra exploding from her feet, and like a startled deer, she chased in the direction Naruto had disappeared, feeling both amused and absurd, yet full of worry for Naruto-kun. Ding! Sneak hug attempt on extremely dangerous target completely failed, and suffered the target's signature, lethal, physical, and mental counterattack. Obtain negative status, localized persistent severe pain estimated to last several hours, temporary mobility impairment, mental humiliation max. The system once again solemnly advises, please recognize reality, cherish your life and buttocks, stay away from high-risk targets, and train down to earth. The system's prompt tone still maintained its electronic calm, but between the lines seemed to exude a helpless, bringing iron to steel frustration. Naruto traced a graceful parabolic arc in the air, feeling the searing pain from behind, and the howling wind in his ears, his heart filled with tears as he thought, I knew it. I knew it would turn out like this. Kakashi-sensei, that sly old fox. Is the defense point full? Just when he thought he would hit the ground face first or crash into a building, his flight trajectory began to descend right above a secluded training ground. Wah, I'm going to crash. On the training ground, 3 tiny figures were engaged in basic physical training under the guidance of a middle-aged teacher wearing sunglasses and dressed formally. It was Sarutobi, Konohamaru, Kazakiri, Mokawa, and Isu Don. Konohamaru, make sure your punching posture is correct. Align your waist and horse stance. As the grandson of the Third Hokage, every action of yours represents. Konohamaru, you need to adjust your movements. The teacher Hibi corrected Konohamaru's stance with a serious expression when suddenly he heard a piercing scream coming from above. He saw an orange figure flailing and descending awkwardly from the sky. Danger! Hibi reacted swiftly, shouting as he pulled Konohamaru, Mokawa, and Udon behind him while slightly crouching to take a defense. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Naruto crashed hard onto the soft sandy ground of the training area, creating a distinctly shaped impression of a human form. He lay in the pit in a big shape, feeling as though all his bones had been dislocated, especially in a particular sensitive area that sent waves of pain through him, leaving him unable to move momentarily, only able to let out intermittent groans of pain. Ugh. It hurts so much. That damn Kakashi-sensei. Konohamaru, Mokawa, and Udon cautiously peeked out from behind Hibi, curiously observing this visitor from the sky. Hey, you strange guy, are you alright? How did you fall from the sky? Konohamaru wriggled out from Hibi's protection, taking a few steps forward, hands on his hips, trying his best to look like a little adult, but his eyes were filled with uncontrolled curiosity. Naruto grimaced, struggling to turn over like a flipped turtle sitting up, while rubbing his sore arms and knees, and irritably complained, "Do I look like I'm fine? My whole body is protesting." Hibi adjusted his sunglasses, carefully scrutinizing Naruto, and finally recognized this notorious troublemaker in the village, his tone unintentionally laced with a hint of disdain and detachment. "So it's Uzumaki Naruto. Please leave immediately, and do not disturb Konohamaru's precious training time." Naruto despised this condescending tone, especially when the other party was wearing such pretentious sunglasses. He immediately jumped up, enduring the pain the movement pulled at his injuries, making him grimace again, and angrily retorted, "Sunglasses, uncle? What do you mean? Is this training ground your family's property? Someone like you who only knows how to play pranks, and can't even control chakra, better have some self-awareness, and stay away from Konohamaru lest you pass on your bad habits to him." "What did you say? You bastard glasses teacher." Naruto instantly exploded with anger, all the pain pushed aside by his fury. However, little Konohamaru was intrigued by this yellow-haired brother, who dared to challenge his usually serious and uncommon. He felt that this brother seemed a bit different. As the conflict was about to escalate, Naruto's eyes turned and memories filled with various tricks from Uncle Mingren resurfaced. A strange smile appeared on his face as he quickly formed hand seals with both hands. "You look down on me, huh? Today let this old-fashioned sunglasses uncle witness my unique ultimate technique that transcends the common knowledge of ninjutsu. Seduction technique." Bang! After a puff of white smoke where Naruto Uzumaki had stood there appeared a dazzling girl with golden twin tails, an outrageous figure dressed in an extremely revealing bikini armor, Naruto. She threw a powerfully flirtatious wink at Hibi and sweetly asked, "Is there anything I can guide you on?" "Serious, Hibi." His eyes behind the sunglasses widened in shock, as if they were about to burst through the lenses. He felt as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt, his mind going blank instantly. The moral defenses and rational high ground he had maintained as an elite teacher for decades crumbled before this extreme mental temptation and visual impact, like a paper wall collapsing. His nostrils flared, and 2 streams of bright red blood gushed forth like a flood breaking through a dam, akin to a runaway, high-pressure water gun puffing out explosively, drawing 2 tragic, yet beautiful arcs in the air. Puff! Demon, tempting the heart. "What is this?" Hibi pointed at the seductive Naruto before him, trembling violently, his lips quivering, unable to utter a complete sentence, before finally his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed backward with a loud thud into the sand, kicking up some dust, completely fainting. "Hebi sensei!" Mokuwa and Udon exclaimed in shock, rushing over to try and wake him up. Meanwhile, Konohamaru was starry-eyed, filled with unprecedented excitement and shock. He completely ignored the fainted tutor and dashed towards Naruto, who had already reverted back to normal and was brushing off the dust from his hands, wearing a basic practice is not to be trifled with expression, grabbing Naruto's pant leg, looking up with admiration in his eyes, and exclaimed loudly, "Wow. Amazing. You're incredible. Big brother, you're so strong. My name is Sarutobi Konohamaru. What is your name? Please teach." Naruto looked at this little guy who was instantly captivated by him, feeling an unprecedented sense of vanity, being immensely satisfied. He placed his hands on his hips and laughed skyward, declaring proudly, "Ha ha ha. Listen well, little brat. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I am destined to become the Hokage. Wow, so cool." Konohamaru instantly became Naruto's #1 little fan, believing this golden-haired big brother was nothing less than a beacon illuminating the path of his life. Having easily dealt with Hibi, Naruto and Konohamaru sat under the shade of a tree at the training ground, engaging in conversation. Konohamaru was greatly impressed by Naruto's technique that defeated teacher Hibi. "Naruto, big brother, how did you come up with the idea to develop that kind of ninjutsu? It's simply a subversion of the traditional concept of ninjutsu." Konohamaru was so excited that he was dancing with his hands. He felt that Naruto's thinking was simply astonishing. Naruto chuckled, beginning to boast, interspersed with some personal opinions. "You wouldn't understand this, would you? True strength doesn't necessarily come from being famous for fighting. Look at my mentor Kakashi, he's impressive, right? But he spends all day reading books written by a lecherous sage named Jiraiya." "Written by a lecherous sage named Jiraiya," Naruto said in a low voice, trying to sound mysterious. "Jiraiya." Konohamaru racked his brain to search for that name, but had no impression of it. "He's a super powerful, one of the legendary Sannin." Naruto spread his arms wide, gesturing a huge outline to emphasize Jiraiya's might. "His power is limitless, and he can summon toads as big as mountains. He can turn the tides, and is capable of anything." Konohamaru gasped in awe, feeling the shock of the Sannin's renown. "But you know," Naruto shifted his tone, revealing the core of his twisted logic. "Despite being so powerful, his greatest hobby isn't fighting, but writing books. Writing those interesting novels for adults. And also about his travels around the world filled with colorful illustrations. And the result? His books sell like hotcakes, and he's incredibly popular. Even a master like Kakashi is a loyal reader, never parting with his book wherever he goes. I don't even know how many people adore him and like him." Naruto believed that this twisted logic was simply a shortcut to the pinnacle of life. He slapped his thigh vigorously as if having an epiphany. "You see, being Hokage is so tiring. You have to deal with piles of paperwork, worry about the safety of the village, and even a bowl of ramen could be interrupted. But someone like the lecherous sage by writing books can make so many people like him remember him and even admire him. This level of fame and influence could possibly be higher than that of the Hokage. Then no one would dare to look down on him anymore. Wherever he goes, people treat him to meals. Konohamaru listened stunned as his little brain spun rapidly. He had always longed to break free from the shadow of being the grandson of the Hokage and earn true recognition for his own value. Naruto's words opened a large hole in his previously narrow-minded thinking, revealing a whole new world filled with possibilities. It turned out that fame and recognition didn't necessarily have to rely on inheriting his grandfather's Hokage position. It could also come from writing books. Naruto looked at the contemplative Konohamaru as if something had stirred in him. He sighed a hint of unrecognized loneliness and longing in his tone. Alas, to be honest, if I had the time and the education, I would also like to write books. I would write a book praising Konoha, praising Grandpa Hokage and the Sarutobi clan for their hard work and wisdom for the village, praising Elder Shimura Danzo who always hides in the shadows and looks gloomy, and his Shimura clan. Basically praising all the clans and ninjas who have bled and contributed for Konoha, writing out their heroic stories so that the whole village, even the entire world, would know their goodness. That way, if everyone reads the book and is happy, they might think of me, Naruto Uzumaki, as a grateful, thoughtful, cultured young man, and they won't hate me so much in the future. And they won't call me the Nine Tails. He said, his voice gradually lowering and his head slightly drooping. His once dazzling golden hair seemed to dim a little, and the subtle hint of grievance and hope in his tone caused both Moyu and Udon to fall silent. Konohamaru looked at Naruto, who appeared fragile and lonely at that moment, and recalled his earlier impressive stance against teacher Hyūga. A strong sense of protectiveness and responsibility surged within his small heart. Naruto, big brother, is so powerful, yet he also has such troubles. What he said about writing books seems not only about gaining fame, but also a good way for others to understand and accept him. Naruto, big brother. Konohamaru suddenly jumped up from the ground, puffing out his small chest, his face filled with unprecedented seriousness and determination, as if he had taken on an great mission concerning world peace. If you don't have time to write, it's okay. You have more important things to do. But we have the time. Moyu, Udon, and I can help you write. You just need to tell us your ideas and stories, and we will take care of the writing. Moyu is great at writing. Udon is amazing at drawing. He'll take care of gathering the materials. Together the three of us will surely help you create the best and most popular book of praise in all of Konoha. Let everyone know the heroes of Konoha through this book and also understand your kindness and talent, Naruto, big brother. Naruto was taken aback by Konohamaru's sudden impassioned declaration. He looked at the little guy whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and was surprised that his casual complaints and fantasies had been taken so seriously by Konohamaru. At that moment, Hyūga, who had finally awoken after being gently wiped by Moyu and Udon with a damp handkerchief, and still holding his slightly aching, mainly his pride, nose, staggered over. He happened to overhear Konohamaru's grand proclamation and instinctively wanted to object, urging the young master to steer clear of the unstable factor that was Naruto. But then he thought, as long as Naruto Uzumaki doesn't teach the young master those vulgar and chaotic ninjutsu, but only encourages them to write books, and it sounds like the content is positive and praises Konoha and various clans, it doesn't seem like a bad thing. It might even help the lively and active young master to calm down and get in touch with some literary work, cultivating a bit of... He adjusted his slightly askew sunglasses, coughed lightly, attempting to regain his authority as a teacher. Ahem, if young master Konohamaru is interested in literary creation, I don't oppose it in principle. However, he suddenly intensified his tone, glaring sternly at Naruto. The content of the manuscript must be positive and healthy, promoting the will of fire. Absolutely no content that is morally corrupt or distorts history. Otherwise, I absolutely won't agree. Naruto looked at the expectant Konohamaru, then at the approving Hyūga, scratching his head. It seems that might work. Ming Ren's quirky scheme. A roundabout attempt to rehabilitate his image and raise his renown by writing a book. Unexpectedly won an enthusiastic response from Mu Yiwan's little circle. A makeshift writing team formed at the edge of the small training ground. Ming Ren served as chief planner and the chief source of material, mostly fabricated, while Mu Yiwan, Meng Huang, and Wu Dong acted as the principal writers. First, we need a striking pen name. Ming Ren stroked his chin and began to proffer his ill-conceived ideas. How about Mu Yi Golden Flash? Sounds impressive. Mu Yiwan blinked, feeling that Golden Flash sounded a little tacky and oddly familiar. Yet out of a temporary, unconditional admiration for brother Ming Ren, he nodded reluctantly. Oh, all right. Meng Huang whispered a suggestion. What about Mu Yi New Sprout? It feels full of life. No, not commanding enough. Ming Ren vetoed immediately and made the final call. We shall be Golden Flash. Thus the pen name squabble was quelled under Ming Ren's little despotism. Ming Ren, please continue to lay out the plan. Then let's begin right away. First, who do we write about? We must pick someone weighty, someone who can anchor the whole thing. Of course, write about Grandpa the Hoing first. Mu Yiwan raised his small hand without hesitation. Writing about his own grandfather would give him the greatest impetus. Exactly. Let us record how the Sandaime Hoing in his youth was wise and martial, flawless in strategy, how he led Mu Yi from victory to the prosperity and strength it enjoys today. Ming Ren immediately jumped in and began his flights of fancy. And his super powerful summoned beast, what was it called? Ah yes, Yuanimo. It could transform into a Vajra Rui staff taller than mountains and harder than steel. One stroke would lay in. At the very mention of chronicling his grandfather's glorious deeds, even if fabricated, Mu Yiwan grew ecstatic, scavenging fragments about the Sandame from every source he could think of, chiefly grown-ups gossip and street rumors, and even adding his own imaginative artistic touches. Mingren meanwhile poured forth an endless torrent of words draping upon the Sandame, a weave of material drawn from the original tale's hearsay and outright inventions created solely for theatrical effect. He spun grandiose claims, single-handedly suppressing the rampaging Ninetales with a laugh, outwitting 80,000 elite troops of the Cloud-Hidden Village, fighting the Rakage 300 rounds in his youth to no decisive end, delivered with lavish, breathless enthusiasm, as if he had witnessed them himself. Mu Yiwan, Meng Huang, and Wu Dong listened with mouths agape and hearts stirred. They came away convinced that Brother Ming Ren was not only formidable in strength, but terrifyingly knowledgeable, a veritable fount of lore. They produced their little notebooks and pencils, and scribbled furiously, recording each of Ming Ren's earth-shattering anecdotes. Meng Huang organized the prose while Wu Dong filled the margins with imagined battle scenes, crude sketches, but brimming with passion. Hui Baishu stood a short distance away, ears pricked to Ming Ren's boundless boasts. The corners of his mouth and eyes twitched uncontrollably as he twice nearly rushed forward to correct those ludicrous errors. Seeing Mu Yiwan so uncharacteristically fired by a cultural undertaking and utterly absorbed in the joy of creation, and noting that the manuscript's purpose was after all to praise the Huiying, and Mu Yi albeit extravagantly, he stifled his urge to scoff. With a twitching mouth, he quietly jotted down the most outrageous episodes, planning to report them truthfully later to the Sandame Huiying. Just then Rixiang Chu Tian arrived at the training ground, breathless, as she followed the trail to the place. She found Ming Ren vivacious and flamboyant, gesturing wildly as he told stories to the three children. Although his gait still bore a faint, barely perceptible awkwardness, a lingering after-effect of the Qian, Nian Shai's spirits seemed high, and he was evidently unharmed. Only then did her long-held worry ease, and she lightly patted her chest. Ming Ren, are you all right? You really frightened me, Chu Tian asked softly as she ran over cheeks. Still, I'm fine. A mere trifle. Ming Ren waved nonchalantly, proudly slinging an arm over Mu Yiwan's shoulder as he boasted to Chu Tian, look. This is my new little brother Yuan Fei Mu Yiwan. He's the Huiying's grandson. Impressive, right? We're undertaking a world-shaking endeavor. We're writing a book. Chu Tian watched Ming Ren so eager as if he had found a new purpose, and the three children beside him, who were equally full of zeal. Though she did not quite understand how writing a book counted as a world-shaking deed, she smiled gently and encouraged him in a soft voice. Yes, Ming Ren, do your best. That evening, dutiful and still shaken Hui Baishu mustered his nerve and went to the Huiying's office to report everything that had happened that afternoon and the subsequent writing plan to the Sandame Yuan Fei Rizhan, stressing especially Ming Ren's exaggerated accounts of the Sandame's deeds. In the office, Yuan Fei Rizhan listened to Hui Baishu's account, pipe in hand. The crystal orb before him clearly reflected his grandson, and his friends gathered around Ming Ren, perched on a stone by the training ground, diligently writing and drawing. Hearing Hui Baishu recount Ming Ren's portrayals that elevated him to near-divine status, the Sandame was first astonished, then helplessly amused. He shook his head and exhaled a rueful ring of pipe smoke. That young Ming Ren. Honestly, he pondered for a moment, then waved his hand and said to Hui Baishu, never mind, let them be. As long as that boy refrains from more outrageous pranks, and if this can steady Mu Yiwan and the others into quieter pursuits, while subtle, more sedentary activities, writing some uplifting material, it may be a worthwhile experiment. Hui Baishu, keep an eye on their progress and the manuscript, so the general direction remains sound. There is no need to overly interfere with their creative enthusiasm. Yes, Lord Huiying. Hui Baishu bowed and withdrew from the office. With the Huiying's clear directive, he at last felt. Thus Ming Ren's plan to raise his fame and likability through writing quietly set itself in motion, borne along by an atmosphere that was half jest, half earnest. What they did not suspect was that this hastily assembled writing squad might one day bring him some unforeseen and delight. In the days that followed, Naruto lived a life filled with intense training during the day and chaotic encounters in the evening, as he was often surrounded by the efforts of Konohamaru's writing team. One evening, Naruto practiced the stability of his summoning technique by the riverbank, a more secluded and turbulent area outside the village. Just as he finished forming the hand seals and infused a large amount of chakra into the summoning formula, a loud bang echoed, accompanied by a spray of water, as the colossal toad Gamabunta reappeared, casting a giant shadow over the riverbank. Gamabunta, with a body larger than a house, lazily smoking a giant pipe, a short blade sheathed at his waist, exuded a powerful aura of dominance typical of a top-tier summoning creature, which left the three small figures, Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon, who had come to gather materials, utterly stunned. Wow, what a huge toad, even bigger than the last one. Udon was so frightened that he forgot to wipe his nose, which was now stuck to his lips, and tears swirled in his eyes as he instinctively clutched a trembling sapling next to him. Mogi's face turned pale, devoid of color, as she shrank behind Konohamaru, her voice quivering. Konoha-Murusama, should we run? Konohamaru himself felt his legs tremble, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his throat. He desperately tilted his head back, straining to look up, yet he could not fully take in the towering figure of Gamabunta. However, amid this overwhelming fear that seemed ready to consume him, his gaze caught sight of Naruto, standing next to Gamabunta's rock-like massive toe, wearing a calm expression, though in reality, he was drained of chakra, leaving him weak and dazed, his facial muscles rigid and unable to show any other expression. An indescribable blend of extreme fear, unparalleled shock, and uncontrollable admiration erupted like a volcano within his young heart. Gamabunta's enormous eyes lazily rotated, glancing down at the tiny figures beneath his toes who were almost trembling in terror. He expressed his dissatisfaction by blowing out two thick clouds of fragrant white smoke from his nostrils, the sound of his booming voice reverberating through the air as he complained to Naruto, who looked as small as an ant below him. "Hey, Naruto, why is it that every time you summon me there's a bunch of little brats hanging around to watch? I'm Gamabunta, the legendary toad of Mount Myaboku, not a clown at the Konoha circus to entertain children. Next time be careful, or I'll trim your eyebrows with my short blade." With that, without giving Naruto any chance to explain or respond, and indeed Naruto could barely muster the strength to lift a finger, a loud bang accompanied by a rich cloud of white smoke signaled Gamabunta's abrupt departure, leaving nothing but a mess of water and a few stunned children behind. It wasn't until Gamabunta had been gone for some time that the air along the riverbank seemed to regain its flow. Konohamaru took a long trembling breath, releasing a pent-up sigh, and then, as if infused with infinite courage and drive, he rushed to where Naruto lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for air, excitedly grabbing the hem of his orange tracksuit and shaking him vigorously. "Naruto, was that gigantic toad like a mountain, really summoned by you? It was amazing. This is the ultimate ninjutsu. It's a powerful force that can change the course of battle." Naruto, exhausted to the point that his eyelids were drooping, weakly waved his hand, his voice hoarse like a worn-out wind instrument. "Yes, that's Gamabunta. His temper is a bit foul, but indeed, quite formidable." "Formidable? It's nothing short of super invincible." Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with fervent excitement, but soon after a wave of intense disappointment and frustration crashed over him. Even Naruto, who was once viewed by the entire village as the underachiever, could now summon such a powerful summoning beast capable of rivaling even-tailed beasts, and his grandfather, revered as the professor of ninjutsu and possessing unfathomable strength, undoubtedly held power that surpassed even Gamabunta. Yet when people spoke of him, they always referred to him as the grandson of the Third Hokage, the precious heir of the Sarutobi clan. His own name, Sarutobi Konohamaru, seemed forever shrouded in the enormous shadow of his grandfather, as tiny and inconspicuous as a speck of dust. He clenched his small fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palm, the sting only serving to make him more awake and determined. He lifted his head, eyes burning with unprecedented fighting spirit, and shouted at Naruto, as if declaring to the entire world, "No way. I absolutely cannot continue like this. I cannot live forever under the title of the Hokage's grandson. I want people to think of my own abilities when they hear the name Sarutobi Konohamaru. Recognition earned through my own efforts and talents. Naruto, we must write our book well. It has to be a hit. We must let everyone know the real me through this book, recognize the true heroes of Konoha. I want to create a legend that belongs to me, Sarutobi Konohamaru." Seeing Konohamaru suddenly filled with fervor, his spirit burning with a fervent enthusiasm that seemed almost tangible, Naruto felt somewhat bewildered, but instinctively raised his seemingly leaden arm, patting his shoulder and using his last bit of strength to encourage him. "Oh, you're really motivated. Keep it up. I believe you will definitely write a great book." Ding. Detected important potential stock. Sarutobi Konohamaru, exhibiting a strong autonomous consciousness and drive stimulated by the host's actions, significantly enhancing indirect influence. Reward reputation system preview feature unlocked, able to vaguely sense changes in reputation trends of oneself or related individuals within a specific area, with accuracy improving as the function upgrades. Within Naruto, the mysterious system once again provided an abstract new function prompt. Minato couldn't help but internally complain this system's scope is ever expanding, starting from PowerPoints to randomly matching couples, and now even a reputation radar. Is the next step to open a Ninja World forum for spamming, or to set up a temporary discount promotion in a shop? Relying on the unimpeded golden signboard of being the Fire Shadow's beloved grandson, within Konoha, Konohamaru's publishing plan progressed with remarkable smoothness. His tutor Ebisu, an elite teacher, initially opposed the venture vehemently, deeming it a complete dereliction of duty and utter nonsense. However, through persistent cajoling, relentless pestering, and the lethal threat of revealing to his grandfather Ebisu's secret collection of the deluxe edition of Intimate Heaven, the tutor was ultimately forced to compromise. He even mobilized his personal connections and worked tirelessly to facilitate the process. Thus the book, penned under the pseudonym Konoha's Golden Flash, with Naruto providing the wildly imaginative story outline and some exaggerated directions for heroic deeds, Konohamaru serving as the principal writer and embellisher with heavy doses of personal adulation, Moegi drawing the illustrations, though naive, brimming with childish charm, and Udon handling tea, organizing manuscripts, and shouting Konohamaru-sama is amazing, was filled with grandiose fantasy, passionate fervor, and even some cliched melodrama. This tome, titled Moreover, leveraging Konohamaru's influence, the book swiftly occupied the most prominent and best-selling positions in every major bookstore and newsstand across Konohagakure. The cover inscription, "A Passionate Work by the Hokage's Grandson," was conspicuously eye-catching. Initially, the villagers and ordinary ninjas purchased it mostly out of curiosity. What could the Hokagesama's grandson have written, or simply to show respect to the Hokage by giving it a browse? Upon reading, many were taken aback by the series of legendary tales, such as the Third Hokage as a child defeating rampaging tailed beasts with his fists, as a youth repelling rogue ninja groups, and in his prime outsmarting foreign conspiracies from afar, or the assertion that the Sarutobi clan, loyal through generations, passed down their will, with each member willing to burn themselves to the last for the peace and prosperity of Konoha. These stories left a substantial number of readers utterly spellbound. Although those with a modicum of common sense and judgment could discern the childish exaggeration and artistic embellishment, the unreserved praise and adoration for Konoha and the Hokage, coupled with the straightforward, highly infectious, and passionate narrative, still stirred the hearts of many ordinary villagers and low-ranking ninjas. Their respect and admiration for the Third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan invisibly soared to new heights. Many high-ranking ninjas, after reading, mostly chuckled to themselves, considering it the innocent ramblings of a child filled with naive worship. Nonetheless, they also sensed the deeply entrenched prestige and favorable reputation of the Hokage's lineage within the village, which was hardly a bad thing for consolidating the people's hearts. Some foreign ninjas and merchants who encountered the book while on missions or business trips gained a more profound, largely influenced by the book's content, understanding of Konoha's hero culture and the absolute dominance of the Hokage. They generally perceived that Konoha's internal cohesion was terrifyingly strong, and the Hokage's position was as solid as an iron bucket. At the core of Konoha's power, the so-called F4 had mixed and varied reactions to the book. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, sat behind his desk piled high with documents, holding a sample copy delivered by the Umbu, still bearing the scent of fresh ink. As he flipped through the pages detailing his own absurdly heroic deeds, which painted him as a reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, or even more extraordinary. Especially upon reading the chapter where the third Hokage single-handedly battled the nine-tailed beasts, causing their annihilation with a laugh and a snap of his fingers. Even his decades of political experience didn't prevent his old face from reddening. He coughed awkwardly several times, utterly bemused and exasperated. Yet deep within, witnessing his young grandson's sincere worship expressed in such a naive yet genuine manner, a trace of secret delight and gratification easily overpowered the embarrassment and shame. Thus he tacitly allowed the book's circulation within the village. He even secretly instructed the Umbu to purchase several deluxe editions, one to keep in his office drawer, another to store in his study at home, intending to preserve them as mementos. In the damp, sunless underground base of the root organization, Danzo Shimura, upon receiving the book carefully presented by his subordinate, was particularly infuriated after perusing it. He discovered that the book dismissed his own contributions and those of the root, which had handled countless dirty deeds for Konoha in the shadows, with a mere casual mention of the elder Danzo and his subordinates silently supporting the Hokage from the darkness. Meanwhile, it devoted extensive passages and flowery rhetoric to glorifying Hiruzen and the Sarutobi clan. In a fit of rage, he hurled his beloved expensive purple clay teacup to the ground, shattering it into fragments. His face livid, he cursed inwardly, "Hiruzen, look at the fine grandson you've raised. Such a frivolous, exaggerated piece of trash is nothing short of desecrating the purity and solemnity of the will of fire." Of course, the primary source of his fury was the near total absence of his own role in the book, feeling that his contributions had been completely overlooked. The two elder advisors, Kohar Udatane and Hamura Midokado, adopted a relatively bland and conservative stance toward the book. They deemed its content overly childish and exaggerated, lacking seriousness and objectivity, thus undermining the dignity of the Hokage's image. However, upon reflection, they considered it a child's frivolous work, harmless in the grand scheme. Moreover, judging from its actual effects, it seemed to enhance the ordinary villagers' sense of identity and solidarity with the village. Therefore, they refrained from interfering excessively, opting for a policy of cold treatment. Meanwhile, lurking deep within the shadows of Konoha, Orochimaru, who was secretly orchestrating the shocking Konoha collapse plan, obtained a copy of the book through his secret channels among the Odo ninja. As he read the descriptions of his former teacher Hiruzen, portrayed as a nearly deified, glorious, majestic, and flawless figure, a glint of undisguised mockery and an even more chilling, intense, murderous intent flashed in his golden serpentine eyes. He extended his abnormally long tongue, licking his lips in a perverse manner, and let out a low, hoarse sneer. He. My teacher praised and elevated to the altar by his own grandson and ignorant villagers. Wait for it. To personally shatter this hypocritical, crumbling altar before your very eyes, to make you fall amidst boundless despair and agony. That beautiful scene, just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. No one could have predicted that Konohamaru's wild fabrication, driven by strong personal ambition and a child's perspective, would inadvertently stir up a considerable storm of public opinion both inside and outside Konoha, precisely falling into the hands of those who delighted in chaos and ulterior motives, adding an indescribable variable to the impending tempest. The impact triggered by the legend of the Leaf Heroes, the initial fire volume was not confined to the hidden Leaf Village, but rather spread outward like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil lake, exceeding everyone's expectations. Due to the book's accessible content, strong narrative, and its blood-pumping albeit slightly melodramatic storyline combined with Konohamaru's covert use of some resources and connections from the Sarutobi clan for promotion, such as providing copies at cost, or even for free to merchants and travelers across the Land of Fire, the book gradually spread within the Land of Fire, and by chance found its way onto the tea tables of some local nobles, and even the lavish desk of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. On a leisurely afternoon during tea time, the daimyo of the Land of Fire took a keen interest in flipping through this book, which while slightly juvenile in style expressed emotions in an extremely sincere and fervent manner, and even bordered on being corny. As he read the heroic ballad and loyalty praise dedicated to the strongest ninja village leader under his command, he felt it fully reflected Konoha's loyalty and support for the Land of Fire, bringing a glow to his face. At a banquet gathering with his vassals and various daimyos, he intentionally held up the book and cheerfully exclaimed, "Everyone take a look. Under the leadership of Naruto, Konoha truly shows unity and is bursting with talent. Even such a young child holds him in such high regard, taking the time to write about him, which demonstrates the esteem and virtue of Naruto has deeply rooted in the hearts of the people." This statement, spread by those present, undoubtedly further solidified and elevated the position and image of the Third Hokage in the eyes of the high-ranking officials in the capital. However, when this wave of heroic legend mixed with childlike innocence reached the ears of the higher-ups in the other four great ninja villages, it elicited starkly different reactions, generally leaning towards negativity and wariness. The higher-ups of Sunagakure mostly responded with disdain, believing this to be Konoha's typical and clumsy propaganda attempt, trying to mentally numb them in preparation for potential conflict, expressing their scorn for the exaggerated style of the book. Hyūga, on the other hand, reacted more directly, immediately ramping up intelligence gathering on Konoha, trying to discern whether the sudden emergence of such a children's hymn concealed any deeper political intentions or strategic deception, such as covering up internal weaknesses or creating momentum for some action. The Wagakure and Kirigakure adopted a more passive spectator approach, feeling that Konoha's Hokage seemed a bit confused for allowing his grandson to engage in such antics, which was unbecoming of a major village in the ninja world. Konohamaru's writing team was greatly encouraged by the widespread dissemination of the book and the discussions it sparked. Moegi and Udon were also full of enthusiasm, as if they could see themselves participating in a great endeavor that would be recorded in Konoha's history. Konohamaru found an unprecedented sense of accomplishment and a clear direction in life. Besides completing the basic ninjutsu and taijutsu training required by his family tutor Ebisu, he devoted all his remaining time and energy to the grand plan of unearthing more heroic materials from Konoha. He clung to Naruto like a little shadow, relentlessly asking about the heroic deeds and legendary stories of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and even Kakashi Sensei, eagerly preparing to launch the second and third volumes of the Legend of the Leaf Heroes series, vowing to make the pen name Konohamaru known throughout the ninja world, resolutely refusing to use his real name, determined to establish his reputation through his own talent. Meanwhile, Naruto was constantly reminded by the system's prompts the official match is approaching. Host, prepare vigorously to make a name for yourself. Don't let yourself be blinded by the book written by a little brat. You don't want to end up being humiliated in front of the entire world. Under the immense pressure of the official match, which drew the attention of major powers worldwide and countless spectators, Naruto entered the final 7 days of grueling training. He was not only harsh on himself, rigorously practicing the stability shape variation of the Rasengan and the summoning speed and duration of his summoning technique, but also embodied the team spirit of if we are to push ourselves, let's push together, pulling in his peers Hinata, Shikamaru, and Ino, who had also passed the preliminaries for targeted high-intensity training. Hey, Shikamaru, don't just lie down in the shade watching clouds and pondering life. How is your family's secret shadow imitation techniques, extended application shadow stitching, coming along? Can you improve the activation speed and binding range even a little more? Ino, your bug traps are too obvious in their strategic intent. They need to be more discreet and unexpected. Try to blend the bugs better with the environment. Naruto, like a little coach and cheerleader, ran back and forth on the training field, loudly encouraging each of his teammates. Although everyone complained verbally, especially Shikamaru, who lamented non-stop, "This is such a hassle. Why does the shortcut of life always seem to be fraught with thorns? And I just want to live a peaceful life." Deep down, they all understood that this official match for the Chunin exam was not just a personal honor battle concerning whether they could advance to Chunin, but also related to the reputation and face of the hidden Leaf Village in the entire ninja world. Therefore, no one truly slacked off. They all gritted their teeth, relying on their tenacious willpower to exhaust their potential, striving to enhance their strength even by the slightest margin at the final moment. Hinata, buoyed by Naruto's sunny encouragement and the quiet support from that mysterious overlord system within her. The system provided high-grade customized food pills that could quickly restore chakra and physical strength without any side effects, as well as detailed explanations of advanced gentle fist techniques derived from her Byakugan traits, and a wealth of difficult simulated battle data. Her Byakugan's perceptive abilities became increasingly sharp, allowing her to detect finer flaws in chakra flow. Her gentle fist techniques became more refined and fluid, combining offense and defense. In fact, she had even begun to modify some fundamental techniques and chakra circulation methods of the Hyūga clan's secret skill, gentle step twin lion fist, progressing at an astonishing speed that even surprised herself. The entire Konoha through the lower ninjas of the preliminaries was enveloped in an atmosphere filled with tension and spirited determination. In the final 7 days, everyone worked tirelessly for the upcoming stage that would showcase the new generation's strength and prowess of Konoha to the world, pouring out their youthful sweat and passion awaiting the arrival of their fateful battle. On the evening before the official Chunin exam, to alleviate everyone's tension and simultaneously embody her boss lady persona, Chu Tian once again displayed her financial prowess and magnificence. She invited all the Konoha 11 rookies who had passed the preliminaries, except Shaoli, to the Yao ramen shop for a pre-competition banquet, euphemistically calling it replenishing energy and boosting morale. Master Shoda, upon seeing such a large group of customers, especially the generous Miss Ri Xiong, beamed with joy and greeted them warmly. The atmosphere at the table was lively, and the rich aroma of ramen dispelled some of the pre-competition gloom. Although Zhuozhu remained taciturn, exuding a frigid aura that kept others at bay, it was evident that Kaka's eye sealing technique had taken effect. His curse mark was temporarily suppressed, and both his mental and physical states were considerably well adjusted. Everyone savored the fragrant char siu ramen, sipped the broth, and discussed tomorrow's opponents and strategies. That guy wa ai Luo, just looking at him makes me feel a chill down my spine, and his eyes are like he's about to kill someone. You gulped down a large mouthful of soup, speaking with lingering fear. The jinchuriki of Sunagakure with the one-tailed shikaku sealed inside him, according to the intelligence gathered by Jinai the bug, is unfathomably powerful and should not be underestimated. Jinai adjusted his sunglasses and added calmly. Sigh, troublesome guys one after another. This Chunin exam is really something. Lu Wan lay on the table, stirring the noodles in his bowl with his chopsticks, letting out a long sigh. Ming Ren, on the other hand, waved his fist with noodles still stuffed in his mouth, shouting, with lofty fighting spirit albeit somewhat indistinctly, who cares? Our goal is to win. Go all out and show off the fruits of our training. Let everyone watching the match see the might of us Konoha genin. Right? Let's all give it our best. Chu Tian, sitting beside Ming Ren, her face slightly flushed, spoke in a soft yet remarkably firm voice, echoing Ming Ren. The dinner ended in a lively atmosphere. Chu Tian naturally settled the bill. Master Shoda was grinning from ear to ear. As they stepped out of the ramen shop, the evening breeze brushed their faces, carrying the coolness of late summer. Chu Tian glanced at the sky and then proposed, It's still early and everyone has trained hard. How about we go soak in a hot spring? It can relax our tense nerves, and we'll be in better shape for the competition tomorrow. This suggestion immediately won unanimous approval from the girls, including Jingyi and Xiaoying. The boys exchanged glances, then, after some thought, agreed that a hot spring to relieve fatigue was indeed a good idea, so they nodded in succession. Thus the group marched in a grand procession to the village's Tang Zhili hot spring. This time Ming Ren did not pull any of his Shadow Clone Guard Brigade stunts, as the pervy sage Zilai Yi was said to have already left the village to continue his Ica Paradise research journey. Everyone peacefully entered the men's and women's baths, soaking in the warm, comfortable spring water, feeling the heat penetrate their sore muscles, washing away the fatigue of consecutive training days, and easing the final tension and anxiety before the competition. After the hot spring, the night had deepened with a bright moon and sparse stars. Everyone wearing yukatas and exuding steam bid each other farewell at the hot spring entrance and headed home. Coincidentally, a section of the road home overlapped for Ming Ren and Chu Tian. The moonlight was like water gently spilling over the quiet Konoha streets, stretching their shadows long. They walked side by side, neither speaking for a while, only the soft sound of footsteps echoing in the still night, creating a subtle silence and budding intimacy. As they were about to reach the imposing and solemn gate of the Rixiang clan, Ming Ren suddenly stopped. Chu Tian also halted, turning to look at him with slight confusion. Under the moonlight, Ming Ren's blue eyes appeared exceptionally clear and bright. He turned his head and looked at Chu Tian beside him, her skin fairer than snow under the silvery moonlight, her expression tender and still bearing the rosy afterglow of her bath. Somehow his heart skipped a beat. Almost without thinking, he naturally reached out and gently took her cool, soft little hand. Chu Tian's body stiffened slightly and her cheeks instantly flushed, as if ignited, the blush spreading to her earlobes, leaving no hiding place in the moonlight. She could clearly feel the warmth from Ming Ren's palm, much warmer than her own, a warmth that seemed to carry an electric current instantly coursing through her limbs and causing her heart to race uncontrollably like a startled fawn trapped in her chest. She instinctively wanted to lower her head, but was held in place by some force in Ming Ren's gaze. She could only shyly avert her eyes slightly, yet she made no move to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Chu Tian. Ming Ren scratched his still slightly damp blonde hair, seeming to realize belatedly that he was a bit embarrassed, but he did not loosen his grip on her hand. His tone turned unusually earnest. Good luck in the competition tomorrow. Don't be afraid. I believe in you. You absolutely can do it. Don't be afraid. I believe in you. You absolutely can do it. Feeling the firm, warm touch in her palm, and hearing Ming Ren's unreserved trust and encouragement, the surging waves of anxiety and unease in Chu Tian's heart were instantly replaced by a surge of immense courage and warmth. She gently, almost imperceptibly squeezed Ming Ren's hand back, then gathered her courage and lifted her head. Though her blush remained, her pure white eyes shone with an unwavering brilliant light. Thank you, Mingren-kun. You must do your best too. Together. Well, work hard. We can definitely do it. Good. It's a deal. Ming Ren's face broke into a radiant sunlit smile, full of confidence, revealing his white teeth dazzlingly bright under the silver moonlight. He escorted Chu Tian to the majestic gate of the Rixiang residence, watched her safely push open the side door, and enter, then turned and left hands in his pockets humming a tuneless tune, clearly in excellent spirits. Inside the Rixiang mansion, behind the second-floor study window, facing the main gate, Rixiang Rizu stood like a statue, expressionless, having observed every interaction between his daughter and that Uzumaki boy, holding hands, eye contact, conversation, all from the window. Until Ming Ren's figure disappeared around the street corner, and his daughter Chu Tian, with unconcealed shyness and joy, skipped lightly across the courtyard back to her room, he remained silent, standing there motionless for a long time. In the end, he only let out a non-committal snort from his nose, reached up and pulled the curtains, with somewhat forceful emphasis, shutting out the cold moonlight. The moonlight continued to shine, gently illuminating Konoha village and the hearts of the young boys and girls about to face their important challenge. The day of the official Chunin exam competition has finally arrived. The massive circular arena is filled to capacity, buzzing with voices. The Hokage, the Kazekage, disguised as Orochimaru, along with nobles and ninja leaders from various countries, are seated atop the high platform. Yueguang Jifeng, still stubbornly acting as the referee, announces the start of the first match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Kankuro. Please enter the arena. Shikamaru yawned, strolling into the arena at a leisurely pace, mumbling, "What a hassle. I have to go first. I really want to forfeit right away." Kankuro, on the other hand, enters with his puppet crow tightly wrapped in bandages, his expression dark, a hint of confidence curving his lips. The match begins. Kankuro does not rush to attack, but instead quickly leaps back, creating distance from Shikamaru while skillfully manipulating the chakra threads with his hands. With a loud bang, the bandages fall away, revealing the oddly shaped puppet crow adorned with purple patterns, standing as if alive, its joints emitting soft clicks, its hollow eye sockets locking onto Shikamaru. "Leaf ninja, let me show you the prowess of a Suna puppet master." Kankuro sneers, his fingers twitching slightly. Crow springs to life instantly. Crow does not rush straight at him, but moves at high speed in a strange zigzag pattern, its arm mechanisms opening to reveal the poisoned kunai launch ports. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several kunai glowing with a ghostly light shoot accurately towards Shikamaru's limbs, aiming to restrict his movements. Shikamaru remains his lazy self, yet his feet seem to glide like he is on roller skates, effortlessly dodging all the kunai while complaining, "Ah, what a troublesome attack, dodging is so tiring." It's not over yet. Kankuro's fingers shift again. Crow suddenly opens its mouth, a stream of purple poisonous mist surging forth, rapidly spreading to obscure Shikamaru's vision, while the steel wire hidden in its abdomen quietly begins to spin, several nearly transparent wires creeping towards Shikamaru's feet like a spider's web. Poison mist plus traps. Quite the combination, comments Mingren, Naruto's inner thoughts from the stands. But this guy Shikamaru, his shadow, should be arriving soon, right? Ding. Detected that the opponent Kankuro is using a compound tactic, long-range precise restriction, sensory interference by poison mist, physical trap limitations. The system within Naruto silently operates, recording every detail of this intellectual duel. In the arena, Shikamaru seems to be somewhat flustered by the poison mist and steel wires constantly retreating. Kankuro's expression grows increasingly smug as he controls Crow to relentlessly pursue him, attempting to corner Shikamaru. However, just as Crow raises its poison blade again, ready to execute a fatal strike in coordination with Kankuro's next hand sign. Shadow mimicry technique successful. Shikamaru's calm voice rings out. Unbeknownst to when it happened, his shadow, like a silent black stream, has already twisted and curled along the ground's shadows and the gaps in the opponent's attacks, precisely linking to Kankuro's own shadow. The smile and confidence on Kankuro's face instantly freeze and stiffen. He finds that his body is completely unresponsive, as if bound by invisible ropes, rigidly maintaining the complex hand signs required to control his puppet, unable to move even a single finger. Only his eyes can still turn in terror. My movements had no flaws at all. Kankuro's mind is in turmoil, desperately trying to channel chakra to break free from the bind, but Shikamaru's shadow's binding power far exceeds his imagination. The strength feels like a quagmire. The more he struggles, the deeper he sinks. From the moment you moved your puppet for the first time, attempting to use kunai to restrict my movement, my shadow was calculating your positioning habits, the approximate length of your chakra threads, and the safest area where your body was likely to remain. Shikamaru yawns, as if stating something incredibly simple. Controlling such a precise puppet requires highly concentrated focus and a relatively stable position, which ironically became your biggest flaw. No matter how agile your puppet is, if your body remains still, the shadow will always be a fixed target. Damn it. Kankuro, filled with humiliation and anger, feels the veins on his forehead bulge as he struggles with all his might, but it only causes his body to tremble slightly, making him appear even more pathetic. Alright, don't move too much, it's more troublesome that way. Shikamaru sighs, as if the lack of cooperation from the opponent was a great inconvenience. With a thought, he controls Kankuro's shadow, making him act like a marionette, performing several extremely comical actions that completely contradict the image of a ninja, such as awkwardly hopping on one foot, squeaking like a cat, meow, and even being forced to turn to the audience putting on a stiff, ugly wink that looked worse than crying. Haha, is that Asuna ninja performing a comedy act? The Nara kid is too wicked, but I like it. The audience after a moment of silence bursts into uproarious laughter and jeers, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one of light-hearted joy. Kankuro trembles violently in anger, his face turning from ashen to a deep shade of purple, overwhelmed by a tremendous sense of humiliation, wishing he could faint immediately or find a crack in the ground to hide and never wanting to see anyone again. I've had enough fun now. Shikamaru sighs as if completing a tedious task. He controls Kankuro to make him manipulate his own puppet crow with its sharp poison blades and various mechanisms. Starting to dismantle itself. Crack. One of the puppet's arms is severed by its own blade clang. The core body is drilled through by an internal drill, creating a large hole rip. The specially designed wires connecting the joints are cut by its own mechanisms, and Kankuro's desperate and pained gaze, the puppet crow, which he had meticulously crafted and regarded as a partner, is dismantled and sliced apart by his own hands, reduced to a pile of scattered wooden pieces, severed wires, and broken poison sacks tragically strewn across the ground. That body in which he had poured countless efforts is completely ruined before everyone's eyes. My crow. Kankuro's voice is hoarse and trembling, tinged with tears, his eyes losing their sparkle. Referee, is this enough? Continuing would just be a waste of time. Shikamaru releases the shadow mimicry technique, lazily looking at Yuegwang Jifeng, who is struggling to hold back laughter, his facial muscles twitching. Yuegwang Jifeng takes a deep breath, trying hard to maintain a serious face, announcing, "The winner is Nara Shikamaru." Shikamaru walks down slowly with his hands in his pockets amidst the applause and laughter of the audience, mainly from the Leaf side, as if he was merely disposing of a piece of trash. On the Suna side, Temari's face is ashen, while Gaara's surrounding low pressure seems to condense into a tangible. The voice of Moonlight Gale resonated once more, pulling the audience's attention back to the arena. Second match, Shimaru vs. Hinata. Hyūga. Please both sides enter the arena. Shimaru strode confidently into the arena, carrying a gigantic 3-star fan, her eyes sharply focused on her opponent. Hinata, taking a deep breath with clarity and determination in her Byakugan, slowly stepped forward, slightly bowing to her opponent and the referee. "Humph, the young lady of the Hyūga clan, is it? You seem quite obedient, but this arena is not a place for you." Before Shimaru finished speaking, she had already launched her attack, swinging the massive 3-star fan, Ninjutsu Scythe Wind. Whoosh! The invisible wind blades tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, like dozens of transparent blades sweeping towards Hinata in a fan-shaped assault. The speed was swift, the range vast, almost sealing off all escape routes. Many in the stands felt a pang of anxiety for Hinata. However, Hinata's Byakugan had already seen through it all. In her eyes, the dense wind blades were not flawless. There were slight gaps and differences in intensity between them. Her feet suddenly sprang into motion, executing the unique, agile footwork of the Hyūga clan. Her body floated gracefully through the gaps between the wind blades, spinning elegantly, as if dancing a graceful, yet perilous waltz, always managing to evade the attacks at the very last moment. What a... Shimaru gasped, surprised that her opponent could so easily avoid her scythe wind. Hinata seized the fleeting moment when the wind blades closed in her chakra, erupting drastically, increasing her speed, instantly closing the distance. In her Byakugan, Shimaru's chakra points on her shoulder and arms were clearly visible. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. In the blink of an eye, as Hinata closed in, her palms moved like the wind, the shadows of her strikes flowing continuously, infused with chakra, aimed accurately at the joints and vital points in Shimaru's arm, holding the fan. Shimaru hastily blocked with the heavy fan, but the unique penetrating chakra of the gentle fist still made her arm feel numb and saw her blood surging as she staggered back in shock. Such strong penetrating power. I absolutely cannot let her get close again. Don't underestimate me. Shimaru shouted sharply, suddenly fully expanding the 3-star fan, pouring massive chakra into it. Ninjutsu, triple scythe wind. A denser and more powerful storm of wind blades formed again, like 3 intertwined death whirlwinds, nearly covering half the arena, intent on completely engulfing Hinata. The gale lifted debris from the ground, creating a terrifying spectacle. Hinata, be careful. Naruto couldn't help but stand up in the stands, shouting out in tension. In Hinata's mind, the domineering system calmly analyzed wind release area attack, upgraded frontal breakthrough risk is high. Suggestion: use Byakugan to perceive the wind pressure circulation nodes and the fan's movement trajectory, find the eye of the storm and maneuver in close. Hinata's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating or leaping to evade, she made a decision that shocked everyone. She charged directly into the devastating storm. Her Byakugan operated at its peak, veins slightly bulging around her pupils, not only accurately seeing through each wind blade's trajectory and gaps, but also catching the airflow circulation patterns generated when Shimaru swung the fan, and the fleeting visual and attack blind spots left by the fan's massive movement. Her body transformed into the most agile seabird in the storm, weaving along the path of least wind pressure and sparse attacks, at times bending close to the ground, like willow fluff, at times spinning rapidly, like a top, each movement exquisite and precise, narrowly evading the most threatening attacks, while continuously compressing the distance between her and Shimaru. Shumaru grew increasingly alarmed. She felt as if she were desperately trying to swat a butterfly with the enormous fan one that possessed precognitive abilities and was exceptionally nimble, with all her attacks landing in empty space utterly futile. The opponent's Byakugan was like a cheat tool, always able to find the faintest and briefest weakness in her attack rhythm. Damn it. That cursed up. Shumaru thought in frustration. There's no other option. I can only use that technique to finish you off in one go. Pressured to her limits by Hinata's relentless close-pressing style, she grew anxious. She fiercely injected a massive amount of chakra into the 3-star fan, the immense chakra even causing the fan's bone to creak under the strain. She gripped the handle tightly, lowering her center of gravity, preparing to unleash her strongest wind release technique, the pre-charge action of the cutting dance. This was a technique that required a brief pause, yet its power was enough to devastate vast forests. However, just as she charged up, her movements inevitably paused for a fleeting moment. Hinata, who had been waiting like a lurking leopard for the opportunity, moved. Her chakra erupted like a volcanic eruption, her speed instantly reaching its peak. She left behind a faint, dissipating afterimage in place, as if teleporting, appearing at Shumaru's side, having utilized the absolute blind spot revealed by her Byakugan. Here it was a fatal area where the massive fan was difficult to defend, and Shumaru, due to her charged posture, had her center of gravity fixed, leaving her vulnerable. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hinata's clear and determined voice rang out across the arena. In the next moment, her palm shadows transformed into a dazzling array of afterimages, like a white lotus suddenly blooming, or like a torrential downpour pouring down, with pinpoint accuracy, continuously striking at the vital points on Shumaru's right arm, shoulder, and sides. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of dense and muffled chakra striking the points echoed like rain on banana leaves. Shumaru felt her right arm instantly lose all sensation, as if it no longer belonged to her, the flow of chakra completely severed and sealed. The heavy 3-star fan could no longer be held, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. At the same time, half of her body fell into a state of paralysis, her chi and blood reversing, a wave of nausea rising in her chest, and she uncontrollably knelt on one knee, gasping heavily, her face filled with shock, disbelief, and deep defeat. She actually lost so thoroughly. Without even being able to unleash her strongest technique, she was caught in a fleeting flaw and defeated in one strike. Moonlight Gale stepped forward at the right moment, checking Shumaru's condition, confirming she was unable to continue fighting, and loudly announced, "The winner is Hinata Hyūga." After a brief silence, the arena erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. In the Hyūga family's seats, Hisashi remained poised, yet his eyes couldn't hide his pride and relief. The clan elders nodded in agreement. After bowing to everyone, Hinata quietly left the arena, greeted by Naruto's unabashed radiant smile and a thumbs-up, causing her cheeks, which had just begun to calm, to flush red once more. Round 3, Naruto Uzumaki vs. Shino Aburame. Please welcome both contestants. The voice of Moonlight Gale made the atmosphere in the venue somewhat delicate. With a face expressing the tragic sentiment of "the wind is bleak and the water is cold," Naruto stepped onto the stage, gazing at Shino, who approached with sunglasses on, wrapped tightly in clothing, as if surrounded by an aura that screamed, "Keep your distance." Inside his heart, Ming Ran wailed in despair, "It's over, it's over. What I fear has come. Why does it have to be Shino? I dread these densely packed little things. System daddy. Do you have a pest-repelling aura, or a one-click clear screen function? Waiting online quite urgent. Warning. Detected that the host has a severe psychological discomfort regarding the opponent Shino Aburame's fighting style, classified as a moderate case of enimophobia. Comprehensive analysis of the host's current abilities shows that the chance of winning in a heated confrontation is below 30. Recommendation: attempt to utilize speed and area ninjutsu, or consider a strategic adjustment. The system's analysis was coolly merciless. Shino calmly adjusted his sunglasses, his voice devoid of emotion. "Naruto, I look forward to your guidance. My bugs are also eager to communicate with you." His sleeves twitched slightly, and the faint sound of rustling could already be heard. The match begins. As soon as Moonlight Gale's words fell, he quickly retreated, seemingly not wanting to be caught in the fray. Without any hesitation, Shino, as if having long devised a battle plan, swiftly formed hand seals and called out secret technique Insect Sphere. In an instant, a dark swarm of insects surged forth like a flood, breaking a dam akin to rolling storm clouds, emitting an unsettling, dense, buzzing sound, sweeping towards Naruto. The swarm was not chaotic, but divided into several groups, some launching a direct assault, others flanking from the sides, and even a small group attempting to burrow underground. It's coming, it's coming. So many, so dense, dark and crawling. Naruto's face turned pale, his hair almost standing on end, letting out a terrified scream. He reflexively waved his hands, converting panic into chakra multi-shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of shadow clones in orange outfits instantly appeared on the field, clamoring and trying to use sheer numbers to block the suffocating swarm of insects. Block them. Quickly block them. Don't let them come closer. Step on them. Swat them. Fire. Who can use fire? Quick, breathe fire. The clones shouted in chaos, some waving their arms to drive the bugs away while others tried to stomp on them, creating a hilariously chaotic scene. However, Shino's trained insects skillfully evaded physical attacks, their sharp mandibles easily tearing through the clones' clothing and skin, siphoning off minute amounts of chakra, causing the clones to dissipate into white smoke one after another. Wind-style great breakthrough. Naruto the real body hid behind a group of clones focusing on the densest part of the insect swarm, puffing his cheeks, and unleashing a powerful gust of wind. The strong wind scattered some of the insects, but the sheer number was overwhelming, and they seemed to adapt to the wind pressure, quickly regrouping, with a portion flying directly towards Naruto's real body. It's useless, Naruto. My bugs are specially trained to have resistance to wind style. Shino calmly explained while controlling another group of insects burrowing up from underground attempting to entangle Naruto's ankles. Wow, there are bugs underground too. They can dig. Naruto, frightened, jumped up and down, frantically dodging the three-dimensional attacks coming from the ground and air, his exaggerated movements resembling an impromptu fear-filled breakdance, drawing uncontrollable laughter from the audience, especially from those unfamiliar with the horrors of Shino Aburame. Naruto-kun. Hinata clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, her small face, filled with worry, her Byakugan, revealing the unsettling chakra flow of the swarm. That super invincible big fool. Sakura facepalmed, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing she could rush down and deal with those insects for him. Ming Ran wept internally, what a mess. If I had known, I would have endured being covered in bugs just to hug Shino and increase my affinity. What a blunder. Watching as the swarm multiplied and nearly surrounded him, Naruto seemed cornered with nowhere left to retreat. He gazed at the approaching black tide of insects which seemed ready to devour him, his face revealing extreme fear. Suddenly he stopped all movements, pouted, his eyes turning red, filled with crystal-clear tears, chakra precisely stimulating the tear glands, activating his acting skills. With a heart-wrenching cry, he shouted, "Ah! I give up. I surrender. The bugs are too scary. Shino, big brother. Shino, you win. You're the strongest. Please, I beg you, let them go. Stay away from me. Oh. Mom, help." This sudden breakdown and surrender left everyone stunned. Moonlight Gale was just about to step in to stop the swarm, but saw that Naruto didn't even wait for him to announce the result, rushing like a scared child in need of parental protection, pretending to cry, running not towards the safe contestant passage, but in front of the astonished audience, he dashed straight towards the highest viewing platform. In a posture akin to a fledgling returning to its nest, he grabbed the thigh of the revered Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who sat dignified in the center. "Grandpa Hokage, help me. Shino scared me with his bugs. So many bugs. They want to bite me." Naruto buried his face deep in the authoritative Hokage robes, crying with such heart-wrenching and wronged expressions, his body trembling in a manner that showcased his exceptional acting skills. The Third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. All the spectators. The entire venue fell into a strange, palpable silence, with only Naruto's miserable cries echoing. Disguised as the wind shadow, Orochimaru's mouth twitched violently under the mask, nearly losing his calm demeanor, cursing inwardly, this kid. Again with such an unexpected maneuver. Naruto Uzumaki. Truly an unpredictable variable that cannot be measured by common sense. Shino Aburame pushed his sunglasses silently and efficiently, retracting all his insects, returning the field to a clean state, as if the previous insect disaster had just been a hallucination. His demeanor was calm, as if he had long grown accustomed to Naruto's antics. Moonlight Gale held back a laugh that was about to burst forth, his shoulders shaking, clearing his throat 3 times before managing to announce in a serious tone, "Uzumaki, Naruto has voluntarily conceded. The victor is Shino Aburame." Ding. The host successfully avoided an unfavorable combat environment through strategic surrender and acting skills of a leading man, effectively preserving strength and face. Additionally, unexpectedly enhanced the entertainment value of the match and the Hokage's favorability. Received rewards: acting proficiency significantly increased, chakra recovery speed slightly improved, gained the special status, the Hokage's helplessness and indulgence effect unknown. Naruto's system provided a complex evaluation with a question mark. Naruto Ming Ran system, are you serious about that? After Naruto's bizarre, yet inexplicably brilliant match, the atmosphere in the arena grew somewhat peculiar, but it was swiftly suppressed by the almost tangible oppressive killing intent of the 4th bout. 4th match, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara. Both competitors enter the arena. Sasuke's eyes were cold as blades, his entire being entwined with the obsession of revenge and the faint, ominous aura of the cursed seal. He strode into the arena step by step, as if each footfall trod upon the corpses of his enemies. Gaara, carrying the enormous ominous gourd on his back, approached slowly. The murderous intent and deathly stillness radiating from him were almost suffocating. Beneath his heavy dark circles, his eyes held no trace of human emotion, only pure destruction and emptiness. Before either had even made a move, the clash of their intangible auras stirred a faint current of air in the center of the arena, making the atmosphere feel thick and icy. The match began. Without a word, Sasuke activated his Sharingan instantly, the single tomo in his crimson eyes slowly rotating. Pushing off the ground, his figure blurred like a phantom, launching the first attack. His hands flashed, unleashing a storm of shuriken and kunai from every conceivable angle, whistling sharply as they aimed for Gaara's vital points. Yet every projectile was effortlessly intercepted by the automatically surging sand within a half-meter radius of Gaara's body, producing a series of dull thuds and leaving not a single scratch. Too slow, Gaara rasped, his voice hoarse and cold like grinding sand. Such attacks can't even breach my absolute D. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, his Sharingan locked onto Gaara and the flow of his sand. He burst into motion again, abandoning ranged attacks and closing in like a predatory leopard. His taijutsu was fierce and swift. Fists, feet, elbows, knees all became weapons augmented by the Sharingan's insight, targeting the subtle gaps that appeared during the sand's defensive shifts. Leaf whirlwind. Line combo. Fierce taijutsu exchanges unfolded across the arena. Sasuke's movements were so fast they dazzled, constantly flickering around Gaara and striking. Though the sand's defense was formidable under Sasuke's relentless precise assault, it began to appear somewhat strained, its defensive perimeter occasionally forced to shrink. In the stands, Ming Ren had dropped his earlier smirk, his expression grave. Sasuke and Gaara have fought enough. Orochimaru is about to give his teacher a proper send-off. I won't allow it. I've suffered years of hardship. Meanwhile, Hinata had already activated her Byakugan, her pure white eyes filled with worry. Gaara's chakra. It's immense, and it's filled with negative emotions, chaotic and dangerous, like the one inside Naruto, but even more violent. During the battle, Gaara was thoroughly enraged by Sasuke's persistent provocative attacks, like a buzzing fly. The sand around him began to churn violently, emitting an even more terrifying and ominous aura. The grinding of the sand grains produced a grating, teeth-chilling sound. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost overflowing. I will kill you. Use your blood to prove my existence. Gaara roared, and part of the sand began to uncontrollably cover half his body, forming a bizarre beast-like claw shape, emitting an even denser tailed beast chakra. Sasuke also felt unprecedented pressure. The cold, violent chakra made the cursed seal inside him stir. He knew he could not drag this out any longer. He had to end it in one decisive blow. The single tomo in his eye spun wildly, catching a momentary defensive lapse caused by Gaara's emotional turmoil. He leaped backward in several backflips, putting distance between them, and began forming hand seals at blinding speed. Lightning-natured chakra furiously converged into the palm of his right hand, emitting a piercing screech like thousands of birds chirping simultaneously. A blinding blue lightning glow burst forth, illuminating his cold face. Is that Kakashi Sensei's Raikiri? Hinata gasped, covering her mouth. No, it's Chidori. Kakashi had appeared unnoticed in the shadows of the competitor's corridor, his one exposed eye fixed intently on the arena, his expression stern. He hasn't fully mastered it yet, but such power and speed. Gaara also sensed the lethal threat of that technique, letting out a roar that was no longer human, mixed with the will of Shikaku. More sand surged from the gourd on his back, no longer for defense, but coalescing into a colossal Shikaku's claw marked with dark crimson patterns, poised to crush everything as it slammed down toward the charging Sasuke. The claw's wind pressure was so fierce it carved deep grooves into the ground. Chidori. Shikaku's claw. The dazzling blue lightning and the massive dark crimson sand claw collided like two meteors in the center of the arena under countless horrified gazes. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire forest of death. A violent shockwave of energy mixed with lightning and sand spread outward like a tsunami. The sturdy arena was instantly torn apart, and destroyed, smoke and dust rising like a mushroom cloud, completely engulfing the two figures. Everyone held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. As the smoke slowly cleared, a massive crater was revealed in the center of the arena. Sasuke knelt on one knee at the edge of the crater, gasping heavily. The sleeve of his right arm was torn, the palm of his hand split open, blood dripping profusely. The lightning of the Chidori in his hand had already dissipated. And Gaara. He stood on the opposite side of the crater. The sand armor on half his body had shattered and peeled off, revealing skin beneath marked with strange dark crimson patterns and bloodshot veins. The madness, pain, and desire for destruction in his eyes intermingled to an extreme. Blood and bleeding. Gaara stared at the blood seeping from his arm, his body trembling slightly with excitement and fury. You dare to wound me? Unforgivable. I will crush you. The battle entered an even more intense, even more dangerous phase. This fateful duel was far from over, and the terrifying entity lurking within Gaara seemed on the verge of fully awakening. Recently things have been quite busy. The chilling aura of the Death Forest seemed to linger, yet the fervent atmosphere within the Chunin exam venue had already reached its peak. All eyes were focused on the arena where the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara was reaching a boiling point. Sasuke's figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, Chidori screeching as it cut through the air, aiming directly at Gaara's sand-encrusted body. The audience erupted in gasps and cheers, the tension in the air as taut as a drawn bowstring. However, amidst this cacophony, a deadly crisis had quietly descended. On the high platform sitting beside the third Hokage Sarutobi, Hiruzen, a figure draped in the wind shadows, hat revealed a barely perceptible cold smirk. Just as Sasuke's Chidori was about to hit its target, swish. The sharp sound of a kunai slicing through the air did not come from the arena. Disguised as the wind shadow, Orochimaru struck with a speed that surpassed human vision. The kunai, glinting with toxic coldness, was not thrown, but aimed directly at the throat of the third Hokage, who was within arm's reach. The third Hokage, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, displayed the depth of his experience, forged through countless battles, swiftly blocking with his thin arms, causing sparks to fly, as the kunai collided with his sturdy gauntlet. In an instant the two engaged in a perilous close-quarters combat on the confined space of the platform. Wind shadow. The third Hokage, filled with both shock and anger, recognized the true identity of his opponent from the cold, serpent-like Long time no see, Sensei Sarutobi. Orochimaru's voice held a chilling magnetism, and his attacks grew increasingly ferocious. As if a switch of destruction had been flipped at the very moment chaos erupted on the platform. Boom. 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 The explosive tags buried in the audience area detonated one after another. Thick smoke and flames shot into the sky, turning the previously orderly stands into a scene of carnage. The sound ninjas and sand ninjas who had long been hiding among the crowd tore off their disguises, maliciously swinging their blades at the unsuspecting citizens of Konoha and ordinary spectators. Protect the Hokage. It's an enemy attack. Quickly evacuate the civilians. Mom. Screams, explosions, the clash of ninja tools, and the sound of crumbling buildings. Countless noises converged into a chaotic symphony as fear spread like a plague among the crowd. The elite jonin of Konoha reacted swiftly. Kakashi instantly pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan that could copy ninjutsu. While wielding a kunai, he shot toward the crowd. Might Guy delivered a fierce leaf hurricane, sending a sound ninja flying while loudly directing his subordinate team of genin to organize a defense. Asuma had long since lost track of his cigarette fists, clenched tightly, chakra blade in hand, guarding in front of the panicked. However, amidst this chaos, one figure's action seemed out of place, even somewhat comical. Naruto Uzumaki, the blonde kid who pretended to cry and surrender by clinging to the third Hokage's leg during the preliminaries, seemed to have been scared stiff once again. Unlike the other genin who sought cover or prepared for battle, he in the very first second of the chaos, like a frightened rabbit, dashed towards the platform again, accurately and unerringly hugging the thigh of the third Hokage that he had not yet touched before wrapping around it like a koala. Grandpa Hokage, protect me. I'm so scared. There are enemies everywhere. Naruto buried his head in the leg of the third Hokage, his voice tinged with tears, his body shaking just enough. The third Hokage was fully engaged in countering Orochimaru's insidious attacks, but suddenly found an additional 100-pound appendage on his leg, causing him to momentarily falter, narrowly avoiding the kunai that Orochimaru had aimed at his neck, his mustache bristling with anger. Naruto. This is nonsense. Let go. It's too dangerous here. But Naruto clung tightly, silently laughing in his heart, waiting for this moment. Orochimaru, don't dawdle, quickly summon your 2 signature giant snakes. The stage was already set for you. It turned out that all of this was part of Minato's scheme. He had long known Orochimaru's entire plan through the original work. The 2 shadow clones that had previously concealed themselves in the corners of the audience were prepared for this very moment. Their task was not to engage in direct combat, but to lie in wait, like hidden hunters patiently waiting for Orochimaru to perform the summoning technique, and summon the colossal summoning beast capable of turning the tide of battle. Ding. Detection of a large-scale chaotic battlefield initiated. Host in core danger zone, energy readings spiking sharply. Suggestion: prioritize self and key individual third Hokage safety. Avoid being affected by high-intensity combat. Wait for the predetermined tactical opportunity. In his mind, the system's prompt became urgent, even beginning to mark the approximate locations of nearby enemies, with semi-transparent light points at the edges of Minato's vision. During a brief lull in combat, Kakashi's sharp gaze scanned the entire venue, quickly assessing the situation. He shouted at the genin who were engaging the enemies not far away. Hinata, Shikamaru, Niji, Sasuke, you 4 immediately pursue the retreating Sand Ninja Gaara's team. We cannot let them leave Konoha with the jinchuriki. That's an order. Yes, the 4 responded in unison. Even the proud Sasuke understood the gravity of the situation, glaring fiercely at Naruto, who was making a fool of himself on the platform, thinking he was terrified, and along with Hinata, Niji, and Shikamaru transformed into 4 swift figures, breaking through the smoke and racing towards Temari and Kankuro, who were retreating with the unstable and chakra-emitting Gaara. In the center of the collapsing venue, Naruto, clinging to the third Hokage's leg, appeared to be an extremely incongruous, yet remarkably stable pivot within this bloody maelstrom. He pressed closely against the third Hokage within his protective circle, like a small boat in a storm that appeared to drift with the waves, yet had a clear goal, quietly awaiting the arrival of the massive wave that would overturn everything, and he would seize the opportunity created by this wave. The battle on the high platform has entered an even more perilous stage. Orochimaru, utilizing his familiarity with the third Hokage's combat habits and his own bizarre soft body modification techniques, unleashed an onslaught like a raging storm. He used a clever substitution technique to deceive the third's pursuit, and with swift movements of his fingers, several kunai, inscribed with talismans, shot out, not aimed at the third's body, but precisely pinned to the shadow beneath the third's feet and the surrounding ground. Shadow binding technique. The third's pupils contracted and his movements instantly became sluggish, as if entangled by invisible chains. It's over, teacher. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes sparkled with a cruel and joyful light as he licked his lips, seemingly relishing the sight of his former mentor in distress. He rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. The complex and ominous seals drew upon the negative energy permeating the surrounding air. Summoning technique: array of 10,000 snakes. The thought flashed through the third's mind as he prepared to face the countless bites of venomous snakes. But the surprise Orochimaru had in store was far from over. Summoning technique: twin snakes descend. Boom, boom. The 2 thunderous booms nearly rent the air, accompanied by towering columns of white smoke, as 2 relatively intact spectator stands at the edges of the venue collapsed with a resounding crash. As the smoke began to clear, it revealed the terrifying figures coiled within. 2 enormous purple-striped giant snakes, each comparable in size to small hills. Their scales shimmered with a metallic luster, and as their crimson tongues flicked out a foul wind accompanied them. Merely twisting their bodies easily crushed the reinforced concrete structures into powder, and with a sweep of their massive tails large sections of the audience area were reduced to ruins. Panic spread rapidly like ripples. Now's the time. On the platform, Naruto, still clinging to the third's leg, silently roared in his heart to the two long-hidden shadow clones. Having adjusted their state to the best, the two shadow clones of Naruto, hidden in the chaos of the crowd, wasted no time. With hands clasped together, they poured almost all their chakra into their fingertips, forming the same hand seal. Summoning technique. Bang bang. Two more resounding booms, equal to the previous ones, erupted from two other directions in the venue. Amidst the swirling dust, two equally enormous figures, even more oppressive, soared into the sky. On the left, one was clad in a short robe, wielding a massive short knife, puffing a pipe and glaring with a single eye. None other than the leader of the Toads from Myobokuzen, Fukusaku. On the right, a more robust one, carrying twin swords and wielding a gigantic harpoon with a calm demeanor, was Fukusaku's brother Gamakan. It's that brat's chakra again. You called me here to face these two stinking long worms. Fukusaku, pipe in mouth, surveyed the devastated venue and the two rampaging giant snakes, quickly grasping the situation. He glanced down at the small figure clinging to the Hokage's leg on the platform, Naruto's body, and grumbled. Big brother, it looks like a fight's about to break out. Gamakan stated succinctly, twirling the massive harpoon in his hand, producing a dull whooshing sound. Let's talk, you lot. Time to work. Let these cold-blooded beasts know the might of Myobokuzen. Fukusaku roared, suddenly drawing out the short knife, iron cutter, from his waist, and together with Gamakan, who wielded the harpoon, they charged forward like two moving mountains against the two equally ferocious giant summoning snakes. In an instant, the hisses of the snakes and the roars of the toads echoed through the skies. The four colossal beings engaged in the most primal and brutal melee at the edge of the already half-destroyed forest of death, where it met the venue. Fukusaku's short knife struck the scales of the purple-striped giant snake, erupting sparks and producing a teeth-gritting friction sound. Gamakan's harpoon, like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, targeted the snake's vital spots and eyes, while the giant snakes, relying on their massive bodies and strength, coiled and bit, their tails sweeping through the ground, causing cracks and uprooting trees. Each collision triggered violent tremors in the ground, and the aftermath of the battle further exacerbated the venue's collapse. Orochimaru watched this sudden turn of events, especially the two giant toads that were clearly the elite forces of Myobokuzen. The surprise flickered in his golden snake eyes and quickly vanished as his probing gaze fell once again on Naruto, who still clung tightly to the third's leg, his interest growing more intense, even tinged with greed. The Nine-Tails brat. Indeed, you always manage to bring unexpected amusement. Truly a perfect vessel material. Meanwhile, in the dense forest on the outskirts of Konoha, a pursuit squad composed of Hinata, Shikamaru, Neji, and Sasuke, relying on the powerful insight of Byakugan Shikamaru's tactical guidance and Sasuke's enhanced speed from special training, finally caught up with Temari and Kankuro, who were carrying Gaara and trying to retreat. Stop right there. Sasuke coldly commanded, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Gaara, who was being supported by Temari and Kankuro on either side, in an extremely unstable state. He could clearly sense the cold, violent chakra within Gaara, filled with a desire for destruction, expanding like a waking beast, almost breaking free from his body. Temari gripped her massive three-star fan tightly, while Kankuro's fingers had already hooked onto the chakra threads of the Crow and Black Ant, both of their faces serious. They knew that the worst-case scenario was likely approaching sooner than expected. The air in the forest became stagnant due to the collision of two equally murderous chakras. The second battlefield was about to ignite. On the high platform of the venue, Orochimaru had completely disregarded the earth-shattering battle of snakes below. In his eyes, it was merely a trivial distraction to tie down some of Konoha's forces. The real feast was just about to begin. He watched with delight and cruelty as the third Hokage struggled under the meticulously planned shadow binding technique, akin to an artist admiring his own masterpiece. Teacher, the warmth of the old era should come to an end. Let us play a more intriguing game, one that aligns more with the spirit. Orochimaru's voice was deep and full of temptation, as if inviting the other party to plunge into an abyss of knowledge. He raised his hands again, forming a complex, ancient, and deeply blasphemous hand seal, the chakra contained within it so cold that it seemed to freeze the air around. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. A tremendous and indescribable chakra erupted from Orochimaru, not the warmth of life, but the chilling aura from the netherworld. The ground instantly turned as black as ink, as if a portal connecting to the underworld had opened. Then, under the piercing gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, boom, boom, two coffins adorned with gigantic talismans slowly rose from the pitch-black ground, accompanied by the chilling chakra fluctuations and the shrill sound of wood scraping like demons crawling out from the depths of hell. On the coffin lids, the ancient characters first and second were inscribed. Orochimaru, you wretched disciple who betrays your teacher and ancestors. How dare you? How dare you desecrate the peace of the deceased? Defile the souls of our predecessors. The third Hokage's voice trembled with extreme anger and sorrow, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound despair as he looked at the two coffins. Inside lay his teachers, the two predecessors who had guided him on the path to becoming Hokage. The coffin lid slowly opened with a sound that made one's teeth ache, revealing two figures draped in red layered armor, exuding a heavy sense of pressure akin to mountains. Although their faces were somewhat blurred as if veiled by a layer of dust, the unique hairstyles and the familiar chakra sensation were unmistakably those of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who had developed countless forbidden techniques and established various systems in Konoha. Naruto, still stubbornly clinging to the third Hokage's unfettered leg, looked closely at this legendary scene, his heart filled with shock. The pressure emanating from the soul level was beyond what any visual effects could replicate. Meanwhile, he was internally lamenting, damn, watching the live version of Impure World Reincarnation while hugging the Hokage's leg. This VIP perspective is unmatched. It's just a bit hard on my pants, as the third struggled. Should I look for a chance to rush over and hug the first or second Hokage's leg? The system rewards would surely be explosive. Warning. Warning. A high-energy undead unit has been forcibly summoned. Energy nature mixed undead chakra contract binding. Danger level extremely high. Extremely deadly. Strongly advise the host to abandon any plans immediately and retreat to the maximum extent from this area. Repeat, retreat immediately. The system's alarm echoed sharply in his mind, almost piercing his eardrums. Meanwhile, outside Konoha, in the depths of the forest, battle had already erupted and was spiraling out of control. Shikamaru utilized the shadows between the trees, employing his tactical brilliance to execute the shadow mimic technique, successfully restraining Kankuro, who controlled the puppets, preventing him from effectively deploying his puppet mechanisms. Niji, using the insight of his Byakugan and the precision of the Hyūga clan's gentle fist, swiftly approached Temari, blocking her from using her giant fan to perform wind release. In the main battlefield, Sasuke faced the increasingly unstable Gaara. Kill. I will kill you all. Gaara let out a pained howl that resembled a beast, the chakra of Shikaku spilling uncontrollably from his body, like a flood breaking through a dam. The sand around him transformed from a docile defensive barrier into violent, aggressive tentacles and spikes. Half of his face began to contort, revealing deep purple patterns of Shikaku 1, I'm morphing into a bizarre form, bloodshot, like a raccoon. Sasuke, be careful. The chakra within him has completely gone berserk. Hinata, activating her Byakugan, clearly saw the dark red-tailed beast chakra surging through Gaara's chakra network, anxiously warning. The quantity and quality of that chakra far exceeded that of a Genin, even surpassing the Chunin level. Sasuke also felt an unprecedented threat of death. His Sharingan spun wildly, attempting to capture the movement of the sand, while a strong lightning attribute chakra gathered in his hand, producing the ear-piercing sound of 1,000 birds chirping. Chidori. Die. The half-tailed beast Gaara let out a primal roar. More sand gushed forth from the gourd on his back, forming an enormous claw of Shikaku, made entirely of sand, crashing down toward Sasuke and Hinata, who was trying to assist. Before the claw's wind could reach, the massive pressure already made it hard to breathe. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams. In a moment of crisis, Hinata shouted, unleashing the Hyūga clan's secret technique of absolute defense for the first time in actual combat, without holding back. Her petite body pivoted on her left foot, chakra surged from her entire being, forming a perfect, rapidly spinning blue chakra sphere barrier. Boom. The claw of Shikaku collided violently with the rotation barrier. The tremendous roar made ears ache, and the violent shockwave swept outward, stirring up countless fallen leaves and dust. Hinata's 8 trigrams rotation proved to be the strongest defense of the Hyūga clan, barely withstanding this devastating blow, but the immense impact still caused her blood to surge, her chakra barrier pulsating violently, her petite form being pushed back repeatedly, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke thrust the shining Chidori like a lightning arrow toward Gaara's body. However, more sand, as if alive, automatically shielded its master, layering upon layer to block the Chidori. The lightning tore through several layers of sand shields, but ultimately exhausted its energy mere inches away from Gaara's body, leaving only a charred shallow pit on the sand armor on his shoulder. This trivial injury instead fueled the fire, fully awakening the slumbering monster within Gaara. Roar! An even more violent chakra surged upward, causing Gaara's body to undergo further mutations, with more features of Shikaku beginning to manifest. The situation took a rapid turn for the worse. The My Collapse plan had finally reached its most brutal, most shadowed climax. Inside the arena, the raised platform lay already half demolished by the fierce fighting. The reanimated bodies of the first Hokage Chinsho Zhujian and the second Hokage Chinsho Feijin, bound by Da Shiwan's curse seals, unleashed merciless, overwhelming assaults upon their former disciples and comrades. Mokutan would release birth of the arboreal realm. Even in a weakened form, it remained terrifying. The first pressed his hands together, and countless thick trunks and branches burst from the earth, like giant serpents, coiling and lashing, instantly transforming the platform into a small forest and compressing the third space to maneuver. Swayed on water release, clear wave. The second followed, summoning a waterfall-like deluge from thin air without any water source. The surging torrent battered the third's earthen wall defenses, cold spray flying in every direction. The third Hokage, Yuanfei Risen, that aged god of shinobi, now stood alone, facing the profane souls of his predecessors and a treacherous former student lurking with hungry intent. He brandished his adamant and Rui staff and deployed myriad practiced ninjutsu, fire release, earth release, shadow clones. pouring a lifetime of skill into each maneuver, struggling within the cramped space to parry, defend, and occasionally counterstrike. Weariness and grief filled his eyes, yet above all burned an unshakable resolution, the resolve to protect him. Deshiwan watched as if enjoying a carefully staged drama stationed in a relatively safe corner, smiling coldly as he savored the perverse sight of his teacher besieged by those who had once been his masters. He even jabbed out the occasional taunt, rubbing salt into the third's already tattered heart. And Mingren persisted with his absurd-seeming, yet utterly determined, leg-hugging tactic. He clung desperately to the one thigh of the third that still had freedom to move. The other had been lost during the frantic motion, rolling and dodging in the wake of the third's protection and the aftershocks of jutsu. Scorching flames grazed him, cold torrents soaked his clothing, flying with splinters raked his skin, yet he would not loosen his grip. In his mind he tallied possibilities. The first's Mokuton life aura is so strong. If only he could touch the second's flying thunder god. System. Record. Analyze. And besides, how on earth can I safely reach their thighs? System host. Survival is the primary imperative. Stop engaging in self-destructive impulses. Energy overload warning. The system was on the verge of giving up. Outside the village in the forest, what AI Luo's trend toward half-tailed transformation had become irreversible. Shohei's chakra had condensed into a visible dark red storm sweeping across tens of meters. Enormous sand arms had multiplied to two, wildly flailing and slapping, reducing nearby trees to kindling with. Zuizhu Chu Tianning Ci and Luwan could do little but rely on speed and technique to dodge clumsily, each movement laced with peril. The cursed seal patterns on Zuizhu's skin, driven by agitation and chakra depletion, began to spread beyond his control. They granted him power while corroding his reason, like vipers, a savage glint appearing in his eyes. No, if this continues we won't even be able to withdraw intact, let alone stop him. Luwan broke into a cold sweat, stretching his shadow imitation technique to barely disrupt the sand's flow as his mind raced at unprecedented speed. We must find a way to interrupt his tailed beast transformation. Or discover something to temporarily bind him. Or gamble. Hold on until reinforcements detect this anomaly. Ning-sis Byakugan veins pulsed, he said in a low voice. His chakra core is shrouded by thick layers of sand and protective chakra. My gentle fist is hard-pressed to penetrate. Moreover, his consciousness seems to be entirely dominated by the tailed beast's violent emotion. Chu Tian fought to steady the turbulence of blood and chakra within her, opened her Byakugan anew, straining to discern any seam or flaw in what AI Luo's chakra flow. In her mind, the cool executive system analyzed at high-speed. Target unit is in dual mental and energetic loss of control. Illogical communication is ineffective. Physical attacks suffer diminishing returns against sand-based defenses. Database comparison recommended option 1. High-intensity mental assault, no available means. Option 2. Powerful sealing technique, no conditions met. Option 3. Create an absolute force disparity for suppression, current power gap prohibitive. Optimal solution by time await strong external intervention or a change in battlefield variables. At the desperate moment when despair began to coil about the youths like icy vines, summoning technique. A hoarse yet resolute cry cracked the oppressive atmosphere woven by Shohei's chakra. Amid towering white smoke and fierce gusts, a vast orange silhouette, like a mountain hurled from the sky, thundered down into the center of the forest battlefield. Through the dust, the one-eyed toad with a pipe, none other than Hama Wentai, emerged. On the arena side, having joined the other toads, and through seasoned combat experience, at least momentarily restrained the two summoned giant snakes, it had sensed with crystal clarity through its contract with Mingren that a similarly monstrous tailed beast chakra fluctuation had erupted in this forest. Without the slightest hesitation it released the summon, then Mingren himself, still clinging to the third's leg but projecting a thin thread of chakra guidance, reversed the summoning at the critical instant, sending the toad to the battlefield that needed it most. This nauseating chakra has the one-tail Shohei's jinchuriki brat gone berserk. Hama Wentai's one eye swept over the half-tailed grotesque, what AI Luo. Gravity and disgust flashed through its gaze as it bellowed down at the small human genin at its feet. Hey you kids. Leave this to me. Stay back and don't get caught in the crossfire. No sooner had the words fallen than Hama Wentai's enormous frame displayed agility at odds with its bulk. It ripped the short blade shao tai from its waist, and with a mountain-splitting force swung at the two Shohei claws that were wreaking havoc. Where the blade passed, the air shrieked with a sharp blast. At the same time, within my village, as the sound and sand rating units were gradually neutralized or suppressed, more jonin and elite umbu freed themselves and began racing toward the area outside the village where chakra fluctuation was most violent. The forest. Kakazai's signature silver hair and Sharingan, and Akai's whirlwind green form had already appeared at the forest's edge, breaking through the outer sand barrier at full speed toward the core of the fight. The ember of hope had not been extinguished on this land ravaged by conspiracy and war. Though the My Collapse plan had brought vast devastation and grievous casualties, Mui's shinobi, especially the younger generation, forged quickly in crisis, were with their blood, sweat, cunning, and unbowed while resisting the encroaching darkness and guarding the village and comrades they cherished. The battle was far from over. The darkest hour before dawn often nurtures the first light of rebirth. The battle on the high platform of the venue has reached a fever pitch. The first Hokage Senju Hashiramas would release birth of a deep forest though limited in scale, due to control still exuded an overwhelming sense of life, with its wildly growing giant trees and entwining vines. The second Hokage Senju Tobarama's water release water, severing wave transformed into a towering tidal wave complementing the forest and nearly turning the entire high platform into their home ground. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, known as the Professor of Ninjutsu, now had his hair and beard standing on end, his hands darting like lightning, as he effortlessly unleashed fire earth and lightning releases. The 5 elemental ninjutsu were at his fingertips, struggling to withstand the onslaught of the 2 predecessors, but it was evident to all that he was at the end of his rope, sweat beading on his forehead, and his breath becoming labored from the depletion of chakra and mental strain. Meanwhile, our other protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, dutifully played the role of a human ornament gripping tightly onto the third Hokage's leg that had not been injured by the first Hokage's would release. He even understood to alternate legs to prevent prolonged strain on one side, allowing the old man to move more freely, narrowly dodging amidst the gaps of wood release and the edges of water release under the third's desperate protection. His face was filled with terror and helplessness, but internally in his mind his complaints were flooding like a barrage of messages. Experiencing it live was indeed a different matter. The wood release hitting him really hurt. It's a miracle the old man could hold on this long with his frail body. No. If this goes on, the old man will really resort to that self-destructive dead demon-consuming seal. If he dies, who will lead Konoha in the face of the Akatsuki and Pain's onslaught? Isn't my relatively comfortable childhood going to come to an early end? More importantly, although this old man often uses the will of fire to fool people, and his secret surveillance is quite bothersome, he has indeed treated me fairly, and my living expenses are tight. I cannot just watch such a decent long-term sponsor and protector disappear. Just as Naruto in his mind was deep in his thoughts, the third Hokage staggered after taking a hit from the second Hokage's water, severing wave. His arm slashed open, and his breath grew even more erratic. Orochimaru's signature horse laugh echoed in the venue, filled with a Catan mouse mockery. Naruto decided it was time to perform. He suddenly raised his head and shouted with all his might towards Orochimaru's direction. Hey, that pale-faced, snake-faced pervert with a tongue that can roll. What else can you do besides hiding behind your ancestors to bully the elderly? Come down and fight me, Onionon. They'll let you use one hand. Orochimaru, who was enjoying watching his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen in distress, glanced coldly at Naruto, with his golden snake eyes a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Had the little brat of a Nine-Tails save your impotent rage for the afterlife to vent to the Grim Reaper? However, just as Orochimaru's words fell, the third Hokage seized a moment of his distraction, his eyes gleaming with determination, as he quickly formed Hand Seal's ninjutsu shadow, Shuriken Jutsu. In an instant, the ordinary shuriken he threw multiplied in the air, transforming from 1 to 10 to 100 and 100 to thousands, raining down like a metallic storm upon Orochimaru and the 2 reanimated corpses he controlled. Orochimaru twisted his body in a bizarre manner, effortlessly avoiding all attacks. However, controlling the reanimated corpses required intense concentration, and this brief moment of response caused a slight delay in his control over the first and second Hokages. It was this slightest delay, a flash of resolution and tragic determination, crossed the third Hokage's eye. He clasped his hands tightly, his chakra burning with unprecedented speed. An eerie and strange aura began to spread, and behind him a vague, gigantic figure of the Grim Reaper, holding prayer beads, seemed to slowly coalesce in the void. Now's the time. Naruto roared in his heart, his consciousness instantly sinking into the ceiling space. Fox Dad. Fox Grandpa. I need help. Hurry. I need some yang release chakra, the kind that's full of vitality. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7. In the ceiling space, the Nine-Tails, soaked in the cold chakra water, lazily opened its eyes, snorted coldly. Foolish little brat, and even more foolish human. Why should I help? But its words were abruptly cut off, for it clearly sensed the repulsive aura of death from the outside. Orochimaru's manipulation of the souls of the dead was already displeasing to it, and if the third Hokage died, the situation would only become more chaotic, which was certainly not good for it, or Naruto. Reluctantly, but with an indescribable sense of agitation, it extracted a sliver of hot lava-like yang release chakra brimming with overwhelming vitality and sent it through the gaps of the cage. Shut up, little brat, remember what you owe me. Naruto felt the warm and immense power surging into his limbs, nearly overwhelming him, and he hesitated no longer. Gripping the third Hokage's leg tightly, he suddenly exerted force, not in a physical pull, but as a conduit, injecting that highly pure yang release chakra of the Nine-Tails mixed with the massive chakra generated from his Uzumaki lineage into the third Hokage's body, without reservation, like a burst dam. Old man, hold on. Don't do anything rash with forbidden techniques. Just as the third Hokage was preparing to sacrifice his soul to complete the dead demon-consuming seal, he suddenly felt a strange, violent, yet boundless life force chakra rush in from his leg, instantly collapsing the chakra flow he had been guiding for the forbidden technique, forcibly interrupting the process of the jutsu. At the same time, wherever this power passed, the internal injuries, fatigue, and the external wounds he had just received were healing at a visibly rapid rate. The exhaustion vanished, the depleted chakra was rapidly replenished, and even his spirit was revitalized. What is this? The Nine-Tails chakra. and such pure and powerful yang release energy. The third Hokage was in utter shock looking down at Naruto, who was still clinging to his leg like a koala, his eyes filled with disbelief. Orochimaru, who had been comfortably watching from the sidelines, also keenly sensed the sudden change in the third Hokage's aura, which had risen from its previously waning state to a peak. His expression changed dramatically, uncertainty appearing for the first time in his golden snake eyes. What is happening? The teacher's chakra has recovered. Naruto's inner self chuckled with glee. Ha. Didn't expect this, did you, Uncle Snake? Want my old man to die? Have you consulted me? The Time Traveler Ninetales portable power bank. The dead demon consuming seal experience card is directly cancelled. Ding. Successfully provided emergency life energy to key plot target third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcibly reversing the critical plot point third Hokage sacrifice. Rewards yang release affinity, slightly increased compatibility with Ninetales chakra enhanced. The familiar system prompt echoed in Naruto's mind. At this moment the situation underwent a stunning reversal. With his state fully restored, even brimming with victory, the third Hokage's gaze was as sharp as a blade locking onto Orochimaru. Outside the forest the battle had also entered its most brutal and critical moment. The arrival of Gamabunta, like a shot of adrenaline, temporarily curbed the rampage of the fully manifested Shikaku that seemed to destroy heaven and earth. Each time its massive short sword, decapitation, clashed with Shikaku's giant sand claws, it produced a deafening metallic clang, and shockwaves carried blinding sand dust felling surrounding trees like straws. However, in its partial tailed beast transformation, the power of the one-tailed Shikaku was terrifying. The endless sea of sand seemed alive, constantly forming, attacking, and defending. Although Gamabunta was a top combatant from Mount Myaboku, trying to subdue the rampaging tailed beast, while minimizing damage and avoiding harming Gar's body buried deep within Shikaku left him struggling. He had already sustained several bleeding scratches from sand. Meanwhile, the curse mark patterns on Uchiha Sasuke's body spread rapidly, like living vipers covering almost half. This brought a sharp increase in power, but at the cost of his sanity being rapidly eroded by the darkness and bloodlust within the curse mark. The scarlet glow of his Sharingan mixed with violence and agony. Sasuke, calm down. Don't let that power control you. Hyūga Hinata keenly noticed Sasuke's abnormal state. While anxiously watching the main battlefield, she couldn't help but call out, her voice trembling subtly. At that moment Shikaku seemed utterly enraged by Gamabunta's harassment. Its massive body suddenly leaned back, opening its enormous mouth as if to devour everything. A terrifying amount of chakra began to crazily gather and compress within its mouth, forming a high-density chakra sphere, emitting an ominous light. Not good. It's a tailed beast ball nascent form. Gamabunta, seeing this, his huge frog-eyes pupils contracted, and he let out a terrified roar. An attack of this level, even for him, would be disastrous if taken heeded, and might even endanger the distant hidden leaf. As the black-purple sphere containing destructive energy was about to be launched, the air in the forest seemed to freeze. Temari and Kankuro showed despair. Shikamaru's forehead was drenched with cold sweat, his mind racing, but finding no feasible plan. At this critical moment, a flash of insight seemed to strike Hinata's mind. She suddenly recalled an earlier occasion when she had passed by the training ground and saw Kakashi Sensei instructing Sasuke in the Chidori technique. Kakashi's explanation about chakra nature transformation and shape transformation, as well as the principle of releasing a massive amount of chakra concentrated at a single point, reassembled like fragments in her mind, becoming clear. Her Byakugan possessed insight beyond ordinary shinobi. At this moment, she could clearly see the highly compressed, delicately balanced chakra node within Shikaku's mouth. A resolute thought seized Hinata's mind. I must stop it. Otherwise everyone will. She no longer hesitated, took a deep breath, and gathered all her chakra desperately into her right palm. This was not the traditional gentle fist method of turning chakra into fine needles for point penetration. Instead, she attempted to imitate the principle of the Chidori, subjecting the surging chakra to extreme compression and shape transformation. Buzz! A sphere of pure high-density chakra, emitting a soft white light, rapidly formed in her palm, producing a low lion-like roar that made hearts tremble. Gentle fist style modified. Gentle step lion fist. The girl's clear, sharp cry pierced the tense air. She thrust her slender right arm forward. The highly condensed white chakra sphere was not used for close combat, though instead in the moment it left her hand, its shape changed again, like a wild lion king breaking free from its bonds, roaring forward with thunderous force, its speed, like lightning, its power unstoppable. This white beam not only possessed the ferocity and majesty of a lion king, but also contained a shockwave characteristic somewhat similar to the Kamehameha. This beam was entirely composed of chakra, shining with dazzling brilliance, as if it were an energy torrent erupting from the depths of the universe. It tore through the air at astonishing speed, producing a deafening roar wherever it passed. The air was violently compressed, forming visible shockwaves. Uttering a piercing screech faster than anyone could react, it shot, with pinpoint accuracy, straight into Shikaku's open mouth that was gathering the tailed beast ball. Wah! What technique is that? Temari and Kankuro stared in disbelief, hardly believing their eyes. Was this really an attack from that timid-looking heiress of the Hyūga clan? Even the usually calm Shikamaru opened his mouth in surprise, muttering, Hinata, When did she develop such a long-range gen? In the blink of an eye, the white lion-shaped shockwave like a precise scalpel struck the very core, the most unstable chakra node of the nearly completed tailed beast ball, nascent form inside Shikaku's mouth. Boom. The internal balance was instantly shattered. The high-density chakra sphere in Shikaku's mouth lost its structural integrity, triggering a catastrophic internal explosion. Shikaku let out a piercing wail of utmost agony, its massive body shaking violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The attack stifled in its cradle. The blast's backlash even damaged its own body, causing cracks in its sand armor. Succeeded? Hinata panted heavily, her face pale from the sudden chakra depletion. That attack had drained most of her chakra, and her right arm was aching and numb. Well done, little girl. How could Gamabunta miss this golden opportunity? He roared, and his massive short sword whistled through the air, slashing fiercely at the huge opening Shikaku had exposed in its pain. Even Sasuke, affected by the curse mark, was jolted into a moment of clarity by the sudden violent explosion and Hinata's unprecedented powerful long-range gentle fist. The brutality in his eyes receded slightly. However, Shikaku's fury was fully ignited by this provocation from an ant. It became even more frenzied, its giant sand claws flailing wildly, indiscriminate attacks covering the entire area like a natural disaster, making the situation even more dangerous. The complete rampage of Shikaku turned the forest into a veritable inferno. Sand waves surged skyward, giant claws struck with crushing force, each attack bearing the momentum to annihilate everything. Gamabunta, relying on his rich combat experience, dodged and weaved, parrying with his short sword, yet he was forced back step by step, appearing quite beleaguered. We must stop him completely. If this continues, the area affected will only grow larger. Nara Shikamaru forced himself to remain calm, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. Lord Gamabunta, please cooperate with us. He quickly surveyed the battlefield situation, and factoring in the conditions of Hinata, Niji, and Sasuke, a bold plan rapidly took shape. Unable to engage in complex verbal communication, he conveyed his tactical intent to Gamabunta and Hyūga Niji through a few simple gestures and loud shouts. Lord Gamabunta, hold the front. Niji, use the Byakugan to find the point where chakra is most chaotic. Sasuke, prepare your strongest attack. Target the main body. Gamabunta, as a veteran summoning beast, possessed high combat intelligence and instantly grasped Shikamaru's intention. He let out a sky-shaking croak, swung his short sword again, and adopted a Hitandran strategy, continuously drawing Shikaku's attention and redirecting its attacks away from the group. Hyūga Niji understood immediately. He activated his Byakugan, veins bulging around his eyes, his vision piercing through Shikaku's thick sandshell to lock onto the flow of chakra within its body. Soon he located the critical node where the chakra circulation had become temporarily chaotic and congested due to the internal explosion caused by Hinata's gentle step lion fist. Right there. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji moved like lightning, his Shuinpa launching him against the path carved by Gamabunta, directly closing in on Shikaku's massive body. His palms became blurs, the gentle fist style, like a storm of wind and rain, striking with pinpoint accuracy at those chaotic chakra nodes. Each palm carried penetrating chakra, further destabilizing the energy within Shikaku. Roar! Shikaku let out a pained bellow, its massive movements freezing for a distinct moment, and the sand on its surface began to show signs of instability. Sasuke, now, use your Chidori and strike its forehead. Gaara's main body is right there. Hinata, though weakened by exhaustion and chakra depletion, relied on her Byakugan's perception to shout out the final target for Sasuke. Midair, the dark cursed seal patterns on his body, still menacing, yet spurred by the continuous battle and the cooperation of Hinata and Niji, his reason temporarily suppressed the dark influence. His 3-Demo Sharingan spun wildly, locking onto the thickest point of sand armor on Shikaku's forehead. The little chakra left in his body, along with the cold power from the cursed seal, converged in his right hand. Zith. The piercing, grating cry of the Chidori resounded through the forest once more, the dazzling blue lightning, like a bolt tearing through the night, blazing brilliantly in his hand. Chidori. With a roar choked with pain and determination, Sasuke transformed into a streak of blue lightning, diving from above, aimed directly at Shikaku's forehead. This time, as Shikaku's defense was weakened by chakra chaos, and its spirit wounded, the Chidori, imbued with the ultimate piercing power of lightning release, tore through the hastily gathered final sand barrier like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Lightning and sand clashed in a violent collision, the thunderous roar deafening. Although the Chidori did not directly, gravely wound Gaara's deeply protected main body, the intense paralyzing effect of the lightning release, the violent chakra impact, and the spiritual shock of the defense being breached finally became the last straw, utterly shattering Gaara's already fragile and unstable spirit. Ugh! Shikaku let out a reluctant whimper. Its massive sand body, lacking the support of core chakra, began to crumble like a collapsing mountain, countless grains of sand pouring down with a clatter, returning to the earth. Gaara's main body fell limply from the top of the sand dune, barely caught by Temari and Kankuro, who had rushed forward with desperate resolve, and he sank into a deep coma. Sasuke himself had exhausted all his strength. The burden of the cursed seal and chakra depletion caused his vision to darken, and he plummeted straight down from midair, only to be caught steadily by the quick-eyed Niji, who leaped up at the right moment. The prolonged, brutal battle finally came to an end with the retreat of the one-tailed Shikaku and the collapse of Asuna main forces. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, the battle on the high platform of the arena was also nearing its conclusion. The third Hokage, whose condition had been fully restored by Naruto's Nine Tails power bank, along with some elite A and BU, who had finally broken through the combined sound and sand ninja defenses, successfully forced Orochimaru to retreat, who decisively withdrew upon seeing the situation was hopeless. The Konoha Crush plan with the leader's retreat and the quelling of the One-Tails rampage was declared a failure. The sudden attack brought considerable loss and pain to Konohagakure, with countless buildings destroyed and shinobi and civilians injured. But unlike the original destined course, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi miraculously survived, preserving a crucial pillar of stability for the severely wounded village and steadying the overall situation. And the courage, wisdom, and growth displayed by the young genin during the crisis pierced through the gloom of war, allowing all survivors to clearly see the vibrant hope for Konoha's future. At Konoha Hospital, it was still crowded with people as medical staff hurried about, the air filled with the scent of disinfectant and a faint hint of blood. However, unlike the sorrow and confusion felt in the original story after losing their leader, the atmosphere in the hospital, while Heavy, was imbued with a sense of survival after calamity and a determination to rebuild. In a private ward, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned against the hospital bed, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes clear and his breath steady. He gazed at his disciple Jiraiya, who stood vigil by his bedside, as well as Naruto and others outside the window, fervently assisting in clearing the rubble and rebuilding their home, his expression complex and difficult to decipher. "I never expected this." The third Hokage slowly began, his voice hoarse and filled with endless emotion. "At the last moment, it was that boy Naruto who forcefully pulled me back from the clutches of death in this manner." He could clearly feel the remnants of that warm and powerful yang release chakra within him, still nourishing his damaged meridians and aging body, like a gentle stream as effective as the most advanced medical ninjutsu. Jiraiya crossed his arms, his expression unusually serious, and lowered his voice. "Old man, this situation is definitely not that simple. The appearance of Orochimaru, the involvement of Tsunade, and the power within Naruto that was awakened and successfully controlled. Behind all this, there are likely greater shadows lurking." The third Hokage nodded, his gaze sharpening. "Yes, I know. The great tree of Konoha must now address the internal pests and external storms properly. The old systems may also need to be changed. Furthermore, we need to cultivate stronger new shoots to face future challenges." His gaze once again turned to the golden figure outside the window. Outside the hospital window, Naruto was energetically using the shadow clone technique, creating dozens of clones who tirelessly helped transport building materials and clear rubble, their efficiency surpassing even that of the professional construction team nearby. Ding. Actively participating in Konoha's post-disaster reconstruction efforts, earned construction contribution reputation system upgraded, the title of Konoha's unexpected hero limited edition Nine Tails power bank solidified, and some villagers slightly improved their perception of the host. The system's notification echoed in Ming Ren's mind. He internally complained, Hey, the power bank version is one thing, but what the heck is limited edition? Also, why unexpected hero? I clearly had a plan. And this improvement is way too small, isn't it? Stingy system. On the other side, Hinata, Hyūga, and Sakura Haruno were helping care for the lightly injured, handing out water and bandaging, doing their part. After this battle, Hinata's long-range attack technique, Gentle Step Lion's Fist, which she unleashed in the moment of crisis, began to circulate among ninjas, garnering significant attention from the Hyūga clan. Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyūga, personally came to visit his daughter, looking at her side profile, which was weary yet exceptionally determined, his eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of scrutiny, surprise, a hint of barely detectable pride, and deeper contemplation. Sasuke Uchiha leaned against the cold wall of the corridor, head bowed, gazing at his bandaged right hand, feeling the sensation of Chidori tearing through everything and the cold, violent erosion of the curse mark still intertwining. His desire to grow stronger and thirst for power had never felt as intense and urgent as it did at this moment. Shikamaru Nara looked out at the busy scene beyond the window, then glanced at his companion beside him, who had clearly changed after the baptism of war, and sighed, helplessly rubbing his still slightly swollen temples. Sigh. It seems the troublesome days have only just begun. A few days later, Konoha's reconstruction efforts began to take shape, and order gradually returned. Jiraiya found Naruto by the river working on basic chakra control. Hey kid. Jiraiya said, hands on his hips, appearing nonchalant. Isn't it about time you took a break? Come with me for a bit. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately jumped up, his azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perverted sage. Are you finally going to teach me super, awesome ninjutsu? Is it more powerful than Chidori? Jiraiya unceremoniously smacked Naruto on the head. Let's talk. If you really want to grow stronger, just obediently follow me. The upcoming training won't be as easy as before. He paused, raising his voice, slightly scanning the area, where Shikamaru, Niji, Hinata, and others were also training or on mission. Sasuke was not present. You little brats too. Don't think that just because the Chunin exam was interrupted it's all fine. The real test and training is just beginning. Get your spirits up. Sadness and hope intertwined at this moment. Pain and growth coexisted. The young sprouts of Konoha, after enduring this cataclysmic storm, not only did not wither, but instead their roots burrowed deeper, drawing on experiences and lessons, striving to grow more diligently and stubbornly towards the sunlight that arose anew from the ruins. A brand new unknown journey is about to unfold. The reconstruction of my village was in full swing. Broken tiles and bricks were cleared away while new foundations were laid. Although the streets still bore the scars of battle, the villagers were busy rebuilding with hopeful eyes. However, beneath this scene of revival, an oppressive gloom hung over the higher-ups. The loss of top-tier combat power, especially the severe injury and coma of the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen, and the critical shortage of elite medical personnel weighed heavily on the hearts of the acting high-level officials of Mai. The third's injuries were extremely complex and grave. Ordinary medical ninjas were helpless. The only one in all of Mai, or even the entire ninja world, capable of pulling him back from the brink of death, was the legendary medical sage, one of the three ninjas Ganshohan. Finding Gansho, bringing her back to become the fifth Hokage, and treat the third became the paramount task. This task naturally fell upon Zilai, also one of the three ninjas, and familiar with Gangsho. A few days later, early one morning at the gate of my village, Zilai leaned against the gatepost watching Xuanhua Mingren running over hurriedly. Mingren carried a slightly worn-out ninja tool pouch on his back, his face full of excitement and anticipation. "Pervy Sage, let's go quickly. Find Granny Gangsho and cure Grandpa Hokage as soon as possible." Mingren waved his fist energetically. Zilai smiled and was about to say something when his gaze was drawn to another figure in the distance. "Wait." A crisp yet slightly urgent female voice came. Rishiang Chutian jogged over, her fair cheeks flushed from exertion, a light sweat on her forehead. Behind her followed a servant of the Hyūga branch family, carrying an exquisite, expensive-looking small brown leather suit. "Lord Zilai Mingren-kun." Chutian stopped before them, breathing slightly heavily, but her pure white eyes were exceptionally resolute. Please let me come along too." Zilai scratched his wild white hair, somewhat troubled. "Little Chutian, I understand your intentions. But this time we are searching for someone. The journey is not short, and the process may be quite arduous. Moreover, I can help." Chutian immediately interjected, her tone unwavering. "My Byakugan can be crucial in long-range searching and reconnaissance. It can greatly shorten the time to find Lord." Moreover, she paused as if organizing her words, but in fact she was quickly scanning the task panel that had just refreshed in her mind's boss system. Strategic task: release, escort, and investment. Accompany core investment target Xuanhua Mingren and legendary ninja Zilai, ensure their safety during the mission, and seize the opportunity to make initial contact and strategic investment with important potential target Gansho. Task reward: based on completion, enhance the host's medical ninjutsu comprehension, unlock exchange permissions for high-level resources such as rare medicinal herbs, medical texts. And I have been studying medical ninjutsu recently. Although it is still rudimentary, perhaps it can help on the way, or I can understand faster when receiving Lord Gang's house guidance. Mingren heard this and immediately chimed in. "That's right, Pervy Sage. Chutian is amazing. Her Byakugan is super useful. With her, we'll definitely find that Granny Gangsho faster." He looked at Chutian with full trust. Zilai looked at Chutian. On the surface, this girl appeared shy and introverted, but deep in her eyes was an unshakable determination. He stroked his chin, weighing the pros and cons. The reconnaissance ability of the Byakugan was truly irreplaceable and could greatly increase efficiency. Moreover, bringing along this young lady of the Hyūga main family might help solve some unnecessary troubles with her identity and wealth, he thought. More importantly, with her by his side, maybe this kid Mingren would behave himself. "All right." Zilai finally nodded, his expression turning serious. "But Chutian, you must follow orders during the journey, no acting on your own, understand?" "Yes. Thank you, Lord Zilai." Kyushin's face lit up with a joyful smile, and she bowed deeply. Thus the team to find Gangsho changed from the planned two-person journey to a trio. When leaving the village, Chutian directly went to the village entrance station. Under the stunned gazes of Zilai and Mingren, she used the ample funds provided by the system to hire a spacious, comfortable, cushioned, and shock-absorbed luxury carriage. She also purchased a large amount of high-grade ingredients, fresh fruit, pure drinking water, and various daily necessities, stuffing the small storage compartment behind the carriage full. Is this going on a mission or a picnic? Zilai couldn't help clicking his tongue at the logistical support far exceeding standard mission configuration. His originally planned ascetic journey of sleeping in the open and eating wild herbs seemed to have deviated from the track from the very first step. Mingren had already excitedly climbed onto the carriage, touching the soft cushion. "Wow. Chutian, amazing. This way we won't get tired on the road." Mingren felt a mix of helplessness and more contentment, sighing with Chutian around. This was no longer a tough training and search journey, but a luxurious vacation with top-notch logistics. It seemed this investment had already demonstrated its extraordinary strategic value from the start. The carriage slowly started leaving the still busy rebuilding my village, carrying the three of them on the unknown journey to find. The journey's progress, as Naruto had foreseen, was filled with an unexpected comfort that defied anticipation. The comfortable carriage effectively alleviated the fatigue of the long journey, while the food prepared by Hinata elevated the traveling experience to the level of pure enjoyment. Sometimes she would personally utilize fresh ingredients procured along the way to craft exquisite, appetizing bento boxes. Other times, she would retrieve steaming hot meals, seemingly just out of the pan, from the miraculous storage scroll. In truth, the system space, their aroma and flavor perfectly preserved. Even Jiraiya, a seasoned ninja who had endured countless nights in the wilderness, could not help but exclaim, while savoring the fragrant grilled fish and the savory mushroom soup, "A life of decadence truly corrodes the will, but it's so delicious." Such was his exclamation. Of course, training did not slacken due to the comfortable environment. Jiraiya began systematically instructing Naruto in the nature transformation of chakra, focusing especially on deeper mastery of his own wind nature chakra. They practiced in rest clearings or by quiet forest edges, engaging in monotonous yet arduous drills. Naruto's initial attempts were clumsy and stumbling. He struggled for a long time against a leaf or a cup of water, with little progress, his impatience often driving him to frenzy. Yet without his full awareness, the Shadow Clone's superimposed training mode activated silently with the aid of the Overlord system. The training experiences of countless Shadow Clones converged back into the original at the moment of dispersion, deepening his understanding of chakra fine control at a staggering rate. The speed of his progress was so astounding that even Jiraiya, who occasionally observed covertly, was secretly amazed, raising his estimation of Naruto's potential even further. Hinata too was not idle. On one hand, she constantly activated her Byakugan, taking on the team's surveillance duties, and every rustle within several kilometers could not escape her sight, effectively averting several potential troubles. On the other hand, she seized every spare moment to continue delving into medical ninjutsu texts and gentle fist techniques. The simulation battle module provided by the Overlord system allowed her to engage virtual opponents in her mind, accumulating practical combat experience. Meanwhile, the fine chakra control exercises performed through the system's simulated complex meridian diagrams made her manipulation of chakra increasingly precise and subtle, steadily enhancing her strength through imperceptible refinement. That evening, the sunset dyed the horizon into a splendid shade of vermilion. Passing through a small town renowned for its hot springs, the group naturally checked into the finest inn without any hesitation, and just as naturally booked a luxurious suite with a private open-air hot spring courtyard. Soaking in a hot spring is the best. I feel all the day's fatigue just melt away. Naruto sighed in contentment as he luxuriated in the steaming waters. Jiraiya, on the other hand, had a wandering gaze, his thoughts seemingly already flown to some sacred site of artistic inspiration, muttering under his breath, "I heard this town's hot springs, have a unique scenery." Meanwhile, Hinata, who happened to be staying at the same inn, and whose chakra signature was recognized by Hinata's Byakugan, was soaking in the women's bath, with Shizen Tsunade's disciple exchanging insights on medical ninjutsu in low voices. Shizen was initially wary of these strangers who appeared suddenly and seemed acquainted with Jiraiya. However, Hinata's humble and studious attitude, along with her solid grasp of medical fundamentals, gradually eased her caution, and she shared some of her own experiences. Yet Naruto's hot spring vigilance radar, which seemed to have been fully activated after the Wave Country mission, sounded an alarm. He had a nagging feeling that wherever the pervy sage was, especially at an inn with hot springs, trouble was never far away. Sure enough, no sooner had he relaxed than his keen hearing caught a faint, unnatural scraping of tiles from the women's bath area, followed by a low cry of surprise and indignation from Shizen. Not good. Naruto sprang out of the warm water like a startled cat. Without even bothering to dry himself, he grabbed a bathrobe from the nearby rack, wrapped it haphazardly around his wet body, and dashed out shouting toward the men's bath. "Pervy sage. Did you go peeping again? I won't forgive you this time." Jiraiya's voice came from the men's bath, tinged with grievance. "You brat. Don't wrong an innocent man. I really didn't this time. I was just conceptualizing my next great masterpiece." Naruto was skeptical, but did not slow his pace, rushing to the entrance of the women's bath. There, a figure in a black night suit, short, skulking, and utterly despicable, definitely not Jiraiya, was scrambling down from the outer wall of the women's bath, stumbling on landing, then fleeing headlong into the dark alleys of the town without looking back. From within the women's bath, Hinata's embarrassed was clearly audible, followed by Shizune's even angrier reprimand. Daring to peep at Hinata, Naruto felt a surge of fury rising to his head, 100 times more intense than if he himself had been peeped on. He immediately formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Several shadow clones appeared with puffs of smoke. Catch that pervert. Beat him to a pulp. The original and his clones shot out like leopards, giving chase toward the direction the skulking figure had fled. The quiet night of the small town was suddenly shattered by the cacophony of a chaotic pursuit. After a brief, not so intense round of encirclement, the unfortunate low-level peeping Tom was cornered by Naruto and his clones in a dead-end alley. He was thoroughly beaten into a bruised, swollen mess, then bound tightly with rope by Naruto, and handed over to the town's security patrol, who had arrived upon hearing the commotion. When they returned to the inn, Hinata and Shizune had already dressed properly and were waiting in the courtyard. Hinata looked at Naruto, covered in dust from the chase, his bathrobe in disarray, hair still dripping wet. A mix of amusement at his disheveled state and a warm current in her heart made her pale cheeks flush even redder. Ding. Successfully protected important investment targets, the host himself, and related target Shizune from harassment, enhancing the core target Naruto's favorability and trust toward the host. Reward: permanent minor boost to neural response speed. The Mingren system within Naruto issued the prompt at the right moment. Although the reward was granted to Naruto, Mingren felt that this might be considered a kind of employee benefit. Shizune, watching Naruto panting, yet wearing an expression of mission accomplished, saw a touch of initial distance replaced by recognition and gratitude in her eyes. Holding her little pig tauntaun, she nodded to Naruto. This time, thank you Naruto-kun. This unexpected hot spring commotion, though its cause was hardly honorable unexpectedly, brought Naruto, Hinata, and Shizen closer together, planting a not-a-bad seed for future interactions with Tsunade. Based on the vague information revealed by Jinin, who had softened her attitude after the hot spring incident and provided some clues along with Jiraiya's own intelligence network in analysis, the trio journeyed onwards and finally arrived at their destination. The short book street, renowned for gambling, entertainment, and luxurious indulgence in the land of fire and surrounding nations. Before they even entered the main street, the sounds of revelry hit them like a wave. On both sides of the wide street stood an array of opulently decorated, brightly lit casinos, theaters, taverns, and inns. Tourists, merchants, and ninjas, differently dressed and hailing from all corners, moved about with the air thick with the scent of money, desire, and an inescapable restlessness. This place is a paradise for the wealthy and a graveyard for those dreaming of striking it rich. That guy Tsunade must... Jiraiya stood at the street corner, his gaze sweeping over the massive signs, confidently stating, she has a notorious nickname in the casinos known as the legendary Fat Sheep, which means she loses every bet she places, winning little and losing much, yet she is hopelessly addicted to gambling and cannot quit. Fat sheep. What does that mean? Is it a sheep that can eat a lot? Naruto asked curiously, blinking his eyes. Pretty much, Jiraiya chuckled, a hint of mockery in his tone. But here it signifies someone who is easily butchered by casinos and other gamblers, synonymous with a cash cow. Hinata silently noted this key information in her mind. Simultaneously, the domineering system in her mind quickly analyzed and provided strategic suggestions. Target confirmed Tsunade has significant preferences, gambling, and accompanying notable weaknesses, poor fortune, prone to debt. It is advised to adopt the targeted investment strategy, intervene at the opportune moment when she is in financial distress, pay off her gambling debts, and establish a preliminary positive trust relationship through economic assistance, laying the groundwork for deeper investments and cooperation later on. The system's funds are ready. Now the next step is to find her. Jiraiya stroked his chin. With Short Book Street being so large and so many casinos, searching them one by one would take too much time. Let me handle this, Lord Jiraiya, Hinata said softly, then formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Be a Kugan, activate." In an instant the veins near her temples bulged and her vision pierced through the layers of obstructing buildings, scanning the entire Short Book Street like a finely tuned radar. Countless chakra points flickered in her view. Most were weak and ordinary, but some shone exceptionally bright. She carefully filtered through them, searching for a target that matched the description: female, exceptionally large chakra. Moments later, Hinata closed her Byakugan and pointed towards the center of the street at the tallest, most luxurious building with the most foot traffic. Over there, in the Gold Full House Casino, there is a woman with an extraordinarily large chakra presence. Her chakra even feels comparable to you, Lord Jiraiya. Moreover, she frowned slightly. The emotional aura around her is very dim, and the pile of money in front of her is nearly gone, as she must have lost a lot again. That's it. It's her. Jiraiya clapped his hands. Let's go. The three immediately rushed towards the Gold Full House. As they pushed open the heavy gold-edged door, they were instantly engulfed by the deafening noise of revelry, the clattering of dice, the slamming of tiles, the cheers of winners, and the curses of losers. Inside the casino, the lights blazed and the crowd was raucous, with various gambling tables surrounded by excited patrons. Hinata's Byakugan swiftly scanned the crowd and quickly locked onto a figure next to a large sickbo table. It was a mature beauty dressed in a short robe patterned with the character for gamble in tea green, with a strikingly voluptuous figure, radiant golden hair styled in twin ponytails. None other than Tsunade, one of the legendary three ninjas they had been desperately searching for. Beside her stood Jinin, whom they had seen before, and Jinin was cradling a pink piglet in her arms. At that moment, Tsunade's expression was grim, and the pile of chips that should have formed a small mountain in front of her had dwindled to just a few. She bit her lip hard, her eyes fixed intently on the dice cup in the dealer's hand, as if she could see through it with her gaze. Bet locked in. The dealer slammed the dice cup down on the table. Big? This time it must be big. I'm betting everything I have left. Tsunade shouted, her eyes bloodshot from losing, pushing all her chips into the big area. The dealer expressionlessly revealed the contents of the cup. 1, 2, 3, 6 points small. Damn it. Lost again. Tsunade clutched her head with both hands, letting out a cry of despair, her entire demeanor radiating a sense of defeat. A well-dressed, smiling, yet shrewd-looking casino manager approached at the right moment, slightly bowing. Lady Tsunade, you see. Your previous loan plus the amount just lost, is it? At that moment, as Tsunade's expression shifted and Jinin looked anxious, yet helpless, Hinata made her move. Under the slightly surprised gazes of Jiraiya and Naruto, she calmly stepped forward, retrieving a bulging, seemingly weighty pouch of money from her bosom, which was actually from the system space, and in a voice not loud, but clear enough to penetrate the surrounding noise declared, "I will cover the debts owed by this lady." In an instant, the noise around the gambling table seemed to lower, and many gazes, including those of the surprised casino manager, the astonished Tsunade, the shocked Jinin, and the curious onlookers, were all drawn to this suddenly appearing calm, yet elegantly dressed girl from the Hyūga family. Tsunade raised her head, looking somewhat surprised at the young girl from the Hyūga clan who had come to her aid. The girl was young, with a delicate face, clear and determined eyes exuding a composure that belied her age. She glanced again at the helpless white-haired man behind Hinata, as well as the boy with striking golden hair, standing like a hedgehog, his gaze intense. A little brat from the Hyūga clan. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a hint of laziness and subtle scrutiny, before shifting her gaze to Jiraiya. And you, Jiraiya, why have you brought these two kids here? Is there something you need? As she spoke, she naturally took the heavy money pouch from Hinata's hands, weighing it casually before tossing it to the casino manager, waiting eagerly beside her, showing no embarrassment or gratitude, despite being a legendary Sannin, needing help to settle debts, as if it were all perfectly normal. Jiraiya stepped forward a few paces, his expression unusually serious, shedding his usual nonchalance. Tsunade, the village needs you now. The old man was gravely injured in his battle against Orochimaru and has been in a coma ever since. The medical team of Konoha is at a loss and urgently requires your skills. Moreover, he paused, emphasizing his words, after discussions at the higher levels, we hope you can return and take up the mantle of the 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage. Tsunade reacted as if she had heard an extremely absurd joke, a mocking curve forming at the corner of her mouth. A flash of deep pain and unresolved sorrow crossed her beautiful amber eyes. Don't joke around, Jiraiya. I have no interest in that position whatsoever, and I will never return to that. A place filled with pain and lost memories. Her words were cold and resolute, carrying a weariness and detachment born from experience. Having said that, she didn't give Jiraiya a chance to respond, and instead took the hand of the little girl beside her, ready to leave this place that had caused her both financial loss and irritation. Wait! A voice full of anger and confusion suddenly rang out. Naruto Uzumaki dashed forward, arms outstretched, resolutely blocking Tsunade's path. He looked up, his azure eyes ablaze with passion. How can you do this? Grandpa Hokage was gravely injured to protect the village and everyone. Konoha needs you now. Everyone needs your medical skills. How can you just stand by and do nothing? How can you be so indifferent? Tsunade halted her steps. She looked down at the fierce boy who resembled an angry little beast. His vibrant, unyielding blue eyes seemed to merge with the image of someone from her memories, who bore the same gaze, equally passionate and reckless. This momentarily distracted her. Yet soon after, a deeper pain and an almost obsessive resentment surged within her, causing her to cool her expression and speak with an icy voice. Brat, what do you understand? Have you ever experienced the pain of losing someone most important to you? Do you know what it's like to watch your loved ones die one by one while the so-called Hokage title is powerless to stop it? What Hokage, what village? Is just a ridiculous title that worthless people scramble to attain, ultimately piled at the top. Only death is real. You can't say that. Naruto exclaimed as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice rising sharply with anger and defiance. The Hokage is the greatest ninja in the village. They are the ones who risk their lives to protect the villagers and earn everyone's recognition. I don't care about any pain. I know I want to become Hokage. I want to surpass all previous Hokages, change this village, and earn everyone's acknowledgement. If you refuse to go back and save Grandpa Hokage, then. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and pointed at Tsunade. Then I will defeat you and force you to come back. Defeat me, eh? Tsunade said as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world, looking Naruto up and down with disdain. However, in the next moment, a terrifyingly powerful chakra erupted from her delicate form, like a volcanic eruption. The suffocating killing intent mixed with immense pressure bore down on Naruto, like an invisible mountain. You think you can stand up to a little brat like you, eh? A brat who can't even endure the intent to kill dares to speak so boldly. This terrifying pressure far exceeded anything Naruto had ever experienced. He felt the air around him freeze, breathing became extremely difficult, and his heart felt like it was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. His teeth chattered as his legs trembled uncontrollably, as if he would kneel down at any moment. Yet his azure eyes remained stubbornly fixed on Tsunade. Despite the immense pressure, he still tried to keep his back straight. Hinata stepped forward, immediately standing beside Naruto, her Byakugan activating as she attempted to share some of the frightening killing pressure, although her own face quickly turned pale. Shizun watched this scene with concern, her hands holding onto Tauntaun tightening unconsciously. Jiraiya sighed from the side, knowing how deep Tsunade's emotional scars ran and anticipating that this encounter wouldn't go smoothly, but he hadn't expected Naruto's response to be so intense, directly escalating the conflict. Tsunade looked at Naruto, who despite wobbling under her full release of killing intent still refused to fall, his eyes burning with unyielding flames. A complex emotion surged in her once more. Through this boy she seemed to see her brother Shosuke, who never gave up and dreamt of becoming Hokage, as well as her lover Kato Dan, who had a sunny smile, and ultimately entrusted the title of Hokage to her. Finally, she snorted coldly, retracting the terrifying killing intent and pressure like receding tides. The pressure vanished abruptly, and Naruto gasped for air, his body swaying, but still standing firm. Jiraiya, Tsunade's voice regained its previous coldness, devoid of any emotion. Take these two ignorant brats and leave. I will not return to Konoha, so don't waste your efforts anymore. With that, she no longer looked at anyone, taking Shizun with her, as she turned and disappeared into the bustling and disorienting crowd of the short book street. The first formal encounter ended in a complete failure and deadlock. At the casino's entrance stood Jiraiya, looking grave, panting heavily, but filled with reluctance, alongside Naruto, whose heart was full of discontent, and Hinata, who looked worried. However, Naruto's resolute words and his unwavering figure under that terrifying killing intent had clearly cast a small stone into Tsunade's long-frozen heart, enough to create ripples. The potential for change in the future may just be hidden within this unwilling ripple. Tsunade's icy, unyielding refusal struck Naruto like a bucket of freezing water in midwinter, dousing his fervent passion and soaring expectations completely. A suffocating, awkward silence hung heavy in the air. Jiraiya watched Tsunade's figure vanish into the bustling crowd, his brow furrowed into a deep, vertical crease, his eyes brimming with layered, inscrutable emotions. Helplessness, empathy, and a subtle, barely perceptible pang of sorrow. He knew her past, the searing soul-deep losses that had scarred her beyond measure, but the village's dire straits and his own master's grave injuries left him no choice but to persist. Naruto remained rooted to the spot, cheeks flushed with indignation, fists clenched so tightly his nails nearly pierced his palms, muttering under his breath, "Coward. Calling it painful memories. That's just an excuse. The Hokage is still waiting." Hinata quietly lowered her gaze, her pure pale eyes flickering with quiet Within her mind, the domineering system interface pulsed rapidly, analyzing the newly acquired data with surgical precision. Target Tsunade, refusal motivation, deep analysis, core driver identified as profound psychological trauma, highly correlated with the deaths of loved ones accompanied by potential hemophobia and other stress-related disorders, resulting in deep-seated distrust and rejection of the existing shinobi system and the symbolic weight of the Hokage title. Conventional ethical appeals and appeals to duty have proven entirely ineffective. Conclusion: a breakthrough requires identifying a vulnerability in her psychological defenses, such as latent identification with the next generation, or leveraging overwhelming external pressure, e.g., threat or rivalry, to compel her to re-evaluate her stance. Just as the three stood weighed down by grim thoughts, preparing to find temporary lodging in Konoha's entertainment district before devising a new strategy, an extremely subtle, yet unmistakably sinister chakra presence, cold, slick, and serpentine, began to seep across the district like ink dispersing in clear water. Though faint, its uniquely chilling malice instantly triggered Jiraiya's acute sensory awareness. This chakra. Jiraiya's expression hardened instantly, all prior weariness and sorrow replaced by sharp vigilance and lethal gravity. He whirled toward the source, voice low and taut. There's no mistaking it. It's Orochimaru. Almost simultaneously, Naruto and Hinata sensed that deeply unsettling chakra. Naruto's Ninetales chakra stirred uneasily within him, sending a jolt of visceral dread through his chest. Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan, her vision piercing through walls and buildings toward the source, only for the chakra to vanish as swiftly as it appeared, like a phantom. Orochimaru, what the hell is that scoundrel doing here? Naruto whispered, face twisted in disgust and wariness, recalling the Forest of Death and the Valley of the End, the battles, Orochimaru's obsessive pursuit of Sasuke, and his relentless sabotage of Konoha. His objective is likely identical to ours. Jiraiya's expression grew graver than ever before as he spoke, voice thick with foreboding. During his battle with the Third Hokage, his arms were sealed by the dead demon-consuming seal, a soul-level wound so severe that no ordinary medical ninjutsu can heal it. Across the entire shinobi world, only Tsunade, master of forbidden arts like cellular regeneration, possesses the capability to mend such a profound spiritual injury. This realization sank their hearts like stone. The situation had grown infinitely more perilous. Soon after, they established contact via Shizune's covert signaling method, a cipher known exclusively to Konoha's highest echelons. Shizune's message confirmed Jiraiya's suspicion, and delivered even worse news. Orochimaru and his trusted subordinate Kabuto had already located Tsunade and proposed an irresistibly seductive bargain. Orochimaru pledged that if Tsunade healed his sealed arms, he would employ a potent forbidden technique to resurrect her long-deceased younger brother Nawaki and her beloved lover Dankato. That offer struck with surgical precision, driving straight into the softest, most vulnerable, and most agonizing recess of Tsunade's heart. To resurrect the dead. A secret, desperate yearning she had buried deep within herself for years, too sacred and painful even to acknowledge. Resurrecting the dead. How could that possibly be real? Hinata murmured, stunned. Life and death followed immutable natural law. Could any jutsu truly defy such fundamental order? Yet for those haunted by unbearable regret and unfulfilled longing, even a mirage, fleeting as moonlight on water or reflection in glass, holds a fatal allure, drawing them in like moths to flame. Jiraiya sighed heavily, his face etched with profound concern. We must stop her. Tsunade's spirit stands at its most fragile threshold. Should Orochimaru's manipulation and this illusory hope cloud her judgment, if she accepts his terms, the consequences would be catastrophic. A fully restored Orochimaru would spell calamity for the entire shinobi world. Naruto clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Absolutely. We will never let her agree to that deranged serpent's terms. We will bring Lady Tsunade back to Konoha. Based on the clue, Shizune had risked her life to provide Jiraiya, accompanied by Naruto, and Hinata swiftly left the bustling main district of Duan Street. Outside the city, at a remote and desolate cliffside, they found Tsunade confronting Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. The wind howled fiercely, billowing everyone's garments and carrying the chill from the deep valley below. The atmosphere was as heavy as the dead calm before a storm, tense and on the verge of eruption. Tsunade stood at the cliff's edge with her back to Jiraiya and the others. Her golden twin tail swayed gently in the wind, but her silhouette appeared rigid, as if she was enduring a profound inner turmoil. Shizune stood nervously a short distance behind her holding Tauntaun. Orochimaru on the other hand stood there leisurely, his arms dangling limply, yet his golden snake eyes still gleamed with dangerous and cunning light. Kabuto Yakushi stood at his side and rear wearing a harmless smile, but behind his glasses his gaze was calm and sharp. Tsunade, don't believe him. Jiraiya stepped forward, his voice loud and powerful, trying to awaken his old friend who was indulging in temptation. Resurrecting the dead is a forbidden technique that defiles the spirits and violates the natural order. Throughout history there has never been a truly successful precedent. It is merely a dark art that toys with the souls of the dead. It can never bring true peace or happiness. He only wants to exploit your medical skills. Once you heal him he will never keep his promise, and will even turn against you. Tsunade's shoulders trembled slightly. She did not turn around and her voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness and wavering. But, Jiraiya, what if there really is that possibility? Her voice grew softer, filled with pain and hesitation. The temptation of reviving her loved ones was too great enough to make her temporarily ignore all warnings and writ. Orochimaru's golden snake eyes swept over Jiraiya, and the two who had arrived finally fixing on Tsunade's wavering back. He laughed hoarsely, his voice like a snake's hiss. Haha. Jiraiya, you still love to put on the posture of a righteous man and meddle in others' affairs. Tsunade, the choice has always been in your hands. Will you embrace those illusory village responsibilities and ninja rules, or seize the tangible hope right before you that can bring back the departed? Think of Nawaki's dream-filled smile. Think of Kato Dawn entrustment to you. Shut up, Orochimaru. Naruto could no longer contain himself. He dashed forward, pointing at Orochimaru, and shouted angrily, "You bastard who killed the third Hokage. Vile and shameless. Don't think you can use such sweet talk to fool Granny Tsunade." Granny. A prominent vein bulged on Tsunade's forehead. She whirled around, her previous hesitation and pain replaced by blazing fury. Her terrifying killing intent locked onto Naruto like a tangible force. Little brat, who are you calling Granny? Do you want to die once? Naruto was startled by the sudden targeted murderous aura and shrank, his neck, a chill rising up his spine. But he still forced himself to hold his ground, sticking out his chin and shouting without backing down. Anyway, no matter what I call you, you must not accept this villain's terms. He's lying to you. Kabuto pushed up his glasses, still wearing that unpleasant smile. He stepped forward and spoke with a seemingly polite, but actually threatening tone. Naruto-kun and the young lady of the Hyūga clan, this matter has nothing to do with you, and is very dangerous. Perhaps you should. Without hesitation, Hinata stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with Naruto. Her Byakugan already activated, her eyes filled with vigilance. She quietly assumed the starting stance of a gentle fist, her voice cool and resolute. We will not allow you to harm Lady Tsunade, nor will we let you achieve your goals. The atmosphere of negotiation had completely shattered. The gunpowder in the air was on the verge of ignition. Orochimaru lost his last shred of patience. Or rather, he had never expected to easily persuade Tsunade. He had merely been using her psychological weakness to apply pressure. He gave a cold snort, a flash of icy light in his golden snake eyes. Since words cannot reach a consensus, let us use the most direct method, strength, to speak. Kabuto. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto moved in response, his figure vanishing from the spot like a phantom. The next moment he appeared diagonally in front of Tsunade, condensing a razor-sharp chakra scalpel between his fingers, aiming directly for Tsunade's neck and vital joints. His speed was astonishing, and his angle was treacherous, fully displaying his elite Jonin prowess. Don't even think about it. Jiraiya was already prepared. Almost the instant Kabuto moved, he also rushed forward, intercepting between him and Tsunade. His fists and feet carried fierce wind as he engaged Kabuto in battle. Both were experienced powerhouses. For a moment fists blurred, chakra clashed, and energy burst in all directions, with neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's target was clearly locked, Uzumaki Naruto. He wanted to observe the Ninetales jinchuriki up close to verify some conjectures about the monster inside him, or perhaps simply to eliminate this variable that always appeared in his plans and brought various surprises. Hidden shadow snake hands. Several brilliantly colored fang-sharp venomous snakes shot out from Orochimaru's wide sleeves like arrows, carrying a stench of blood, and swiftly attacked Naruto. Naruto-kun, be careful. Hinata had been closely watching Orochimaru's movements with her Byakugan and had already predicted the trajectory of his attack the moment he struck. She let out a sharp cry. Though the gentle step twin lion fists had not fully materialized, her gentle fist stance was already deployed. Her slender fingers wrapped in pure chakra accurately and swiftly struck at the vital points of the several venomous snakes, knocking them down or deflecting them one by one. The battle erupted instantly on this desolate cliff. From the very beginning, the battle presented an overwhelmingly unfavorable situation. Although Jiraiya possessed immense strength, Yakushi Kabuto was by no means an easy opponent. Not only did he master exquisite medical ninjutsu capable of quickly analyzing and attacking his opponent's chakra networks and vital points, but his taijutsu was also extremely cunning and ruthless, with vast combat experience. What was even more worrying was the situation on Orochimaru's side. Despite his arms being severely injured and unable to perform most ninjutsu that required complex hand seals, his foundation as an elite shinobi remained terrifying. His taijutsu was strange and flexible, akin to a boneless serpent, making his movements difficult to predict, with attacks that were both cunning and vicious. At the same time, he could summon various sizes of summoning snakes for auxiliary attacks. These snakes either spat venom coiled to bind, or directly bit, creating immense trouble for Naruto and Hinata. Naruto and Hinata stood back to back, exerting their utmost effort to cooperate. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to create chaos while attempting to use the still unrefined wind-released gale palm for ranged harassment. Occasionally in moments of crisis, the uncontrollable chakra of the Nine Tails would leak out, granting him a burst of explosive power, narrowly avoiding deadly attacks. Hinata fully utilized the advantages of her Byakugan. Her 360-degree vision and penetrating abilities allowed her to perceive the attack trajectories of Orochimaru and all the summoning snakes, accurately striking the chakra points of the snakes with her gentle fist or blocking Orochimaru's bizarre taijutsu attacks. Her defense was like an impenetrable net, saving Naruto multiple times at critical moments. However, the absolute disparity in strength was like a chasm. Orochimaru's attacks came relentlessly like a tide, each clash putting immense pressure on the two. Naruto bore multiple wounds from snake fangs, his clothes torn, panting heavily. Hinata was also drenched in sweat, her breathing rapid. The continuous activation of her Byakugan and high-speed combat took a tremendous toll on her chakra and spirit, causing her movements to begin to slow. In his mind, the Overlord system continuously flashed red alerts warning. Encountering high-intensity attacks from an elite shinobi, Orochimaru host under extreme survival pressure. Suggestion: maximize utilization of the surrounding environment, cliffs, rocks, to maneuver, desperately seek potential allies. Tsunade, to break the stalemate or prepare to activate emergency evacuation plans, requires significant system resources and poses exposure risks. Orochimaru watched with great interest as the two kids struggled under his attacks, particularly the glimmers of hatred and violence leaking from Naruto, which intensified his golden snake eyes' interest and made his attacks increasingly fierce and mocking, as if toying with his prey. In a fierce clash, Orochimaru flicked his sleeve and summoned a giant summoning python as thick as a barrel. The python opened its massive maw carrying a foul wind, and with lightning speed lunged at Hinata, who had slowed down due to excessive chakra consumption. The enormous shadow instantly enveloped Hinata, its fangs glinting ominously. Hinata. Naruto watched in horror, as if his heart had suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He wanted to rush forward to save her, but was tightly ensnared by several poisonous snakes that sprang up from the ground, binding his ankles and arms, unable to break free. Despair and anger erupted within him like a volcano, as he watched Hinata's delicate figure about to be swallowed by that terrifying maw, extinguishing her life. Tsunade, standing at the edge of the battlefield, struggling internally, with a pale face, looked at the girl from the Hyūga clan, who resolutely stood in front to protect her comrades, still shining with unyielding and determined light in her white eyes despite facing a dire situation. This figure overlapped slowly with her memories of her brother Shinsuke, shouting, "I will become Hokage," charging to the battlefield, and her lover Dankato smiling as he said, "I will protect the future of the village." Those passions, protections, and dreams that she had deliberately forgotten and buried deep within her heart were forcefully stirred at this moment by Hinata's resolute back and Naruto's heart-wrenching cries. Enough! A roar filled with endless rage, grief, and determination erupted like thunder. Tsunade's chakra exploded with a terrifying force akin to a mountain torrent or volcanic eruption. Golden waves of energy swept outward from her, the ground beneath her feet, unable to withstand this power, cracking inch by inch, rubble floating in the air. In the next moment, her figure appeared before Hinata, as if she had teleported. Facing the enormous serpent's maw, she did not use any flashy ninjutsu, but simply concentrated all her terrifying strength enough to split mountains and seas into her seemingly delicate fist, and then she struck. Boom! The deafening sound seemed to tear apart everyone's eardrums. No technique, just pure power. The purest form of power. The gigantic summoning python, upon contact with the fist's wind, burst apart, like tofu struck by an invisible hammer, exploding into pieces from head to tail, transforming into a sky full of flesh and blood fragments. And this power did not diminish, crashing heavily against the cliff wall behind the giant serpent. Boom! The hard rock face was struck as if by a meteor, creating a massive pit several meters in diameter, spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly from the pit's center, countless stones falling, dust swirling. The entire arena instantly fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the wind and the rolling stones could be heard. Orochimaru's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpricks, his face displaying a rare solemn expression. Finally. Can't hold back any longer, Tsunade. This kind of monstrous strength is indeed a long-lost feeling. Tsunade's earth-shattering punch not only obliterated the summoned giant serpent, but also struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of everyone present, instantly reversing the direly unfavorable battle situation. The absolute power which swept away all obstacles and ignored every defense left everyone speechless, instilling a profound shock that resonated from the depths of their souls. Granny Tsunade. So amazing. Naruto's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as saucers. All his previous grievances and complaints about Tsunade vanished in an instant under the might of that punch, replaced by pure awe and reverence. He finally realized firsthand the terrifying strength possessed by the legendary Sannin. Hinata also let out a long sigh of relief, her taut nerves suddenly relaxing, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She gazed at the figure before her, not particularly tall, yet seemingly capable of holding up the entire sky, and felt overwhelming gratitude for surviving the ordeal and deep appreciation. Is this the power of a top-tier elite? Tsunade slowly withdrew her fist, which bore not even a trace of blood. The serpent was too thoroughly shattered. Her eyes were as cold as eternal ice, brimming with blazing fury, fixed directly on the grim-faced Orochimaru and the shifty-eyed Kabuto. Yakushi, both of you. Get out of here now. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, not retreating immediately from Tsunade's stunning outburst. Instead, a gleam of even more excited and sinister light flickered in his serpentine eyes. Ha! It seems you have finally made your choice. For these brats unrelated to you, for that decaying village that caused you to lose your loved ones and filled you with painful memories, you would abandon the only hope of reviving Nawaki and Dankato. At these words, Tsunade clenched her fists, her body trembling from extreme rage and decades of suppressed grief. Yet her gaze was more resolute and clear than ever, as if piercing through thick fog. Orochimaru, you understand nothing. You who toy with the souls of the dead, forcibly dragging them back from eternal slumber, will never comprehend how weighty and precious the dreams and future of the living are. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying an unyielding determination. Nawaki and Dawn Dream was to protect Konoha, to safeguard the vibrant lives and future hopes within the village. Not to revive them in this twisted, desecrating manner. If I had agreed to your terms today out of selfish desire, I would truly be defiling their will and betraying what they gave their lives to protect. She abruptly raised her hand, pointing at the still somewhat dazed Naruto. And this brat. He may be naive, impulsive, and speaks without thinking, but the unwavering light burning in his eyes and his determination to give everything to protect his comrades remind me of Nawaki, of Dan, of our younger days. That fervor and purity should not be defiled and snuffed out by creatures like you who dwell in darkness. I will never allow you to harm them, nor will I let you use the souls of the dead to achieve your filthy goals. These words struck Naruto's heart like a resonant bell. He stared blankly at Tsunade, at the complex yet unwaveringly determined light in her eyes, as if truly meeting for the first time the legendary female ninja, outwardly young and beautiful, inwardly weathered by countless trials. His previous judgments of coward and cold now seemed so shallow. So behind her refusal lay such profound pain and struggle, and her intervention represented a legacy and protection spanning the long years. Orochimaru, observing Tsunade's unwavering resolve and piercing gaze, glanced at Naruto and Hinata, who had freed themselves from the serpent swarm and resumed combat stance, and at Jiraiya on the other side, momentarily occupied by Kabuto, but ready to unleash his full power at any moment. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. With his own soul damaged and strength greatly diminished, prolonging the conflict against a determined Tsunade and a fully capable Jiraiya, plus 2 talented and resilient brats, promised slim chances of victory, perhaps even an unexpected defeat. Tedious bonds and dreams. Orochimaru snorted coldly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible note of resentment. Since you willingly choose this path of hypocrisy and pain, well, see. I hope you won't regret your decision today. Kabuto, let's go. Kabuto adjusted his slightly askew glasses, casting a deep, meaningful glance at Naruto and Hinata, as if imprinting their features and chakra signatures into his memory. Then he swiftly moved to Orochimaru's side, supporting him, though Orochimaru did not need it. Their figures, like venomous snakes merging into the shadows, disappeared in a few bounds into the dense forest below the cliff, vanishing from sight. With the powerful enemy gone, the suffocating tension on the cliff finally eased slightly. Tsunade seemed to have all her strength drained in an instant. Her upright posture bent slightly, she staggered, and her face appeared pale. Shizune, who had been watching her anxiously, hurried forward and gently supported her. Jiraiya walked up to Tsunade, his expression complex as he looked at her. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end only a sigh of emotion and relief escaped Tsunade. Tsunade waved her hand, indicating she was fine. She did not look at Jiraiya, but turned her gaze again to Naruto and Hinata, lingering especially on Naruto's clear, unyielding blue eyes. That gaze seemed to pierce through time, glimpsing the future flames of Konoha. After a long pause, as if having made a decision, she murmured in a weary yet remarkably clear voice. Let's go. Back to Konoha. Departing the clamor of Shorten Street, the journey back to Konoha was enveloped in a complex atmosphere. Though Tsunade had ultimately nodded in agreement, the bold and unrestrained aura from the gambling den had already receded. Her brow bore the weight of being the last bloodline of the Senju clan and the imminent burden of the Hokage's name. She gazed at the fleeting scenery outside the window, her eyes somewhat vacant, lost in thought, whether reminiscing about departed loved ones or fretting over the remnants of Konoha awaiting her restoration. Shizune, holding the pink little pig tauntaun, sat quietly nearby. She could sense the turmoil beneath Lady Tsunade's calm exterior and could only offer silent companionship as support. Jiraiya, outwardly boisterous, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With the most crucial task finally accomplished, he attempted to break the somber mood with his suspiciously colored and oddly humorous jokes. Hey Tsunade, I heard the tab you ran up back in the day could repaint the entire Hokage rock. Huh. His laughter was abruptly cut short by Tsunade's sharp glare, and he sheepishly rubbed his nose. His mind was far from as light as his demeanor. The threat of Orochimaru, the shadow of the Akatsuki, and the impending mess in Konoha all weighed on his heart like stones. Naruto was the sole ray of sunshine in the group. He circled around Tsunade calling her Granny, with remarkable fluency, and even after being struck on the head with her monstrous strength leaving steaming lumps, he remained undeterred. He seemed to be trying in this way to forcibly pull this legendary Sannin into his own definition of family, to fill some emotional void. Mingren, but honestly investing in Granny Tsunade. No, Lady Tsunade is definitely a surefire deal. A medical genius top combatant future Hokage. This stake is incredibly worthwhile. It's just that temper. High risk, high reward. Hinata remained the most meticulous logistics manager. The carriage she had hired was spacious and comfortable with ample provisions, and even thoughtful consideration for everyone's tastes. But her Byakugan never truly relaxed. A faint veins appeared around her pupils as her 360-degree vision constantly scanned the surroundings. After leaving the main road and entering the dense sinister forest, a faint sense of being watched coiled around her spine like an icy serpent. Warning. Detected multiple high-intensity chakra signatures lurking in the canyon ahead. Energy levels exceed safety thresholds. Malicious intent clearly identified. Risk assessment extremely high. Immediate evasive action recommended. The Bazong system's alarm was unprecedented in its shrillness, sounding the highest-level air raid siren in Hinata's mind. Almost at the very instant the system's alarm blared. Whoa! Jiraiya, who was driving, abruptly yanked the reins. The powerful inertia caused the carriage to screech to a halt with a grating sound. His face twisted dramatically as he instantly gathered his immense chakra. Inside the carriage, Tsunade's eyes snapped open. Those amber eyes, once tinged with confusion, were now as sharp as an eagle's. She exchanged a glance with Jiraiya, and both saw shock and gravity in each other's eyes. No words were needed. The two battle-hardened powerhouses had already sensed the suffocating pressure ahead. Jiraiya flung open the carriage curtain and leaped down. Hinata and Naruto followed closely behind. Before them, the space in the middle of the road twisted eerily like water ripples. A figure in a black robe with red clouds wearing a spiral orange single-eye mask materialized silently, like a ghost crawling from a nightmare. More unsettlingly behind him, as if a stage curtain were slowly drawing open, figures in the same Akatsuki garb emerged one by one, radiating icy killing intent. The Deva Path Pain, with the legendary Rinnegan, and an expression like eternal frost. Hyūga wielding a grotesque blood-soaked three-bladed scythe, with a mad cruel grin of Sasori carrying ominous scrolls shrouded in Hiriko, exuding a chilling aura. And Zetsu, half-black and half-white, wrapped in a Venus flytrap-like body, sinking into the ground like a twin plant. The core forces of the Akatsuki had almost all come out, setting a deadly trap here. That's the Akatsuki. Jiraiya's pupils constricted to pinpricks as his heart seemed gripped by an icy hand. How could they have ambushed here with such precision? Who was the target? The Nine Tails within Naruto? Or the newly appointed 5th Hokage Tsunade, who had just agreed to return? Either one was a disaster that could shake Konoha's very foundation. The masked man Obito laughed with a distorted low voice that echoed eerily through the silent canyon. Two of the legendary Sannin and the precious Nine Tails jinchuriki. What a lucky day, a rare feast. What do you want? Tsunade stepped forward, meeting Obito's gaze without fear, while deftly positioning Naruto and Hinata behind her for protection. The chakra within her surged like a volcano about to erupt. Simple, said the Deva Path Pain, stepping forward. His Rinnegan swept over the group with a cold, indifferent gaze, finally settling on Naruto. His voice was as frigid as ice, devoid of human emotion. Hand over the Nine Tails jinchuriki, or die. Without further words, negotiations shattered the moment Pain spoke. Moved. Jiraiya, with his immense combat experience, knew the value of striking first. The instant Pain's words fell, his hands became a blur. Ninja art needle Jizo. His white hair grew and hardened like it had a life of its own, transforming into countless sharp white spears that shot toward the masked man at the front in a torrent. A boring trick. Obito did not dodge or evade. The Sharingan behind his spiral mask rotated slightly, activating his intangible ability. The white hair, strong enough to pierce rock, passed through his body like air, leaving no real damage. His figure flickered like a phantom, ignoring Jiraiya's attack entirely, and headed straight for Naruto, who was protected behind Tsunade. Don't you dare! Tsunade roared, focusing her monstrous strength into her fist. With no flourish, she slammed her fist into the ground. Boom! The earth let out a pained groan, instantly cracking. Countless massive boulders were hurled up by the terrifying force, raining down like meteorites on Obito's path to block his advance. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path Pain raised his hand, coldly unleashing an immense, irresistible, repulsive force centered on him. The flying boulders, the swirling dust, and even Tsunade herself were sent skidding backward by the force, gouging deep furrows into the earth. Slaughter! Slaughter! Lord Jashin needs fresh sacrifices. Hyūga cackled madly, swinging his massive blood-soaked scythe, bringing a gust of gore, and charging straight at the seemingly weaker Shizune and Hinata. Behind Sasori, a scroll unfurled with a bang, and the third Kazekage's human puppet rose into the air. Black iron sand condensed rapidly into countless needles like a rainstorm, whistling toward the area where Hinata and Shizune stood. Zetsu's figure silently sank into the ground, lurking like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. The battle erupted in full force in the blink of an eye, skipping all probing and plunging directly into the most brutal, bloody life-or-death struggle. The Akatsuki had deployed such an extravagant lineup, clearly determined to annihilate Konoha's future Hokage, its top combat power, and its most crucial jinchuriki, in one fell swoop. The canyon transformed into a battlefield akin to a meat grinder, where the thunderous collision of chakra, the explosive roars of ninjutsu, and the sharp clang of weapons interwove into a symphony of despair. Every second felt unbearably prolonged, and each moment drained life and the dwindling hope. Jiraiya's situation was the most perilous. He faced alone the heavenly Dao Payan who wielded the Rinnegan and the elusive masked man Daitu. Sage mode required a certain preparation time, yet under the enemy's swift and ferocious onslaught he had no chance to summon the two-toed sages. He could only flounder perilously under Pain's seemingly bug-like manipulation of gravitational pull and repulsion, as well as Daitu's eerie and unpredictable space-time ninjutsu, barely escaping death at every turn. Almighty pull. The cold voice of heavenly Dao Payan sounded once more. A powerful suction force instantly seized Jiraiya, pulling him uncontrollably toward Payan. At the same time, Daitu's figure emerged precisely from the twisted space at the side, extending a pitch-black frigid chain that shot out like a venomous snake directly aimed at Jiraiya's unprotected heart. Schluck. Jiraiya twisted his body at the last moment, barely avoiding his heart, but the icy chain pierced through his shoulder blade instantly. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the excruciating pain caused him to grunt, his face turning pale instantly. Pervy Sage. Seeing Jiraiya gravely wounded, Naruto's eyes nearly split with rage. Golden chakra uncontrollably overflowed from his body, forming a wavering chakra cloak. The phantom of 1-2. Tails began to appear. Anger and worry assaulted his reason, and the Nine-Tails chakra, filled with hatred, began to erode his consciousness. Violent emotions started to take over. Naruto-kun, calm down. Hinata shouted anxiously, trying to approach Naruto to use gentle fist to soothe his disordered chakra. But her own situation was equally precarious. Her opponent was the Red Sand Scorpion. Countless bizarrely shaped poison-coated puppets surged from all directions, coordinated with the freely transformable iron sand controlled by the Third Hokage's human puppet, the assault, like a raging storm. Without the Byakugan's extreme insight to predict most attack trajectories and the evasion support from the overloaded CEO system, she would have been dismembered by puppet blades or dissolved into pus by the iron sand's poison. Host. Energy overload. Enemy strength far exceeds database estimates. Defense system has reached critical point. Activate final defense protocol. Inject all remaining energy into the rotation system. The CEO system's voice carried a rare urgency as it unreservedly poured all its stored energy into Hinata's chakra circuits. Hinata let out a sharp cry. Rotation. The chakra barrier rotating around her suddenly expanded in range, its rotation speed skyrocketing, barely deflecting the incoming iron sand Senbon and puppet arms. But each collision made her blood surge, and her chakra drained like floodwater bursting through a dam. Tsunade was also under immense pressure. With her unparalleled monstrous strength, every punch and kick had the power to split mountains and crack rocks, sending the charging Hyūga flying repeatedly and shattering Scorpion's puppets into pieces. The diamond-shaped Ein seal on her forehead had begun to loosen, and the magnificent patterns of the creation rebirth technique were faintly visible. But Daitu's space-time ninjutsu was too agile and troublesome. He would always appear from twisted space in the brief gaps when Tsunade's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged, using his eerie chains or kunai for harassing attacks. Although unable to inflict severe damage on Tsunade, with her monstrous strength activated, it greatly disrupted her attack rhythm, preventing her from focusing fully on Hyūga or Scorpion. To protect the nearly exhausted Hinata, and the tail beast transforming Naruto, Shizuku fought with all her might using poison needles and ninja tools, but was struck in the arm by a venomous Senbon thrown by Scorpion from a tricky angle, instantly paralyzed and falling to the ground. Her pig Taunton let out a terrified squeal. Creation Rebirth 100 Healings Technique. Seeing the situation rapidly deteriorate, Tsunade no longer held back. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead completely unlocked. A massive amount of pure chakra accumulated over decades surged through her entire body like a bursting dam. The shallow wounds on her body from Hyūga's scythe healed instantly. Her aura soared at an astonishing pace, and her strength, speed, and reaction ability all skyrocketed. Bang! With a straightforward heavy punch, she blasted the laughing, charging Hyūga along with his blood-soaked three-bladed scythe backward, sending him crashing heavily into the distant rock wall. The tremendous impact twisted Hyūga's body unnaturally, and he spat out a large amount of blood, but he let out an even more manic and joyful laugh. It hurts. Awesome. This feeling. Lord Jashin will surely favor me even more. However, the coordination of the Akatsuki was flawless. Just as Tsunade unleashed her maximum power, heavily wounding Hyūga, and was in a brief moment of recovery after the burst. Shibaku Tensei. Heavenly Dao Payan seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity. He abandoned his skirmish with the severely wounded Jiraiya, clasped his hands together, and concentrated most of his power in his palms. A pitch-black sphere seemingly capable of absorbing all light rose slowly into the air, emitting an irresistible, terrifying suction force that enveloped the entire battlefield. Bastard! Jiraiya roared, trying to use his remaining chakra to unleash a large-scale ninjutsu to destroy the black core, but with his grave injuries, he was already at the end of his strength, and gathering chakra was difficult. Under the powerful sealing force, the surging Nine-Tails chakra within Naruto was forcibly suppressed like by an invisible hand. The tailed beast transformation rapidly receded, and he fell into unconsciousness from the backlash of power and the mental shock. Hinata's Byakugan clearly saw that the chakra pathways of everyone in the air were rapidly dimming like flickering candle flames in the wind. The alarm of the CEO's system had become a piercing continuous beep. Final plan. Execution failed. System energy exhausted. Forced hibernation. Host. May. The system's voice completely disappeared. Tsunade struggled, desperately smashing the approaching boulders apart with her monstrous strength, but more rocks surged forward continuously, like living things covering her. The sealing power derived from the Rinnegan infiltrated her body, dissolving her chakra. No matter how the 100 healings technique repaired, it could not keep pace with the speed of being devoured by the seal. It's over. Heavenly Dao Payan hovered in midair, pronouncing judgment coldly, like a god looking down on Daitu stood on the devastated ground, looking up at the ever-growing massive stone sphere in the sky. The Sharingan beneath his spiral mask flickered with an indescribably complex light, a cold satisfaction at the smooth progress of the plan, and perhaps a trace of extremely faint buried ripples. Finally, the giant stone sphere completely closed, forming a colossal object suspended in midair over 100 meters in diameter. It sealed the hopes of Konoha along with the unfinished rant of Mingren, the silent alarm of the system, Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage, Hinata's silent guardianship, the final chapter of Jiraiya's heroic tale, Tsunade's determination to leave the past behind. Everything into the cold, dark, eternal silence. The forest canyon returned to a deathly stillness, leaving only the massive stone sphere like a tombstone, and the ground below, as if struck by a meteor. The members of the Akatsuki, as if they had never been there, slowly dissipated into the air, just as they had arrived. Several days later in Konoha, the reconstruction of the village proceeded steadily. The clanging sounds of construction were the resilient pulse of life on this land. However, an undercurrent of unease began to quietly spread among the high-ranking officials. The personnel dispatched to rendezvous with Jiraiya's squad had searched the predetermined route multiple times, yet found no trace of them. Whether through the summoning frogs of Mount Myaboku or Konoha's own communication methods, all efforts were like stones dropped into the sea. No response came back. This was extremely unusual. Shikaka Nara, the acting head of the Hokage's office, frowned so deeply it could crush a fly, his hand holding a piece that hovered over the strategic map for a long time. With Lord Jiraiya's experience and power, along with Lady Tsunade, who had regained her fighting spirit, the formidable Naruto, and the increasingly impressive Hinata, the combined combat strength of this team was more than enough to handle most threats. Unless they had encountered an unimaginable enemy powerful enough to crush them. This thought made Shikaka's heart. After a few more days, just as anxiety was reaching its peak, a shocking piece of news arrived from the border like a thunderbolt. A patrol squad from the Border Defense Forces, while on routine duty, discovered astonishing battle traces in a remote canyon near the land of grass. The ground shattered and broken, as if pounded repeatedly by a giant's fist, solidified ominous black iron, sand emitting a sinister chakra pulse, scattered puppet fragments, deep side scratches carved into the rock. And most despairing of all, a massive stone sphere suspended in midair like a mountain, its rough surface radiating a powerful and eerie sealing chakra fluctuation. The news was swiftly transmitted back to Konoha via encrypted channels, instantly shaking the top brass. Several elite jonin, led by Kakashi and Might Guy, were immediately dispatched to confirm the scene at top speed. When they personally saw that colossal stone sphere, both miraculous and nightmarish, even the experienced Kakashi felt a bone-chilling cold. They tried various methods: ninjutsu attacks, explosive tag bombardments, physical climbing. But neither Kakashi's Raikiri nor Guy's fierce taijutsu with the 8 gates could leave a significant mark on the incredibly hard stone sphere. The sealing power within it cut off all internal and external probing. Even if all of Konoha's currently available forces were gathered, they could not break this seal in a short time. What made hearts sink even further was that according to all sensor-type ninja reports within the stone sphere, no signs of life were detected. In the intensive care ward of Konoha Hospital, the still unconscious third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to move his withered fingers ever so slightly. A single murky tear silently slid from the corner of his wrinkled eye, soaking into the pillow. Within the solemn Hyūga clan estate, Hayashi Hyūga sat alone in the dojo with 2 cups of long cold tea placed before him. He stared at the empty doorway of his daughter Hinata's room, the precious porcelain cup in his hand, emitting a faint creaking sound on the verge of breaking. After a long time, he closed his pale eyes and let out a long, helpless and sorrowful sigh. The daughter he had once considered not strong enough and in need of protection had just shown growth and brilliance that made him look at her with new eyes, yet she had simply vanished. Sasuke Uchiha was training furiously at Training Ground 7. The screech of Chidori was piercingly loud, like never before, blue-white lightning flashing wildly in his hand. Only when his chakra was depleted did he drop to one knee, panting heavily. He didn't know where the inexplicable restlessness and emptiness in his heart came from. It was as if some important person who could serve as his rival had suddenly disappeared, leaving him feeling unusually agitated. Shikamaru Nara stood with his hands in his pockets, looking up at the sky dyed orange by the sunset. For the first time, he felt so clearly how pale and laughable calculations and strategies were in the face of absolute power and cruel fate. He irritably grabbed his iconic spiky ponytail and muttered, "What a real pain." No one knew exactly what had happened in that border canyon, what kind of battle could have created such a devastating scene, what kind of enemy could have cast such a terrifying seal. People only knew one cold fact: Konoha had lost its two pillars. Jiraiya and Tsunade lost its ultimate weapon of the village, the Nine-Tails, jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, and lost the most talented young lady of the Hyūga, main house Hinata Hyūga. Along with them, many hopes for the future that had just been rekindled from despair were also lost. The sunset stretched Konoha's shadows long and deep. The golden afterglow gently fell on the houses under reconstruction, some bearing scorch marks, and some with fresh wood, but it could never dispel the sorrow and immense confusion that permeated the air, silently seeping into everyone's heart. Inside the sealed space, the Nine-Tails furiously slammed against the cold cage bars, letting out a deafening roar. To be sealed like this. My power. Damn it. But its connection to the outside world had been completely severed by the power of Chibaku Tensei. Its roar echoed futilely in this space of consciousness, ultimately fading into bitter silence. Ming Ren's consciousness floated in endless darkness and void, as if returning to the beginning of his transmigration. The last glimmer of the system, like a candle in the wind, flickered a few times and finally went out completely. Error. Unknown interference. Core protocol. Forced termination. In the moment before losing consciousness completely, what flashed through Hinata's mind was her father's face, always stern, but occasionally showing complex emotions, and Naruto's bright smile, like the sun capable of dispelling all gloom. The massive Chibaku Tensei stood silently in the border canyon, like a cold tombstone erected for heroes, and hope, silently telling the tragedy and end of that unknown encounter. For the Akatsuki organization, the objective of this operation had been achieved. Although the process had some unexpected extras, casually sealing Konoha's Sannin and the daughter of the Hyūga main house, the final result met, or even exceeded expectations. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was confirmed captured and sealed. Within the Tower of Amigakure, on the massive body of the Geto statue, the eye representing the Nine-Tails was slowly but steadily lighting up. Obito Madara Uchiha stood before the statue. The spiral mask concealed all his expression, leaving only his exposed Sharingan eye reflecting the gradually igniting light in the statue's eye, deep and unfathomable. The Moon Eye planned the path to the dream world, had taken another crucial step forward. Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground like a ghost. The white Zetsu part reported in its usual frivolous and comical tone. "Oh, my Konoha is in a total mess now. I heard they can barely keep up with the funeral cenotaphs." The black Zetsu part added in a low, hoarse voice with a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction. "The plan is progress. The remaining tailed beast capture work needs to be accelerated further. Konoha's weakening is our opportunity." The shadow of the ninja world after the towering tree of Konoha suffered a near-fatal blow, grew even denser, spreading like a tide across the entire shinobi world. Konohagakure had fallen into its deepest and darkest low since the Nine-Tails rampage 16 years ago. The Hokage remained unconscious, the top combat power 2 of the Sannin was almost completely lost, the strategic deterrent Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was confirmed dead, and several of the most promising and representative young ninjas were lost. The entire village's defensive strength and morale had plummeted to rock bottom. A power vacuum always attracts lurking venomous insects. Danzo Shimura and the shadowy root organization he led began to act with unprecedented frequency, and they attempted to exploit this crisis to seize more voice and actual control within the village's decision-making, steering Konoha toward a more closed, hardline, even darker path. Meanwhile, Konoha's weakness spread like the scent of blood across the ninja world. Traditional great ninja villages like Hyūga and Iwagakure keenly smelled the opportunity within. Frictions and small-scale conflicts along the border began to increase and escalate at a visible rate, testing Konoha's current bottom line and responsiveness. The trajectory of fate seemed to be accelerating unstoppably toward that desperate future meticulously woven by Black Zetsu, where the reincarnations of Indra and Azura slaughter each other and the entire world falls into the infinite Tsukuyomi.